Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 3. Jiang Yi's tone was flat. He learned from their conversation that Wild King only had 3 game coins, which meant that Wild King, like him at the time, could at most enter the 3rd underground level. Therefore, the Wanderers, who had forces distributed across the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels, were the most suitable organization for Wild King. Of course, he wasn't forcing him, it was just a recommendation. You can keep an eye out for an item called Heart of the Wanderer. It's related to a side quest. Jiang Yi continued. If you can complete it, we'll split it 30/70ths. You get 70%, I get 30%. No problem. Wild King nodded. When he looked up again, Jiang Yi had already turned and left, leaving behind only a dashing silhouette. Chapter 158. The stupid tower merchant and the noble Lord Aurelius. A few seconds later. Brother, is he not watching anymore? Jiang Yi's voice rang out in his consciousness. Gone, he's gone, got it. Jiang Yi's tense back finally relaxed. Damn it. It's really hard to maintain a stoic face while acting cool in front of others. These past 2 days had been suffocating. While complaining in his heart, Jiang Yi opened the map and found the locations he had marked earlier. One was the teleportation passage, and the other was the trading spot of the tower merchant, Ordos. Jiang Yi planned to complete the side quest Aurelius first. Aurelius, this high-end, atmospheric, and classy name, was naturally the name of the tower merchant's dog, which had a spirit attribute as high as 25 points. In Jiang Yi's inventory, he had already prepared 339 pieces of gill meat, including the gill meat from the level 2 twin corrupted eye fish, which had already met the requirements of the side quest. Side quest, Aurelius description. Collect corrupted eye fish gill meat *300 quest rewards, basic reward, vehicle coins *100, golden treasure chest *1, random item card *1, advanced reward. The advanced reward will be linked to Aurelius's level of satisfaction. Please pay attention to Aurelius's favorability, player. As for the advanced reward, Jiang Yi really didn't know what could make a dog feel satisfied, so he didn't force it. The side quest was not his main goal. He still needed to go to the 4th level through the teleportation passage to look for clues about the Valkyria base. The reward of 500 vehicle coins was simply too tempting. It was hard for him not to keep it in mind. As for the upcoming 2nd and 3rd main quests, joining a faction, Jiang Yi didn't take them too hard. He currently had 9 game coins in his hand. Where couldn't he go? Better to complete the side quest first and maximize his profits. After parting ways with Yuan, Jiang Yi's expression relaxed significantly. No longer needing to keep his face stiff to maintain a persona, he began to mutter to himself without restraint. Brother, tell me, what do dogs like? Upon hearing this, Taijin pondered for a moment. Bones, pork chops, carrion, or pushing players into lava? Jiang Yi choked for a moment. I meant a normal dog. Since when does a normal dog have a mental attribute of 25 and a preference for eating the gill meat of fish corpses? Taijin retorted. Jiang Yi found himself unable to argue. After chatting aimlessly with Taijin for a while, and for the nth time politely pressing a resident who was blocking his path into a wall, there were finally no more blind fools trying to mess with him. Just like that, Jiang Yi walked all the way to the shop of the tower merchant, Ordos. If this were truly an RPG, Jiang Yi reckoned there would be a giant exclamation mark hovering above this house. Then, if he poked Ordos in the face, a dialogue box would pop up. But unfortunately, reality is not a game. There would be no exclamation mark, nor would there be a dialogue box. In front of the dusty, gray shop hung a flag that had begun to fray. One could barely make out that the image on it was supposed to be a tower, and like other houses or shacks, this building had a sign above it with the capitalized word Ordos. This was the shop of the tower merchant, Ordos. Here, one could barter goods or use the currency of the tower, known as tower coins. The inventory here was quite extensive, including but not limited to humans, houses, factory employment quotas, food, water, entertainment equipment, and other things one couldn't even imagine could be traded. Jiang Yi remembered He Bao telling him Tower merchant Ordos was skilled in acupuncture. He once had a period where his lumbar spine was acting up, and he had traded for fish corpses here for over 2 hours of acupuncture therapy from Ordos. In other words, as long as the price was right, Ordos would even sell himself. Recalling the information he had gathered, Jiang Yi walked into Ordos's shop. The shop was empty, but Jiang Yi's expression showed no confusion or panic. He walked up to the moldy long table. Knock! Jiang Yi saw around. Hairless head rise from beneath the long table, followed by a face with a hooked nose and thick lips. Ordos's shop. The man yawned and said lazily, "What can I do for you?" Only then did the man let his gaze drift to Jiang Yi's face. Clean, tidy. He probably wasn't short on money. Ordos perked up a little. Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds. 330 fish corpses. What's the going rate? The air fell silent for a few seconds. Ordos's mouth opened wider and wider. The system broadcast sounded. You have caused mild mental pollution to the tower merchant, or DOS. Jiang Yi. You have piqued the interest of the great pet, Aurelius, raised by the foolish tower merchant, Ordos. It is finally willing to look at you directly. Jiang Yi following the system's description. Jiang Yi looked past the long table, his gaze sweeping over the area, and sure enough, he locked eyes with a pair of what could barely be called intimate eyes. They were eyes with tiny pupils and large whites. Above the eyes was black and white fur, along with 2 upright ears. Below the eyes was a slightly pursed dog mouth. The entire dog face was somewhat long, and its body was black and white, taking it all in. It was a purebred husky. This purebred husky was currently looking at Jiang Yi lazily, as if to say, "Human, you have caught my attention." Jiang Yi, for some reason, he really wanted to give this husky a jab with a steel fork. Although Jiang Yi claimed not to like animals, he wasn't the type to abuse them. But the expression on this husky was just too infuriating. He didn't know why. Perhaps because he had just parted ways with Yuan. But Jiang Yi felt that Yuan would probably have a lot in common with this dog. Just as Jiang Yi was sizing up the husky, Aurelius. It took a moment for the tower merchant, Ordos, to find his voice. Cough. Are you saying 300 fish corpses? 330. Jiang Yi corrected. Chapter 159. I suspect you are implying something. Listening to Jiang Yi's words, Ordos couldn't help but re-examine him. With his delicate features and gentle temperament, he couldn't be linked to the earth-shattering killer who possessed 330 fish corpses. Could it be that he was representing an organization? Ordos calmed his nerves, a very conflicted expression appearing on his face. He hesitated for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Apologies. If you are here representing an organization, I can only say that for now, on the first floor, I only cooperate with the Wanderers. If you want to find a legal channel, perhaps you need to obtain their authorization. As the words left Ordos's mouth, he felt his heart bleeding out while he spoke. He was desperately hoping this young man would be a bit smarter, for instance, by trying to find him on the 2nd or 3rd floor, or by finding a trader from the Wanderers to cooperate with him. Business is business, as long as one wants to do it. There is always a way, however. To Ordos's surprise, the young man in front of him shook his head and said bluntly, I am a solo hunter. This shouldn't violate your agreement with them, should it? Back when he had the 7-day starter card, Jiang Yi had already figured out the ropes. The tower merchants on the 1st floor were indeed monopolized by the Wanderers, but the Wanderers only monopolized the organizational trading channels. Personal channels were something that couldn't be blocked. The identity of a solo hunter was just right. As the words fell, Jiang Yi noticed that Ordos, sitting opposite him, was visibly relieved. Ordos's expression became even more deferential. He even finally deigned to stand up from the recliner beneath his long table. As he rose, his aged, scarred arms rummaged under the table for a moment until he finally found a tattered-looking teapot and porcelain cup. The iced tea inside the pot looked as if it had been sitting there for nearly a century, with a layer of something, be it dust or mold, floating on the surface. Respected guest, please have some tea. No need, thank you. Jiang Yi politely declined, indicating that as a respected guest, he would like to live a few more years. One sip of that would be no different from a biochemical bomb. Seeing that Jiang Yi did not drink, the expression on Ordos's face became even more delighted. He continued to fill the cup to the brim and downed it himself in one gulp. Very well, noble guest. 330 fish carcasses, are they all level 1 fish carcasses? Ordos inquired. 7 level 2 fish carcasses, including 2 twin level 2 fish carcasses. The rest are all level 1. Jiang Yi answered truthfully. Twin level 2 fish carcasses. Upon hearing this name, Ordos paused slightly. He felt as though someone had mentioned this name to him before, something about these 2 newly discovered fish carcasses being slightly special, and that the higher-ups were going to send a team to recover them. He hadn't expected that these 2 troublesome fish carcasses had actually been dealt with by this young man. As for that so-called special aspect, a glimmer of greed flashed through Ordos's murky eyes. He rubbed his hairless head, then rubbed his hands together, looking at Jiang Yi with a fawning expression. Those 2 level 2 fish carcasses. Don't ask about what you shouldn't. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. Understood, understood. Ordos nodded sheepishly. Just a moment ago, he had felt the surrounding atmosphere turn icy, the killing intent in the air almost becoming tangible. Ordos's petty thoughts were instantly extinguished. Forget it, forget it. He had originally thought about whether he could acquire that special item as well, but it seemed he couldn't fool this guy. Lone wolves were the most troublesome. It was better not to provoke them. Ordos hurriedly changed the subject. 7 level 2 fish carcasses. 323 level 1 fish carcasses. Are the bodies intact? Not intact. The gill meat is sold separately, Jiang Yi said bluntly. Hearing this, Ordos and Aurelius both looked up at the same time. The former heard the words sold separately. Ordos thought to himself, asterisk as expected of an experienced lone hunter. I must not let this big client get away. The latter heard the words gill meat. Aurelius's drool instantly sprayed out. The purebred black and white husky suddenly stood up from the ground and slammed its backside into Ordos, sending him flying with a bang. The not-so-tall Ordos flew directly into the pile of junk crates behind him. Landing in a dizzy heap, he cursed, "Damn dog, you beast." Aurelius didn't even spare a glance for Ordos. It placed its front paws on the recliner and, using it as a springboard, leaped onto the long table in 2 or 3 bounds. The husky's full form was revealed. This was indeed a different. Jiang Yi observed it while thinking to himself. Compared to an ordinary dog, this one was at least a size larger. Its paws were thicker and larger than those of a normal dog. When it planted them on the ground, they looked like 2 pillars. It was hard to imagine how this dog had grown so large within the resource-scarce tower. The husky stood up, its 2 front paws pressed together against its chest. If it were an ordinary person, being stared at by such a large dog would surely make them feel somewhat nervous. But Jiang Yi felt absolutely no such emotion. This was the result of absolute mastery over his own strength and the absolute self-confidence built upon that foundation. Of course, most of his confidence came from the silver blade killer in his chest and the wilderness witch glove on his left hand. At such close range, even a mecha would end up with 2 extra holes in it. Jiang Yi looked the husky in the eye, and the husky looked back at Jiang Yi. The man and the dog stared at each other. The scene was indescribably eerie. Jiang Yi waited for a few seconds and was just about to speak, telling Ordos to keep his dog in check, when he saw the creature before him suddenly lower its massive head. Its furry ears brushed past Jiang Yi's face. Jiang Yi felt a soft sensation against his nose. Then, he felt a wave of wet warmth on his hand. This stupid dog had licked the left hand Jiang Yi had covered with the wilderness witch glove. Jiang Yi handle, woof woo. Aurelius let out a bark. You have activated the side quest. Aurelius description. The tower merchant Ordos's dog, Aurelius, is an intelligent large dog with 25 points of spirit. Though its master, the foolish tower merchant Ordos, clearly has not noticed this. Dirt, human excrement, and small portions of human bone. These foods have left Aurelius quite dissatisfied. Aurelius craves food with better texture and richer nutrition, such as the gill meat of the crocodile fish. Of course, more than food, Aurelius craves a powerful, intelligent master who can respect it and provide it with food. Quest description. Collect crocodile fish gill meat * 300 330 300's requirement met and hand it over to Ordos. Quest rewards. Basic reward, cart coins * 100, golden treasure chest * 1, random item card * 1. Advanced reward, The advanced reward will be linked to Aurelius's level of satisfaction. Please pay attention to Aurelius's favorability. Player. Wait, are you sure this side quest wasn't written by this stupid dog itself? Why was there an extra paragraph? Craves a powerful, intelligent master who can respect it and provide it with food. Jiang Yi reasonably suspected that this husky was hinting at something. Chapter 160. Dungeon Monster. Aurelius. After licking Jiang Yi's hand, the husky Aurelius lifted its head. Looking at Jiang Yi with confidence and anticipation, Aurelius's charm was irresistible. It was extremely confident in itself. Behind Aurelius, its massive tail was wagging so hard it was practically spinning like a propeller. Up to this point, it hadn't even spared a glance at the poor, foolish tower merchant Ordos, who had fallen into the crate. The husky puffed out its chest, waiting for Jiang Yi to offer a reciprocal pat. Yet the expected touch never landed on its face. The husky let out a confused sound and looked at Jiang Yi, only to see Jiang Yi's undisguised disgust, and even a hint of faint panic in his eyes. Aurelius. It felt as if it had heard something, the sound of its heart shattering like glass. Aurelius's smile froze on its muzzle. Jiang Yi pressed his lips together, pulled his hand back, and took a large step backward. Aurelius crack. Another loud sound of a heart breaking. Aurelius's tail drooped down. Jiang Yi frowned, his mind filled with only one thought: damn it. This guy licked the Wilderness Witch's glove. He remembered how the system described it. Note, this glove possesses an automatic cleansing attribute. The Wilderness Witch has a heart and body that loves cleanliness. Do not let her feel displeased. The glove had been licked. Could the Wilderness Witch tolerate that? Sure enough, the very next second, the Wilderness Witch feels slightly displeased. The Wilderness Witch suggests that this creature could be burned to death. That really wasn't necessary. Jiang Yi tucked his hand back into his sleeve and said coldly, "Keep your dog in check." He certainly wanted the advanced rewards for the side quest, but he was perfectly capable of distinguishing who was the boss and who was just a little sausage. The tower merchant climbed out of the crate, grumbling, and hurriedly said, all right, I will discipline this stupid dog." The husky still ignored Ordos, only letting out a pitiful whimper. Its pathetic appearance stood in stark contrast to the arrogant demeanor it had when Jiang Yi first entered the shop, which was quite amusing. However, Jiang Yi had no intention of raising a pet during a short-term dungeon run, so he decided to let it go. Ordos glared at the crazed, stupid dog before speaking. "I wonder what you would like to trade for tower coins or other supplies. I have fresh canned goods here that I just got from the upper factories. Do you need any? There are also special weapons developed by the Third Weaponry. Those are quite good as well, and the price is negotiable." Jiang Yi directly rejected the merchant's sales pitch. With the supplies from the system, the Silver Wing Assassin, and the Wilderness Witch, it was hard for Jiang Yi to be impressed by the goods here. Jiang Yi said concisely, "I need a resident work permit for the 4th level, you know. Not the temporary transit pass kind." "Okay." Ordos's open mouth snapped shut. He truly was an experienced hunter. Not only was he experienced, but it felt as if he understood him very well. "Besides the work permit, I also need a set of clean work clothes and an electric tram that can travel on the 4th level." "Any kind will do." "An electric tram? Hiss, that price might exceed a bit. An electric tram doesn't just require a power supply certificate. You know, power supply certificates are only issued to qualified employees who have worked for at least a year. Even your work permit requires going through special channels, and even for me, that would be quite difficult. You know, I'm just a small tower merchant for the 1st to 3rd levels. I can't compare to." Jiang Yi didn't waste words. He directly tossed 10 packs of cigarettes and 2 large chunks of frozen black pork out from his storage space. Ordos lunged forward with a dive. Jiang Yi dodged with quick reflexes, letting the fat body land on the pork. Ordos held the cigarettes in one hand and stroked the black pork with the other, his wrinkles smoothing out into a smile. Yes, no problem. Leave it all to me. You can have the work permit right now. This is the work permit belonging to my brother-in-law's nephew's younger brother's own uncle. You can rest assured using it. As for the tram, when you arrive at the 4th level, go to shop number 70-to. Old Herbie, who runs the hardware store, will deliver the best and most durable tram to you on time. The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched imperceptibly. So much for needing to find channels. It seemed this wasn't so difficult for you after all. Truly, money, or in this case, cigarettes, can make the devil turn the mill. Regardless, as long as there was a way, it was fine. Jiang Yi nodded, indicating he accepted the trade. After Jiang Yi nodded, the system's notification sounded. You have completed the side quest, Aurelius. You have received the basic reward. Vehicle coins *100, silver treasure chest *1 prop card. Close your eyes when it gets dark *1 description. I rule the road survival. And when I say it gets dark, it gets dark. After using this prop card, a total darkness domain with a radius of 20 meters, visible only to the player, will be generated centered on the player. The duration is related to the player's spirit attribute strength. Based on current spirit attributes, the validity period will not exceed 15 minutes. Please note, those with a spirit attribute higher than 40 will be immune to the effects of this domain. After the basic rewards were finished, Jiang Yi had assumed he definitely wouldn't get the advanced rewards, but to his surprise, you have received the advanced reward. Single attribute enhancement pill *1. This enhancement pill has been designated for the spirit attribute. Description: consuming a single attribute enhancement pill grants a COM3 effect to a single attribute. The effect cannot be stacked within a certain period. You have unlocked the Aurelius favorability progress bar dungeon monster. Aurelius current favorability. Jiang Yi looked with surprise at the husky standing on the long table with its head and tail hanging low. After hesitating for a few seconds, he took a piece of snow leopard meat he had obtained from a golden treasure chest earlier out of his inventory. Seemingly catching the scent of the meat, the husky twitched its nose and instinctively looked toward Jiang Yi's palm. Perhaps Jiang Yi's look of disgust and the large step he had taken backward earlier had truly wounded the dog's pride. At this moment, even though Aurelius's drool had already flown 3 feet, it didn't rashly try to lick Jiang Yi's hand again. The little look in its eyes seemed rather pitiful. Jiang Yi smiled and tossed the piece of meat to Aurelius. The merchant Ordos behind him saw the meat, his eyes lighting up instantly, and he hurriedly reached out to grab it. However, Jiang Yi saw Aurelius, who had been looking at him so pitifully, bare its teeth. Its black pupils seemed to contract sharply, and the merchant's movements froze in place, his own pupils also beginning to contract involuntarily. What is this? A mental control skill. Having controlled Ordos, the husky slowly picked up the meat and carried it back to its dog bed. After that, the husky used the lounge chair to jump back onto the long table, twisted its body, and exposed its soft belly to Jiang Yi. Dungeon Monster of Aurelius's favorability COM5. Dungeon Monster of Aurelius's current favorability. As the favorability increased again, Jiang Yi looked at this husky with a strange gaze. He had been curious before about how this dog would manage to eat the cheek meat after he had handed it over to the merchant. Now it seemed that things were not as he had imagined. As expected of a mutated dungeon monster. Chapter 161. Scallion reporting live for you. Exiting the shop of the merchant Ordos, Jiang Yi glanced at the main screen. The time had already reached 10. Jiang Yi flipped through the pages to find the online members in the group chat. Sure enough, the page for Desert Island Banana had turned gray. Jiang Yi never underestimated other players. On one hand, he felt that everyone had their own opportunities, unless someone was a complete European emperor lucky person combined with a god of war. One should generally never ignore the growth potential of others. On the other hand, as the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Being surrounded and attacked is a terrifying situation. In many cases, reality is not a novel. Unless one has reached a certain transcendent level of power, the outcome of being surrounded is death. This was also the reason why, even though Jiang Yi didn't really care much for human nature or friendship within the main game, he still opened his shop and maintained dealings with players like the window that won't close. Because there was a shop open to sell goods, because there were interests involved with other players, and because of his own formidable strength. These 3 reasons were why, even though melancholy little Fry was far ahead in first place, he hadn't been targeted by other players. Only when there are benefits that others can obtain can the rules be enforced. With a clear gaze, Jiang Yi closed the chat box. He opened the map and moved toward another marked location, the teleportation channel. The teleportation channel was the only means of transportation between the upper and lower levels of the tower during the 7-day early access pass. Due to the needs of a quest handover, Jiang Yi had once traveled to the second basement level. Although it was only one level apart, the first and second basement levels were completely different in appearance. The first basement level was a wilderness where people preyed on each other, while the second basement level already featured some small factories and residential areas. People could work in the factories to exchange for more nutrient solution and other supplies, no longer having to guard the pipes, waiting for the distribution of limited food. With basic survival conditions met, people's mental states had also improved significantly. There were even some small shops on the second basement level. Although they didn't sell much, they could basically satisfy people's needs. Jiang Yi recalled this while heading toward the teleportation channel according to the map's markings. This teleportation channel was located within the territory of the Wanderers. Jiang Yi quickened his pace. On the way, he encountered some existences similar to players. There was no helping it. Players were still too conspicuous. Compared to the numbness of the people in the underground, the players' eyes were much more detached to them. This was just a 7-day game dungeon. Jiang Yi saw a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s by the side of the road, using a long blade to drive away the natives. He arrived under a pipe, holding 2 tubes of yellow-green nutrient solution in his hand. The middle-aged man looked at the nutrient solution with a suspicious and uncertain gaze. Not sure if this stuff was drinkable. You have obtained low-grade nutrient solution *to description. Low-grade nutrient solution originating from the watchtower. Rich in raw materials * diverse flavor profiles * after consumption. It can satisfy minimum survival needs. The middle-aged man looked at the string of tildes on the main screen and felt that this thing was a trap. But he hadn't obtained food for too long. If he continued like this, he would probably die in the game. So, he stopped caring about it. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. The glass seal on top of the nutrient solution popped open with a pop, and the middle-aged man poured the solution into his mouth. Immediately after, Jiang Yi counted down 3 seconds in his heart. The middle-aged man suddenly lowered his head, his face turning green. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to spit the stuff out. But thinking about how hard it was to obtain this food, he kept his mouth shut. A few seconds later, the middle-aged man collapsed to the ground as if exhausted, starting to pant heavily. At the same time, Jiang Yi saw in the group chat channel, player Mango of the Bamboo Staff and Straw Sandals Zhuzhong Mangzi King Sheng Madi Mangor, the underground nutrient solution. It can be consumed, but for the taste, those who want to experience something exotic can try it. Player DiCaprio Tomato Shikapuli Offenki. What does it taste like? Seeing the Wild King's comment, Jiang Yi gave a soft O. It seemed the Wild King had successfully joined the Wanderers. The Mango of the Bamboo Staff and Straw Sandals seemed to ponder for a moment before saying, "A bizarre taste. Have you ever eaten an American cockroach?" Player DiCaprio Tomato. Brother, your taste is this exotic. Player Mango of the Bamboo Staff and Straw Sandals. I tasted it when I was brewing traditional Chinese medicine for my child. It tastes just like that. Player Lemon of the Hatsune Miku that never came. Player Hatsune Miku's missing lemon. What kind of trash dungeon is this? If I'd known, I wouldn't have come in even if it meant getting my supplies deducted. Many players behind were sharing what they had seen and heard on the first level. Just as everyone was chatting away, a post was suddenly pinned directly to the top of the group chat. Player Isaac Sky High Scallion Please Don't Dox Me Edition used a pinning prop card. Watchtower Dungeon Strategy Friendly Discussion Thread. Seeing the title of the post, the corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. It's finally up. Jiang Yi clicked on the post. The content wasn't very long, but it basically covered the areas players cared about the most. Hello everyone. I am Isaac Sky High Scallion Please Don't Dox Me Edition. This post is only for friendly discussion regarding the dungeon strategy. I take no responsibility for the authenticity of the content in this post or any subsequent matters. I'm just posting it for everyone to take a look. 1. Regarding the surface and the underground. The Watchtower dungeon is based on the Acid Rain border city. According to the intelligence seen so far, the surface city is Sea City. The area of Sea City is extremely large, conservatively estimated. The initial population is no less than 1 million. The underground is the core of the dungeon, the watchtower, which is a shelter used to relocate residents and maintain social life. 2. Regarding the underground passages and their entrances. Connecting the surface and the underground are the entrances to various underground passages. There are 2 ways to enter these entrances. Explore on your own high danger level. Will encounter fish corpses of different levels. Follow a squad inside lower danger level. And there is a certain probability of triggering additional events. The squads seem to originate from the middle and upper levels of the tower. 3. Regarding the distribution of underground levels. Currently, the first level is known, mainly consisting of refugees, exiles, and prisoners. Supplies are scarce, mainly sourced from the nutrient solution in the pipes. For the situation regarding the nutrient solution, please refer to the description by player Bamboo Staff and Straw Sandals Light as a horse's mango. Those who enjoy exotic experiences can give it a try. The second level is mainly composed of factory employees. Supplies are relatively scarce but can meet basic living needs. Mainly sourced from working in factories and operating small shops, however. Be aware that operating small shops seems to carry the risk of being robbed. The third level is mainly composed of large factories, shops, and various organizations. Supplies are relatively abundant, and the sources of supplies are also very diverse. Regarding organizations, currently known organizations. The largest organization within the first to third levels is the Wanderers, followed by the Enforcers, Tree Heart Technology, and Precision Engineering. The Enforcers hold a relatively special status. They are the law enforcement organization for residents of the second and third levels. They collect rent and pipe fees, maintain public order, and seem to have the right to supervise factory production. My personal strength is limited, and my exploration intelligence is limited, but I will update the post in real time. If there are players who want to share their experiences, you can reply directly under the post. I will consider whether to add it to the main body of the post after seeing it. Finally, reiterating, do not dox me. The post is for entertainment purposes only. Scallion reporting live for you. Chapter 162. Young Master, he pays for everyone's consumption. As Sky High Scallion was actually the window that won't close. Jiang Yi instantly doxed him. The post had already been pinned, and a little flame of popularity at the top soared directly. The function to post naturally came from a prop sold in the Red Fox Huerta shop. It was a rather special item called the Public Opinion Pavilion, priced at a full 300 Czech coins. Moreover, this was the internal employee price Huerta gave to the window that won't close. The window that won't close didn't hide anything from the big boss. As early as the first day, he had sent Jiang Yi all the products for sale in the shop. The reason the window that won't close never paid attention to this item was simple. 1. He had no money. 2. He didn't understand the rules of this thing. In short, even if he initially had the idea of selling intelligence, the window that won't close never thought of this prop. Because to a certain extent, the window that won't close didn't feel that the Public Opinion Pavilion and selling intelligence were the same thing. In fact, in his view, these two things should be diametrically opposed. After all, if the Public Opinion Pavilion shared all the information, what would he have left to sell? But in Jiang Yi's eyes, it was completely different. As a former streamer, Jiang Yi knew the essence of this thing all too well. This is a marketing account. If you maintain the channels well in the early stage, you can fully monetize it in the later stage. As long as the information shared in the early stage is accurate enough, useful enough, and the audience is large enough, you can generate stable subscriptions in the later stage. The price of the subscription doesn't need to be high, but conversely, the cost of maintenance naturally won't be high either. As long as the momentum is built well enough in the early stage and the scope of influence is large enough, it actually becomes safer in the later stage. Because everyone doesn't want to lose such a stable, reliable, and relatively independent source of information. Investment requires a long-term vision. Once the first person clicks in, there will be a second, a third, a fourth. The reaction of every player who clicked into the post and saw the content was surprisingly consistent. First, exclamation. Player the cleanest sugar cane in the Ganges, holy crap. Player the Milky Way's melon, holy crap. Player Hatsune Miku's missing lemon, holy cow. Player West Capri tomato, cow. Player Marco Polo's pineapple, brother or sister, you are righteous. Player the cleanest sugar cane in the Ganges, brother or sister, you are righteous. Player the Milky Way's melon, brother or sister, you are righteous. Player Hatsune Miku's missing lemon, brother or sister, you are righteous. Wild King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sent a message without caring at all. Player West Capri Tomato, brother or sister stands there. The light on their body is so bright that even the Buddha would retreat 3,000 paces. Someone replied. Player Hatsune Miku's missing lemon, West Capri Tomato, the guy above. Don't break the formation. After copying and pasting the message, the players behind followed suit with come one, brother or sister, you are righteous, brother or sister, you are righteous, brother or sister, you are righteous. After a flood of righteousness, the popularity of the post continued to soar, with a beep. Guanbusheng Decking heard the system broadcast. The popularity of the Public Opinion Pavilion you operate has exceeded 10,000. The Public Opinion Pavilion has reached the online threshold. You have received an operating reward, 50 Chech coins. Seeing the funds arrive, the corners of Guanbusheng Deckwing's mouth nearly stretched to the sky. As expected of the big boss Little Fries, the eternal god, he had already recouped the 50 Chech coin principal. However, the system's next broadcast made Guanbusheng Decking frown. Please note, all online shops must participate in monthly quality inspections. If a shop fails the inspection, a certain fine will be charged. In serious cases, the shop's operating qualifications will be revoked. Please take note, shop owners, quality inspection. The teacher never taught this. Guanbusheng Decking let out in a subconsciously wanting to find the big boss again, and fortunately, even now, he didn't know the big boss's ID. The big boss hadn't come to find him proactively. Once this thought settled, Guanbusheng Decking instantly felt his life had become a little grayer. Guanbusheng Decking clicked his tongue, picked up the trademarks waiting to be posted on the assembly line, and caught a glimpse of the idea of the Wild King being fed in the public channel. His heart couldn't help but feel a bit sour and bloated. Damn it. What right does this blondie have? It must be that he shamelessly bewitched the big boss. As the sourness hit, Guanbusheng Decking shook his head. The big boss must have his reasons for doing this. He must be testing me, otherwise, why would he hand such important things to me to handle? Only a relationship that can withstand tests is a truly lasting one. It's not something those random strays out there can compare to. That must be it. If Jiang Yi knew what Guanbusheng Decking was thinking, he would only look at the latter with a righteous expression and say, "You must be possessed." The reason Jiang Yi handed this matter to Guanbusheng Decking was simple. He just wanted to be a hands-off manager. Seeing that the post was having a pretty good effect, Jiang Yi felt relieved. Guanbusheng Decking didn't have enough money, so he had invested a portion. This portion represented the original shares. He didn't expect to break even immediately in this dungeon. Investment, after all, always has a cycle. He had already tried his best to let Guanbusheng Decking choose a stable development route. If nothing went wrong, according to Jiang Yi's guess, Guanbusheng Decking might already be living a regular 9-to-5 life in some factory, a lifestyle he couldn't even enjoy in the real world. And as for himself, he still had to miserably head to the 4th underground level to find that non-existent Valkyria base. Jiang Yi exhaled a breath of stale air. The dim pipe world in his line of sight suddenly cleared up. The rough walls inside the pipe suddenly turned into hard, metallic walls gleaming with a cold, silvery white light. Blue virtual lines swam within them. Jiang Yi remembered that when he entered the underground passage, it was these blue lines that scanned his game coins. Jiang Yi steadied his breathing and let those blue rays scan his body again. After walking forward a few steps, Jiang Yi saw some people wearing clown badges on their chests. These people were in a hurry. Seeing Jiang Yi approach, they only glanced at him casually. One of them spoke up. The 10 tower coins, for the TLEPORTATON. 10 tower coins. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. How did he remember Hebao saying it cost 5 tower coins for 1 teleportation? Good grief, doubling the price, are we? Jiang Yi said without hesitation. Put it on Hebao's tab. Chapter 163. The color of the sky. In another part of the tunnel, who was carrying an iron rod sneezed. After sneezing, Hebao sniffled and couldn't help but mutter, having diarrhea and sneezing. Could someone be trying to harm me? Kulong, who was nearby, said speechlessly. Who has the time to eat shit and try to harm you? Hibao rolled his eyes, not wanting to bother with these two guys who were just spouting sarcasm. At the entrance of the teleportation channel, put it on Hibao's tab. The man looked at Jiang Yi in surprise. Jiang Yi's expression was calm as he urged, hurry up. This familiar tone, this big shot attitude, it was definitely the style of those three. The man also rolled his eyes and gave Jiang Yi the middle finger, only to find that Jiang Yi's middle finger was already raised. Fine, one of our own. The two shared a knowing smile. The corporate culture of the Wanderers was truly something. The man laughed, lowered his middle finger, and personally led Jiang Yi toward the teleportation channel. As they walked, the man asked, brother, which level are you going to? What business are you on? Is it convenient for you to bring some things up for us brothers? The first two questions weren't important. The last one was the point. Jiang Yi said ambiguously, going up to handle the boss's business. I'll bring some food and cigarettes for you brothers. All right, all right. The man nodded repeatedly, his face beaming like a flower. What should I call you, brother? Jiang Tu, got it. Brother Jiang. We'll be waiting for you. No problem. Jiang Yi nodded readily. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived inside the teleportation channel. Although it was called a channel, it was actually a fairly large, silvery white room. The room was over a dozen cubic meters in size. According to Hibao, this was just one of the channels. A few years ago, they had seen it once, when the lower levels dispatched a large force. They opened 6 channels at once. Batch after batch of fully armed soldiers in military uniforms were sent to the surface to carry out missions. After that incident, a large area above the city was designated as a restricted zone, and the Watchtower seemed to have suffered a major blow. Ever since then, they would only dispatch small squads of troops up to carry out cleanups and extractions. Recalling Hibao's words, Jiang Yi waved goodbye to the smiling wanderer. Once the men turned away, the smile on Jiang Yi's face faded bit by bit. A blue light emerged, and a sweet, electric-tinged female voice distinctly different from the system spoke up. May I ask which level you are heading to? The 4th level. Jiang Yi replied, and at the same time, 4 game coins appeared at his fingertips. A blue light swept over the coins, and the sweet female voice sounded again. Understood. Loading complete. You will arrive at the Watchtower, level 4, in 60 seconds. During the transfer, you may feel a slight sense of dizziness. Do not be nervous. This is normal. Jiang Yi nodded. Pale blue light gathered in the center, beginning as a single point of light before condensing into the shape of an inverted pagoda. Each level of the pagoda unfolded before Jiang Yi's eyes and stacked beneath the base. Jiang Yi saw the first level, which appeared entirely brown, followed by the gray 2nd and 3rd levels representing factories. Immediately following those were the light blue 4th, 5th, and 6th levels. Jiang Yi's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but speak. Light blue. Jiang Yi's voice echoed within the vast, empty space. The female voice paused, seemingly surprised that someone would converse with her. However, the intelligent entity pondered for less than half a second before replying in a gentle tone. Yes, light blue. That is the original color of the sky. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. You have arrived at the 4th level. I wish you a pleasant life. With a click, the sound of an airbag linkage rotating echoed, and the door to the transfer channel opened. A blinding light bloomed in Jiang Yi's vision, and he couldn't help but squint. A clean, dry breeze, devoid of any dampness, blew through the air, lifting the slightly long bangs on Jiang Yi's forehead. A touch of pure blue appeared in his pupils. Jiang Yi's pupils trembled. The channel slowly rose, and Jiang Yi's figure was pushed out by a gentle repulsive force. Jiang Yi's boots stepped onto the floor tiles. Floor tiles. Jiang Yi looked down. They were truly floor tiles. It was no longer the filthy ground mixed with mud, stains, and various unknown substances, but rather tiles laid out in a regular pattern. Jiang Yi looked ahead and even saw stone pillars, signposts, benches, and an old man dozing on one of the benches. The sidewalk was swallowed by an asphalt road at the end, and various vehicles were driving along the asphalt. However, not a single vehicle emitted exhaust fumes. The underground no longer used non-renewable gasoline or diesel, having switched entirely to electricity or other energy sources. A noisy, rustling sound arose, Jiang Yi looked back and saw a child who had dropped a small piece of bread on the ground without realizing it. Jiang Yi instinctively stepped forward to pick up the bread and reached out to hand it to the child. The child and the adult beside them both said thank you, then turned and tossed it into a trash can marked with a special recycling symbol, saying gently, "It's dirty from the ground, we won't eat it, okay?" The adult and child slowly disappeared from Jiang Yi's sight. Jiang Yi looked at the remaining coconut shavings from the bread on his hand, not knowing what he was thinking. He chuckled, a smile that held a hint of irony and an inexplicable flavor. This made those in the first level who would turn their blades against their own kind for 2 tubes of nutrient solution seem like a joke. So, the upper levels of the watchtower were like this. No wonder these people locked the passages between the levels so tightly. Jiang Yi was able to come down by relying on the game coins provided by the system to bypass the scans. But as for the natives, Jiang Yi only knew that the original Zuzhan had been sent directly to the first level because he couldn't pay rent after losing an arm in the factory and becoming unable to work. The cold smile on Jiang Yi's face faded. Without a word, he cleaned the coconut shavings from his fingers. Jiang Yi calmed his mood and opened the main screen. The main quest on the screen had been updated. Main quest 2. Join any faction within the watchtower. Quest duration, quest rewards, car coins *10. Vehicle upgrade fragments *10, beginner survival pack 1. Note, the faction you join will directly affect the direction of subsequent main quests as well as corresponding rewards. Penalties, etc. It will ultimately affect your overall evaluation. Please make your decision carefully. Quest penalty. If the quest is not completed within the specified time, 30% of your supplies will be deducted. The main quest had been updated, and Jiang Yi had 1 day left. However, unlike the early access card period, Jiang Yi undoubtedly had more choices on the 4th level. Chapter 164. This is the value of collections and friends know. Naturally, he had to go find the number 70 to shop mentioned by the tower merchant Ordo's old Herbie's hardware store to retrieve his electric vehicle. Jiang Yi opened the map. Only a small area was unlocked on it. Jiang Yi let out a breath of stale air. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the idiot-proof map guidance in RPG games that he always complained about. Although most players would complain that this stuff weakened the gaming experience and deprived players of the freedom to explore the map. But now, Jiang Yi just wanted to say, whoever likes this freedom can have it. Jiang Yi sighed in resignation and began using the most primitive method, walking onto legs, looking at road signs, and asking for directions. He finally found the right way. Fortunately, shop number 72 was actually on the same road as the transfer channel, not very far away. As Jiang Yi walked forward, he noticed that the bulletin boards on both sides of the sidewalk were posting some recruitment advertisements. Tree Heart Technology, our zone, is hiring pharmacists. Those with experience in drug testing and compounding are preferred. Excellent salary and benefits, negotiable upon interview. Location, Tree Heart Building, Blocka. Tree Heart Technology, J-Zone, is recruiting explorer squads. Excellent salary and benefits, negotiable upon interview. Location, Tree Heart Building, Block B. Shuxing University of Science and Technology is now recruiting lecturers across various fields. Research achievements must meet the following criteria. Must have published at least 2 papers in **** partitions, or presented at **** conferences. Priority will be given to those with strong academic capabilities. Salary is negotiable. Location, Administrative Office, East District. Shuxing University of Science and Technology. After reading several in a row, they were all advertisements for Shuxing Technology. Jiang Yi rubbed his chin. It seemed that Shuxing Technology was the monopolistic power on the 4th floor of the tower. The promotional advertisements covered research, exploration, and had even extended to university education. The world from the 4th floor and above was infinitely close to the reality before the acid rain. Jiang Yi's gaze continued forward, just as he saw after the slogan warning. Reselling supplies is illegal. Illegal reselling will be strictly cracked down upon. Violators will be prosecuted. The enforcers. A pair of hands covered in long, black hair pressed onto the slogan and, right in front of Jiang Yi, tore it down. Jiang Yi. The man tore the slogan down, noticed Jiang Yi's gaze, and chuckled. These guys love to post all sorts of messy things. It ruins the city's appearance. Jiang Yi. Good stuff from down below. Jiang Yi, good grief. Doing business right in the face of a warning. Are we? Jiang Yi was amused. Gill meat. He had just sold hundreds of those himself. Jiang Yi waved his hand, indicating he didn't need any. The old man didn't take it too hard. Just took a slow look at the recruitment ad posted by Shounen Technology and gave a dismissive tch, muttering, "Those guys who should be hanging from street lamps." After saying that, the old man turned and walked away. Jiang Yi hadn't paid much attention to it either, continuing forward in the direction pointed out by a kind passerby earlier. But the further he walked, the more wrong it felt. This old man was constantly in front of him. The two walked one after the other, their destination seemingly the same. Jiang Yi thought to himself, "No way." Jiang Yi slowed his pace, falling behind the old man, and sure enough, he saw a large 72 appear on a row of uniform brown shops marked with numbers. And the old man turned into this very shop. Jiang Yi, damn it. I knew I'd always run into these eccentric characters. The old man stepped into the shop, poured himself a glass of liquid that looked like milk but was as thin as water, downed it in one gulp, and turned around to see Jiang Yi standing at the door with a complicated expression. The old man let out an "oh my," and raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yi. "What's the matter, young man? Still want some gill meat?" Too shy to say it earlier. "Oh my, I know you young people, after all. The special effects of gill meat. You little ones just don't want to admit it." Jiang Yi, what special effects? He didn't know, and he didn't have any. With a dark face, Jiang Yi walked into shop No. 72, and like Ordo's, the shop was kept very clean. On the inner wall of the shop hung a map. This map wasn't of the world Jiang Yi was familiar with or any other country. Looking at it as a whole, it seemed to be the hiking where this world was located. 3 sides were surrounded by bays, and further out was the ocean. The only place connecting to land was another city, which was hidden in the bottom left corner. Various terrains were clearly marked on the map, and even the distribution of highways could be seen in full. Jiang Yi's heart stirred, and he took the initiative to speak. "How much for this map?" "The map?" The old man was stunned, not expecting Jiang Yi to ask to buy this. The old man scratched his face. 3 tower coins each. If anyone else were present, they would surely expose this guy as a complete profiteer right in front of Jiang Yi selling a map for 3 tower coins. Why not just rob someone? But Jiang Yi didn't care at all. "I want 50. The old man spat out the drink in his mouth with a f. Jiang Yi remained expressionless. "I don't want this wet one." Old Herbie. Old Herbie put down his cup and began to re-evaluate the young man in front of him. He had misjudged him. This was actually a rare sucker. No, wait. A high-quality customer, buying 50 maps. This guy didn't look like some crazy, nostalgic hoarder either. Although there were countless people with all sorts of quirks inside the tower, people who liked to hoard maps were still rare. Old Herbie hissed, "I should have asked for 5 tower coins." This guy didn't seem to have any concept of market price. He agreed so readily. "I probably could have gotten away with 5 tower coins." Old Herbie regretted it in his heart. But on the surface, he put on an enthusiastic smile. "I just love young people with unique tastes like you. 50 maps, is it? I should have that many here. But this batch of maps is old stock. Some of the ink has faded. I also have deluxe collector's editions. Back in the day, I sold them for 10 tower coins. But for a customer with taste like you," putting on a very sincere look, 6 tower coins will do. That's the value of a collection and friendship." Jiang Yi chuckled and said bluntly, 50 maps at 3 tower coins each will do." Old Herbie let out an "oh my" and wanted to persuade him further. But Jiang Yi's next sentence made Old Herbie's expression freeze on his face. "Also, is my electric vehicle ready?" Chapter 165 Chirpchirp Electric Vehicle. Old Herbie's smile froze on his face. Just as he stood up, he discovered that Jiang Yi was slowly pulling the door of his shop shut right in front of him. The virtual simulated daylight was blocked outside. As the last trace of light dissipated, only the shop's interior lights remained, along with Jiang Yi, who stood at the door with a polite smile on his face. Old Herbie's facial muscles twitched. It was that ruthless guy who had produced over 300 fish carcasses in one go. After closing the door, Jiang Yi walked over to sit directly across from Old Herbie. He sat upright in the swivel chair and asked, "Is the tram ready?" Old Herbie wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly plastered a fawning smile on his face. "Yes, it's been ready for you for a long time." As he spoke, Old Herbie handed a blue card to Jiang Yi. "This is the power pass. You can only supply power to the tram by using this card." Jiang Yi took the card with a calm expression, though he was secretly curious. The card looked somewhat like an NFC card from his own world, but he hadn't expected that this thin, unassuming piece of plastic could actually power a tram. The technology tree in this world seemed more advanced than the one back home. Then again, they were capable of building shelters deep underground. It was likely that their level of technological development had already surpassed his own era. Jiang Yi took the card and waited for Old Herbie to finish organizing the maps for him. Jiang Yi wasn't collecting these maps for his own sake. Of course, he intended to sell them to other players. If the photography function within the dungeon game hadn't been disabled, Jiang Yi would have just sent them the images directly. The price of 3 tower coins per map was certainly a bit steep. But since tower coins were useless once you left the game, Jiang Yi didn't bother haggling over it. His time was extremely limited, and he had more important tasks to complete. Although the players had already entered the underground, that didn't mean they wouldn't return to the surface. If Jiang Yi's guess was correct, most players only possessed 3 or fewer game coins. Only a small fraction of players could enter the deeper levels of the tower, which meant most players were restricted to activities on levels 1 through 3. Furthermore, the main quest, Join a Faction, further limited the players' options to groups like the Wanderers, Precision Craftsmen, Enforcers, or Factories. If they joined any of those organizations, they would inevitably have to return to the surface to complete missions. Familiarizing themselves with the map was still quite important. 50 maps, all here for you. Old Herbie packed the maps and handed them to Jiang Yi, who stored them away in his space stone. Old Herbie added, "I've parked the tram across the street. You can use it right away." Jiang Yi nodded slightly, showing no intention of getting up. Cold sweat beaded on Old Herbie's forehead again. He let out a dry laugh and asked, "Yes, is there anything else you need?" At the same time, Old Herbie prayed silently in his heart, hoping that the answer would be nothing at all. Under Old Herbie's eager gaze, Jiang Yi nodded. Little lamb. Old Herbie cursed inwardly, not even daring to pray anymore. He just hoped it wasn't for weapons or something of that nature. Even though he could get his hands on them, he still remembered the last guy who asked for that kind of stuff. He had gone straight to rob the Tree Heart Bank. During that period, he was so afraid of being robbed that he wanted to take the sewers whenever he went out to buy groceries. Fortunately, Jiang Yi had no such plans. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, considering Old Herbie's own shady background, and asked, "Have you heard of Valkyria?" Jiang Yi didn't mention the genetic modification serum directly, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Jiang Yi watched Old Herbie's face, not missing a single micro-expression. To his disappointment, however, Old Herbie showed no reaction upon hearing the name Valkyria, looking completely bewildered. "Valkyria? What's that?" Old Herbie asked. "A place name," Jiang Yi said vaguely, hearing that it was just an inquiry for information. Old Herbie's expression relaxed significantly. However, he had never heard of a place called Valkyria. Old Herbie shook his head. "Never heard of it. Is there anything special about this place?" "A place used for experiments. A place for experiments. On the 4th level, places used for experiments almost all belong to Tree Heart Technology, but none of the major laboratories made public by Tree Heart Technology are called Valkyria." Jiang Yi caught a crucial piece of information. Places for experiments almost all belong to Tree Heart Technology. Old Herbie nodded. He seemed to dislike this so-called Tree Heart Technology very much. Only them. Like a dog marking its territory, they occupy one place after another, and they all have to be branded with their label. Jiang Yi recalled the Tree Heart Tower, Tree Heart University, Tree Heart Real Estate Exchange, Tree Heart Film and Culture Company, and even the Tree Heart dessert shop he had seen in the advertisements along the way. Old Herbie's description didn't seem wrong at all. If you're certain it's on the 4th level, perhaps Valkyria was just its former name, and it might belong to Tree Heart Technology now. Old Herbie offered his guess. For the moment, Jiang Yi had no further leads. He simply grunted in acknowledgement and made a mental note of the name Tree Heart Technology. It seemed that if he wanted to find Valkyria and the Babel genetic modification serum within it, he would have to look into this Tree Heart Technology. After asking a few more questions about the distribution of factions on the 4th level and the situation regarding Tree Heart Technology, Jiang Yi finally walked out of shop before entering the shop. Jiang Yi had switched to the title I Beat Elites, but unfortunately, he hadn't managed to replicate anything from Old Herbie. The probability of this thing was still too low. Even though Jiang Yi used it like a searchlight, the success rate remained terrifyingly low. He wasn't discouraged by the lack of results. After stepping out of the shop, Jiang Yi looked across the street. The tram parked across the street. Jiang Yi muttered to himself while scanning the area. About 5 seconds later, he thought in confusion, am I going blind? Could this be a lingering side effect of true sight? Logically, a tram is so large that it should be impossible for me to miss it. Jiang Yi watched for a while longer. Traffic flowed on the road. Most of the vehicles were silver white and compact, giving off a futuristic city vibe. Finally, after several cars flashed by, Jiang Yi peered through the layers of obstacles. His gaze swept past what appeared to be a parking space marked with thick, light blue lines, and he saw it parked neatly inside, next to it a small electric scooter. Jiang Yi paused for 2 seconds, then tapped his palm against the card Old Herbie had just given him. A pale blue arc of response light flickered, and then Jiang Yi heard two distinct sounds: chirp, chirp. Chapter 166. This favor can be done, oh man, brother, it even makes noise, that's cool. Anvil's voice echoed in his consciousness. Jiang Yi closed his eyes and turned around. Shop closed. 5 large characters appeared above the shop entrance. Jiang Yi. No wonder the old guy was acting so guilty just now. Electric vehicle. Damn it. An electric scooter is technically an electric vehicle too. Jiang Yi was almost amused to the point of anger. He was so dazed while walking across the zebra crossing that he was nearly struck by a small silver-white car driving past. After crossing the road and arriving beside the small electric scooter that was also entirely white, Jiang Yi looked at the electric car next to it, then back at his own scooter, refusing to give up. He took out the card, and the scooter chirped twice again. Jiang Yi noticed there was even a safety helmet in the scooter's basket. Jiang Yi sighed silently, feeling the urge to return to the first floor and wipe out the Ordo store. Calm down. Compared to most players who had to rely on their 2 legs to walk, he was already far ahead. It's better than some, even if it's worse than others. After comforting himself, Jiang Yi, who had been fuming that 300 fish corpses had only netted him a small electric scooter, finally resigned himself to his fate. He put the helmet on his head. Jiang Yi reorganized his thoughts. First, he needed to list the maps. He opened the group chat channel. Jiang Yi posted a message directly within the thread that had already surpassed 10,000 views. Player on Ina's Potato. A batch of C-City maps. Each map costs 2 vehicle upgrade fragments. If anyone is interested, feel free to send me a private message. As soon as he posted, there was an immediate reply under the comment thread. Player fresh and crisp starfruit maps. Good stuff. 2 vehicle upgrade fragments. I'll take one. After the transfer was completed, this brother Starfruit sent a private message directly. Player Fresh and Crisp Starfruit has initiated a temporary chat with you via the group chat. Fresh and Crisp Starfruit, brother, are you there? I want one map. I need his potato, sure. I've opened the link. Jiang Yi forwarded the link. This link allowed for an automatic transaction once the trading conditions were met. It had to be said, in some aspects, the system was quite user-friendly. Fresh and Crisp Starfruit, alright. You're a straightforward person. The 2 vehicle upgrade fragments were sent over. Jiang Yi was just about to close the chat window, intending to leave the trading matters to Anvil, when suddenly, Starfruit sent another message. Fresh and Crisp Starfruit, brother, since you can get your hands on maps, does that mean you've already mastered a lot of useful information? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Fresh and Crisp Starfruit seemed to have sensed Jiang Yi's hesitation and immediately sent a message. Fresh and Crisp Starfruit, brother, don't misunderstand, I'm not a freeloader. I asked her on in the thread, and no one knows any relevant information. which is why I thought I'd try my luck with you. If you happen to know anything about it, I'm willing to pay 20 vehicle upgrade fragments. Car coins would work too. That's quite a lot of sincerity. Jiang Yi sent a message, I can. But I don't necessarily know. Seeing this message, the person on the other side immediately took the cigarette out of his mouth and flicked it while holding it in his hand. Fresh and crisp starfruit. Okay, fresh and crisp starfruit, brother. Do you know about the Wanderers? It's the largest organization between the first and third floors mentioned in the thread. The Wanderers. He knew them all too well. Jiang Yi's expression turned strange. Not only had he worked for them, but he had also sent an informant to them not long ago. Why was this guy looking for the Wanderers? Did he want to join the organization too? Anina's potato, I know them. Jiang Yi was concise. Fresh and crisp starfruit, great. Then brother, do you know the situation inside the Wanderers? I mainly need to find a third seat. Jiang Yi's eyes widened slightly. The third seat wasn't that Reese. Brother Starfruit continued to send. It's nothing about killing or arson. That wasn't what Jiang Yi was worried about. To be honest, Reese wasn't exactly a pushover. Killing or arson, unless it reached a certain level, it probably wouldn't have much of an impact on Reese. Inside the pop-up window, the message continued to arrive. Fresh and crisp starfruit. If you know their location or have any other clues. After sending this, Starfruit frowned deeply. He flicked the cigarette in his hand. If he didn't want the other party to sense his urgency and demand an exorbitant price, he would have wanted to say that money was no object. As long as the other party wasn't a big shot like melancholy little fry who lacked neither money nor resources, he should still be able to afford it. Jiang Yi rubbed his chin. After sorting out his thoughts in his mind, he suddenly thought of something and smiled playfully. He first found someone else in the private chat channel. Anina's potato. Have you successfully managed to get close to Reese yet? The person on the other side replied in seconds after 2 seconds. Sicaprio tomato. I succeeded, boss. Seeing the message from Wild King, Jiang Yi subconsciously stiffened his face and nodded, then realized wait, the other side couldn't see him. Jiang Yi silently wiped the deadpan expression off his face and typed out a message. Anina's potato. There's a player whose quest is related to Reese. Anina's potato. I suspect he isn't joining the Wanderers. Because Jiang Yi knew very well that after joining the Wanderers, as the largest force between the first and third floors, the main quest unlocked should be to increase reputation. As for other side quests, Jiang Yi felt there was no urgency. This brother didn't need to ask around in the thread to other players. Therefore, judging by logic and the urgency of time, Jiang Yi felt that this brother Yang Tao or perhaps sister must have joined an organization other than the Wanderers. And it just so happened that the third main quest they unlocked was related to Reese. An organization outside the Wanderers, Precision Engineering, Enforcers. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes in thought. The influence of Precision Engineering was not even as strong as the Wanderers. If the second quest were directly linked to Reese, it would undoubtedly cause most players who joined Precision Engineering to fail the quest. From this perspective, it seemed unlikely. Then that would mean the Enforcers, who had the fewest members but appeared to have the highest status. Jiang Yi guessed casually. Regardless, Reese could be sold out. Wait, no, this favor could be done. Jiang Yi continued to type in the chat box. You can keep an eye on it. You might be able to complete the fourth quest. Yu Wang had already joined the Wanderers. Based on the experience from the previous advance cards, he had likely already unlocked the third main quest and was accumulating reputation points. If another player's quest was targeting Reese, it might just be an opportunity for Yu Wang. Often, when dealing with people, one doesn't need to provide help in a time of need. Accumulating small favors is just as effective for long-term investment. Inside the chat window, a message popped up abruptly. DiCaprio Tomato, holy crap, thanks, Daddy. The moment he saw this message, Jiang Yi almost reflexively replied, You're welcome, you little dog. Fortunately, the second his finger hovered over the input field, Jiang Yi clearly saw the ID he was currently using. Wait, he was currently wearing the skin of Little Fries. And on the other side, the person clearly realized something as well. DiCaprio Tomato, message retracted. DiCaprio Tomato, thanks. Big boss, cute kneeling. As the message popped up, 5 vehicle coins were sent over by Yu Wang. Chapter 167 Level -4. Jiang Yi didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the 5 vehicle coins. In another window, he sent over Reese's approximate location. The location itself wasn't exactly classified. After all, if even Zuzhan could find it, it was only a matter of time before other players found it too. After sending the approximate location, the other party quickly sent 20 vehicle upgrade fragments to Jiang Yi, and even threw in a bottle of mineral water as a bonus. After storing the upgrade fragments and the mineral water, Jiang Yi put on his helmet and pulled out the work ID that Ordos had given him earlier. That is, the work ID of what Ordos called his brother-in-law's nephew's younger brother's biological uncle. Jiang Yi flipped it over and curiously looked at the contents of the ID. Name: Link Ordos. Jiang Yi's expression turned strange. Could it really be the work ID of Ordos's brother-in-law's nephew's younger brother's biological uncle? Jiang Yi continued reading down. Occupation: janitor, affiliated company, Tree Heart Technology Co., Limited. Jiang Yi's eyes slowly widened. Tree Heart Technology Co., Limited. Wasn't this exactly where he was headed? He was just about to go to Tree Heart Technology. The identity of a janitor would also make it convenient for him to investigate the interior. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly, and he even pushed aside his urge to wipe out Ordos's shop. Alright, then, he would just use this work ID to report to the company. The only problem was, would anyone actually know Ordos's brother-in-law's nephew's younger brother's biological uncle? In any case, he would go and see. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yi stuck the card onto his little electric scooter, twisted the right handle, and the scooter started up. The scooter drove out smoothly for a distance. Jiang Yi followed the highway forward, feeling a bit like he was back in the main game of highway survival. Humans are truly quite masochistic creatures. When he was in highway survival, he wanted to blow up the sky, the earth, and air. But in the dungeon game, he suddenly found himself missing the relatively stable life of highway survival. Mainly, he missed his big forklift, the quality inspection bed, the passionate dynamic light strips, and his buddy, the energy furnace, without realizing it. These things that couldn't be called family had also become something akin to family. Jiang Yi silently pursed his lips, gathered his thoughts, and watched the road signs. He turned, waited for the red light, and after about half an hour, he finally saw a massive, sprawling interconnected complex. The building was incredibly tall. Jiang Yi looked up, and the top merged directly into the virtual blue sky, making it impossible to see clearly. Below, several buildings were connected by skywalks, and crowds of people seemed to be moving across them. Just a difference of 3 levels. Yet the architecture of Tree Heart Technology on level -4 and the dilapidated pipe structures on level -1 felt like completely different worlds. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue and drove toward one of the buildings. He had to admit, in front of this building, his little electric scooter wasn't even a grain of rice, let alone a grasshopper. There were traffic routes in front of the building. Jiang Yi followed the signs and moved his vehicle to the parking lot for non-motorized vehicles. A pale blue arc of light scanned Jiang Yi's work ID, and he was cleared to enter. The interior of the parking lot was similar to modern parking lots on Blue Star, with elevators going straight up. Jiang Yi noted his parking spot and took the elevator directly to the first floor. The elevator doors opened, and a soft white light filled Jiang Yi's vision. The interior style of the entire company was quite futuristic. Most of the people walking in the lobby were wearing either suits or white work uniforms, with a small green tree logo on them. Seeing this, Jiang Yi had only one reaction. Does this place even need a janitor? The floor was so clean it could be used as a mirror. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. On the side of the elevator, a guide wearing a hat and a white work uniform saw Jiang Yi, frowned slightly, and said, "How did you get here?" Jiang Yi turned his head and pointed at himself, and sure. Seeing this, the guide seemed quite helpless and muttered, "Stupid guy from the lower levels." After saying this, the guide rolled his eyes and grabbed the work ID hanging on Jiang Yi's chest. The force of the grab was quite significant, causing Jiang Yi to stumble, with the distance between them extremely close. Jiang Yi pressed his lips together and narrowed his eyes slightly. After pulling the work ID over, the guide pressed it directly against the elevator door panel, causing a virtual keypad to emerge. 3. -5, 6, -7. It was a row of buttons that only went downward. Once the keypad was brought up, the guide impatiently let go of the work ID. He cast a glance at Jiang Yi as if he had touched something filthy, then brushed some non-existent dust off his sleeve. Go where you're supposed to go. The guide's tone was icy. Jiang Yi, yes. Jiang Yi lowered his head slightly, a fawning smile appearing on his lips as he spoke. The guide snorted and closed the elevator door again. The elevator door shut. Jiang Yi's smile faded. A few seconds later, the anger in Jiang Yi's heart slowly subsided. He exhaled a breath of stale air, loosened his collar which had been pulled out of shape, and took off the work ID. The lanyard at the edge of the ID had actually been pulled so hard that it had seeped blood. Jiang Yi squinted at the work ID. The strength attribute of that guide just now definitely exceeded the level of an ordinary person. A guide whose strength exceeded that of an ordinary person. Shounen Technology Company is definitely not simple. Valkyria Base. Babel Tower Genetic Modification Serum. These two names appeared in Jiang Yi's mind simultaneously. Could it be related to the genetic modification serum? From that one glance just now, Jiang Yi hadn't seen much. If he wanted to go to the upper levels, it seemed he would have to find an opportunity later. He should settle in first. Although he couldn't enter the upper levels, the cleaner's work ID seemed to have its own benefits. The lower levels of this Shounen technology actually required a special work ID to activate the downward passage in the elevator. -3, -5, 6, -7. These were the underground levels excluding the parking garage. No level -4. Jiang Yi murmured softly. This Shounen Technology Company is even more mysterious than I imagined. Chapter 168 Cleaner. The elevator continued to descend. The further down it went, the more Jiang Yi felt that something was wrong. By the end, Jiang Yi's brow was furrowed so tightly that it could have crushed a fly. What is this smell? Jiang Yi's brows were locked tight. When that damn guide threw the work ID back, he had pressed the -7 button. The elevator went all the way down. At first, there was no strange smell, but once the elevator passed level -3 and reached level -5, a strange odor gradually began to permeate the air. At first, it was a strange, sour, fermented stench. It was the kind of smell like leftovers from the summer that had been left out in the sun for a day before being brought back inside to ferment. Following that, it became a strange, fishy stench that Jiang Yi couldn't even describe. It was like the mixed smell of dead fish and dead shrimp. As the elevator went further down, all sorts of strange odors began to mix together. Jiang Yi even felt his nasal cavity beginning to ache. You are suffering from contamination by an unknown gas. Your health points are slowly decreasing. The smell was actually already affecting Jiang Yi's health points. Jiang Yi took a mask out of his backpack. A single layer of the mask was completely useless, even through the mask. The stench kept drilling into his nose. With a ding, the elevator arrived. Jiang Yi's body tensed. The elevator door opened, and the glaring light made Jiang Yi squint. This was completely different from the soft, comfortable lighting on the first floor. There was no guide waiting by the elevator anymore. The first thing that came into view was a processing workshop. There were already over a dozen employees in gray uniforms in the workshop. They were using their hands to pick things off a sorting conveyor belt and place them into boxes nearby. Jiang Yi looked closely. He almost gagged. The things on the conveyor belt were actually fish carcasses. The items being picked off were the organs and some flesh from the fish carcasses. Jiang Yi felt his stomach churning. It was true that he had killed quite a few fish carcasses, but even for him, this scene was disgusting. Jiang Yi's appearance did not attract much attention from these people. They merely looked up at Jiang Yi numbly, then lowered their heads again to continue sorting the materials. The situation Jiang Yi had worried about being recognized by others did not happen at all. The people here seemed to have lost the passion and ability to interact with others. Jiang Yi's posture was a bit stiff. He forced himself to shift his gaze away from the conveyor belt. As soon as his thoughts shifted, that indescribable, foul stench assaulted him once again. Now, Jiang Yi knew the source of this stench. There were so many fish carcasses in the basement of Shounen Technology Company. Why were these people processing these fish carcasses? And what were these removed organs used for? Question after question appeared in Jiang Yi's mind. Hey, you there, the new guy. What are you doing standing there? A voice rang out from behind Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi turned his head and saw a bald, middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was also wearing a gray uniform, but he was not doing any sorting work. He must have been the supervisor here. The middle-aged man first looked at Jiang Yi's young face, then looked at Jiang Yi's work ID, Link Ordos. He didn't seem to have any impression of the name. The middle-aged man repeated, "New guy." Jiang Yi gave a vague The middle-aged man said impatiently, "Fine. Go to the workshop and get a uniform, cleaner. Then you and Old Yang will be responsible for Area and Area B respectively. Old Yang will teach you exactly what to do. By the way, you signed the non-disclosure agreement, right? Since you've already signed it, don't look at what you shouldn't look at. And don't say what you shouldn't say, otherwise, you know the consequences." After finishing his sentence, the middle-aged man simply waved his hand, telling Jiang Yi to go to the so-called supply room himself, before returning to his office. The office was fitted with a heavy door that could block out some of the stench, though it was little more than a token gesture. Watching Jiang Yi begin to search for the location of the supply room, the middle-aged man curled his lip and muttered, "Sigh. I wonder how long this newcomer will last. He looks young, so he shouldn't die too quickly, right?" Jiang Yi could no longer hear the man's words. Holding his breath, Jiang Yi searched for the supply room. On the main screen, the map of Tree Heart Technology's 7th floor lit up. Jiang Yi marked the locations of the various workshops and the staff break room, finally locating the room labeled supply room. Jiang Yi pushed the door open. Inside the supply room were lockers, benches, and a row of changing stalls. Jiang Yi opened one of the named lockers, which contained 2 gray work uniforms. "You have obtained work uniform with minor protective properties * to description. Originally produced by the Watchtower's Tree Heart Technology Company, the protective suit provides a certain level of protection, capable of insulating against some acidic substances, though its durability is poor. And a pair of gloves made of a special material. You have obtained work gloves with minor protective properties * 1 description. Originally produced by the Watchtower's Tree Heart Technology Company, the gloves provide a certain level of protection, capable of insulating against some acidic substances, and possess high durability." Jiang Yi took the work uniforms and gloves out of the locker, leaving it completely empty. The stench here had reached a level that threatened survival. Yet Tree Heart Technology hadn't even provided a face mask. Jiang Yi's gaze darkened. The protective suits and gloves were provided so that employees could continue working, but as for masks, because they didn't directly contribute to production, were they deemed unnecessary by default? He thought of the clean, tidy, and bright lobby he had seen on the 1st floor, and the well-dressed, smiling staff members within. Then, he thought of the workers in the workshops on the 7th underground floor, working with numb expressions under the harsh, glaring lights. The hierarchy of the Watchtower. The hierarchy within the company separated by a single wall. It was heaven and hell. What kind of world was this Watchtower protecting? It would be better off destroyed. Jiang Yi's expression turned somber. After putting on the protective suit and coming out, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Jiang Yi did not see the other cleaner, Old Yang, whom the middle-aged man had mentioned. Perhaps Old Yang was already working in his assigned area. Posted at the entrance of the supply room was a rough layout of the areas. The main sections included supply room, raw material workshop, primary sorting workshop, processing sorting workshop, assembly workshop, secondary sorting workshop, quality inspection workshop office, and staff break area. Area covered mainly the space from the supply room to the processing sorting workshop. It was also, predictably, one of the dirtiest and most exhausting workshops. Chapter 169. Jiang Yi was completely wrapped in his protective suit, and he had changed into boots that resembled rain boots. Coming out of the supply room, Jiang Yi arrived at the office area. Seeing Jiang Yi emerge, the middle-aged man didn't intend to make conversation. He simply waved at Jiang Yi, signaling for him to get to work. With his face obscured by a mask, Jiang Yi's expression was unreadable. He simply nodded at the man and returned to the raw material workshop. There were no sorting workers in the raw material workshop. This appeared to be the first stage of processing the fish carcasses. Jiang Yi swiped his work ID to unlock the workshop door. With a beep, the door opened. Jiang Yi stepped inside. The entire workshop was massive. In the center was a giant pipe from which fish carcasses were continuously being dumped, all kinds of species, all kinds of grades. Jiang Yi even saw to massive, second-tier fish carcasses. The carcasses landed on a conveyor belt below. The belt seemed to have something built into it. As all the carcasses passed through this section, they were coated in a blue liquid. Before they even landed on the belt, various bits and pieces would splash out. And it was likely these things that Jiang Yi was tasked with cleaning up. Jiang Yi didn't rush to start working. Instead, he took a gas mask out of his inventory. The standard mask just wasn't cutting it. The smell in the raw material workshop was easily 2-3 times worse than outside. Jiang Yi saw his health value slowly ticking down. It only stopped once he put on the gas mask. He couldn't imagine how badly one's body would be poisoned if they worked here for a long time. After putting on the gas mask, Jiang Yi walked over to the conveyor belt. At that moment, he only regretted that his forklift wasn't nearby. He couldn't use the analyzer in the advanced crafting table to determine the composition of the blue liquid. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the system's voice rang out. The advanced crafting table equipped on the player's uniquely bound vehicle has been detected. Dungeon migration is possible. Would you like to migrate, yes or no? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. He chose with a beep. A white light emerged. In a space only visible to Jiang Yi, the virtual advanced crafting table appeared before his eyes. With a thought, Jiang Yi overlapped the position of the advanced crafting table with the conveyor belt, analyzing 20%, 30%, 40%, 100%. Would you like to display the analysis results? Jiang Yi chose yes. Displaying analysis results. 30% pollution purification, 30% flesh purification, 20% spiritual purification, 10% energy enhancement, detected. This blue liquid is rich in high-intensity purification energy, detected. Player is a system class recycler. This blue liquid has high recycling value. It is strongly recommended that the player perform a system recycle. A string of text appeared. Jiang Yi let out an O and asked, "What's the quote?" The system's voice remained silent for a few seconds before replying. Based on a comprehensive assessment, the recycling price per unit of blue liquid is 5 car coins. 5 car coins. Jiang Yi chuckled twice, then began to sweep and mop the floor, and hurriedly collecting the trash into the disposal bin. The system fell silent for a moment, seemingly intent on locking horns with Jiang Yi. The system was in no hurry, and Jiang Yi was even less so. If there was one thing he didn't lack, it was execution and patience. About half an hour later, Jiang Yi finished sweeping all the visible trash on the floor of the raw material workshop. He stretched his lower back and arms, then walked straight toward the main entrance, appearing as if he were about to push the door open and head to other workshops to continue cleaning. At the same time, Jiang Yi counted down in his heart, 3, 2. Before he could finish the last number, the system's voice rang out once again. Considering the unique status of the player as a recycler, and out of humanitarian consideration for the player, this system has re-evaluated the situation. The offer for the blue liquid has been updated to 6 vehicle coins per unit. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Will you proceed with the recycling report? The system is starting a countdown. Once the countdown ends, the system will automatically make a reasonable choice for the player. 54, 3. When the system reached the 3rd second of its countdown, Jiang Yi chuckled again, his voice cold and steady. Anything less than 10 vehicle coins is out of the question. System. Hearing Jiang Yi's words, the system felt like it wanted to laugh too. Why don't you just be the system then? After a second of silence, Jiang Yi's hand was already resting on the doorknob when the system's teeth-gritting voice sounded. Dear player, melancholy little fry, do you have any idea what a price of 10 vehicle coins is? If I recycle at 10 vehicle coins per unit, this system would have to pay out of its own pocket to you players %. The rest of the sentence turned into garbled code. Jiang Yi couldn't hear it clearly. It seemed the system was truly desperate. 10 vehicle coins is impossible. Absolutely impossible. 8 vehicle coins is the limit. If you want 10, you might as well recycle me too. Just sell me off. The system's tone grew increasingly frantic. It had to be said. Sector 99 was truly full of hidden talents, not to mention this Jiang Yi in front of it. Or that wild king. Or those two who couldn't even understand the rules. Thinking of this, The system felt a wave of sorrow compared to the systems in other sectors. It was practically carrying the weight of the world. The system wanted to keep ranting, but Jiang Yi had already changed his tune, and during the system's babbling, the cold expression on Jiang Yi's face shifted back to one of obedient politeness. As the system's voice trailed off, he pulled his hand back from the door and turned to walk back toward the conveyor belt he had been at earlier. System. Jiang Yi focused his consciousness, and the phantom image of the crafting table condensed once more. He spoke. A deal. System. Deal on what? Seeming to sense the system's confusion, Jiang Yi helpfully clarified. 8 vehicle coins per unit. Deal. System. Forget it. Just sell me off, damn it. Just as Jiang Yi was playing a battle of wits with the system on the 4th floor, the other players weren't idle either. The watchtower seemed to have become much livelier, or rather, much more chaotic due to the arrival of the players. In the group chat channel, Player Coconut. I've been eating since childhood. Coordinates, hiking 9th Avenue, Wanderer. Currently executing a mission. Looking for a partner. Drop a message. Player 18-year-old yellow pair. DDD. Player 18-year-old yellow pair. Is the one above farming mobs or transporting supplies? Player Coconut. I've been eating since childhood. 18-year-old yellow pair. Private message. Player Easygoing Mint. Coordinates, Watchtower 2nd floor. Loud Factory. I've already joined the factory following the tutorial in the post. I've been tightening screws all morning. So boring. Any friends here? We could even meet up offline. Player was once a youth. Loquat same. Wanderer. Handshake, grinning. Player Hatsune Miku. Didn't come. Lemon. Wait. Are you all Wanderer? Am I the only precision craftsman? Player Coconut. I've been eating since childhood. 18-year-old yellow pair was once a youth. Loquat. Post your coordinates. Prepare to die. Player Hatsune Miku. Didn't come. Lemon. Game currency was limited. Aside from those players who already had survival difficulties, the others on the 1st to 3rd floors were currently in relatively safe situations. So they started spamming the chat again. After chatting for a while, a message suddenly popped up. Player Advanced Dragon Fruit of Zhongwu Road. 5th salute. Hello everyone. I am also sincerely looking for a partner. It would be better if you were skilled at cooking. But it's okay if you aren't. To execute the Tree Heart Technology mission in the Bay Area, it's mainly just simple cleaning of level 3 fish carcasses, with a small chance of encountering level 4 to 5 fish carcasses. Looking forward to your private messages. 5th salute. Player DiCaprio Tomato. Player Hatsune Miku. Didn't come. Lemon. Player Azek Sky High Scallion. Player Nigeria Sunflower. Player Selfless Cherry. Chapter 170. It would be better if such a world were destroyed. Player Hatsune Miku. Didn't come. Lemon. Simple cleaning of level 3 fish carcasses. Player DiCaprio Tomato. Small chance of encountering level 4 to 5 fish carcasses. Player Azek Sky High Scallion. Are you even human? Seeing the silly player's comments, Jiang Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. I have to say, Brother Thunder is as terrifyingly strong as ever. Simple cleaning of level 3 fish carcasses. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and felt that his imagination regarding Thunder Z was still too limited. He had originally thought that after his stealthy development during this period, his strength was already approaching that of Thunder Z and the others, people who were likely at the forefront of player combat power even before entering the game. The facts proved that no one stays in the same place. Being able to clean a level 3 fish carcass, and judging by the tone, it didn't seem to take much effort. If that's the case, then Lei Ting's comprehensive combat ability might have already reached a truly terrifying level. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, but he didn't feel discouraged. Everyone has their own opportunities. There is no need to view the gains of others as one's own losses. Jiang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked above the crafting table. 1 unit of blue liquid has been collected. Do you wish to recycle it via the system? Jiang Yi focused his eyes. Above the virtual crafting table, a small pool of blue liquid had indeed appeared. Just by glancing at it, Jiang Yi felt as if his soul had been purified. Collecting 1 unit of blue liquid had taken a full quarter of an hour. This was because Jiang Yi couldn't possibly divert all the blue liquid onto the crafting table. Otherwise, the flesh and blood on the assembly line would lack the purification of the blue liquid and would be easily discovered. Therefore, Jiang Yi could only act like a shun. separating a tiny portion of the blue liquid while letting the remaining liquid continue to perform its original function. Even so, an income of 8 car coins and a quarter of NR was already quite substantial. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. With a thought, he selected yes. Above the blue liquid, a milky white mist emerged. This mist permeated the blue liquid, and in Jiang Yi's perception, it felt as if something within the blue liquid had been extracted. In an instant, it became dim and lusterless, no longer possessing its previous vitality. System recycling complete. You have obtained car coin 8. The balance in his storage card increased once more. Just as Jiang Yi was about to continue collecting the blue liquid, a sudden knock sound echoed. Jiang Yi's movements paused slightly. His expression showed no trace of panic. Instead, he bent down very naturally, picked up the plastic scraps that had been resting on the edge of the conveyor belt, placed them into the trash can, and only then turned his head to look at the high-level glass on the door. The windows of the raw material workshop were set very high, making it almost impossible to see inside from the outside. The only place where one could see in was a pair of small, nest-like windows located above the main door at a certain distance. Through the window, Jiang Yi saw a man with a slightly hunched figure tapping his fingers against the glass. At the same time, a hoarse and slightly aged voice drifted in Link, break time, the name of the guy he was currently impersonating. When he first heard the name, he hadn't even reacted in time. Jiang Yi tidied up his things, stood up, and walked to the door. A muffled voice came from beneath his mask humming. After calling Jiang Yi, the man didn't leave immediately. Instead, he turned to the side and waited for Jiang Yi to come out. It seemed he intended to go on break with Jiang Yi. What a nuisance, Jiang Yi muttered to himself, but he still kept his head down, opened the door, and stepped out. Seeing Jiang Yi emerge, the man only glanced at him briefly. He didn't seem to know the previous Link very well either. Let's go. All right. Jiang Yi felt a sense of relief. He followed behind the man, placed his items into the back room, and headed toward the employee break area. Along the way, Jiang Yi saw other employees on the assembly lines. These employees didn't converse with one another, and even when they did exchange a few words, they appeared quite listless. Working underground for so long seemed to have extinguished their passion for life. Looking into the distance, the middle-aged man in the office had already locked his door. He beckoned, and Jiang Yi saw a smile abruptly appear on the numb face of an employee on the assembly line. Under the harsh glare of the lights, Jiang Yi realized that this was actually a woman with quite delicate features. She wore an 8-toothed smile as she walked toward the supervisor. The middle-aged man casually placed his hand on the woman's waist, gave it a squeeze, and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the upper employee cafeteria today. Eat until you're full and plump." I like them like that." With that, he half embraced and half coerced the woman toward the elevator. As for the reaction of the other employees, Jiang Yi saw the undisguised envy and jealousy in their eyes, as well as a deeper, more profound numbness. It would be better if a world like this were destroyed sooner. The Anvil spoke up on Jiang Yi's behalf, sighing sincerely once again. Jiang Yi exhaled a breath of foul air and, following the flow of people, walked like a zombie toward the employee break area. The employee break area consisted of a cafeteria, restrooms, and a lounge. The cafeteria had 3 windows open. Jiang Yi followed the middle-aged man who had called Link out to break. They first received 2 tubes of the familiar yellow-green nutrient solution at the first window, then received 2 neatly sliced strips of meat at the second window, both in appearance and taste. These meat strips were quite similar to crab sticks from the real world. At the third window, Jiang Yi saw a wider variety of non-nutrient food: noodles, rice, steamed buns, simple vegetable and meat dishes, and so on. However, these foods were not provided for free. Employees had to purchase them using tower coins. Jiang Yi noticed that most employees, after receiving their nutrient solution and meat strips, headed straight for the tables. Only a small number of people purchased additional food from the third window. The man with the aged face who had called Link did the same. He only took the nutrient solution and meat strips before returning to his seat. Jiang Yi thought for a moment back at Ordo's. To facilitate his future actions, he had exchanged for 300 tower coins. Half of them had been used to buy a map, and half remained. Jiang Yi glanced at the prices at the third window. Plain noodles, 7 tower coins a bowl. Steamed bun to 2 tower coins. Extra fried meat, 15 tower coins. Portion. After some thought, Jiang Yi spent 4 tower coins to exchange for 2 steamed buns and walked over to a table. Chapter 171, Night Walk. Clink. The plate was placed on the dining table. The person at the table looked up. Jiang Yi had already removed his mask, revealing a young and refined face. "Thank you for calling out to me earlier." As he spoke, Jiang Yi pushed one of the steamed buns toward the man. The man gave Jiang Yi a deep look. Jiang Yi's expression was calm, his gaze appearing quite sincere. The man withdrew his gaze and shook his head. "The daily wage is only 30 ta coins. You don't need to thank me, keep it for yourself." 30 ta coins a day. The janitor identity was merely a cover for Jiang Yi to facilitate his movements. He hadn't intended to rely on it to earn ta coins. But upon hearing the actual wage, Jiang Yi couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. These capitalists deserve to be strung up on street lamps. In this kind of working environment, the daily wage is only 30 ta coins. Wouldn't that barely be enough to afford 3 meals a day? No wonder these people only collected the freely distributed nutrient solution and meat strips before returning to their seats. A day's wages weren't even enough for a proper meal. Yet these people had never once considered leaving. The reason was simple. The mere fact that they received free, scheduled nutrient solution and meat strips without having to fight for them was already better than the first and second levels. Not to mention, 30 ta coins was actually a relatively high price compared to some factories on the second and third levels. As for the harm the working environment caused to the human body, hell, when people are barely able to survive, who cares about that? Jiang Yi silently clenched his fists. He didn't say anything, simply pushing the bun toward the man again and sitting down without another word. Jiang Yi tucked away the nutrient solution and meat strips he had received. He certainly didn't intend to eat these things. After visiting the workshop, Jiang Yi didn't even want to imagine what these items were made of. At the mere thought of the fish carcasses piled up on the assembly line, Jiang Yi's stomach churned. He would just keep these nutrient solutions and meat strips. When he eventually left this world, he could just pass them on to some fated person. Jiang Yi picked up the slightly yellowed bun. He wasn't sure if it was a production issue, but he couldn't help but feel that the bun smelled faintly of rot. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment, but seeing the people around him gulping down their nutrient solution, he opened his mouth and took a bite. The texture of the bun was almost abrasive against his mouth. Strange taste, similar to fermented rice wine, flooded Jiang Yi's mouth, making him feel nauseous. The man opposite him saw Jiang Yi insisting on giving him the bun, hesitated for a few seconds, and then couldn't help but start devouring it. He ate quickly and ravenously, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. His teeth, yellowed from long-term consumption of nutrient solution, opened and closed repeatedly. Flour particles sprayed as he chewed, accompanied by the slurping of various liquids, the tearing of meat strips, the crisp clatter of teeth hitting bowls and chopsticks, the buzzing of faulty light bulbs in the workshop outside the break room, and the dripping sound of monster fluids falling from the conveyor belt onto the slick floor. Various sounds and images constantly overlapped in Jiang Yi's consciousness. You are suffering from mild mental pollution. Your health value is slowly decreasing. The system's notification made Jiang Yi jolt, snapping him back to reality. He didn't know when it had happened, but he had already gripped his pant legs tightly, and his back was completely soaked with sweat. Compared to the first level, where cannibalism had emerged, Jiang Yi felt that the fourth level, with its seemingly guaranteed livelihood, was even more terrifying. 8 o'clock in the evening, the workshop conveyor belt had stopped running, and the overhead incandescent lights had been turned off, leaving only the yellow glow of the emergency exits. Most of the employees in the workshop had either returned to the staff break room or had already left the company. These were the lucky few who already owned their own housing. In the staff break room, inside a single-person cubicle that was only a few cubic meters in size and contained nothing but a bed with poor soundproofing, the rhythmic breathing of others could be heard from the neighboring rooms. Jiang Yi counted down in his heart. Once the breathing of old Yan, who was closest, also became steady, Jiang Yi blinked, then rose and landed with light, nimble movements. His soles pressed against the floor without making a sound. Jiang Yi crouched on the floor, put on his shoes, and changed into his black tactical gear. Black provided better concealment in dimly lit areas. Once Jiang Yi was fully equipped, his dark eyes almost blended into the dim night. The voice of Iron Anvil also dropped to a low whisper, ready to move. Jiang Yi gave a soft grunt of affirmation. His hand gripped the knob, and he opened the door just a crack. He had stuffed a tissue in the door frame beforehand to prevent it from creaking. Crouching low, Jiang Yi squeezed through the gap. Once through, he reached back to pull out the tissue, and the door closed silently once more. The moment he stepped out, Jiang Yi activated his item card, Darkness Falls. Please close your eyes. Description: in the world of highway survival, I say it's dark, so it's dark. After using this item card, a total darkness domain with a radius of 20 meters, visible only to the player, will be generated centered on the player. The duration is related to the player's mental attribute strength. Based on the current mental attribute, the validity period will not exceed 15 minutes. Please note, those with a mental attribute higher than 40 will be immune to the effects of this domain. Centered on Jiang Yi, an invisible darkness descended. This darkness was not darkness in the physical sense, but rather more akin to a state of being blind or invisible in terms of perception. Jiang Yi had already tested the item's effects beforehand, so after activating the card, he only subconsciously glanced in the direction of the surveillance cameras. They were dense, packed rows of 360-degree rotating cameras overhead. Buzz, buzz. A slight sound of the cameras turning echoed. Red light scanned over Jiang Yi, but it failed to trigger any anomalies. In the center of a certain video feed, within the corridor of the 7th level, the image was merely slightly blurred. There was nothing in the corridor. Excellent. It was effective. Jiang Yi did not waste any time. His first destination was the location of the raw material workshop. During the day, due to the limitations of the production line, Jiang Yi dared not collect the blue liquid openly. But now, the production line had ceased operations and the workers were all resting. It was the perfect time to investigate the blue liquid. The blue liquid could not have appeared on the production line out of thin air. There had to be a source. Jiang Yi moved with light steps, slipping into the raw material workshop almost without a sound. He closed the heavy doors of the workshop, leaving only a sliver of light from the corridor above to filter through the windows. As he moved toward the conveyor belt, the darkness deepened. To a normal person's vision, it would be nearly impossible to distinguish directions or objects. But for Jiang Yi, this was actually an advantage. With a thought, Jiang Yi activated True Sight. A grid-like field of vision spread out, and in the bottom right corner of his view, an arc of blue light appeared. True Sight could capture and identify supernatural power. His perception continued to extend, and Jiang Yi followed the trail of the blue light arc, looking deeper and further ahead. Soon, his gaze converged upward. There, the blue light arcs from the left and right sides merged together, gathering upward into a massive beam of light. This was the channel through which the blue liquid flowed down. Chapter 172: Bold Assumptions. Cautious verification. Having pinpointed the direction of the blue liquid, Jiang Yi didn't hesitate. He leaped directly onto the conveyor belt. Since he had cleaned the belt at the end of the day, there was nothing strange to touch. Standing on the conveyor belt, Jiang Yi took a small flashlight from his inventory. Its light was very limited, but it was perfectly sufficient here. Jiang Yi held the small flashlight in his mouth, then bent his waist, engaged his core, and propelled himself upward, landing his feet inside the massive hollow of the pipe above. There was a significant amount of residual blue liquid inside the pipe. Everything before Jiang Yi's eyes was shimmering blue. Jiang Yi braced his feet against the pipe walls, pressing his back and waist against the opposite side. If this were before he entered the game, this movement alone would have been enough to exhaust a modern weakling college student, but the current Jiang Yi barely expended any physical strength. Jiang Yi adjusted his posture, his senses constantly extending, and the blue light arc before him extended along with them. This pipe seemed to be leading upward. Jiang Yi pondered for only a moment before climbing along the pipe. Calling it climbing wasn't entirely accurate. Aside from the initial upward section, the pipe's path was quite erratic, sometimes moving forward, sometimes backward, and there were even sections that extended vertically downward. Furthermore, the pipe branched off into different directions. In these branching pipes, There were different residual materials. Some were small, sponge-like solids, while others seemed to be some kind of medicinal liquid. Jiang Yi accidentally brushed his arm against the side of the pipe, and a large patch of skin on his forearm was instantly corroded away. The entire forearm beginning to burn, Jiang Yi hissed, gritted his teeth, and ignored it, continuing forward along the pipe containing the blue liquid. About a quarter of an hour later, Jiang Yi had no idea where he was. Darkness always breeds fear. Jiang Yi felt nothing at all. It wasn't because Jiang Yi was naturally braver than others, but because the corners of John the Skinner's mouth were stretched as wide as they could go. A virtual crafting table materialized. The concentration of blue liquid at this convergence point was exceptionally high. Collecting dot above the crafting table, a collecting icon appeared. About 30 seconds later, a cold notification sound rang out. 5 units of blue liquid collected. Report to the system for recycling. Jiang Yi beamed with joy and chose yes. Another 40 vehicle coins were credited to his account. Jiang Yi put away the crafting table and continued forward. He did this, naturally, as a precaution, just in case he couldn't get further ahead and ended up with nothing to show for it. Another 15 minutes passed, and the lights out. Close your eyes prop card expired. Fortunately, there were no surveillance facilities inside the pipes. Based on Jiang Yi's current mental strength, the maximum duration for a single use of lights out, close your eyes, was no more than 15 minutes, and the cooldown period was 6 hours. Jiang Yi continued to climb. After collecting a rich amount of blue liquid at several more convergence points, he seemed to have discovered something. A foul-smelling wind blew, ruffling the hair on his forehead. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and thought for a few seconds. This wind only blew in this direction whenever he was at a convergence point in the pipes. The terrain of the first floor of the watchtower subconsciously surfaced in Jiang Yi's mind. The terrain of the first floor of the watchtower was also made of pipes like this. And because of the Pioneer card, Jiang Yi had walked the terrain of the first floor more times than he could count. On Jiang Yi's main screen, the map of the first floor reappeared. It was the map he had marked most clearly, with every pipe, every convergence point, and the wind direction and speed at each location. Jiang Yi didn't need to look at the main screen. He knew all of this by heart. Suddenly, Jiang Yi opened his eyes on the map. A new layered map began to appear. Underground level -7, -6, -5, -3 of every pipe and its branching points, as well as the wind speed, direction, and temperature, were marked by Jiang Yi on the map. Every location was crystal clear, except Jiang Yi's gaze instantly locked onto a convergence point he had just passed. Except for here, Jiang Yi's eyes suddenly fixed on the hollows of two parallel pipe sections between levels -5 and -3. The wind direction and speed here were inconsistent. Above level -3 was the parking lot on levels -2 and -1. By the time he reached level -3, the blue liquid no longer extended upward, which meant the blue liquid was only distributed across the lower levels. And looking at the concentration of the blue liquid, Jiang Yi looked at the recovery logs on the main screen. Recovered 5 units of blue liquid. Recovered 7 units of blue liquid. Recovered 7 units of blue liquid. Recovered 6 units of blue liquid. Recovered 8 units of blue liquid. Recovered 9 units of blue liquid. Recovered 8 units of blue liquid. It was also roughly at that discordant spot where the blue liquid recovered from the upper and lower sections reached its peak, because the residual liquid was distributed too widely, and the darkness itself made one lose their sense of direction. Jiang Yi hadn't paid too much attention to why the residual amounts varied, but when combined with the wind speed and direction, it was clear that something was wrong here. The void between the third floor and the fifth floor, the discordant wind speed and direction, and the residual amounts on both sides each reaching their peak. Could it be the source of the blue liquid is on the non-existent fourth floor? Thoughts flashed through Jiang Yi's mind like lightning. Make bold hypotheses. Verify with caution. Inside the foul-smelling pipe, Jiang Yi dared not take a deep breath. Wanting to clear his consciousness and recover some strength, Jiang Yi took out the familiar special honey essential oil, a 4-eyed sardine, and the Bailey's Irish cream he had pre-mixed with milk and coffee from his inventory. Special honey essential oil description: after use, you can obtain fatigue -20, strength -1, stamina -1, Agility Come 1. When combined with the Brown Bear store manager's exclusive massage technique, you can obtain Fatigue -50, Strength Come 3, Stamina Come 3, Agility Come 3. Four-eyed sardine description. A highly active fish suffering from mild contamination. After consumption, you can gain a stat bonus of Strength Come 3, Agility Come 3, Stamina -1 for 6 hours. Note: when your spirit attribute is below 12, there is a high probability of falling into madness after consuming this food. Bailey's Irish Cream Special Description. After drinking, you can obtain a random attribute Come 1 when consumed with milk and coffee. You can additionally obtain Spirit Come 1. The honey essential oil and the sardine replenished his strength, agility, and stamina, while the Baileys replenished his mental strength. Applying essential oil, eating fish, and drinking alcohol in this foul-smelling, dark pipe. Pulling off such a combo was truly delightful. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yi couldn't help but shiver. He might actually be a little crazy. Chapter 173, Enchanting Tabline Inside the Dark Pipe. The four-eyed sardine's fearful eyes met Jiang Yi's deadpan stare. Jiang Yi swallowed the sardine in one gulp. After swallowing it, Jiang Yi gagged once, then expressionlessly chugged the Baileys. This stuff tasted a bit sweet when he first drank it, but once it actually hit his stomach, Jiang Yi felt a burning sensation in his gut, because he had eaten the sardine. Whispers began to ring in Jiang Yi's ears again. Jiang Yi waved his hand, as if trying to shoo away these annoying pests. He smeared some honey essential oil randomly on his face and arms. A mechanical broadcast sounded. You have gained Strength Come 3, Agility Come 3, Stamina -1 temporary. You have gained Strength Come 1, Agility Come 1, Stamina Come 1 permanent. You have gained Stamina Come 1, Spirit Come 1 permanent. After the points increased consecutively, Jiang Yi felt his entire body brimming with power. Without wasting time, Jiang Yi turned around and headed back to the mezzanine pipe from before. His body felt lighter, and this time, it only took Jiang Yi about 5 minutes to reach the void between the 3rd and 5th floors. Carefully sensing the wind direction, Jiang Yi judged the formation of the air vent based on his experience from the first basement level. Is it over there? Jiang Yi murmured, adjusting his posture. Jiang Yi emerged from the southeast wind direction of the pipe. From the convergence point downward, the pipe became increasingly narrow. Eventually, Jiang Yi could only crawl forward on his stomach. Various odors surged into his nasal cavity. Jiang Yi closed his eyes tightly, only able to feel better by imagining a whole room full of shiny car coins ahead. Finally, the dark environment seemed to be receding. Vaguely, the light within his true vision seemed a bit more distinct. Jiang Yi's spirits lifted. He put the flashlight he had been holding in his mouth back into his inventory and continued crawling forward for 2 more minutes. Jiang Yi felt the familiar light coming from below. Jiang Yi's entire body clung to the pipe like a gecko. His dark eyes looked downward through the exit. He could vaguely see a place emitting a faint blue glow, looking like a laboratory. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and took another four-eyed sardine out of his inventory. Brother Sardine was taken out, and upon seeing Jiang Yi's face, he felt a bit of despair, his fish body stiffening. Jiang Yi didn't know that because he had been slaughtering fish corpses for so long, he now radiated an aura that terrified fish. Jiang Yi held the sardine by its tail and swung it twice. Seeing the guy playing dead, he didn't hold back and slapped the fish's face twice. Slap, slap, the sounds. And the fish was stunned. You have caused severe psychological trauma to the four-eyed sardine. The four-eyed sardine declares that you will be the eternal enemy of their kind. Hearing the system broadcast, Jiang Yi chuckled. Not afraid in the slightest. Something that causes severe psychological trauma isn't called an enemy. That's called an object of fear. What's wrong with being a terrifying existence, just like Aok? He had caused Jiang Yi severe psychological trauma. But Jiang Yi wouldn't be bored enough to go up to Aok and say, "You caused me psychological trauma. You are my eternal enemy. So let's have a life or death battle again." Wouldn't that be suicide? In the face of true strength, there is no such thing as an enemy or not. Jiang Yi ignored the broadcast. After the 2 slaps awakened the sleeping soul of the playing dead four-eyed sardine, he threw it out. He wanted to use it to test if there were any surveillance devices or the like below. The four-eyed sardine was thrown down and landed on the ground with a asterisk splat asterisk. Jiang Yi waited for a moment. Very good, no reaction. Jiang Yi felt relieved. Only then did he bend his body, exert force from his waist and abdomen, and hang himself upside down to look out. A blue light appeared in the depths of Jiang Yi's eyes. The light was not intense, so it did not cause any obstruction to his vision. Jiang Yi looked around. This appeared to be a laboratory. Jiang Yi saw the console beneath the pipes, the analyzer located some distance away, and the long table next to the analyzer. On the long table was a whiteboard covered in dense, intricate formulas. Jiang Yi felt a headache just from glancing at them, so he shifted his gaze away only for his dark, heavy eyes to lock directly onto a pair of white, sightless eyes. Holy crap! Jiang Yi subconsciously let out a holy crap, nearly crying out loud, but fortunately, the sound was drowned in his throat and he managed to suppress it. What is that thing? Jiang Yi shrank his neck back and squinted to look, only to realize that the thing seemed to be submerged in a giant tank. Tiny bubbles were floating up from its body, but it appeared to have lost the ability to move. It was a creature with a human face, long hair, a human-like chest and abdomen, and a massive fish tail. On both sides of the human face were structures resembling fish fins, which looked quite soft to the touch. That thing floated slowly in the water, and the eyes on the human face, which consisted only of whites, were wide open, as if staring fixedly at something or harboring deep resentment. Jiang Yi only took a brief look before shifting his gaze away to avoid any unforeseen trouble. Jiang Yi forced himself to only observe with his peripheral vision. The mermaid-like creature in the tank was at least 5 or 6 meters tall, and that was not even counting its fish tail, which was curled up and nearly as long as its height. Just imagine what this creature would look like if it stood up. It would have to be over 10 meters tall, nearly the height of a 3- or 4-story building. This was definitely not some ordinary fish corpse. Judging from its appearance alone, it was at least a tier 3, or even a higher level fish corpse. And there was more than one such fish corpse. Near this tank, there were 5 or 6 similar tanks, all containing these mermaid-like creatures. However, the creatures in the other tanks did not seem to be intact. Some were missing arms, some had a large hole in their chest cavity, some had their left eye gouged out, and some had their fish tails severed, leaving behind a gruesome stump. What kind of place is this? With this question in his heart, Jiang Yi observed for a few more moments. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he pulled his head back in, adjusted his posture, and jumped down from the top of the pipe. Thud with a slight sound, Jiang Yi landed on the ground, emerging from the pipe. The indescribable feeling of oppression and stuffiness dissipated slightly. Jiang Yi rubbed his eyes. His vision was starting to blur, a side effect of true sight. It seems that getting glasses really needs to be put on the agenda, Jiang Yi muttered to himself, easing the unease caused by being stared at by those unknown creatures. Within his true sight, Jiang Yi began to search for the area where the blue liquid was most concentrated. Soon, Jiang Yi locked onto a spot beneath the pipes. It was a square, box-like object. The energy block inside seemed to have condensed into a solid form, making it particularly eye-catching. In Jiang Yi's consciousness, the strange voice of Brother Anvil rang out. An enchanting table. Chapter 174, Nutrient Solution. An enchanting table. Jiang Yi's eyes widened slightly. After looking left and right, he dismissed the answer. This thing only looked a bit like one on the outside, but the part that actually exerted power should be the regular energy block inside, not the square box itself. This must be the source of the blue liquid, Jiang Yi observed for a moment. Not wanting to act rashly, he turned his attention to the surrounding items. Jiang Yi first went to the table. It was piled with various documents. Jiang Yi poked them lightly with his dagger, and seeing no reaction, he began to flip through the notebook on top, which was marked with pencil annotations. As soon as he opened the notebook, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and at the same time, the system's notification sounded. You have obtained primary nutrient solution formula *1. It was actually a formula for nutrient solution. Jiang Yi continued to flip through it, and lines of explanation appeared on the main system interface. Primary nutrient solution description. A primary nutrient solution formula originating from the Tower of Watch. Trust me, you don't want to know what ingredients this nutrient solution which satisfies basic human survival needs and tastes quite decent, is actually made of. Tastes quite decent. Looking at this evaluation, the corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. When he saw the words what ingredients it is actually made of, a bad premonition flashed through his mind, but the next second, new text appeared on the main screen. Primary nutrient solution ingredients. Extracts from the flesh of any purified rotten fish corpse, vitamins, and synthetic minerals. High protein, zero pollution after purification. Liquid form for easy consumption. You deserve it. Jiang Yi's fingers paused slightly before he could react, and new notifications sounded. You have obtained intermediate nutrient solution formula *1 ingredients. Extracts from the bodily fluids of any purified rotten fish corpse. Bodily fluids must maintain certain active components, synthetic minerals, and dietary fiber. You have obtained advanced nutrient solution formula *1 ingredients. Extracts from the fish eyes of any rotten fish corpse, synthetic minerals, and dietary fiber. 3 formulas appeared on the main screen: fish flesh, fish bodily fluids, and fish eyes. These were the main ingredients for the nutrient solution. Jiang Yi's movements stiffened slightly. Subconsciously, his mind conjured images of those fish corpses falling from the pipes above, being transported, decomposed, and extracted, only to turn into that eerie blue-green liquid that people then fought over to gulp down. Jiang Yi's stomach churned, although he had already guessed some of it. Seeing it for real was a completely different matter. In Jiang Yi's mind, the image of those dim, yellow fish eyes staring at him was almost impossible to shake off. You have suffered a certain degree of mental pollution. Your health value is decreasing. When health value drops below 50, there is a certain probability of triggering adverse mental reactions. Hearing the system's broadcast, Jiang Yi took a deep breath, forcing himself to stop thinking about those images. Just as he was about to ask Brother Anvil to help distract him, he heard a voice within his consciousness. Blake. Brother Anvil was retching inside his mind. Jiang Yi, brother, this ***. It's too disgusting ***. Jiang Yi, is it any less disgusting just because you're doing it inside my consciousness? Jiang Yi closed his eyes. You really couldn't deny it. Now his mind was filled with the sound of the anvil retching, and he was indeed no longer thinking about the images of the nutrient solution. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. After rubbing his ears, he continued to examine the main screen. You have completed the triggered side quest, Nutrient Solution Description. Nutrient solution is a vital means of maintaining and controlling life within the Watchtower. Explore its origins and decipher its composition. You have received vehicle coins *50, vehicle upgrade cards *5. You have received primary nutrient solution *1, intermediate nutrient solution *1, advanced nutrient solution *1. Please enjoy to your heart's content. Seeing the tilde attached to the nutrient solution, Jiang Yi suspected that the system was absolutely doing this on purpose. After Jiang Yi twitched his lips and claimed the rewards, he continued flipping through the notebook. Further in, the pages were filled with deductive symbols that Jiang Yi couldn't understand. Unable to grasp the content, he could only judge from the handwriting and the paper that this stuff hadn't been written long ago. Furthermore, the person who wrote it seemed to be a person with a highly active mind. They would often be analyzing one component and suddenly jump to another. This thought pattern felt somewhat familiar to Jiang Yi, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, in Jiang Yi's impression, those researchers and scientists all seemed to be like that. After reading for a while, Jiang Yi felt his brain aching. So, he flipped directly to the last page. A picture was pasted on the final page, and the image was exactly the box beneath the pipes. Jiang Yi's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly examined it. To the right of the picture were dense annotations. Jiang Yi skipped the analysis of the box's main materials and looked at the activation section. Crossed activation structure connection device, OK. As Jiang Yi noted down the key steps, he looked at the final step, co-frequency energy block. What was this? Jiang Yi looked further down, but there was no new content on this page. Even the annotation itself had a question mark next to it, as if the owner of the notebook didn't know what this co-frequency energy block was either. Jiang Yi's brows furrowed tightly. He first returned to the front of the directional box and, following the notebook's instructions, cross-connected the control devices on the edge of the box. blue energy began to float above it. And with a slight hum, a small, recessed energy slot appeared on top of the box. This must be the other co-frequency energy block the notebook referred to. But what exactly was this energy block? Jiang Yi scratched his head. In his true sight, the energy block inside the square box seemed to be breathing, vibrating at a fixed frequency. This frequency made Jiang Yi feel inexplicably familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. A blue energy block, vibrating like it was breathing. Jiang Yi's pupils contracted slightly. A vision suddenly surfaced. The blue crystal at the center of the twin fish corpses. Sigh of the Bay. Chapter 175. Tear down and start over. In the silent laboratory, Jiang Yi flipped his palm, and the blue energy crystal, Sigh of the Bay, appeared in his hand. Under true sight, the energy fluctuations above the Sigh of the Bay were exactly the same as the energy fluctuations inside the box. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he placed the Sigh of the Bay directly onto it. Two blue beams of light emerged above the box, and with a hum, the box opened, revealing a crystal inside. It was another piece of Sigh of the Bay. In Jiang Yi's dark, deep eyes, there was nothing left but the two sighs of the Bay, constantly breathing and flickering in the same frequency. You have discovered Sigh of the Bay purification. Description: the Sigh of the Bay is one of the origins of the deep sea curse and the tower. There are a total of 9 crystals of the Sigh of the Bay, each corresponding to a different power. The energy corresponding to Sigh of the Bay purification is resonance, separation, and purification. With the help of the energy from Sigh of the Bay purification, pollution within a certain range can be purified. At the same time, outside the range of the Sigh of the Bay purification, following the principle of conservation, an equal or indeterminate amount of doubled pollution will appear. In other words, purification is not cleansing, the pollution is merely transferred. Lines of text emerged. Jiang Yi's pupils shrank violently. He seemed to understand what the source of the pollution meant, and he knew why people had to stay inside the watchtower. This so-called purification was actually conserved, and the purified pollution didn't disappear. It was just transferred to places outside the range of the Sigh of the Bay. No wonder, judging from the intelligence gathered from various places, the forbidden zones above the city were only increasing, not decreasing. No wonder the initial operations were abandoned immediately after being carried out once. This was fundamentally an insolvable proposition. To obtain enough food, one had to use the Sigh of the Bay purification. And once the Sigh of the Bay purification was used, it would turn the areas outside a certain range into forbidden zones. The level of pollution there would only gradually increase, never decrease. Jiang Yi's pupils contracted sharply. The system's notification sound had already rung several times, reminding Jiang Yi to retrieve the Sigh of the Bay. But more and more images flooded Jiang Yi's mind. Those were the numb people on the first underground level, kneeling at the edge of the pipes, waiting for the nutrient solution to drip down. Those were the employees of the second and third level factories, working hard all day, coming off the production line to return to their so-called homes of less than 10 square meters. The smiles on their faces as they fed their children and families with the nutrient solution. Those were the special laborers in the dim, lightless underground buildings, enduring the stench. With an average life expectancy of no more than 40 years, those were, in the eyes of the system, they were just NPCs within a dungeon. But in Jiang Yi's eyes, they were just poor wretches, just like him, just like all the players. If I take the Sigh of the Bay, what will happen to this tower? What will happen to the people here, inside the laboratory? It felt as if only the sound of Jiang Yi's heavy heartbeat remained. Thump, thump. He didn't know how much time had passed when the main screen suddenly lit up. Jiang Yi's eyes shifted, and on the main screen, the pinned post in the group chat had updated with new content. Scallion reporting live for you all, family. Look what I've discovered. Jiang Yi's dark, heavy eyes moved toward it. A picture with the color saturation pushed to the extreme, showing a sky so blue it was blinding, had been pinned to the top. On the 4th underground level, you can actually see a sky like this. In Jiang Yi's ears, it was as if he could hear that sweet, virtual female voice from when he first arrived at the 4th level. Yes, light blue. That is the original color of the sky. All his emotions converged, and Jiang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. That was it. The original color of the sky. Why, Why should only the fourth underground level, those who enjoy the fruits of the lower level people's labor, be able to see such a sky? These people have been immersed under a virtual sky for too long. They have forgotten what the real sky is supposed to look like. What is the point of clinging to a world like this? It would be better to tear everything down and start over. Jiang Yi opened his eyes. This time, he didn't hesitate at all. He reached out and took out the Sigh of the Bay Purification. You have obtained Sigh of the Bay Purification. You have unlocked the advanced reward for the Sigh of the Bay side quest. You have obtained Chech Coins *150, Golden Treasure Chest *1, Instance Dungeon Recording Card 1. Jiang Yi didn't care about the rewards at all. After he took out the Sigh of the Bay Purification, beams of blue light from the edges of the box locked directly onto him. A massive energy pulse began to condense in the center. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted, and his consciousness, like flowing water, sank into the other side of the bay. A massive water-blue vortex collided with the energy pulse. The two forces erupted from the center. The entire laboratory was silent for a second. Then, with a loud hum, a massive explosion occurred. The entire laboratory seemed to be torn apart from the middle, collapsing into two halves. Alarm sirens echoed incessantly. Jiang Yi felt the ground beneath his feet and the ceiling above trembling violently. This meant a large number of personnel were converging on this location. At the same time, outside the range of his true vision, different fluctuations appeared. These were the people originally on the -4 level, also rushing toward this spot. Jiang Yi, stay calm, calm down. In his mind, Jiang Yi kept repeating this to himself. Outside the destroyed laboratory perimeter, he could already see heavily armed soldiers. Even at the very front of the soldiers, Jiang Yi saw a person wrapped in a strange black linkage device. Even without getting close, Jiang Yi could sense how troublesome this device was. Behind the soldiers were about 4 or 5 people wearing laboratory white coats, and one of them, through the firelight, was looking at Jiang Yi with an expression of astonishment. The sound of bullets whistling through the **** rang out. Jiang Yi ducked his head, and the bullets struck the wall behind him, punching out a row of holes. Jiang Yi retreated a few steps and reached the side of the tanks. During the time he was hesitating and making his choice, Jiang Yi hadn't forgotten to think about an escape route. He had long noticed that when both sides of the bay appeared together, the mermaid bodies soaking in these tanks seemed to show an abnormal reaction. Just as Jiang Yi was about to mobilize his mental energy again to activate Sigh of the Bay Symbiosis to blow open the tanks, a new message suddenly popped up on the main screen. You have received a temporary chat from Let Us Be. There is a linkage button in the groove on the side of the tank. Press it, and you can release these mermaids directly. Let Us Be. Jiang Yi subconsciously looked at the crowd opposite him. Were there other players in here? Forget it. He couldn't think about that much right now. With a flick of his right hand, Jiang Yi jammed the steel fork into the button in the groove on the side of the tank. With ***, the tank opened from the top, and the liquid inside was drained. Because the laboratory pipes had already been destroyed by the explosion, the liquid couldn't be drained through the pipes and simply flowed all over the floor. Above the foul-smelling, yellowish-green liquid, a giant mermaid slowly rose. Its eyes, which were nothing but whites, looked down at the humans below like ants. Its gorgeous fishtail unfurled, refracting the light of the flames, appearing exceptionally brilliant. A piercing scream exploded in his ears. Chapter 176. How can people be this shameless under the mental attack? Except for Jiang Yi and one researcher on the opposite side, everyone else's movements became sluggish. Jiang Yi didn't have time to see what was happening. Instead, he seized the opportunity and ran to the other tanks. One by one, the mermaids were released by Jiang Yi. Under the influence of the Sigh of the Bay, these mermaids fell into a state of complete frenzy. Mental attacks, marsh-like ground, and massive blue vortices kept exploding. The entire -4 level was in total chaos. Relying on his agile movement, apart from taking a bullet to the shoulder, he didn't suffer any major injuries. Besides, with the adrenaline pumping, Jiang Yi didn't even feel much pain. Crouching down, he kept his figure curled in the shadow of the tanks. Because of the Sigh of the Bay, these mermaids didn't attack him, or rather, compared to Jiang Yi, these mermaids wanted to kill the researchers outside more. Jiang Yi half-squatted, keeping his body hidden in the shadow of the tank, carefully searching for a chance to escape. At this moment, LitRPG has shared the Tree Heart Technology Company map with you. Do you accept? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he chose accept. Only at this moment did he remember who LitRPG was. Wasn't this the other player he had encountered in the game? That nerd guy was actually here too. After Jiang Yi chose to accept the map and opened it, he almost cursed out loud. Good heavens, on the map! Not only was there a distribution chart of all the modules of Tree Heart Technology and the coordinates of the internal laboratories and passages, but even the location of every single security camera had been marked out individually. This guy had essentially conducted a complete, thorough investigation of the entire shounen technology facility. There was no time to send a message saying, "Bro, you're a legend." Jiang Yi seized the opportunity, directly channeling the sigh of the bay. And with a vortex of energy, he blasted through the crowd blocking his path. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he surged forward. Within the collapsing structure, Jiang Yi's figure quickly vanished. Even in the main monitoring room, they couldn't capture a trace of him. It was as if he had simply disappeared into thin air. The entire shounen technology facility fell into chaos. Inside the gargantuan building, following the aftershocks of the explosion, every light had been switched on. Above, the people who had been lounging around during the day now wore expressions of panic. Vaguely, they seemed to sense that something catastrophic had occurred. Amidst the blaring of alarms, Jiang Yi hadn't had the time to send a "Bro, you're a legend" to the shounen gamer before fleeing. Unaware that the other party was in the exact same boat, inside the laboratory, Chijo, also known as Anbudesu, and LitRPG, having been at close range to the mermaid's psychic shock, nearly lost his footing and collapsed on the spot. But he gritted his teeth, his gaze stubbornly fixed on the young man opposite him. He had recognized at first glance that the guy across from him was Jiang Tu. He was the first player he had seen since entering the Watchtower dungeon, and the first one to evoke feelings of admiration and interest in him. And now, the other party had done something that shocked him even more. In the core territory of shounen technology, an organization whose influence spanned the entire underground levels, he had walked away with their most critical energy purification device. How could a person be this bold amidst the flames? Chijo couldn't help but push up his glasses, his eyes filled with intense bewilderment. Beyond the shocking nature of the act, what he cared about more was how the other party had known exactly that the box was on the -4 level. One had to know. Even he himself had only been transferred to the -4 level to oversee the laboratory after entering the game, descending to the 4th level, completing numerous tasks, and helping shounen technology achieve a major breakthrough. After taking charge of the -4 level, he had been practically under house arrest within shounen technology. He knew very well that information here was completely sealed off, unless he transmitted information to other players through the system. The place was entirely isolated. There was simply no channel to obtain information. So, if there was no channel to obtain information, how did Jiang Tu know precisely that the box was on the -4 level? He absolutely did not believe this was a coincidence. After all, Jiang Tu had even brought the frequency-matched energy block along with him. If it wasn't a coincidence, how exactly did the latter pinpoint the location of the box? If the box hadn't been opened, the energy block alone wouldn't have been enough. Could it be that Jiang Tu's mental strength had reached such a level that he could break through layers of containment and directly sense the location of the energy block inside? How could an ordinary human achieve that level of mental strength? Or was it deduction? But how could one deduce this much just from the disappearance of the -4 level? Or perhaps, another information channel. How is that possible? One line of reasoning after another appeared in Chijiao's mind, only to be discarded by him one by one. The more he discarded, the more mysterious Jiang Tu's image became in Chijiao's heart. So, was there really such a massive gap between himself and top-tier players? As expected, he knew the rankings didn't mean much. Players who were truly good at hiding often concealed their presence among the masses. Indeed, compared to Jiang Tu, his own understanding of the game rules was still too shallow, to the point where he couldn't control his performance well enough to achieve the goal of staying hidden. If Jiang Yi knew what Chijiao was thinking at this moment, he would definitely twitch his lips and say, "Bro, you're overthinking it. All of this was, for heaven's sake, A total coincidence. God knows he originally just wanted to swipe some blue liquid and scavenge some vehicle coins. Who knew it would end up spiraling into so much trouble? At this moment, Jiang Yi was in another ventilation duct. He had to admit, he seemed to have a bit of a destiny with ventilation ducts. Jiang Yi sighing, with his waist and abdomen pressed against the edge of the duct. Jiang Yi lay sprawled inside. After a few seconds, he whispered a curse. Damn it. He hadn't even messaged Pink Pearl recently. So how did he end up with such rotten luck? Jiang Yi's face was full of weariness. In the pitch-black duct, a rat caught the scent of blood and paused by Jiang Yi's feet. Jiang Yi shot a sidelong glance at the rat, hooked the back of his short blade behind the rat's rear, and flicked his wrist. The rat squeaked and flew over 10 meters away, disappearing from Jiang Yi's sight. This movement aggravated his bullet-wounded shoulder, and Jiang Yi couldn't help but hiss in pain. Seriously, damn it. Chapter 177. The Corruptor in the dim passageway. It was so quiet that one could only hear Jiang Yi's ragged breathing. The burning sensation coming from his shoulder made Jiang Yi wince and grit his teeth. While wincing, Jiang Yi's thoughts couldn't help but drift. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Wild King wasn't here. Otherwise, just maintaining his persona right now would have cost him half his life. Jiang Yi checked his health status. It had already dropped to around 50. His vision was beginning to darken. And what was even worse, the side effects of the various item cards were starting to stack up. Jiang Yi's ears were filled with overlapping, illusory whispers. Several times, his eyes lost focus. If it weren't for Brother Anvil wailing and crying in his consciousness, Jiang Yi probably would have already passed out. In this situation, once he lost consciousness, he wouldn't be far from losing his life. He had to admit, this move had been a bit impulsive. Jiang Yi was already feeling a bit of regret, but since the deed was done, he could only grit his teeth and continue to put on a big show. Jiang Yi bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. The intense pain allowed his gaze to focus and his consciousness to sharpen. Wasting no time, Jiang Yi took a life recovery potion directly from his inventory. Although every single bottle of this stuff was precious, now was not the time to fret over it. As the potion appeared in his hand, Jiang the miser cast a pained look at it before downing it in one gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat. Whether it was because items produced by the system were just that effective or simply a placebo effect, Jiang Yi felt as if the burning sensation on his shoulder had instantly become less intense. After drinking the recovery potion, Jiang Yi lay limp in the pipe for a while longer. Jiang Yi wasn't even sure if he had been conscious during those few minutes or if he had already passed out. In any case, when he opened his eyes again, a virtual light screen flickered before him. Your health has recovered to 65. Your health is slowly rising. Health had recovered. Jiang Yi blinked and moved his fingers. With that movement, he felt as if the blood throughout his entire body was flowing back. Jiang Yi tilted his head to look at his shoulder. An exaggerated bloody hole had opened up in the upper part of his black combat suit, but the flesh that had been blown apart inside seemed to have briefly returned to normal. However, Jiang Yi knew very well that he absolutely could not leave the bullet inside. Jiang Yi lay on his back and spent a few minutes mentally preparing himself. Damn it, he was just a college student. He wasn't some king of special forces, although he had often been injured during his previous training. This was completely different from digging a bullet out of himself, both visually and psychologically. In the empty pipe, only the dull sound of Jiang Yi's heartbeat remained. After a few seconds, Jiang Yi finally pulled a dagger from his inventory. After disinfecting the blade, he held a mirror in his mouth, gritted his teeth, and with one stroke, sliced open the wound that was slowly knitting together under the effects of the potion. The second the tip of the blade touched his flesh, Jiang Yi's body shuddered violently. There was subconscious fear in his dark eyes, but the next second, he drove the dagger in with steady, precise, and ruthless force. He pried open the flesh to reveal the metal object inside. Jiang Yi used his left hand to pick up a pair of tweezers, clamped onto the tail of the bullet, and pulled it outward. Fresh blood slid down Jiang Yi's arm. His face was as pale as paper. About 5 minutes later, with a clatter, the bullet fell into the empty pipe. Jiang Yi casually picked it up and put it into his inventory, just in case the bullet had any special markings on it. After finishing the treatment, Jiang Yi was covered in a cold sweat. Jiang Yi reached up to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, took a hemostatic bandage from his inventory, and wrapped it around his shoulder. He felt his body temperature rise slightly. Jiang Yi shook his head, and the murmuring sounds in his ears finally faded away. The main screen flickered above. Jiang Yi frowned, looking first at the center, where the system's broadcast sounded. Dear player, melancholy little French fry. Your main quest has been updated. Please check it. Main quest. Jiang Yi's brow furrowed even tighter. Why update the main quest at a time like this? He hadn't even finished his main quest yet. Jiang Yi pulled up the map again. At the edge of the map, the main quest had indeed changed. Jiang Yi let out a soft howl. Respected player, melancholy little French fry. In view of your outstanding performance in the dungeon, this system has replanned your main quest. Please check it. Main quest 2. Join any faction of the Watchtower has been automatically updated to special quest, The Breaker. Description. A free soul is never limited to a certain faction, a certain rule, or even a certain world. Congratulations. You have unlocked the only hidden special quest in this dungeon. Seeing this, congratulations. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. Was this what he wanted? To unlock this hidden quest? He had nearly lost his life here. Ignoring Jiang Yi's mood, the system's tone sounded extremely excited among the many subsectors. Jiang Yi was the only one who had unlocked the dungeon's special quest. This meant that regardless of whether Jiang Yi could complete this quest in the end, at the very least, when the final comprehensive evaluation came, the rating of the subsector he managed would far exceed the others. Aside from car coins, nothing could make the system more excited than this special quest, The Breaker. Description. All you need to do is give full play to your subjective initiative and break the terrible order established in this world. The system will conduct a comprehensive assessment of your performance based on the degree of the world's order collapse, including a certain degree of reconstruction. Quest time limit. Before the dungeon ends, quest rewards. Basic reward requires a minimum collapse degree of 30%. Current collapse degree is 20. And it is slowly rising. Car coins * 200. Vehicle upgrade card * 10. Intermediate service area. Forest vehicle modification shop location card * 1. Advanced rewards. Every 30% increase in the collapse value will unlock corresponding advanced rewards. Quest penalty. If the collapse value does not reach 40% within the specified time, 30% of your car coin assets, 20% of your material reserves, and 10% of your vehicle upgrade fragment card reserves will be deducted. Seeing the updated main content, Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then blurted out. As soon as Jiang Yi's voice fell, the system's sarcastic, chilly voice rang out again. Please mind your language, player. Use civilized words. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi gave the main screen the middle finger. After giving the middle finger, Jiang Yi's chest was still heaving. He gritted his teeth and couldn't help but mentally greet the system's electronic parents once again. What kind of special quest is this? It was clearly just eyeing his car coins and supplies. 30% of his car coin assets, 20% of his material reserves, and 10% of his vehicle upgrade fragment reserves. Damn it. You might as well just rob me. Furthermore, even after snatching the Sigh of the Bay purification, I only reached a 20% collapse value. Although Jiang Yi understood this was because the current incident hadn't fully fermented yet, even a fool could figure out that reaching a 40% world collapse would be an impossibly heaven-defying difficulty. Jiang Yi cursed inwardly. His head no longer felt dizzy. His thoughts were clear. And he even felt that if he were to hang himself right now, he'd have more strength to do it. Bastard. After finishing his grumbling, Jiang Yi finally resigned himself to his fate and reopened the chat box, finding the lettuce brother who had just helped him. 3 new messages were displayed in the system chat box. Let us be. Impressive. Jiang Yi. Let us be. All researchers have to undergo closed-door investigations. There might be psychological tests and brainwashing. I probably won't be able to help much from here on out. Tests and brainwashing. Jiang Yi recalled that when he left in a hurry earlier, the otaku brother he saw did indeed seem to be wearing a researcher's uniform. Although he didn't know how the latter had managed to sneak in, his current situation didn't seem very safe either. Let us be. I can handle things on my end, but Jiang too. You had better leave Tree Heart Technology as soon as possible. The pipes are not safe. The 3 messages ended. With the latest timestamp at 11:23, Jiang Yi glanced at the top of the main screen. It was 11:45. There were no new messages in between, which meant he had likely already been detained. Jiang Yi silently thanked Qizhou in his heart. After committing this favor to memory, he looked back at the words in the chat box. The pipes are not safe. What did that mean? No sooner had the thought crossed Jiang Yi's mind than a gust of wind blew through the pipe, and the icy air suddenly made him shiver. Chapter 178, Ball of Yarn. The temperature inside the pipe was dropping. A conclusion subconsciously surfaced in Jiang Yi's mind. Jiang Yi opened the map, determined his current location, and crawled directly toward the intersection of the pipes. The volume of the pipe gradually increased, allowing Jiang Yi to barely crouch in place. At the intersection, the difference in temperature perception was even more pronounced. Jiang Yi could clearly feel the temperature in the air dropping rapidly. A large-scale condensation device. They were lowering the temperature inside the pipes, intending to freeze him to death right here. The theft of the Sai of the Bay. Purification definitely couldn't be publicized, and he still had a dangerous device on him. Therefore, in their desperation, they had come up with this catching a turtle in a jar method. Jiang Yi rubbed his fingertips, reminding himself once again to stay calm. No wonder Qizhou said the pipes weren't safe. Perhaps he already knew about the condensation device inside the pipes. Should he leave the pipes immediately? Jiang Yi opened the map. The topographical map of Tree Heart technology appeared before his eyes once more. Jiang Yi's gaze wandered along the direction of the pipes. There were several pipe paths that weren't clearly marked after all. Qizhou probably hadn't actually entered the pipes. He had only roughly estimated the entrances, exits, and directions. Even so, the thoughts in Jiang Yi's mind were much clearer now. Jiang Yi followed one of the pipes as it extended outward. If he broke through the bottom of this pipe, he could probably exit from the -1 floor. Jiang Yi frowned as he looked at it. Just as he was about to act, his eyes suddenly narrowed. His gaze followed this pipe as it continued to extend, merging into the elevator shaft. Past the elevator to the right, reaching Area C, Jiang Yi saw an area marked in blue, Special Gene Research Zone. The blue mark was likely a place Qizhou was interested in himself. But this special gene, Jiang Yi instantly recalled the side quest he had unlocked, Babel Gene Modification Serum. Special Gene Research, Gene Modification Serum. Was there some kind of connection between the two? Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he thought of another possibility. Jiang Yi stopped his turning motion in its tracks. The voice of Brother Anvil sounded, "What's wrong? Aren't you leaving yet?" Jiang Yi could sense the worry in Brother Anvil's consciousness, but Jiang Yi's movements had come to a complete halt. Of course, he hadn't abandoned his brain for the temptation of a side quest. He was thinking about something else. Is it really safe to leave Tree Heart technology now? Jiang Yi rubbed his fingertips right now, because they needed to seal the information and prevent the situation from escalating and causing panic. These people didn't dare to make any major moves inside Tree Heart technology. But once he left Tree Heart technology, what would he face then? A citywide manhunt. And could he really leave? There were only a few exits. As long as the people at Tree Heart technology weren't idiots, they would definitely set traps at the exits. Wouldn't he just be walking right into their net? At this moment, he couldn't leave. Darkness under the lamp is the absolute truth. Tree Heart technology was home to a large number of employees, researchers, and exploration teams. Only inside could they be held back by fear of collateral damage. Once he was outside, the dangers he would face might be unimaginable. He couldn't leave. Jiang Yi instantly found his train of thought. However, if he couldn't leave, how was he going to deal with the current crisis? The temperature in the pipe was dropping rapidly. The little mouse he had tossed away earlier, which had wanted to stay away from this terrifying human out of fear, had only crawled a few dozen meters forward before its body slowly began to stiffen. Jiang Yi, at the intersection of the pipes, although not in a terrible state due to his decent constitution, was already feeling the cold. Jiang Yi pursed his lips, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. That's right. He had previously obtained snow leopard fur and a ball of yarn that had special thermal insulation effects. A flash of light crossed Jiang Yi's dark, deep eyes as he instantly retrieved 2 items from his inventory. You are using the snow leopard fur with excellent thermal insulation properties. The system prompt sounded, and a virtual fur appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. Since the snow leopard fur did not conform to the settings of this world, it was hidden by the system. The snow leopard fur overlapped with Jiang Yi's body. In an instant, Jiang Yi felt himself being tightly wrapped up. To say wrapped might not be entirely accurate, because compared to real-world furs, this snow leopard fur felt more like it had adhered directly to Jiang Yi's skin. It was extremely form-fitting and did not hinder his movements in the slightest. Jiang Yi flexed his elbows and ankles, feeling no restriction whatsoever. The sensation of cold gradually dissipated, and Jiang Yi looked again at the large bundle of yarn in his hands. The thermal insulation effect of this thing seemed even more astonishing. Yarn bundle with special constant temperature effect description. A yarn bundle with special constant temperature effects produced by the system. Its unique structure allows it to withstand temperatures as low as -170 degrees, suitable for extreme cold environments. No wonder they say that not throwing things away is a traditional virtue of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, you never know when you might need them. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth slowly lifted, and his long taut nerves finally relaxed a little. He took a bedsheet out from his space stone at random and placed the large bundle of yarn directly inside. As the yarn spread out within the sheet, the soft, warm touch made Jiang Yi want to bury his entire face into it. Jiang Yi rubbed the bedsheet, no longer caring about the pink Hello Kitty printed on it. He briefly returned the quilt to his inventory, and taking advantage of the fact that the temperature had not yet dropped to an extreme level, Jiang Yi began moving along the pipes once more. However, this time Jiang Yi did not head toward the marked exits, but instead turned in the direction of the elevator shaft and the special genetic research zone. Chapter 179. Thank you. Good night. 4 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Yi was jolted awake by a strong sense of being watched. Jiang Yi opened his eyes abruptly. The entire pipe was still pitch black, and for a few seconds, his pupils could not find a focus. Even so, Jiang Yi held his breath. A few seconds later, his vision sharpened, and he looked to the side using his peripheral vision, and then he saw a small robot that looked roughly like a bucket. The robot's blue eyes were like two tiny lamps in the pipe. This little robot was staring blankly ahead, its hands extending from the sides of its bucket-like body and consciously hugging itself. Although its body could function perfectly fine in the cold environment, the anthropomorphic modules installed within it caused it to simulate human reactions to low temperatures while in standby mode. Jiang Yi held his breath. At this moment, he was lying in a depression above the pipe, wrapped in the Hello Kitty quilt containing the constant temperature yarn. The little robot was directly to the side of Jiang Yi's body. Although this little guy looked somewhat foolishly cute, the thing on its body was no joke. It was a miniature pulse cannon, the same kind Jiang Yi had seen on the -4 floor. Besides the little robot beside him, Jiang Yi activated his true sight. His visual senses extended forward, and about 20 meters away, there was another small robot. But compared to this little robot that was slacking off, the one in the distance appeared much more serious, pacing back and forth as if on patrol. Is this a patrol robot sent out by shounen technology? Jiang Yi thought to himself. The robots hadn't discovered Jiang Yi, and of course, it wasn't because they were blind, but rather, while observing the robots with his peripheral vision, Jiang Yi couldn't help but sniff his nose. The stuff on his body really stank too much. Several hours earlier, as Jiang Yi had been moving along the pipes, he had paused briefly when he estimated he was on the 7th floor of the building. At that moment, the temperature inside the pipes had already dropped to a level completely unsuitable for human survival. Jiang Yi glanced at the main screen. The temperature on it had reached -70 degrees, and it was still slowly falling. To put it bluntly, if he were in the real world, Jiang Yi would already be a corpse. But now, wrapped in the snow leopard fur, Jiang Yi felt no major impact other than the occasional stiff sensation in his palms and soles. Of course, if the temperature continued to drop, he estimated the snow leopard fur wouldn't be enough, and he would have to use the yarn quilt. Thinking this, Jiang Yi looked at the map. There was still some distance to go before reaching his destination. Jiang Yi simply stopped where he was and took out the golden treasure chest he hadn't opened yet. This was the time to gamble on his luck. If he could open something good, perhaps his chances of success would increase by a fraction. Of course, Jiang Yi who didn't consider himself a lucky dog, didn't dare to try such a thing recklessly. He took the only remaining pink cloud cigarette from his inventory. Pink cloud cigarette. A description: light the pink cloud cigarette, and you will receive the favor of the mascot, Pink Pearl. Your luck will be greatly increased for 2 hours. Holding the thin, pink cigarette between his fingers, Jiang Yi took out a lighter from his inventory. At this moment, Jiang Yi was incredibly grateful that his lighter was just an ordinary plastic one. Otherwise, if it were mechanical, it would probably have frozen solid by now. With a click, a tiny flame emerged from the nozzle. The ambient temperature was so low that the heat released by the flame was pathetically small in comparison, but it was more than enough to light a cigarette. Jiang Yi lit the end of the cigarette, and pink smoke appeared in the frost-covered pipe, looking somewhat dreamlike. Jiang Yi held the cigarette between his fingertips, seemingly thinking of something. He tentatively opened the private chat channel, found the dialogue box with the pink pig avatar, hesitated for a few seconds, and typed, "Melancholy little French fry, are you there? Smile." Jiang Yi waited for a few seconds. Just as he thought that the mascot Pink Pearl must have gone to sleep by now, the chat box flickered, and a new message popped up: Pink Pearl, pink pig rubbing eyes. The expression used by Pink Pearl didn't seem to show any particular reaction, but only Pink Pearl knew that this was already a very polite and patient response. If it were any other ordinary player or monster who dared to disturb its beauty sleep in the middle of the night, it would have unceremoniously made them suffer from bad luck for an entire week. The person on the other side was Jiang Yi, thinking of Jiang Yi's shy and sincere smile, the high-quality inspection badges he had sent, as well as the photos of ribbons, small cakes, beautiful clouds, and the little black egg. Pink Pearl let out a soft huff and sent another message: Pink Pearl, what do you need from me? Seeing Pink Pearl's reply, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, feeling a bit excited. Jiang Yi initially wanted to organize his words to see how he could subtly ask Pink Pearl to grant him a bit of good luck, but after thinking about it, he decided to just be direct. After all, sending a message in the middle of the night and saying something like, I got a delicious little cake. Can I give it to you? Or I saw a very strange, cold-looking pipe, so I wanted to share it with you. That would look quite strange no matter how you put it. It was better to just say it outright. Various thoughts flashed through Jiang Yi's mind, and in the end, he stated plainly, "Melancholy little French fry, can you give me some good luck?" Pleading the in-face emoji. The final emoji was naturally stolen from Orange and the window that won't close. Orange would occasionally use this emoji, but the window that won't close would always add this emoji whenever they sent their breakfast, lunch, dinner, or morning and night greetings. Having seen it so often, Jiang Yi had subconsciously added the expression to his own collection. After sending it, Jiang Yi felt like closing the chat box. He rarely spoke to people like this, but now was not the time to dwell on that. After Jiang Yi finished sending the message, it took 5 or 6 seconds for the other side to respond, "Pink Pearl, sure." Jiang Yi wasn't quite sure what this emoticon meant, but the next second, the system's broadcast sounded. Mascot Pink Pearl's favorability toward you come 3. Mascot Pink Pearl's favorability toward you come 5. Mascot Pink Pearl's current favorability. You have received a potent luck buff from the mascot, Pink Pearl. You are currently using Pink Cloud Smoke. The luck effect is stacking. Your favorability with the mascot, Pink Pearl, has exceeded 30. You have gained a permanent 1 point of luck buff. The series of notification sounds left Jiang Yi completely stunned. Favorability and luck points had actually increased by this much. Why was that? Could it be that his luck had truly exploded? Jiang Yi didn't know what had happened, but Pink Pearl knew very well. The first increase in favorability was purely because of Jiang Yi's sincerity. Pink Pearl certainly knew its role and value within the game, and it didn't mind that players or monsters approached it because they wanted to gain luck. But sincerity was always a precious thing that easily fostered good feelings. As for the second increase in favorability, on a small pink bed, the mascot Pink Pearl looked at the simple and ordinary pleading bean face in the chat box, imagining that Jiang Yi might have a flustered expression at this very moment, and couldn't help but find it both interesting and cute. Thus, Pink Pearl rolled around on its small bed and sent the sure, along with that emoticon of being dizzy from cuteness, on the other side. Although Jiang Yi didn't know what had happened, The result had far exceeded his expectations. First, he reined in his inner ecstasy and hurriedly took a pile of candies and cookies wrapped in rainbow paper from his inventory, sending them over immediately. Upon hearing that his favorability had increased by another point, Jiang Yi quickly sent a message, "Melancholy little French fry, thank you. Good night." Chapter 180, You Can't See Me. Closing the chat box, Jiang Yi didn't waste any more time and directly opened the golden treasure chest. Perhaps because his good luck was already overflowing, the light from this golden treasure chest lasted longer than any of the previous ones. A blinding light shone within the dark pipe. Jiang Yi's pupils contracted violently, but he held back and didn't close his eyes. The monster inside the chest was coming out. Now was not the time to close his eyes. Jiang Yi gripped the short blade in his hand, watching the golden treasure chest in front of him with full readiness. As the light from the chest dissipated, a long snake, as thick as a human thigh and covered in brown ring patterns, appeared in his line of sight. On the snake's torso, there were actually 2 pairs of wings. Jiang Yi's expression darkened slightly. The long snake slithered out of the chest. Just as Jiang Yi was about to raise his long blade, it suddenly twisted its body and stiffened into a rod. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then remembered. He had been so nervous that he forgot the temperature inside the pipe had reached a level that normal living organisms could not accept at all. Moreover, snakes were not endothermic animals, but ectothermic ones. With the temperature this low, it simply couldn't survive. The long snake's body was already completely rigid. You have killed the elite monster, brown-ringed snake. Brown-ringed snake description: a giant snake belonging to the sky and the earth. Its wings gave it the courage to peer into the heavens. You have obtained brown-ringed snake meat chunk *3. After consuming, you will receive a variable amount of agility attribute bonus based on your current state. You have obtained brown-ringed snake feather, a high-quality feather that can be used for certain special crafting. You have obtained car coins 5. It was actually an elite monster. Jiang Yi had never fought such an easy battle. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly, and he once again sincerely thanked his lucky charm, the pink pearl, in his heart. After storing the brown-ringed snake meat chunks, feathers, and carcass into his storage space, Jiang Yi began to examine the other supplies inside the golden treasure chest. The first thing that caught Jiang Yi's eye was a strange little wooden carving. It was called strange because a piece of gray cotton cloth had been sewn onto the top of the little wooden carving, covering its eyes exactly, which made it look somewhat eerie. You have obtained the special item, You Can't See Me. Description: a special perception type item originating from the Dim Town dungeon. After using this item, a pitch-black domain with a radius of 20 meters will be generated, visible only to the player. The duration of the domain is related to the strength of the player's spirit attribute. In an active state, based on the current spirit attribute, the validity period will not exceed 30 minutes. In a dormant state, based on the current spirit attribute, the validity period will not exceed 4 hours. Note, your good luck has earned the extra favor of the little wooden carving. It thinks you are an interesting playmate, so the validity period of your pitch-black domain will be extended by an additional 10% tilt. However, after the pitch-black domain expires, you need to play with it, otherwise, you will have a chance of falling into eternal darkness. After using this item, the player will receive an additional spirit attribute bonus, with a maximum bonus of up to 50%. At the same time, your perception of spirituality will become more acute, and you will have a chance to see, hear, and smell things that others cannot perceive. This is quite interesting, and quite dangerous. Good luck. As the lines of description popped up, Jiang Yi's eyes widened slightly. This looked a bit familiar. A full health version of Close Your Eyes When It Gets Dark. Jiang Yi carefully read the description. The duration of the pitch-black domain had increased, and it even added a spirit amplification function. But the information about needing to play with the little wooden carving after using it, it looked a bit creepy. Moreover, the Dim Town dungeon was this also an extra dungeon that he and the others hadn't participated in. While thinking, Jiang Yi looked at the little wooden carving in his hand. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but as he looked at it, he seemed to see the corners of the mouth carved with lines on its face covered by the gray cotton cloth curl upward. At the same time, he felt emotions of pleasure and interest. Jiang Yi's scalp tingled slightly. He put the item away first and continued to look at the other rewards. You have obtained Strength Pill *1 Strength Pill description. The pill is as its name suggests. After consuming it, you can gain a 5-point strength bonus. A 5-point strength bonus, good heavens. Just as Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, he saw the subsequent description, but after taking it, you might become a little bit smelly. Jiang Yi, a little bit. He really didn't believe that. Aside from the little wooden carving and the strength pill, the other supplies opened from the golden treasure chest were nothing special. But Jiang Yi was still quite satisfied. After finishing the golden treasure chest, Jiang Yi opened several silver treasure chests. From one of the silver treasure chests, Jiang Yi even opened another item. You have obtained key *1, that's right. The name of this item was just key. A very plain and simple name. Even its description was very plain. Description: a key to open a door. After each use, it will enter a 30-day dormant period. An item that could only refresh every 30 days. This was almost the item with the longest refresh time Jiang Yi had ever obtained. Jiang Yi looked at the brass key in his hand. It was a key with a very archaic design and didn't look like anything special. The dormant time for this thing was too long, so Jiang Yi didn't dare to try it out casually. After packing up all the items, Jiang Yi began to move along the pipes again. When he reached the area near the genetic research zone, Jiang Yi's mental state really couldn't hold up anymore. So, after taking the strength pill and activating the little wooden carving, Jiang Yi took out his yarn ball-shaped quilt, found a spot, and fell into a deep sleep. And then, there was the state he was in after waking up. In Jiang Yi's line of sight, the little robot was hugging itself, staring blankly into the distance. Because of the existence of the pitch-black domain, the little robot couldn't see Jiang Yi at all, and had no idea that its mission target was actually less than 1 meter away from it. Jiang Yi held his breath, but a foul stench still wafted into his nostrils. Jiang Yi glanced at his palms. His entire palms had turned pitch black. On his face, hands, body, and legs, layers of filth were being excreted. This stuff was what appeared after eating the strength pill. Chapter 181. Special Genetic Research Zone. Waves of foul stench came over him, and Jiang Yi almost rolled his eyes from his own smell. This damn thing is just a little bit. Although he knew the attributes of this pit-digging system, Jiang Yi still couldn't help but greet the system in his heart once again. Veins bulged on Jiang Yi's forehead. He had slept for less than 3 hours, and he was still a bit mentally exhausted, but it was better than when he first started. Jiang Yi forced himself to ignore the stench. After observing his surroundings, he straightened his expression, locked onto the direction of the little robot, and silently said sorry in his heart. Jiang Yi grabbed the robot's head with both hands. The little robot was clearly stunned for a moment, not knowing what had clamped onto it, but the next second, the little robot lost consciousness with a shh sound. The robot behind the pipe looked forward, but there was nothing there. The robot woodenly reached out, scratched its head, and resumed its patrol in place. Having pulled the robot's head off directly, Jiang Yi finally truly felt what it meant for strength to create miracles. After apologizing to the little robot in his heart once more, Jiang Yi spoke directly to the system. Do you accept this thing, system? Jiang Yi wore an expression that suggested it was a matter of course. After a few seconds of silence, the system spat out a single word, system, accepted. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction, waiting for the system to provide a quote. About 3 seconds later, the system's voice rang out, 5 car coins, fine, for once. Jiang Yi did not haggle. After depositing the 5 car coins into his storage card, he was finally able to jump down from the top of the duct. His body landed with almost no sound. If the space in the duct hadn't been so cramped, and if that dazed little robot hadn't been blocking the only way forward, Jiang Yi would not have wanted to take action. One could figure out with their toes that this thing likely had some kind of linked alarm system. Once it lost contact, it might raise suspicions about him. But there was no helping it. Time was limited, and many things could not be done perfectly. After a few hours of rest, aided by the dual effects of a recovery potion and a strength pill, Jiang Yi's condition was nearly back to normal. For the remaining time, he climbed upward along the duct in one go for about 30 minutes. By the end of the climb, his fingers were starting to go numb, but fortunately, The map showed he was getting closer and closer to the genetic research zone. After climbing for another 20 minutes, because he was constantly moving, the quilt wasn't wrapped as securely as before. 2 layers of ice had formed on Jiang Yi's eyebrows, and he felt as if his face were about to freeze off. Fortunately, however, he could already feel a change in the airflow. This was it. Jiang Yi shifted his gaze. A cold, frigid sluice gate appeared before him. Jiang Yi clamped his hands onto the gate and pried the entire thing off. A wave of heat blew in from the parallel direction. Jiang Yi huddled back into his quilt, waiting for the air current to pass. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, he vaulted out of the duct, hooked his legs onto a steel cable, and landed inside the shaft, finally able to straighten his body. Jiang Yi's bones popped like cracking beans. Once his body had adjusted, he landed in a stationary elevator car. Crouching inside, he ran through the route in his mind and began to wait patiently for the car to start. The frost on his eyebrows slowly melted away. Jiang Yi took a ham sandwich out of his backpack and began to wolf it down. He opened the main screen, and the public chat channel had updated with quite a bit of new content. Information about the first 3 floors had basically been made public, but there was very little information on the 4th floor. According to the descriptions in the posts, the 4th floor was practically a utopia. Nutrient solution was in abundance, and ordinary food could be exchanged for through labor. After all, these players wouldn't be living here long term, so they didn't save their tower coins for anything else. Every single tower coin was traded for food and other supplies. Jiang Yi watched in silence while swallowing the sandwich in his hand. The players currently had no idea what was actually happening on the 4th floor, and they had even less idea that a storm was brewing. However, Jiang Yi did not regret his decision. Seeing these people sighing with envy, he even felt a sense of melancholy. Having solved the problem of his hunger, Jiang Yi waited like the most patient of hunters, counting the time until it reached 7 in the morning. The elevator car started. Above, Jiang Yi's gaze tightened. The car moved, first downward, then upward. Jiang Yi counted the floors silently. 1, 2, 3, 7. At a certain moment, as the car moved upward, Jiang Yi adjusted his center of gravity and kicked off the sides before falling asleep. Jiang Yi had taken a bite of brown ring snake meat chunk. Eating raw meat was unavoidable, as there were no conditions to process it at the moment. With that one bite, Jiang Yi's agility attribute had increased by 3 points. His body felt more powerful, and his reaction speed had quickened. Jiang Yi looked up, jammed his short blade directly into the external sensor door. Clatter. The door was pried open. Jiang Yi bent his body, pushed with force, hooked onto the sensor door from below, and vaulted up. After jumping up, Jiang Yi used his left hand to lift the cotton cloth off the wooden carving once more and covered its eyes. You are using the special item, you can't see me. With the little wooden carving's eyes covered, Jiang Yi flashed to the side. A corridor that was pure white from end to end appeared in his sight. Jiang Yi's dark, heavy eyes turned slightly blue. This was a side effect of "you can't see me," which heightened his perception of spirituality. As soon as he entered the corridor, Jiang Yi felt an inexplicable chill. This cold was not the cold of the duct, but a chill that seeped from the inside out, deep into his soul. In the pure white corridor, all other colors had vanished. There were only dense rows of cameras above, like countless prying eyes watching the intruder. This place was damnably uncomfortable. Jiang Yi muttered silently in his heart. In its active state, the total black domain could be maintained for no more than 33 minutes. He had better hurry. Thinking this, Jiang Yi pressed himself against the wall and moved forward along the corridor. While passing a laboratory with a small window, Jiang Yi glanced inside. Inside the equally pure white laboratory, there was a hospital bed. Jiang Yi subconsciously looked toward the bed, where there seemed to be a human. He said seemed to be because Jiang Yi wasn't entirely sure if it was truly human. On the bed lay a completely naked girl. Her body was riddled with tubes of various sizes, each connected to different instruments displaying her vital signs. The girl's skin had withered away completely. Jiang Yi could even see the path of every rib and, in the very center, the place where her heart should have been, beating faintly, beyond the heart and ribs. Jiang Yi also saw ear membranes extending outward from both sides, just like the fins of a fish. The girl's mouth was also stuffed with a strange experimental device. Her eyes were vacant, staring at the ceiling. And they were the same unsettling, murky yellow color as the rotting fish corpses. Squelch! The membranes on both sides of her head twitched slightly. The girl turned her head and suddenly looked toward the door. Right at the spot where Jiang Yi was standing. Chapter 182. Often come home for a visit. Jiang Yi jerked his head back, pressing himself against the doorframe. Jiang Yi was certain that "you can't see me" was still in effect, but the girl in the laboratory seemed to have sensed his presence. Jiang Yi's mind raced for a moment, but he decided not to dwell on it. He had to find the location of the genetic modification serum first. Just as Jiang Yi took a step forward, he heard a faint sound, "Save me." The voice was so weak that Jiang Yi even doubted if he was suffering from auditory hallucinations. Jiang Yi took a few more steps forward, muttering to himself in his consciousness as he walked, "I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything at all. Are you kidding me?" He could barely save himself at a time like this, let alone save someone else. The little girl was pitiful, but if he let her go now, that wouldn't be called having compassion, that would be called being a complete idiot. The girl was connected to so many tubes. The moment he released her, he would definitely be instantly tracked. Moreover, considering the girl's fish fins, he couldn't even be sure if she was a threat to him. Under these circumstances, Jiang Yi dared not take the risk. Jiang Yi walked along, covering his ears. But soon, Jiang Yi realized that the voice wasn't coming from the outside world at all, but rather, through his spirit. "You are currently using the special item. You can't see me. Your perception of spirituality will be enhanced. Please be careful. Watch out for hearing voices you shouldn't hear." The system's notification sounded, and Jiang Yi felt even more irritated. The girl's overlapping cries for help rang out, disrupting his thoughts for a moment. After a few seconds of hesitation, Jiang Yi's voice rang out, "Anvil, I'm here, brother. I'm here. Didn't you always want to sing for me?" "That's right, brother." Hearing the mention of singing, Anvil's voice suddenly became excited. Heaven knows how much it envied the energy furnace and the light strip for being able to sing at the top of their lungs every day. While it had always been told to shut up by Jiang Yi because its soul was bound to him, sensing the joy in Anvil's voice, Jiang Yi shivered, but at this point, he couldn't care less. Jiang Yi steeled his heart and said word by word, "I am ready." Anvil was practically flattered. Really? Now, at such a dangerous time, in Jiang Yi's ears, the girl's cries for help sounded again, this time more urgent. "Save me, save me." "Yeah." Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and gave a grunt of affirmation. The next second, a loud, raspy voice erupted within Jiang Yi's consciousness. "Find some leisure, find some time. Lead the wither to often come home for a visit. Bring along a pig head, bring along a dog. Accompany the villagers to often come home for a visit." "Jiang Yi, which home are you talking about, you idiot?" As Anvil's voice rang out, another voice in his consciousness choked up, "Save. Just for the sake of a happy reunion, save. Often come home for a visit. Come home for a visit." Every time the girl's voice started, Anvil's voice would immediately follow, even louder, more passionate, and more invested. The cries for help were layered right over it, just like background music. By then, sure enough, the girl fell completely silent. It worked. Jiang Yi felt a surge of joy, not caring about anything else. He covered his head and charged forward. In the laboratories ahead, it seemed that such test subjects were lying everywhere. Besides the girl, Jiang Yi also saw a little boy, a middle-aged man, a woman, an old man, and a dog. All of them had, to varying degrees, developed features of the rotting fish corpses. These people had originally wanted to call for help, but after hearing the voice of Anvil, who was singing with total abandon, they all fell into an eerie silence. They felt that Jiang Yi must have been more severely contaminated than they were. Forget it then. The guy seemed to be having a harder time than them. Jiang Yi ran past the laboratories, and just as he was about to turn a corner, he slammed on the brakes, pressing himself against the wall. A laboratory staff member in a white robe walked past, almost brushing against the tip of Jiang Yi's nose. The staff member rubbed his eyes. Jiang Yi swore that these were the longest, droopiest eye bags he had ever seen. Hot-tilled. The man let out a yawn. With a beep, the man raised his watch, which seemed to be displaying some information. Someone broke into the company, and they blew up the company. The man scratched his head. "Oh, that's great. Oh no, I misspoke. I meant to say that's a pity. Yeah. On the other end of the watch, someone seemed to be questioning him. The man spoke for a long time, and while listening, the lab guy started reaching out and began picking at the wall right by Jiang Yi's waist. Jiang Yi, that's a bit intimate, buddy. The guy seemed to have set his watch to silent mode. While picking at the wall with vacant eyes, he suddenly muttered, I wonder which big shot did this. Blowing up the company like that. Why didn't they blow this place up too? Might as well have blown me up along with it. Jiang Yi, are the people here all this mentally unstable? The person on the other end of the communication spoke for a long time. About 3 minutes later, the guy turned off the silent mode and said, all right, I understand. Gene extraction. Yeah, it's still unstable at the moment. It's not that there are no results. It's just that the current output isn't ready for practical application yet. All right, teacher. I was wrong. I will follow up on that. Yes, understood. Thank you for your guidance. As he said this, Jiang Yi could clearly see his older colleague's eyes rolling back so far they almost hit the ceiling. After nodding and bowing repeatedly, the call on the other end ended. The second the call cut off, the colleague looked as if all his vitality had been drained away. His eyes instantly turned dull, and his posture slumped significantly. He stood frozen for a second, and then suddenly, the colleague threw a punch. A bang. It landed right on top of Jiang Yi's head. Jiang Yi nearly did a split on the spot. The punch hit the wall, leaving blood stains on the pristine white surface, but very quickly, a blue light overflowed, covering the blood and cleaning it away in an instant, leaving no trace behind. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the lab colleague retracted his fist, lowered his head, and adjusted his glasses. The skin on his knuckles was broken, but he acted as if nothing had happened, taking a deep breath. Forget it. Let's go eat first. After eating, I'll head to 319. The figure gradually walked away. Jiang Yi brought his legs together and slowly stood up from the wall. His eyes lit up. 319, the place where the genetic serum is kept. Chapter 183, Brother. Since when did you learn this trick? Silently watching the irritable lab colleague leave, Jiang Yi muttered to himself, 319. This must be where the genetic serum is located. Jiang Yi straightened his body, and in his consciousness, Jiang Yi's voice suddenly rang out, all right, you can stop now, go home. Anvil choked for a moment, forced by Jiang Yi's past tyranny. Even though Anvil was resentful, he had to cut off the 8-beat rhythm. The noisy sound stopped, and Jiang Yi went straight along the corridor, starting to look for the location of 319. Soon, Jiang Yi found a room marked with numbers. From the outside, this room looked no different from the others, except for a simple number appearing where the doorplate should be. This is the place, Jiang Yi thought to himself. Jiang Yi reached out, and an ID badge appeared in his palm. The badge clearly read, Dr. Lin. Anvil, when? Jiang Yi chuckled and replied casually in his consciousness. I swiped it while that guy was clawing at the wall just now. Anvil, since when did my brother learn this kind of trick? Jiang Yi hadn't even mentioned actually, when he first entered. He had changed his title and used I beat the elites to perform a mental assessment on every living thing here. However, he hadn't managed to replicate anything. In fact, there were even 1 or 2 living things that failed the mental assessment, which meant there were entities here with higher mental power than Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi chose not to respond to those test subjects, naturally, for his own reasons. After scanning everyone and swiping the colleague's ID badge, Jiang Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The little wooden carving was truly useful. It was just a pity that it had side effects, and the game after it ended. Whenever Jiang Yi thought of this, he got a headache. But now was not the time to think about that. Using the irritable lab colleague's ID badge, he swiped open the door to 319. Jiang Yi turned and stepped directly into the laboratory. The surveillance cameras would definitely record the door opening, but because of the little wooden carving, they wouldn't be able to see him. He had to hurry to avoid attracting attention. Inside the 319 laboratory, large swathes of pure white appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. Jiang Yi squinted, adapting for a few seconds before activating True Vision. However, the second he activated True Vision, Jiang Yi was almost blinded. Blue, green, brown, red. There wasn't much energy in this room that was normal. Jiang Yi, What on earth had happened in this laboratory? Recalling the scene where the colleague had punched the wall and the blood was quickly cleaned away and covered by pure white again, Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. How the hell was he supposed to find anything? Jiang Yi rubbed his eyes. In the pure white space, there was only a small pillar in the center. Jiang Yi hesitated for a few seconds before finally walking over to the pillar. The pillar didn't react. Jiang Yi looked up and around. There were no cameras. And in his mental perception, there was no sense of being watched. There shouldn't be any cameras here. Having reached this conclusion, Jiang Yi took the little wooden carving out of his pocket. Only after taking it out did he notice that the little wooden carving had already extended a tiny hand and lifted the cotton strip over its eyes halfway. The usage time for "you can't see me" was running out. Jiang Yi felt a headache coming on. A very distinct emotion emanated from the wooden carving. The little wooden carving reached out and hugged Jiang Yi's finger. Although this thing couldn't speak and had no facial expressions, Jiang Yi seemed to understand that the little thing was urging him to play with it. Remembering the system's prompt, after "you can't see me" expires, you need to play with it, otherwise, you will have a chance of falling into eternal darkness. Jiang Yi immediately conceded and reached out a finger to gently stroke the little wooden carving's head. The technique was no different from petting a cat. The little wooden carving rubbed against Jiang Yi's finger and then looked up at him expectantly. Jiang Yi braced himself and communicated with the thing. "I'll play with you in a bit, okay? Let me finish this first, and then I'll focus on playing with you." The little wooden carving tilted its head, seemingly thinking for a moment, and then nodded gently. Seeing the little wooden carving nod, Jiang Yi let out a soft sigh of relief and put it back into his pocket. Jiang Yi looked at the pillar in front of him. Jiang Yi's form reappeared, and this time, the pillar successfully detected him. Beep, a crisp beep sounded, and Jiang Yi's mind tightened slightly. "Please present your ID badge." Thankfully, it was just asking for the ID badge. Jiang Yi thought to himself, and immediately pressed the badge against it. Another beep sounded. "Good afternoon, Dr. Lin." Jiang Yi paused slightly. "Good afternoon." Why did he feel this voice was inexplicably familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before? Above the pillar of light, a pale blue screen lit up, and Jiang Yi took a step back. Pale blue rays of light continuously traced shapes in the air. A pristine white skirt, pale skin, azure eyes, and long, flowing white hair. A virtual, miniature doll that looked like a fairy appeared atop the pillar, with her toes resting lightly on the pillar. The doll lifted her skirt and bowed to Jiang Yi. At the same time, she looked up and gave him a gentle smile. We meet again. We meet again." Because of the ID badge. Did she mistake him for Doctor? Jiang Yi gave an uncertain HMM. The girl's smile was gentle and serene. She stared at Jiang Yi without blinking and asked softly, "What experiment would you like to initiate? Human transmutation, mechanical prosthetics, flesh composition research, or terms that challenge the limits of both morality and technology?" spilled from the mouth of the seemingly innocent little girl. After cursing shucks and technology in his heart once more, Jiang Yi said directly, "Genetic serum." The other party paused for a second before replying, "Very well." As the words fell, the girl's small hands lifted gently. Following this movement, Jiang Yi felt the ground tremble slightly. The sound of compressed air transmission echoed, the floor split open, and one large instrument after another rose from beneath the ground. The temperature in the air dropped rapidly. This drop was completely different from the temperature decrease in the pipes that had intended to freeze Jiang Yi to death. This cooling was primarily to adjust the laboratory to the optimal temperature for maintaining the activity of the materials. The instruments continued to rise, perfectly surrounding Jiang Yi. Even though Jiang Yi's experience with conducting experiments was limited to his middle and high school days, he could still perceive that these instruments, these materials, and these devices were enough to make anyone truly obsessed with scientific research feel intoxicated. Gene sequencer, genotyping instrument, gene synthesizer, gene chip analyzer, everything seemed to be right at his fingertips. As the final large device finished loading, Jiang Yi saw a black box rise from the center. With a hum, the box split open. 3 azure vials, as if they had condensed the entire ocean within them, appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. Chapter 184, Hero Moon. On the street where we reunite, my heartbeat recognizes you before I do. For some reason, As soon as Jiang Yi saw these 3 blue life serums, this sentence appeared in his mind. The system's voice rang out, sounding quite excited. You have discovered the Babel genetic modification serum. It wasn't just the system that was excited. Jiang the Skinflare Yi was also stirred up. In his mind, the Azure serum had already transformed into piles upon piles of car coins. Jiang Yi swallowed hard. After finally managing to banish the car coins from his brain, he looked around. When he met the gaze of the virtual little girl, he paused noticeably. The little girl on the pillar had sat down at some point, her skirt dangling over the edge of the pillar, her hands cupping her small face as she watched Jiang Yi with curious and blinking eyes. This, stealing no, transferring the serum right in front of her. Wouldn't that be a bit awkward? Moreover, although the girl seemed to mistake him for Dr. Lin because of the ID card, Jiang Yi couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any side effects if he just took the life serum away. What if, the moment he took it, she zapped him into dust with a pulse? Jiang Yi's concerns were not unreasonable. In fact, besides the numerous experimental instruments in 319, there were just as many various types of trigger-based weapons. Noticing Jiang Yi's gaze, the girl blinked, and her gentle voice sounded again. Do you require any further assistance? Jiang Yi hesitated for a few seconds, burying the heart of one high symbiosis in his palm. At the same time, the wilderness witch gloves on his hands began to heat up slightly. The wilderness witch gloves possessed the teleportation skill. If any danger were triggered, they could ensure Jiang Yi escaped immediately. Jiang Yi coughed lightly, trying to keep his voice as calm as possible. The danger level inside the company is quite high. I believe that to ensure the safety of the serum, I need to relocate it. The little girl's expression paused for a second. In an instant, Jiang Yi's left hand clenched tight. However, the next second, the girl's voice sounded, very well. It has been prepared for you. As the words fell, with a hum, the box in front of Jiang Yi automatically closed and rose. With a bang, the box transformed into a sturdy briefcase capable of withstanding heavy caliber bullets. Jiang Yi, damn it, is it really this smooth? Could it be that the blessing of the pink pearl is still in effect? Jiang Yi was full of astonishment, but at this point, if he didn't grab the goods and run, he wouldn't be human. Jiang Yi swallowed, and after confirming there was nothing unusual, he picked up the briefcase with his left hand and stuffed the whole thing directly into the system's inventory. You have exceeded the requirements for the side quest, Babel Genetic Modification Serum. You have received the quest reward, Car Coins *500. You have received the silver grade weapon, Narrow Moon description. A work from the legendary craftsman Ake's youth. When Aok was forging the blade, Narrow Moon was so sharp that it cut Ake's skin, absorbing a drop of his blood, which led to an unexpected mutation. No skills, no stat bonuses, sharpness, loneliness, and cutting through everything. This is the only destiny of Narrow Moon. You have received a random skill scroll *1. Do you wish to use this skill scroll? Yes or no? Jiang Yi chose yes. You have received the skill Silent Step description. By using a specific breathing frequency and movement technique, you can reduce the sound made while moving, avoiding exposure due to footsteps. The first strike after using Silent Step is guaranteed to be a critical hit. The damage dealt is guaranteed to be true damage that ignores defense. Judging by your weapon and skill, you are planning to take the rat route, aren't you? **** expectant Jiang Yi. Seeing the system's final sentence, Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds, let out a soft hum, and chose not to respond. Although he couldn't be bothered to answer the system's question, he was extremely satisfied with the item he had pulled. He had actually obtained a weapon once forged by Aok. Although Jiang Yi had defeated Aok back at the Daydream Museum due to the anvil, that was certainly not because Aok was weak. Weapons forged by Aok were absolutely stronger than those of the same grade. Even though Narrow Moon did not have any attached skills or bonuses, the mere fact mentioned in its description that it had once sliced through Aok's own skin was enough to make Jiang Yi full of confidence in Narrow Moon's attack power. Jiang Yi tapped the system interface. With a flash of white light, a long, narrow blade shimmering with a cold, metallic luster appeared in his hand. The blade was so thin it seemed as if it could pierce one's very gaze. Along the length of the blade were diamond-shaped patterns nested within one another. Even though they were simple designs, Jiang Yi felt as if the patterns themselves possessed a constant cutting sensation. Jiang Yi reached out, gripped the blade, and with a flick of his left hand clad in the wilderness witch gloves, he swept the blade through the void. Wilderness witch description: while wearing these gloves, the precision of any of your operations will increase by 30%, including but not limited to cooking, alchemy, potion making, and the use of weapons such as wands, firearms, and blades. The wilderness witch gloves and this long blade were a match made in heaven. The feeling of the blade moving as an extension of his own arm was simply too good. Jiang Yi couldn't help but reveal a look of intoxication, lifting his arm slightly and swinging it from top to bottom. Swish. The long table in front of him was sliced cleanly in half, revealing a smooth, mirror-like cut, so strong. Jiang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. The black gloves contrasted with the silver-white hilt, making the latter appear even more cold and stern. Just as the blade finished its swing, a gentle female voice rang out. "That cut cost 200,000 tower coins, you know." Jiang Yi, in an instant. Jiang Yi put the long blade away. 200,000? Damn it. He thought he had miscounted a zero. This table cost 200. No, wait. Did Oak make this himself? Seeing the look in Jiang Yi's eyes, the little girl smiled and blinked at him. Jiang Yi was stunned. Was she joking with him? This system's emotional simulation was far too advanced. Jiang Yi couldn't help but sigh. But now was not the time for such reflections. He had to leave immediately. Jiang Yi glanced at the time on the main screen. It was already around 8 in the morning. He turned around and swiped his ID badge against the laboratory door. This thing had automatically locked after Jiang Yi entered. However, the next second, another cold notification sound rang out. ID badge invalid. Warning, ID badge invalid. Jiang Yi jerked his head up. Chapter 185. Powerful NPC. Jiang Yi jerked his head up. Outside the window, in the pure white corridor, a sea of red light flared. At the end of the hallway, fully armed soldiers appeared. They were huddled at the corner of the corridor, peering toward room 319. He was surrounded. Jiang Yi's heartbeat quickened. Suddenly, he looked behind him. The sigh of the bay appeared in his palm. Yet the expected attack did not come. The little girl in the room was still resting her chin on her hand, watching Jiang Yi quietly, showing no signs of wanting to launch an attack. The ID badge was invalid, which meant the people outside had definitely discovered him as the system of this place. There was no way it hadn't detected him. Jiang Yi felt his scalp tingle. Had he been caught like a turtle in a jar? But seeing the girl's expression, he felt that wasn't the case. What was the girl's expression saying? How could an intelligent AI have emotions? Jiang Yi took a step back, intending to use force to break through the door, when suddenly, the girl's voice rang out. "Are you leaving now?" The girl's abrupt voice made Jiang Yi unsure if she was even speaking to him. Jiang Yi didn't speak. The girl hummed to herself. "The transfer route has been blocked. That simply won't do." As her voice fell, a massive explosion echoed, causing Jiang Yi's ears to ring. A huge pulse of blue energy lit up the room. Jiang Yi instinctively crouched down as the blue pulse energy slammed straight into the laboratory door. With a loud bang, the door was blown open. Jiang Yi was dumbfounded. The girl's body floated upward, her white dress fluttering without a breeze. The girl looked at Jiang Yi, as if talking to herself, or perhaps remembering something, and suddenly said, "Do you know, within your consciousness, I saw the real sky. That is the place you are meant to go, isn't it?" The cryptic words hung in the air, but Jiang Yi finally remembered where the familiarity of this voice came from. The female voice inside the teleportation channel. She had recognized him from the very beginning. The massive energy pulse blasted the door open. In the corridor, blue light gradually surged, suppressing the red light on the girl's face. Blue symbols began to appear one by one. She suddenly reached out and pointed at Jiang Yi. The next second, Jiang Yi felt the items in his pocket start to heat up. It was the game coins in his pocket. The girl was pointing exactly at the direction of his pocket. Jiang Yi had a premonition. He quickly took out the game coins. 9 golden game coins appeared in his palm. The girl's eyes lit up like stars. "These are powerful, beautiful, non-biological energies." As she spoke, the 9 game coins flew above the girl. Pale blue energy continuously covered them, and white mist surged from the coins, blending constantly with the blue energy. At this moment, Jiang Yi clearly heard the system click its tongue. TSK, how are you stealing someone else's energy? Stealing energy. Stealing the system's energy. The girl's body began to rise. She looked at Jiang Yi, a smile spreading across her face. I have already prepared the transfer machine for you on the first floor. From here on out, please leave it to fate. As her voice faded, the red beam of light unleashed a round of fire. However, every bullet and every laser beam was blocked by identical bullets and blue beams of light. Under the impact of the massive energy, the entire corridor was practically flattened. Boom. Amidst the aftermath of the massive explosion, dust filled the air. Jiang Yi's temples throbbed. The situation was changing too rapidly. Through the smoke and dust, Jiang Yi took off running. The first floor, the transfer machine. In the wake of the explosion, the Special Forces soldiers outside could barely stand. Only one remained, a soldier wearing a black exoskeleton. That person steadied himself amidst the smoke and dust, his footsteps heavy and stable. As he looked toward Jiang Yi, the maneuvering devices on his body were to their limit. In the next second, his black silhouette whistled toward Jiang Yi like a train. However, Jiang Yi's figure also vanished. Silent step. Jiang Yi activated the skill instantly. In the black targeting scope, the young man wearing a mask and black tactical gear disappeared in an instant. The soldier beneath the black exoskeleton felt his pupils constrict. He was actually faster than him. The thought had barely crossed his mind for a second when the soldier in the black exoskeleton suddenly sank his shoulders, and the mechanical blade on his right arm swung upward. A cold, white flash of light emerged. The entire mechanical arm was severed. The cut was smooth, with no jagged edges at all. Beneath the black mask, the soldier's expression was one of absolute shock. The strike ended as quickly as it began. In the next second, a blue vortex erupted from the center, striking his body directly. Bang! The soldier in the black exoskeleton flew backward, crashing into a pile of precision instruments that could have bought half of the fourth floor. The encounter was brief. Jiang Yi did not linger to fight. Following the girl's instructions, he entered the elevator. The elevator doors closed, cutting off everyone's line of sight. The layers of energy barriers outside were completely unable to stop its descent. The attacker had successfully escaped once again. Amidst the smoke and dust, the soldier in the exoskeleton pried his body out of the wall. LitRPG lifted his muscular arm, which was stained with dust and blood and exposed beneath the severed mechanical limb. He used it to pry out his left mechanical arm, and then his legs. As he stepped down from the wall, a hum sounded, and his mask opened, revealing a calm and resolute face. Although there wasn't much expression on his face, his slightly constricted pupils betrayed his shock. Could an NPC in a dungeon world actually be this powerful? LitRPG looked in the direction where Jiang Yi had disappeared and couldn't help but sigh. He had a certain level of confidence in his own combat prowess. This wasn't arrogance, but the recognition of his own strength as a soldier. But he hadn't expected to encounter such a master of the blade inside a dungeon. Seeing his severed mechanical arm, LitRPG couldn't help but lament once more. He didn't understand how this NPC had survived last night, but that didn't stop him from respecting the strong. Sigh. It's a pity the exoskeleton was damaged. It's a piece of tech from shounen technology, and due to the mission requirements, I can't take it off yet. If only I could fight him fair and square without the exoskeleton. After all, once I leave the dungeon, such an opportunity won't exist. A look of clear regret and a sigh appeared on LitRPG's expressionless face. Through the smoke, the other members of the special operations team walked over. One of them pulled LitRPG up and patted him on the shoulder. Are you okay? LitRPG nodded. Captain, don't overthink it. Anyone who can single-handedly blow up shounen technology is already beyond the scope of a normal person. Although, Captain, you aren't exactly normal either though. I mean, you're incredibly strong. But it's just too hard to stop a lunatic who's blowing up the company. That guy is a real badass. From last night until now, I haven't even really seen his face. LitRPG did not answer, only silently reminding himself once again that there is always someone better. And there is always a sky beyond the sky. He had to become even stronger. Chapter 186. Just because I looked at you once in the crowd. If Jiang Yi had known that the soldier was LitRPG, and what LitRPG was thinking, he most likely would have only left behind one sentence. Don't come over here. One of his clones ducked into the elevator. A blue energy barrier lit up, surrounding the elevator in layers and isolating it from the sounds of the outside world. Jiang Yi let out a breath, then immediately switched the narrow moon to his right hand, with a sharp asterisk crack asterisk. He snapped his unnaturally protruding forearm bone back into place, with a teeth-gritting groan. Jiang Yi felt his entire left palm and arm go completely numb. That last strike might have looked like Jiang Yi had coolly and cleanly severed the mechanical arm, but in reality, his own arm had suffered significant damage beyond the bone injury. Jiang Yi took off the wilderness witch's gloves. He looked at his palm. The entire area where he had gripped the blade was turning red, and the webbing between his thumb and index finger had a gruesome tear. What the hell? Is that even a human on the other side? Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask himself. Or was that exoskeleton just that powerful? But that guy wasn't the only soldier with an exoskeleton. When that guy stood there, his aura was like Thanos himself. What was this? The ultimate humanoid weapon of shounen technology. Jiang Yi gritted his back teeth and looked at the elevator. It was continuously descending. 9, 8, 7. After quickly sorting through what he needed to do in his mind, he put the wilderness witch's gloves back on. Now, he had obtained the gene serum, and furthermore in Jiang Yi's inventory, only 2 of the 3 vials of gene serum remained. Jiang Yi glanced toward the top floor. He couldn't hear anything from where he was now, but he knew for certain that things up there would be anything but calm. The fish corpses from last night hadn't caused too much of a loss for Thanos and shounen technology, but this current situation was entirely different. As the elevator descended, Lei Ting and the others received orders to regroup and move downward. While everyone was leaving, they failed to notice that inside the sealed laboratory, Test Subject 01, who had been lying on the bed maintaining only basic vital signs, had sat up. In the room, the naked girl was still covered in remnants of blue liquid. As her withered body absorbed the liquid bit by bit, her skin regained its luster. The fins near her ears began to twitch, and a similar sound emanated from the air around her. The blue liquid was something Jiang Yi had thrown in directly as he was rushing out. When he tossed it in, he had accompanied it with a single sentence: "I can't save you, but you can try it yourself." "I can try it myself." The girl repeated the words. A strange light flashed in her dim, fish-like eyes, and she suddenly clenched her fists. The elevator continued to descend. 3, 2. The system's voice rang out. Special quest, World Breaker Progress Report. Current world corruption level 35%. The world corruption level is rising sharply. Player, please keep up the good work. The corruption level had actually doubled. Was the impact of taking the genetic life serum even more severe than taking the Sigh of the Bay? Purification. Jiang Yi naturally couldn't have imagined that taking the Sigh of the Bay purification wouldn't cause much corruption as long as the upper-level resource reserves remained sufficient. However, the one he had just released was the true Pandora's box. Test Subject 01. Jiang Yi didn't dwell on it too much, and naturally, he felt no regret for his decision. His view of this world was quite simple. A world like this was better off destroyed. False hope was not as good as giving way to rage. Elevator has arrived at level 1 with a ding. The elevator doors opened, and Jiang Yi strode out. He was immediately met by the guide who had once yanked him, causing him to stumble, and mocked him for being a refugee from the lower levels. At this very moment, as the elevator doors opened and the guide just happened to turn around, Jiang Yi delivered a flying kick. Bang! The guide's body flew high into the air and landed right in the middle of the crowd. The people below erupted in an uproar, but Jiang Yi didn't even glance at them, sprinting straight toward the exit. In the lobby, combat personnel were rushing out from all directions, controlling the crowd while attempting to surround Jiang Yi. "Don't let him get away. Pursue him, damn it. Why aren't you stopping him? Are you that afraid of dying, you damn idiot? Why the hell don't you go stop him, you moron?" Various voices echoed. Jiang Yi rubbed his ears. Damn it. His hearing had actually sharpened at a time like this. Jiang Yi shoved aside two soldiers blocking his path and looked up toward the direction of the transport machine marked on his map. It was in the direction of the B-Gate cargo transport tunnel. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and saw a young man with a buzz cut wearing an orange jumpsuit standing on the side of B-Gate, hiding behind a door and peeking inside sneakily. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up instantly. Beside the B-Gate cargo transport tunnel, the buzz-cut youth was still peeking inside. excitedly saying to the two brothers sitting in the truck behind him, "Hey, something huge is actually happening at Shounen Technology." No wonder the boss said the intel from above mentioned that a storm was brewing at Shounen Technology. Did you see that? Some badass is causing a scene. The special operations team has been fully deployed. Damn, that guy's moves are so fast. I feel like he's on par with the boss. That guy, the chattering voice paused, then faded away. One of the two brothers in the truck urged impatiently, "What is it? What fast moves? Why'd you stop halfway through?" Hey, a knock sound came. The person inside rolled his eyes and opened the truck door before him. He-bao, the buzzcut youth, appeared. He was cowering. He-bao, which nerve of yours got crossed again? This is the driver's seat. The rest of his words stuck in his throat. In Kulong's line of sight, Jiang Yi appeared, dressed in a black combat suit and wearing a mask. Jiang Yi's gaze was incredibly cold. He held He-bao by the collar with his right hand, while his left hand pressed the silver wing assassin against He-bao's forehead. Kulong swallowed hard. He-bao cowered, his face flushed red, not daring to look at the two brothers at all. He had been caught on the spot. He didn't want this either. Damn it. How was he supposed to know that he'd just taken one look in the crowd, and this badass would come flying straight at him? Chapter 187. A real-life Fast and Furious person involved. He-bao expressed regret. "I truly regret it. I was just standing there watching. Who would have thought that my house, no, my person, would get caught just like that?" He-bao shrank his head, not daring to speak, fearing that the badass behind him would crack his skull open just like he had used his gun to execute the guards inside. Kulong looked at Jiang Yi and swallowed, feeling that the seemingly unremarkable young man before him radiated a killing intent that was no less intense than their own bosses, perhaps. In some ways, even crazier. At the very least, having been by the boss's side for so many years, he knew the boss was dissatisfied with Shounen Technology, but never to the point of smashing up the place on their own turf. But this person before them was different. It was all He-bao's damn fault. He just had to go and watch the commotion. And now look what happened. Kulong gave He-bao a look that screamed your disappointment, and just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yi didn't even glance at him, saying coldly, "Move to the passenger seat." Kulong let out an "oh," and just as his body settled into the passenger seat, his consciousness prompted him. Wait, that's not right. Why am I being so obedient? Jiang Yi ignored Kulong's confusion. He grabbed He-bao by the collar and stepped directly into the driver's seat. With a swift maneuver, Jiang Yi slammed He-bao into the driver's seat. He-bao was left feeling dizzy from the impact. And in the next second, a pitch-black gun barrel was pointed at him again. Jiang Yi commanded, "Drive. Head toward Yuntai." He-bao pointed at himself. Jiang Yi grunted, and in an instant, he stomped his foot down on the hand of Kuhu, who had been trying to pull a stunt. The intense pain made cold sweat break out on Kuhu's forehead instantly. Jiang Yi said, concise and to the point, "Move again, and that hand is gone." Kuhu. The three men in the car were completely subdued. A sense of dread, bordering on panic, erupted in their hearts. This ruthless man before them, how was he like a mind reader? It was as if their every move could be predicted in advance. Jiang Yi held the gun in his left hand to control He-bao, while the long, narrow, silver-white blade in his right hand circled around to press against the throats of both Kulong and Kuhu. In the distance, soldiers were already in pursuit, and in the sky above, a dense swarm of black drones, resembling a colony of bees, had been deployed, surrounding the truck. Enemies were everywhere. This scene was just like something out of an American blockbuster, however. Only those caught in the middle could feel that suffocating pressure. Fortunately, Jiang Yi had experienced many major situations before. He kept his composure and patted He-bao on the shoulder with his left hand. "Stop spacing out. Drive." How did he know I was spacing out? Because I was scared. He-bao didn't dare to ask. He slammed his foot down on the gas pedal. The truck began to move. Up ahead, steel plates it wasn't clear when they had been blown apart came flying toward them. He-bao's pupils constricted. He floored the gas and cranked the steering wheel simultaneously. The entire truck spun, and a screeching friction sound filled the air. All four people in the car were thrown to the right. Jiang Yi fared slightly better, hooking his right hand onto the overhead handle to steady his body. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. No sooner had the truck's front turned than the cargo bed behind them was riddled with holes by the drones above. In other words, if it hadn't been for Hebao's quick reaction, the windshield in front of the truck would have been completely shattered by now. Hebao really had some genuine skills when it came to driving. This was exactly why Jiang Yi had dragged Hebao up from the driver's seat. The 7 days of the precursor card had given him a thorough understanding of these three men. The truck made a U-turn, and following Jiang Yi's directions, Hebao rammed toward the direction of Yuntai. Along the way, Hebao lost count of how many checkpoints he had smashed through trucks, sirens, explosions, energy cannons. Back on the first level, there was never an experience this thrilling. With another beautiful drift, Hebao couldn't help but let out a howl of woohoo awesome. After that shout, there was a brief silence in front of the truck. Kulong and Kuhu looked at Hebao as if he were a complete idiot. Only Jiang Yi looked completely unsurprised. Jiang Yi glanced at the blue light that had already lit up overhead. He cleared his throat, speaking as if to himself, or perhaps just mentioning it casually. Wait a moment, there's something even more awesome coming, really. Hebao's eyes lit up. However, upon seeing Jiang Yi's dark, heavy eyes, he couldn't help but want to slap his own mouth. Stupid mouth. Stop talking to just anyone. Why can't I control myself? Jiang Yi ignored Hebao's reaction and simply said, in 3 seconds, floor the gas and charge straight ahead. Hebao, who had just warned himself in his heart not to talk back, okay. Above the roof of the truck, the 5 largest drones merged together, and black mecha parts were constantly overlapping and assembling above. This dynamic combination technology came from the contribution of a newly joined researcher at Shounen Technology. Well, legend had it that this new researcher was a rather reclusive person who always mentioned a younger sister, though no one knew if she even existed. Beneath the black mecha, dense energy-emitting eyes linked together. Below them, a honeycomb-like structure appeared. In his true vision, Jiang Yi saw an indescribable, massive amount of energy converging. Jiang Yi opened the sunroof and leaned his entire body out. 2 azure gemstones bloomed with light in his palms simultaneously. Sigh of the Bay, Twin and Sigh of the Bay purification. Jiang Yi's mental energy seeped into them. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his mental energy drained rapidly. Your mental energy is dropping rapidly. Your mental energy has dropped to 15. Your mental energy has dropped to 10. Your mental energy has fallen below the warning threshold. A series of notification sounds rang out, but Jiang Yi had no time to pay attention. Finally, after passing a certain critical threshold, boom, inside the driver's seat. Even though there was no rain, Hebao, Kulong, and Kuhu all felt a suffocating sensation as if they had been violently dragged under the sea. A massive wave rose up, and a blue tsunami, over 10 meters high and resembling a natural disaster, surged directly above the truck. The truck drove right up along the blue tsunami. Hebao felt the air in his mind constantly thinning. At this very moment, the truck was driving upward, away from the ground. The sensations of weightlessness and dizziness kept coming, and the driver's seat and windows rattled violently due to the high-speed movement. Hebao, in the driver's seat, didn't even know if he had blacked out for a brief second, but in the next moment, a heavy slap landed on Hebao's face. Hebao snapped back to reality. Keep driving forward. Jiang Yi's voice sounded. Hebao acted on instinct and slammed his foot onto the accelerator. Above them, a massive energy pulse collided with a blue tsunami. On the ground, the crowd watched with eyes wide with shock and terror. A truck flew directly out from the gap over a dozen meters high between the colliding energy pulse and the blue tsunami. Holy crap! Even those on the ground who weren't in the vehicle felt their hearts leap into their throats. For that 1 second, time seemed to stand still. Under the gaze of countless people, the truck swerved, its cargo bed smashing through the assembly drones hovering above. The truck plummeted downward. High in the sky, people had to squint to see that someone seemed to have stood up through the truck's sunroof. In the air, a sound seemed to ring out. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted. The bullets appeared to strike the connection device of the platform, losing its support. The platform began to fall. In the final second before the truck was about to crash, its front tires landed squarely on the platform's tracks. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The truck landed safely and sped toward the platform transfer machine. Group chat channel. Green Onion reporting thread. Player Isaac Sky High Green Onion. Video. Player Isaac Sky High Green Onion. Image of the dozen-meter-high tsunami colliding with the energy pulse in the clouds. Player Isaac Sky High Green Onion. Photo of the truck with only half its body remaining. Player Isaac Sky High Green Onion. Photo showing only a small silhouette above the truck's sunroof, facing the falling massive platform landing track. As soon as the video and photos were uploaded, the players below exploded. Player Lemon who came without Miko, holy cow. Player Betelnut like a forest of immortals, holy cow. Player DiCaprio Tomato, holy cow. Player Square Watermelon under the neon tree, holy cow. A real-life Fast and Furious, Chapter 188. Explosion is Art Part 1. On the first floor of Shounen Technology, in front of the underground parking garage entrance. Window that won't close huddled inside the pickup truck's cabin, his eyes wide and his face full of excitement as he typed new content into the group chat. Player Isaac Sky High Green Onion, sob sob sob. I thought just being able to work in the factory was already pretty awesome, but I didn't expect the development of this world to have reached this point. Player Lemon who came without Miko. Are the NPCs in this game this fierce? As expected of the fourth floor of the watchtower, seeing the message, Thunder, who was clearing his mind in the medical room's recovery pod, nodded to himself. Indeed, very fierce. Player Betelnut like a forest of immortals. Isaac Sky High Green Onion, brother of Sister Green Onion. Can you get a closer angle? It's too exciting. I want to see. I love to see. Show us more. Player Isaac Sky High Green Onion. Just call me Brother Onion. Player Isaac Sky High Green Onion. I'd like to, but with Brother Onion's current strength, I'd probably be turned into a sieve by the drones above before I even got close. Not to mention that strange blue energy. That thing looks just like Doctor Strange's magic. I wouldn't dare go over there. Going over there is a guaranteed death. While typing, window that won't close sighed inwardly, as expected of a world with an extremely high danger level, as warned by the big boss. Good thing he was obedient. He would just stick to screwing bolts in the factory, otherwise, his life would be in jeopardy. This kind of situation was absolutely not something small fries like them could handle. In the eyes of window that won't close, at this stage, perhaps only the big boss and a small number of top-tier players could participate in such scenes. By the way, he wondered where the big boss was now. The big boss unlocked exploration areas so quickly. He must have reached the fourth floor by now. He wondered if the big boss had clashed with the NPCs of this world. Window that won't close squinted at the truck that had flown and landed. The person who had emerged from the sunroof seemed to have returned inside the vehicle. The massive platform slide was falling, and the truck sped away. Although he hadn't seen the person's face, just from that silhouette alone, they looked terrifyingly strong. He wondered, if Big Boss Little Fries were to fight this NPC, who would be stronger? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, window that won't close gave himself a hard slap. Pay. Window that won't close spat and shook his head as a sycophant. Ah no. As the big boss's most important deputy self-proclaimed, and a friend with a closer relationship than the average player. How could he think like that? Not to mention the question of who was stronger. Window that won't close firmly believed the big boss was absolutely invincible and just needed some time to develop. After all, they had only just entered this game. Just the thought of fighting a lunatic who would directly go head-to-head with an entire faction. He hoped the big boss wouldn't run into this lunatic. The big boss was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He wouldn't understand the mindset of these lunatics. What if he suffered a loss? Thinking of this, window that won't close gave himself to more slaps. After sobering up from the shock of the fast and furious spectacle, he dutifully took some photos of the Shounen Technology Company and posted them in the thread. He should focus on managing the thread first. Maybe if the big boss saw that he was managing the thread well and that he had some value, he might even take the initiative to find him. Thinking of this, window that won't close felt happy again. He chuckled twice, curled back into the cabin, and began to frantically spam the chat to keep the heat up. If window that won't close had known that perhaps by getting just a little closer, or looking a little more carefully in that direction, he could have seen the big boss Little Fries he was longing for, He would probably be regretting it so much his guts would turn green. The truck reached the platform, and the front wheels slammed heavily onto the ground. The massive impact felt as if the people inside the car had been struck by a club. Jiang Yi was fine, with his greatly enhanced physical fitness. He could fully mitigate the pressure of the collision by adjusting his center of gravity. But Kulong, Kuhu, and the others were a different story. Kulong's face turned ashen. He felt an unbearable itch in his gut, and with no support for his body, his heart hammered painfully against his ribs as he landed. Kuhu, on the other hand, was much more direct. He shoved aside the hand Jiang Yi was using to restrain him. Jiang Yi paused, letting him push it away, and the moment Kuhu opened his mouth, he vomited directly onto Jiang Yi's arm. Jiang Yi, damn it! A rainbow-colored mess spewed out, and the car was instantly filled with an unimaginably foul stench. More importantly, that stuff had dripped onto the wilderness witch's gloves. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out. The wilderness witch's gloves are accusing you. They believe they have been insulted. They are requesting to burn the human before them to death. Don't burn him yet. Jiang Yi hurriedly clenched his fist and shoved Kuhu's head away. He glanced at the road ahead, at the end of the cloud platform slide. Just as the girl-shaped intelligence had said, there was a transfer machine. The transfer machine was entirely black and featured two sets of wings that overlapped like those of a dragonfly. At the front of the transfer machine was the cockpit, which was already open, revealing the pilot's seat inside. Jiang Yi turned sharply to He Bao on his left. Get ready, He Bao. Me? He Bao was completely bewildered. Get ready for what? Jiang Yi had no time to explain. The gloves on his palms were already becoming scorching hot. This time, the wilderness witch's gloves seemed truly angry. After silently apologizing to them in his heart, Jiang Yi fixed his eyes on the direction. The drones behind them had already caught up, and Jiang Yi slammed his foot onto the brake. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The faces of He Bao, Kulong, and Kuhu all slammed directly into the windshield in front of them. The truck came to a halt, and the drones swarmed over like sharks smelling blood. Jiang Yi first opened the right side door of the truck, scorching energy condensing in his palm. Boom! In less than a second, a massive flame, shaped like a rose, erupted from Jiang Yi's palm and struck the low-flying drones head-on. Instantly, the drones exploded in midair. The parts that came into contact with the flames were charred to a crisp. The stench of burning drifted over, blowing back Jiang Yi's hair. Being so close, Jiang Yi felt his own face growing hot. If that thing had been aimed directly at Kuhu just now, the latter probably wouldn't have even a scrap left. Chapter 189. Explosion is Art Part 2. After the brilliant rose-colored flames lingered above for about 3 seconds, the scorching heat in Jiang Yi's palms finally eased slightly. Jiang Yi seized the opportunity to toss Kulong and Kuhu out of the vehicle, then kicked He Bao, who was still in a daze, and said concisely, "Run to the transfer machine." Transfer machine? What is that? A bad premonition instantly arose in He Bao's heart. But he moved subconsciously anyway. There was no choice. If he didn't follow this ruthless man, he might die under the drone's bullets in the next second. Could someone tell him? Why on earth? Why does this ruthless man have to go with them? He Bao pulled open the door, shielding his head with both hands, and began to run toward the only transfer machine on the cloud platform in an extremely pathetic posture. The drones bombed the area for a while, but after realizing they couldn't stop Jiang Yi and the others, they didn't linger. Instead, they flew directly toward the location of the transfer machine, intending to blow it up. The drones turned above, which gave Jiang Yi and the others a moment to catch their breath. Soon, they approached the transfer machine. The flamethrowers beneath the drones were already aimed at the transfer machine, but the moment the fire began to emerge, a massive energy pulse locked onto them. It was the intelligence. Jiang Yi's mind stirred. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the familiar figure condensing into the shape of a little girl above the cloud platform, her virtual skirt seemingly fluttering in the wind. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but Jiang Yi felt that the little girl's form had become much more translucent, and red characters would appear on her pale blue face from time to time. This was the upper management trying to regain control of her. The girl pursed her lips and looked in Jiang Yi's direction. Jiang Yi withdrew his gaze and shoved Kulong and Kuhu into the transfer machine. He turned back and hauled the cowering Hebao inside as well. Hebao, hey, don't grab my neck, Kirk. Hebao rolled his eyes. And by the time he regained his senses, he was already sitting in the cockpit of the transfer machine. Hebao widened his eyes, scratched his buzz cut, pointed a finger at himself, and said incredulously, "I'm going to fly the transfer machine." Jiang Yi looked at him as if it were a matter of course. His dart gun barrel pointed directly at Hebao. Hebao swallowed hard, his expression bitter. No, he really didn't know how, damn it. Although he knew the brain of a ruthless man who could rob Tree Heart technology couldn't be entirely normal, no one had told him it could be this abnormal. Jiang Yi's expression made Hebao's skin crawl. After a brief internal struggle, Hebao finally reached out and touched the control panel with trembling fingers. After staring at it for a few seconds, Hebao tentatively pressed a red button. A mechanical prompt sound blared. "You are initiating the self-destruct sequence. Countdown 10, 9. Hebao Jiang Yi. Kulong Kuhu, no. Don't initiate. Don't initiate." Cold sweat poured down Hebao's face. At that moment, he wished he could dig the button out. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue and slammed his fist directly onto the button. Bang! The button shattered. Self-destruct sequence has been stopped. That works too. Of course it works. Aside from things like the system that he couldn't see or touch, he couldn't speak for those, but he was extremely familiar with this kind of control panel from his days as an auto mechanic. As long as he destroyed the internal circuitry, the command would naturally stop, of course. The method of destruction was not the simple punch that it appeared to be to others. In reality, it was an energy pulse from the Sai of the Bay, symbiosis held within his palm. After the self-destruct sequence ended, Jiang Yi looked at Hebao once more. Hebao subconsciously lowered his head. This time, his movements were even more cautious. Comparing the truck-like power source of the watchtower to the structure on the control panel, Hebao finally tentatively pushed a button upward. Buzz. Buzz! The wings on both sides of the transfer machine began to vibrate at a strange frequency, and the airflow generated underneath caused the machine to hover and begin spinning in place. Seeing this, Hebao immediately turned to look at Jiang Yi, his eyes shining. Jiang Yi nodded and gave a hum. Not bad, great. Although Hebao didn't know why he felt so excited about receiving praise from a ruthless man of unknown origin. After successfully starting the transfer machine, Hebao felt a sudden flash of inspiration. He turned to the other side again, and after steadily pulling out the control lever, two black joysticks emerged. At the same time, something resembling an accelerator pedal appeared beneath Hebao's left foot. Hebao's eyes lit up, and he pressed it all the way to the floor. Buzz, 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 buzz. This time, the speed of the transfer machine became even faster. The massive lift caused the transfer machine to rise by about 5 or 6 meters instantly. Because of the lack of control, the machine spun in circles on the spot. Kulong and Kuhu's faces turned pale again, but only Hebao had an expression of excitement on his face once more. With his right hand covering the joystick, Hebao let his thoughts guide him. After the transfer machine made a 270-degree turn in the air, it flew directly upward. A vertical takeoff with a transfer machine. If Reese were here, he would definitely be in disbelief. Is this really the Hebao he knows? Reese might not believe it, but Jiang Yi did. Discovering Hebao's talent in this area was purely accidental. This guy's intelligence for thinking was lacking, and his emotional intelligence for social interaction was abysmal. But Jiang Yi discovered that whenever he drove a truck or other vehicles, this kid would become extremely excited. While excited, his precision in operation not only didn't decrease, but became even more focused. Even his mental strength would increase. In Jiang Yi's words, Hebao was, to a certain extent, simply the innate saint of driving. It was a pity that this kid was just an NPC within the dungeon. Otherwise, in the main game, he would definitely be a significant figure. He might even have awakened some incredible talent. The transfer machine flew into the sky, weaving through various aircraft with an almost nimble posture. In order to capture the transfer machine, many aircraft collided with each other due to excessive speed. High in the sky, sparks flew everywhere, and flames and smoke scattered, as brilliant as fireworks. The transfer machine passed through the B, and C corridor buildings of shounen technology and flew straight toward the teleportation channel on the 4th floor. Seeing the familiar marble architecture, Hebao's heart skipped a beat. The marble building was the location of the teleportation channel, and it was also the territory of the law enforcement hall. Hebao saw that the top of the marble building was also glowing with red light. Clearly, they had seen the transfer machine flying straight toward them and had entered a state of high alert. Hebao glanced at Jiang Yi out of the corner of his eye. This ruthless man didn't seem to have any intention of calling a stop even now. Could it be that blowing up one shounen technology wasn't enough? Did he want to blow up a law enforcement branch as well? Hebao was on the verge of tears. Could he even go back after this? If the boss found out what they had been doing out here, wouldn't he skin them alive and pull out their tendons? Is it too late to get off the transfer machine now? Chapter 190. Explosion is Art Part 3. The transfer machine was getting closer and closer to the law enforcement hall building. Hebao kept looking back and forth between Jiang Yi and the building ahead. The meaning clear, we're going to crash. Are you still not stopping? Jiang Yi didn't speak, his expression quite calm. Hebao felt his scalp tingle, and sweat was seeping from his palms. Above the building, emergency interceptors had already taken off, their dark cannon barrels aimed at the transfer machine, and the warning alarms sounded incessantly. This had completely broken the safety distance. Seeing that the ruthless man still had no intention of stopping, Hebao could only grit his teeth and crash upward. Just as Hebao was wailing internally, assuming today was his death day and he would die at the age of 23. Jiang Yi's voice suddenly rang out. I'll count to 3. Hebao was stunned for a moment, only to see Jiang Yi already lifting Kulong and Kuhu with his right hand. Oh my god, is this really human strength? Hebao's pupils widened instantly, and here, Jiang Yi spoke again. Hebao, what about 2? The next second, Jiang Yi kicked the door of the transfer machine open and made a move to jump out. Hebao was scared out of his wits and hurriedly grabbed onto Jiang Yi's leg. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. The space he had left for this kid was around the waist. Forget it. Jiang Yi raised his palm, and a black metal cylindrical object appeared in his hand. This was an item Jiang Yi had opened from a golden treasure chest. Although this thing didn't have the prestige of Narrow Moon, it was very practical. Common item, powerful grappling hook. Description, produced by the system. If the hook is there, you are there, you can't be lost without it. Although this description sounded a bit annoying, in the current scenario, it provided a great sense of security. Everyone on the transfer machine had left their seats, causing the center of gravity to shift. The entire machine began to spiral in the air, its massive wings constantly sliding toward the edge of the building, which was terrifying to watch. After Jiang Yi confirmed the position, he acted immediately. Bang! Grappling hook launched. With a clang, the black grappling hook connected to the edge of the building. Without giving Hebao and the others any time to prepare, Jiang Yi leaped off. Hebao Kuhu Kulong. A scream rang out abruptly, nearly shattering Jiang Yi's ear. While in midair, Jiang Yi couldn't spare a hand to give Hebao a solid slap, so he had to endure it, gritting his teeth. Jiang Yi's astonishing core strength came fully into play at this moment. With the claw hook swinging a few times in the air, Jiang Yi forcibly dragged the 3 people and came to a halt at the edge of the zone, and the transfer machine behind them with a bang. It smashed directly into the building. Then came several more explosions. As if a chain reaction had been triggered, Jiang Yi shouted into the air, "Hey, I am here." An ethereal female voice responded. The intelligent entity, dressed in a white dress, appeared above the transfer machine. 9 game coins spinning within a virtual blue light. Jiang Yi paused, then tossed out 7 words, straight to the point. As you wish, blow it up. Understood. The corners of the girl's mouth curled up, looking exceptionally innocent. Inside the transfer machine, the self-destruct sequence that Jiang Yi had interrupted was now activated. The spot where the transfer machine was embedded in the building was precisely where the teleportation channel was located. 3 seconds later, a massive explosion erupted. Rubble and building materials were all blasted into the sky. More importantly, those 9 coins fell straight into the teleportation channel, and with a wave of the girl's small hand, a vertical row of blue energy pulses swept across, directly detonating the interception devices surrounding the teleportation channel. The people inside scrambled, clutching their heads as they rushed outward. Amidst the flying artillery fire, a series of boom, boom, boom sounds that made one's heart race echoed out. It was the sound of some kind of heavy gate being opened. Teleportation channel, 4th floor, now open. Teleportation channel, 3rd floor, now open. Teleportation channel, 2nd floor, now open. Just like that, the channels for all 9 levels, from top to bottom, were fully opened. Huge pillars of energy stood tall, connecting heaven and earth. A gentle female voice continuously broadcasted outward, "Open, open." Every open seemed to strike directly at the hearts of the crowd. What does open mean? The expressions of the crowd were somewhat dazed. They had gone too long without seeing such a sight or hearing such a sound, to the point that they had forgotten that, in the very beginning, the watchtower did not require a pass. Did not require working in factories and companies day and night. Did not require one to stay in almost the same place from birth until death. Open. The crowd turned their heads in a daze. Within the throng, a woman with long hair and a delicate face, wearing a one-piece jumpsuit, suddenly ran out. She rushed directly toward the teleportation channel, which had been completely exposed by the explosion. As if she had no regard for anything else, under his true sight, Jiang Yi could clearly see the face of the person below. It was actually a familiar face, the woman who had been held by the waist by the director on the underground 7th floor. She was actually the first one to rush out. The woman ran toward the channel as if she had gone mad. During her sprint, fragments from the explosion kept bouncing off around her, but she didn't care at all. As if she couldn't feel pain. A little closer, just a little closer. The woman was screaming almost silently. Having stayed on the underground 7th floor for so long, her skin had turned as pale as paper, and the medicinal baths had left her palms as withered as an old person's. But now, none of that mattered, because the final step, a blue halo enveloped the woman, and a familiar voice sounded. "Please select the level you wish to travel to." Without the slightest hesitation, the woman chose the 7th floor. 7 is a good number, the woman thought. Blue light covered her, and in an instant, her figure vanished. After a second of silence in the surroundings, she went in. The teleportation array started up. That means, now, we can teleport to other levels without any conditions. As these words fell, everyone became restless. With one woman going in first, there was a second, a third. First, it was the underground workers in their jumpsuits. Then the ordinary residents gathered nearby, and after that, there even appeared those well-dressed members in suits and ties. They knew full well that if they went up, they would definitely be discovered. What if? There were so many people. Take a gamble. What could happen? It couldn't possibly be worse than this. After only a few seconds of quiet, suddenly, the crowd below, like a converging torrent, directly overwhelmed the intercepting soldiers, or rather, the soldiers themselves joined the torrent of the crowd. The blue light continued to expand. On the outskirts, there were even people appearing who had rushed up from the 3rd, 2nd, and even the 1st floor, all looking nervous. The current instance has collapsed significantly. The collapse value has reached 47%. Congratulations. You have completed the special quest, the Collapse Bringer, and have received the basic rewards. Chapter 191, Blown Up. The watchtower had blown up in the physical sense. Hibao, who was clutching Jiang Yi's leg for dear life, had only this thought left in his mind. Gulp. Hibao swallowed hard. He retracted his previous statement about the ruthless man being a lunatic. What was blowing up a tree heart technology compared to this? Compared to what the ruthless man was doing now, that was nothing. The dark, surging crowd from the underground poured into the teleportation channel like a tide. Even with Hibao's limited intellect, he knew the world was about to fall into chaos. Different levels of the watchtower could now be accessed without a pass. What did this mean? As long as you had the guts, as long as you had the strength, as long as you could withstand the initial shock, you could live an entirely new life. Even from a great distance, Hibao could vaguely hear the shouts of the people. Their excitement, it was the sound of something called freedom. Life is precious. Love is even more so. But for the sake of freedom, both can be cast aside. These were the lines from a poem he had bought for him by the boss from the Tower Merchant Ordos. At the time, The sister-in-law looked down on the eldest brother for being uneducated. The eldest brother, feeling indignant, bought this book, although only a few days later, he found this very book in the corner of the wall beneath the small terrace. The eldest brother, Reese, didn't have much interest in poetry collections, but for some reason, he seemed to still remember this one. The clamor below gradually faded from Jiang Yi's ears. His true sight had reached its limit, and his senses were no longer being enhanced. Everything below was in complete chaos. At this moment, no one had the energy to pay attention to them. It was laughable. At a time like this, even the captains of those special operations teams were likely single-mindedly rushing toward the upper levels. These people were the ones who understood best just how vast the gap was between each level. Prisoners were only sent to the first level for a limited time, but these officers and soldiers were serving a life sentence after all, barring any accidents. They were fundamentally unable to leave the zones and levels they were responsible for. And now, this sealed passage had been opened. Even for them, it was hard to resist such a temptation. Jiang Yi hooked his grappling hook onto the structure above and swung again, landing on the top level of the building with a movement that wasn't exactly graceful. If someone had a fear of heights, they would have dropped dead right there. Jiang Yi stood steady. He bowed and the other two were clearly still in a daze, their eyes and minds completely fixated on the open passage, looking utterly so lost. Jiang Yi was not a local of the watchtower, so he couldn't empathize with what the three of them were feeling at this moment. After glancing at them, Jiang Yi gave a light cough. The three of them turned around as if waking from a dream, looking at Jiang Yi with guarded expressions. They were terrified that in the next second, Jiang Yi would do something crazy again. But Jiang Yi did not. He wasn't actually a madman. Jiang Yi looked at the three of them with a calm gaze and said, "You can go now." He bowed subconsciously repeated. Jiang Yi gave a hum of affirmation. He wouldn't be staying with these three any longer, to avoid dragging them into the mess later on. As for their own safety, Jiang Yi figured that the upper levels of the watchtower had plenty to worry about right now. It probably wouldn't be their turn to be targeted for a while. Besides, these three were not ordinary people. The Wanderers were, at the very least, a major faction. After that hum, Jiang Yi turned around directly, also preparing to head toward the transport passage. Staying here any longer would make him a true fool. Seeing Jiang Yi turn away, He felt an inexplicable sensation in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, Jiang Yi spoke a step before them. "Right." As payment for the ride, Jiang Yi tossed the smoked cheek meat and roasted chicken wings he was holding over to them. These were the things these three guys loved to eat most. "They're yours." He bowed and the others caught them subconsciously. The inexplicable feeling in their hearts grew even more pronounced. But when they looked up again, the young man in the black tactical suit and mask had already vanished. Jiang Yi slept for a long time, so long that he seemed to have lost his concept of time. He only saw that his dreams were filled with vehicle coins, vehicle upgrade fragments, golden prop cards, and a large brown bear smiling foolishly at him, saying, "Little Inspector Jiang, you're here. You've worked so hard. Let me give you a massage." As it spoke, the big bear stretched out its soft, fluffy bear paw. The color, the texture, Jiang Yi couldn't help himself, and took a bite right at the top of it. Jiang Yi bit down on his own back molars and tumbled off the bed. With an ouch, he woke up, clutching his head in a dazed in the dim, small room. The curtains were drawn tightly, and not a sliver of light could be seen. It was impossible to tell if it was day or night. Though on the first level of the watchtower, it was hard to tell the difference anyway. Yes, the culprit who blew up the entire watchtower, Jiang Yi, was currently, contrary to everyone's expectations, teleported to the first level of the watchtower. Almost everyone believed that either this madman had deeper motives and wanted to spark a revolution, so he would head to the highest level of the watchtower, or he would flee, leaving the watchtower entirely to head toward the forbidden zones on the surface. But Jiang Yi did not. It wasn't that Jiang Yi had some ability to foresee the future, but rather, Jiang Yi had a positioning card. Jiang Yi chose to locate the tower merchant, Ordos, directly. Since this guy had the channels to obtain work permits, get his hands on electric vehicles, and handle electricity usage certificates, then he must have the ability to hide his tracks and evade pursuit. Jiang Yi didn't consider himself a particularly smart person, but when it came to reverse reasoning, he had a bit of confidence in himself, and so, just as the old guy Ordos was locking himself in his secret residence, carefully and fearfully watching the blurry figure of Jiang Yi broadcast on his special monitor, Jiang Yi just appeared, bright and clear. King descends from heaven, fierce and angry eyes. As Jiang Yi's figure slowly materialized, old Ordos even smacked his lips. Did this broadcast instrument upgrade its virtual character section? This hair. Old Ordos used his finger to lift Jiang Yi's bangs. Jiang Yi, these cheeks. Old Ordos's finger poked at the soft flesh of Jiang Yi's cheek. Jiang Yi. This arm Jiang Yi. These thighs Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi performed a shoulder throw, tossing old Ordos directly into the recliner in the room that was identical to the one in the shop. The commotion startled the husky that was sleeping outside, and the husky lifted its head, looking toward the room. With a thud, the sensation of pain traveled from his backside, and Ordos was completely stunned. My God in heaven, it's real. Chapter 192. You can't trust clickbait. Jiang Yi looked at the old man with black lines across his forehead. Where was this old geezer touching? Seeing Jiang Yi's vivid expression, Ordos couldn't help but rub his eyes again. After confirming once more that the guy in front of him was truly a living person and not some virtual projection, Ordos panicked completely. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. He had just been praying in his heart that Jiang Yi would head straight for the surface and fly far away, never to return. To his surprise, no sooner had he finished his prayer than the man arrived at his home. Ordos couldn't help but swallow hard. How on earth did Jiang Yi find this place? They, the tower merchants, wandered between different levels, and the saying "a wily rabbit has 3 burrows" wasn't just empty talk. Even the leaders of the Wanderers didn't know about his residence on the first level. How did Jiang Yi manage to track him down here? Should he say it was to be expected of a lone hunter capable of infiltrating and blowing up the Tree Heart technology facility? His ability to locate a hideout was comparable to a hyena's. Ordos huddled in his recliner, head bowed, looking like a hunched-over old pigeon. It was as if, by doing this, Jiang Yi wouldn't be able to see him and wouldn't strike up a conversation. But Ordos was clearly overthinking it. After Jiang Yi landed using the location card, waves of exhaustion washed over him, and his various stats were dropping rapidly. Jiang Yi knew he had to rest immediately. So, Ordos. Jiang Yi spoke up. Ordos remained silent as a cicada in winter, stubbornly refusing to answer. Jiang Yi squinted at him, pondered for a few seconds, rubbed his brow, and said as if casually, "It was truly exhausting to carry all these things along the way. All these things." Ordos's eyelids twitched. Jiang Yi's mouth curled up imperceptibly as he continued, "Machines, serums, experimental manuals. I just don't know if there's a way to get them out of here. Machines, serums, experimental manuals." Ordos's eyes lit up. He knew what Jiang Yi was talking about. The latter had just returned from blowing up Tree Heart technology. Ordos couldn't help but swallow hard. He looked at Jiang Yi, struggling internally. Jiang Yi knew the old man was tempted. One couldn't treat Ordos the same way one treated Hebao and his crew. The tower merchant channels were deep and, at the same time, very discreet. Jiang Yi couldn't think of a place more hidden or safer than Ordos's right now. It was best not to reach the point of a desperate, mutually destructive confrontation. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi pressed his advantage, saying directly, "Oh, right. I think there are also some mermaid smears." Ordos stood up with a start. He smoothed out the few strands of hair he had left, took off his glasses, wiped them with his greasy hands, and muttered, My glasses weren't clean just now. I couldn't see what was in front of me. Forget it. I'd better go get another pair of glasses. I hope that at this time, no one will sneak into that lightless but warm, comfortable bedroom with hot water and snacks." After saying this, Ordos walked right past Jiang Yi, taking the opportunity to turn his head and pointedly glance toward the location of the hidden door. "Jiang Yi, that was enough." Ordos walked out. The husky outside wanted to come in because it smelled a familiar scent, a powerful scent that, by nature, should belong to its master. Just as the husky opened its mouth to bark, the old man covered its muzzle. "Wuff! Let go of me, you old geezer." The husky struggled violently, engaging in a physical brawl with Ordos, but in the end, it was dragged away by the old man. The room became quiet once again. Jiang Yi let out a soft sigh. Although there were too many things to complain about, the result was good. Just like that, Jiang Yi entered the bedroom through the hidden door. It was indeed as Erdos had said. The interior was almost devoid of light, but it was very warm. On the small table in the bedroom, there was black tea and simple slices of bread spread with peanut butter. Jiang Yi didn't touch any of it. He just wanted to sleep now. The kind of sleep from which one wouldn't wake up for a long time. After giving a brief instruction to Brother Iron Anvil, Jiang Yi stripped off his filthy clothes and crawled into bed. Wrapped in the soft bed and quilt, Jiang Yi quickly fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was to the scene before his eyes. Jiang Yi sat on the floor, clutching his head, completely bewildered. How long had he slept? Jiang Yi stared blankly for a while. Only after he felt his brain could function again did he open the main screen. The main screen log had been updated. The system had already broadcasted its morning report. It was 10 minutes past 6 in the morning. Good morning. Dungeon players, till today is the 4th day of entering the dungeon. The time limit for the dungeon mission is already halfway through. I wonder how everyone's progress on the main quest is coming along. By the way, I believe you have already noticed the earth-shaking changes within the dungeon. I have to admit, your performance is quite shocking even to this system. Well done. The game favors the strong and the wise. The more outstanding your performance, the more rewards you will receive, and the stronger you will become. Fate is in your own hands. Please keep up the good work, players. Due to the fact that the world's main storyline has changed to a significant degree here, the system applauds your performance once again. * for Alt Q. Some players' main quests will be adjusted to a certain extent. Please check your notifications. Dungeon weather today: thunderstorms tilled. Dungeon temperature today: 18 to 21 degrees centigrade. Special reminder: the dungeon time is already halfway through. Time remaining until the final dungeon settlement, 4 days. Due to certain special reasons, the settlement rewards for this dungeon will be doubled. Please keep up the good work. After reading the broadcast, Jiang Yi opened the group chat. As expected, the chat was already in complete chaos. The replies to the discussion thread about the green onion had been pushed to several thousand, and all the players inside were feeling excited about being able to witness a revolution firsthand. The 9 levels from top to bottom were all connected. Riots among the poor, military mutinies, the collapse of order. These were things one wouldn't even dare to imagine in the real world. Even if the cows and horses drudges in the real world were dissatisfied, they had to swallow their anger for the sake of survival. Now, seeing the entire dungeon completely blown up, they actually felt a sense of reflected glory. The photos of the cargo truck taken by Da Kong, along with that solitary figure facing the 10-meter-plus descending cloud platform slide, were being brought up constantly by everyone. Some even went as far as to call him the combat version of Martin Luther King among the instance natives. Looking at this comment with the most likes, Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. Instance natives. Martin Luther King. Could these people get any more ridiculous? Marketing accounts are truly the worst. Chapter 193. The Tower on the Tip of the Tongue. After idling in the group chat for a while, Jiang Yi sat on the floor, leaning against the bed in a daze. He didn't want to move a single finger right now. Since entering this instance, aside from the first day when he encountered the Wild King, he had either been running for his life or was on the way to doing so. Jiang Yi even thought that perhaps for the rest of his life, he would have trauma whenever he saw pipe. Jiang Yi let out a long, weary sigh. A qualified beast of burden should learn to give themselves a break after hard labor, otherwise, they would drive themselves insane sooner or later. Just as Jiang Yi was thinking about lying back on the bed to get some sleep, there was a woof sound from outside the door. Jiang Yi lifted his head, his slowly rotating brain taking a few seconds to process before he remembered. It was the dog belonging to the tower merchant, Ordos. The husky let out another woof, but before it could bark again, old Ordos fiercely covered its mouth. The husky struggled desperately, but old Ordos, unable to bring himself to actually hurt it, could only say with a fierce expression but a cowardly heart, "You stupid dog. Keep it down. If you wake up the guy inside, he'll definitely stuff explosives into your mouth." "I wouldn't stuff explosives into a dog's mouth," Jiang Yi muttered silently to himself, scratching his messy hair and reverting to his cold, deadpan expression. Jiang Yi stood up and walked straight out of the bedroom. With a creak, the hidden door opened. Man and dog looked over simultaneously. In Jiang Yi's line of sight, he happened to see the husky's paw pressed onto the old man's bald patch, while the old man's leg was struggling to deliver a sweeping kick to the husky. Seeing Jiang Yi emerge, both froze, looking very much like children caught doing something bad by their parents. Ordo stepped back first. The husky landed on the ground and let out a fawning woof at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi first glanced lazily at the husky, then looked at Ordo's. His voice slightly hoarse as he asked, "What's the situation outside?" "Not great." As a tower merchant, it was rare for Ordos to be this honest. "Everything outside is in chaos. There are people everywhere, armies everywhere, and even the 9th level of the tower is shaking. And, for some unknown reason," Ordos said, stealing a cautious glance at Jiang Yi, "the supply of nutrient solution inside the tower has been cut off. Now, the residents are rioting even more. Without the nutrient solution, they simply cannot survive." Ordos didn't say the rest. He didn't dare ask why the nutrient solution had been cut off. Jiang Yi nodded, not surprised by this reaction. With the masses rioting, the so-called upper-level organizations naturally had no energy left to maintain the facade that the nutrient solution could be supplied indefinitely. Jiang Yi believed this was only the beginning, because the system's broadcast sound rang out. "The world collapse value is slowly increasing. Please continue your efforts, player, to unlock more advanced rewards." Collapse was an irreversible trend. Having anticipated this situation, Jiang Yi felt no psychological burden. Observing Jiang Yi's expression, Ordos couldn't quite grasp what he was thinking. After hesitating for a few seconds, the old man finally spoke. "What does your excellency plan to do next? Head up into the Forbidden Zone, or head down to blow up the pagoda next?" Jiang Yi tilted his head and thought for a moment. "Let's cook something first." "Ordos?" The air went silent instantly, save for the husky letting out an excited howl. Woof! Ordos wondered if he was getting too old, to the point where he was already starting to go deaf. After bombing the entire world, the next step was to cook. Jiang Yi had no interest in what the old man was thinking. He hadn't eaten a proper meal in days, having either endured the foul-smelling gases in the pipes or eaten some instant food. Now, he desperately needed a good meal to soothe his soul. "Where is the kitchen?" Jiang Yi asked. He really wanted to cook. The shock on Ordos's face deepened, but he still pointed toward the door on the right. Jiang Yi nodded and walked straight into the small kitchen. As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but frown. "What is this? Cockroaches flying everywhere, bedbugs crawling all over." As the image flashed through Jiang Yi's mind, he immediately remembered something and quickly covered his left hand, which wore the wilderness witch's glove, with his right hand. Be good. We aren't looking at this. Jiang Yi didn't want to spontaneously combust in the next second. Jiang Yi had walked in, and Ordos followed right behind him. Seeing this scene, the old man smiled sheepishly and said, "I don't come here often, and I don't clean it much. Would you like to go somewhere else?" "No need." Jiang Yi turned around and left, returning to the front hall. This place also looked like a storefront, though it appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. Seeing Jiang Yi's scrutinizing gaze, the tower merchant Ordos offered a brief explanation. Many years ago, the first level wasn't a wasteland zone. Back then, the watchtower hadn't been built with so many levels. Under the acid rain, people had actually once enjoyed a fairly decent and united time. Since the kitchen was unusable, Jiang Yi simply decided to cook in the front hall. He planned to make a simple bowl of porridge. Jiang Yi took rare ingredients he had previously obtained from his inventory: tiger prawns, scallops, and dried scallops. He also took celery and preserved vegetables from the fruit and vegetable pack given by young Master Pig, setting aside cooking wine, peanut butter, white pepper, and salt. So much for just making a simple bowl of porridge. The anvil silently grumbled in his consciousness. After taking out the ingredients, Jiang Yi began soaking the rice in water. In another small iron pot, he soaked dried scallops and shiitake mushrooms. These two items were meant to enhance the umami flavor. Perhaps because he had been a food blogger in the past, even when he wanted to keep things simple, he couldn't help but add a few extra steps. Soaking the rice usually required an hour or two, but fortunately, the rice provided by the system seemed to possess some unique properties. as it was ready in about half an hour. During this time, Jiang Yi began preparing the side ingredients. He cleaned the shrimp, added cooking wine and white pepper to marinate them, then shredded the ginger, minced the celery, and chopped the preserved vegetables. While Jiang Yi was preparing the ingredients, the old man watched from the side. He had originally assumed that Jiang Yi was just looking to fill his stomach with something simple, like boiled food. He hadn't expected Jiang Yi to be so genuinely meticulous in his preparation. Moreover, judging by his technique, it looked damnably professional and skillful. That left hand preparing the ingredients seemed to possess some kind of magical charm. Even the simplest movements made it hard for one to look away. Every strand of shredded ginger was kept at a uniform width. Even the celery was cut into perfectly precise little cubes. It was as if the tool in Jiang Yi's hand wasn't a kitchen knife, but a surgeon's scalpel. More than half an hour passed before Duosi realized his legs had gone numb, as the pins and needles sensation set in. Duosi let out an ouch and began pounding his sore, numb legs. While pounding, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although the ingredients hadn't hit the pot yet, the scent of the marinade was already gradually filling the air. Unexpectedly, it smelled delicious. Chapter 194. With all the ingredients prepared, and thinking that using an electric pot to cook porridge would take too long, Jiang Yi simply gathered a pile of firewood. With a flick of his right hand, a refined rebar fork appeared in his grip. Although Jiang Yi now possessed Narrow Moon and Silver Wing Assassin, the frequency with which he used the rebar fork remained very high. The convenience of the steel fork was something other weapons simply couldn't provide. Anvil felt this deeply and detested it thoroughly. After propping up the iron pot with the rebar fork, Jiang Yi lit the woodpile with a lighter. 7 or 8 minutes later, the savory aroma of mushrooms and seafood almost completely submerged the room. Arha's drool had already turned into a river. Even though the tower merchant Duosi's diet was already quite rich compared to most people in the tower, upon smelling this scent, he felt as if his taste buds, which had been dormant for years, were being reactivated. It smelled so good. It smelled so good that Duosi even forgot just how crazy and terrifying the young man in front of him was. Duosi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Jiang Yi naturally saw this, but he didn't say anything. His attention was entirely focused on the pot of porridge. Jiang Yi adjusted the heat, and soon, the surface of the porridge began to bubble. Finally, Jiang Yi added the green onions and celery. He knew some people didn't eat these, but he couldn't do without them. In Jiang Yi's eyes, the world couldn't turn without green onions and celery. After the tender green onions and celery were added, the fragrance in the air was like a balm. For a moment, both man and dog were a little dazed. After waiting for 2 minutes, Jiang Yi nodded to himself and muttered, "It's ready, ready." The simple word made Duosi swallow yet another mouthful of saliva. Jiang Yi took his own bowl and spoon from his inventory and quickly served himself a portion. The colors of the fresh shrimp, dried scallops, and shiitake mushrooms looked exceptionally enticing. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction, lifted a spoonful, and took a taste. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It was clear that even Jiang Yi himself was very pleased with the flavor. Jiang Yi sat on a chair with the porridge and began to savor it earnestly. Beside him, Duosi felt a bit dizzy. He kept rubbing his hands, glancing from time to time at Jiang Yi and the pot next to him. He wanted to speak several times, but swallowed the words back down each time. Food was a precious resource within the tower. One didn't need to think twice to know how valuable such a pot of seafood porridge was. The old man wanted to splurge a few times to see if he could negotiate buying a bowl of porridge from Jiang Yi, but the moment he thought about spending money, Duosi's expression shifted and certainly, filled with struggle and pain. This was, quite simply, even more agonizing than last night. After hesitating several times, Duosi closed his eyes, forcing himself not to imagine that bowl of delicious porridge anymore. The tower was in complete chaos now. Money and supplies might become tight later. He couldn't be extravagant. As an experienced merchant, he should recognize that the bowl of porridge was the devil's temptation. Yes, that was right. With a hardened heart, Duosi took a trembling step, wanting to leave this place of temptation, when the devil spoke. "Want some, Duosi?" He felt as if he had heard the sound of a cross collapsing. 2 minutes later, the old man had almost buried his entire face into a large wooden bowl. The thick seafood porridge was smeared all over his beard and the corners of his mouth, and his tongue was numb from the heat. But even so, the old man didn't stop drinking the porridge while eating. The old man sighed sincerely. So good. The old man's table manners had nothing to do with elegance, to put it bluntly. It was quite unsightly and hard to watch. Drink slowly. Jiang Yi's voice came from the side. Right. The old man seemed to realize he had lost his composure and replied with an embarrassed expression. As he spoke, the old man subconsciously looked up at Jiang Yi, only to find that there was not a hint of disgust or impatience on the latter's face. Jiang Yi rested his chin on his hand, watching him with a calm gaze. He paused, then continued, drink slowly. Hot food hurts the stomach. When he said this, Jiang Yi's eyes were even arguably gentle. Odosi felt a bit surprised, but he slowed down his pace, blowing on the porridge to dissipate the heat before swallowing it. Seeing this, Jiang Yi nodded slightly and continued to eat his own. The way Ordos looked just now reminded Jiang Yi of his own grandfather. Old people, as they age, experience a decline in various bodily functions. Their hands and feet become less agile, and when it comes to eating or sleeping, it is inevitable that they show signs of frailty. Jiang Yi remembered that after his grandfather was reminded once by his own son Jiang Yi's father, the old man was never willing to eat with the rest of the family again. He would take his bowl back to his room and only come out once everyone else had finished eating. At that time, Jiang Yi did not understand why his grandfather never ate with them, nor did he understand why he would see his father standing silently at the door of his grandfather's room after dinner, looking as if he wanted to say something, only to leave in silence without uttering a word. Now, he seemed to understand something. The steam from the bowl made Jiang Yi's eyes turn slightly red. He couldn't help but think that when people are tired, they are always prone to being moved by their surroundings. This meal of porridge took nearly an hour to finish. At first, the two were silent, but later, after Jiang Yi prompted him once, Ordos seemed to slowly open up. He began to talk about some of the past events in the tower, saying that he had eaten such porridge before, although it wasn't as delicious as what Jiang Yi made. The taste was quite good. He began to talk about how he found a job in a factory when he was young, how he was cheated by the factory owner, and finally, how he stole the owner's vehicle and resources to escape, beginning his work as a tower merchant. He began to talk about how, when he first started as a tower merchant, he was discovered, had one of his legs broken, and how, while getting his leg set at a black market clinic, his money was stolen and he was reported to the authorities, forcing him to drag his half-healed leg and flee constantly through the 4th floor. It was on that path of flight that he encountered the stupid dog, Arha, who was also on the verge of death, having seemingly escaped from somewhere and nearly been eaten by others. That was how a man and a dog met. As he spoke, Ordos picked up Arha, whose name was Aurelius, who had been lying at their feet, while holding his wine glass. Being picked up by Ordos, Arha appeared very disgusted, constantly using its paws to push the old man's face away. The old man didn't mind. After so many years, he had grown accustomed to this life, letting the dog's paws press against his face. Ordos laughed. This stupid dog. It's different from other dogs. Jiang Yi, who had been listening quietly, raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised that Ordos had noticed this. Arha also went quiet for a moment. Ordos seemed not to notice, speaking softly. More than 20 years have passed. If it were an ordinary beast, it might have died long ago, but it hasn't. Ordos gently stroked the dog's head and sighed. It is still so strong, so smart, but I can no longer run. Even getting into a vehicle is a struggle. Ordos's cloudy eyes blinked, wondering what he was thinking. Perhaps it was fear, perhaps it was sentimentality, or perhaps it was for more complex reasons at this moment. Even Jiang Yi, who was always sensitive to emotions and spiritual perception, could not accurately discern what was in Ordos's heart. It was as if a river that had been silent for decades had suddenly erupted with a great, mournful cry. Ordos's lips trembled, but he said nothing, only resting his head gently against Arha's and shaking his head with a smile. The system notification sound rang softly. Congratulations to the player for unlocking and completing the side quest. Description: the specific meaning of this quest is unknown. Trigger conditions are unknown. Completion conditions are unknown. Your performance has gained the favor of the special existence, the passerby. He has issued you an identity card that belongs exclusively to him. You have obtained the passerby identity card on the main screen. A silver-white card with a river printed on it appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. Chapter 195, Dungeon Conclusion. The passerby identity card, another new identity card. Jiang Yi's heart stirred. He didn't rush to check it, but instead looked at Ordos with a sense of realization. He was certain he hadn't done anything special just now. It couldn't be that his making porridge had caught the attention of this so-called special existence. The passerby. If it wasn't him, then it must be Ordos. Was it because he had finished listening to the story of Ordos's life that he unlocked this identity card? Judging by the name, passerby. A passerby of all lives, not participating personally, but witnessing, as Jiang Yi pondered. He couldn't help but nod. If that were the case, it would certainly make sense. The two finished most of the pot of porridge. While eating, Ordos brought out his prized wine. Ordos had originally made up his mind to be extravagant, but Jiang Yi did not accept the tower coins or the promised supplies that Ordos offered in exchange. On one hand, he had no use for tower coins. He would be leaving the dungeon in a few days. On the other hand, he didn't really need the supplies either. Although it was true that the more supplies one had, the better. He was currently staying at Ordos's place, living in his space and letting him take the risks. Even though Jiang Yi would trade for some supplies, he still had to adhere to basic principles. It was just a bowl of porridge. It didn't mean much to him. Moreover, the unexpectedly unlocked identity card, while not directly confirmed to be related to Ordos, could be considered a gift from him. Ordos was completely drunk. The old man's face was flushed red. He was still mumbling something, and from time to time, he would use the dog's head to wipe away his tears. After struggling a few times, Orlius simply gave up, looking ahead with dull, depressed eyes. Jiang Yi felt a bit like laughing. After moving the old man to his room, Jiang Yi returned to the front hall. After opening the few treasure chests he had hoarded, he returned to the dark room to continue catching up on sleep. For the next few days, Jiang Yi's life could simply be described as leisurely. Every morning, after taking a glance at the group chat to see the new developments within the watchtower across various levels and locations shared by everyone, Jiang Yi would head straight from the first floor to the surface to grind monsters. Currently, the upper levels of the watchtower were in a state of chaos over internal affairs, so the surveillance on the surface had decreased significantly. Jiang Yi rarely encountered any soldiers. After finishing a wave of monsters, Jiang Yi would return to Ordos to cook. He had to admit, the food he made himself was just delicious. After eating regular meals every day, Jiang Yi felt he had even more strength when grinding monsters. As for Ordos, ever since he drank the seafood porridge Jiang Yi made and chatted with him at such length, he was no longer as guarded against Jiang Yi. Now, seeing Jiang Yi return, Ordos no longer felt much panic. Instead, there was a faint sense of warmth. Before his children were eaten, this was the kind of life he had dreamed of. Soon, the time in the dungeon reached the 7th day. Above the surface, a massive octopus with dozens of tentacles and disgusting slime fell to the ground with a boom. Beneath the octopus's corpse, the floor was no longer recognizable by its original color or pattern, as it was covered in a layer of mucus-like substance. You have killed a level 3 fish corpse, Blue Phantom Octopus. You have obtained vehicle coins 2-0. You have obtained a special item, Octopus Suction Cup. Description: a special item originating from the dungeon watchtower. An octopus suction cup with excellent adhesive properties. You can use it for unclogging toilets, cupping therapy, or other special purposes. Seeing the last line of text, the corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. He backhanded it straight into his inventory, prioritizing the out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. This thing could probably be combined with the leather clothes and whips he had obtained from the hardware store earlier to form a new set. He would just wait until later to see if there was a chance to sell it. While thinking this, Jiang Yi flexed his wrists. He could now handle level 3 fish corpses with relative ease. But for level 4 fish corpses, Jiang Yi evaluated his overall combat power and concluded it was still a stretch. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi couldn't help but sigh in admiration for that Thundersea. That guy was truly strong. After lurking in the group chat for a few days, Jiang Yi had noticed that the faction Thunder seemed to have joined was Tree Heart technology. Furthermore, judging from certain messages the latter sent and the images shared when occasionally answering other players' questions, Thunder Z was likely the person in the black exoskeleton armor on the 4th floor who had briefly clashed with him. At the moment of their clash, Jiang Yi had stacked almost all his titles and items, activated True Vision and Silent Step, and used Narrow Moon to deal critical and true damage. Even so, he had only barely managed to sever a mechanical arm, and the person inside seemed to have suffered no significant damage. Moreover, recalling that moment of combat, Jiang Yi remembered that the moment his blade came down, Thunder had already shifted his stance and adjusted his center of gravity. Using the mechanical arm to block was merely to dissipate the force. Within True Vision, Jiang Yi had even seen the fist that was about to strike from the lower left. If that punch had landed, he likely wouldn't have been able to walk away that day. At the time, he had seen the incoming attack, but seeing was one thing, and being able to react was another. Jiang Yi possessed many powerful titles, items, and weapons, but combat reflexes were something that could only be truly integrated into one's body through rigorous tempering. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi sighed slightly. He didn't feel discouraged. His progress had already been quite significant. From initially being chased around by fish corpses to now being able to independently slay level 3 fish corpses. This rate of growth was already quite astonishing. After all, one must learn to be content. With this thought, a smile reappeared on Jiang Yi's face. He simply processed the blue phantom octopus's corpse, put it back into his storage stone, and found a clean platform. Jumping up in 2 or 3 steps, sitting on the edge of the platform, the countdown appeared on the main screen in front of Jiang Yi. Dungeon Watchtower countdown. 12 minutes and 23 seconds. There were about 12 minutes left. Jiang Yi didn't intend to go back to the 1st floor to say goodbye to Ordos. Goodbyes were always difficult, so it was better to just let it be. Before coming out, Jiang Yi had also made a trip to where the Wandereries was located, and fortunately, the guy wasn't there. It stood to reason that with the turmoil inside the watchtower, this guy would also have to go out to fight for and defend his territory. He wouldn't stay in one place. However, Jiang Yi's eyes flickered. Beside the small 2-story building belonging to Rees, Jiang Yi had easily evaded the guard's sight and climbed to the 2nd floor. Just as he walked into the bedroom, his spirit stirred. He looked sharply toward the desk and slowly pulled out the drawer. Jiang Yi saw a blue necklace that looked like a heart. You have discovered a special item, Heart of the Wanderer. Heart of the Wanderer. It was actually in Rees's home, and it was placed in such an obvious spot. Jiang Yi's heart was torn for a long time, hesitating whether to take the necklace, but in the end, ignoring the system that kept emitting sharp, piercing beeps, Jiang Yi simply closed the drawer and turned to leave. Jiang Yi rested his chin on his hand, watching the countdown, and couldn't help but think that the things he wanted had actually been by his side from the very beginning. Although the 7 days in the dungeon were not long, Jiang Yi felt he had matured quite a bit. A gentle breeze blew by. Inside the deserted building, the system's countdown ended. White light surged from Jiang Yi's body, enveloping him, and then, his figure vanished abruptly. Chapter 196, White Fatty Jellyfish. Dungeon Watchtower has ended with the final broadcast. The white light covered everything. Jiang Yi's consciousness gradually pulled away from the world, before it fully detached. Faces flickered before Jiang Yi one by one, then dissipated. Patter, patter. The sound of rain began again. Jiang Yi opened his eyes. At this moment, he was in the center of the white mist. The mist continued to stretch out in all directions, and he could hear the sound of rain, yet it was blocked by some unknown substance and did not fall upon him. Jiang Yi turned his head to look. The bright yellow forklift sat quietly in its original spot, exactly as it had been when he first entered. Although the concept of the forklift being home was still a long way off, at this very moment, seeing that familiar splash of bright yellow made Jiang Yi's mood feel inexplicably much lighter. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly as he whispered, "Haven't seen you in a week, old buddy." The light strips on the forklift flickered to life, casting colorful rays onto Jiang Yi's face as if in response. Jiang Yi did not waste any time, nor did he pay any mind to the group chat that had already exploded. With the 7-day dungeon concluded, The players who had already exited were naturally bursting with things they wanted to share, while the players outside, those who had endured 7 days of torrential rain, were also filled with pent-up frustration they wanted to vent. The two groups were chatting so heatedly in the group chat that Jiang Yi merely glanced at the constantly flashing notifications before closing the screen and jumping into the cockpit. He opened the door and, with a single leap, climbed into the driver's seat. The interior of the cockpit was just as he had left it, neat and clean. Jiang Yi stepped on the accelerator, driving the forklift straight out of the white mist. As he returned to the road from the sides, the pattering sound of the rain descended once more. In the past, this sound of rain would have easily made him irritable, but now, hearing that familiar noise again, Jiang Yi felt as if a lifetime had passed. Jiang Yi turned the steering wheel and, without stopping to rest, drove the vehicle straight ahead. As he drove, Jiang Yi couldn't help but think that it was no wonder some people loved speeding. This thing was truly a great stress reliever. Amidst the rain, the forklift moved forward. The road ahead stretched on, leaving the past behind. The subtle, indescribable feeling of gloom also vanished. After driving for about 10 minutes, Jiang Yi's eyes flickered as he spotted a bronze treasure chest on the side of the road. Jiang Yi slammed on the brakes, the corners of his mouth lifting. He felt no disappointment or other negative emotions at seeing only a bronze chest. Although for the current Jiang Yi, a bronze chest could no longer be considered a particularly special resource. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Jiang the Skinner would never let an opportunity pass him by. Opening the door, Jiang the Skinner took out Narrow Moon, with his black, blood-stained combat suit, the long, narrow blade gleaming with a cold light, and the sharp, piercing aura honed from countless battles. He looked just like a final boss making his entrance at first glance. Approaching the chest, Jiang Yi used his long blade to flip it open. A white light flashed, and a strange, transparent creature appeared. The creature had a round, chubby head and transparent, ribbon-like tentacles. Above its head, there seemed to be some fluorescent patterns. Jiang Yi held his blade upright, squinting his eyes. He did not lower his guard because of its cute appearance. However, 10 seconds passed, and the thing remained in place, its tentacles drifting in the air. But it made no move to approach Jiang Yi. Did this thing move at all? It wasn't just Jiang Yi who was curious. Anvil was curious too. Anvil's gruff voice rang out, "Tell me, brother, are you blind, or am I? Did this transparent steamed bun move or not? God tier transparent steamed bun." Jiang Yi silently complained in his heart while simultaneously using his spiritual power to forcibly judge it. Sure enough, the creature's mental strength was extremely weak. With a single intimidation, the creature's tentacles froze in place, and its large head slowly lifted. On top of its head, the pale pink eyes, about the size of mung beans, looked at Jiang Yi in terror. Upon seeing the terrifying aura radiating from Jiang Yi, the transparent big steamed bun turned its head away, its tentacles flailing frantically as if it wanted to burrow back into the treasure chest. Jiang Yi. Now Jiang Yi saw it clearly. No matter how violently or agilely those tentacles seemed to move, the little creature's body barely moved at all. At most, it had advanced by a few centimeters. A sloth in the water, indeed. After mocking it in his heart, Jiang Yi walked straight up to the big white steamed bun. The bun's mung-bean eyes looked even more terrified now. That blade looked like it could slice him into pieces. And he'd heard humans loved eating seafood slices like him. He had to run. Thinking of this, the big white steamed bun hurriedly moved another 3 centimeters. Moreover, because it moved too hurriedly, the tentacles behind it began to knot together. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yi didn't care about the big white steamed bun's dignity at all and laughed out loud. He evaluated it seriously. If this were in the modern natural world, according to the laws of natural selection and survival of the fittest, your species looks like it would struggle to survive even a single round. Although it couldn't understand what Jiang Yi was saying, seeing his mocking expression, the big white steamed bun felt its monster dignity had been insulted. Thinking of this, it ran even faster. However, the moment its tentacles touched the treasure chest, Jiang Yi gave it a headbutt with the back of his blade. "You have killed the monster, white chubby jellyfish." Hearing the system's blunt announcement and the monster's name, Jiang Yi almost collapsed from laughter. What a name! The monster was exactly as described. The description page for the white chubby jellyfish popped up. Monster, white chubby jellyfish description. A monster with extremely slow speed and extremely low intelligence. So it was a chase and kill type. Huh, Jiang Yi laughed a few more times. Killing a white chubby jellyfish has a chance to obtain a special coating, although it's useless when applied. It feels slippery and fun to touch, good grief. The dropped item was also pathetically weak. Jiang Yi smacked his lips. He had thought that even if the monster was useless, it might at least have some venom or something on its surface. But it didn't even have that. It was pure trash. Since there was no toxicity, Jiang Yi simply picked up the white chubby jellyfish. Sure enough, beneath its tentacles, he found a small clump of viscous substance. The mucus was wrapped in a white light, and Jiang Yi took a small bottle from his inventory and stored it inside. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he would just hoard it for now. Chapter 197. I really want to own it. Over here. Jiang Yi had just put away the slime and glanced casually at the main screen. The group chat window was still open, and at that moment, Jiang Yi saw a message. Player and Wandesu. Looking to buy special materials. Any kinda slime will do. Seeing the message, Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. He even looked left and right. This Siscon couldn't possibly be here in person, could he? What a coincidence. He had just obtained a special slime, and now someone was looking for it. While Jiang Yi was looking around, and Wandesu sent another message. Player and Wandesu. The reward is negotiable. Absolutely generous. Seeing this message, the skinflint Jiang Yi sighed. Should have said so earlier. Back in the dungeon, he still owed this Siscon brother a favor. He, Jiang Yi, was not the type to ignore a debt of gratitude. Now that the man had a need, he naturally had to respond promptly. Just as these thoughts finished crossing Jiang Yi's mind, the voice of his anvil buddy rang out gloomily. Brother, you'd better mean it. Jiang Yi retorted without hesitation. Is your head itching for a beating again? The anvil buddy snorted. The two seemed to have grown accustomed to bickering. Jiang Yi pulled his attention back to the group chat. The number of people responding in the group chat was actually quite high. In fact, Jiang Yi even saw two familiar IDs. Player closed window. AI ask. Is the slime of a blue phantom octopus acceptable? Blue phantom octopus. Wasn't that the level 3 fish corpse he had killed? He hadn't received any notification about obtaining anything after killing it. After a second of silence, Jiang Yi, like the anvil, let out a gloomy sigh. He hated these lucky dogs. It made the efforts of ordinary people like them seem somewhat laughable. If it were someone else, Jiang Yi wouldn't use such a narrow perspective to judge them. After all, perhaps they were just unwilling to reveal their true strength. But as for closed window, Jiang Yi scoffed. Let's put it this way. To the current Jiang Yi, closed window was only a tiny bit stronger than that white, chubby bun from earlier. And that was even counting all the bizarre items he had managed to open. If those bizarre items were used by someone else, especially someone like Thunder Z or Jiang Yi, they would have long since created a massive gap between themselves and other players. But for closed window, on one hand, some of his attributes didn't even meet the threshold to use the items. On the other hand, even if he did meet them, the bonuses gained were extremely limited. Just imagine, 90*20% versus 2000 20%. The difference between the two is obvious without needing to say more. However, lucky dogs don't play by the rules. The luck of a lucky dog is even more unstoppable, crushing everything in its path. Jiang Yi had no way to deduce how closed window, who worked in a factory and spent the later stages completely holed up in the employee dormitory, managed to get the slime of a level 3 fish corpse like the blue phantom octopus. While Jiang Yi was silently grumbling, and Wandesu had already replied, Player and Wandesu, sorry, that one won't work. Player closed window. Alright. Depressed player Thunder Z. I am about to enter a solo dungeon. If nothing goes wrong, there should be level 4 or level 5 fish corpses inside. And most of them have slime. I'll send you a list of the monsters I've encountered. See if there's anything you need. If there is, I'll go into the dungeon and see if I can drag it back for you. Player Thunder Z. The price is also negotiable. Fist bump, fist bump, fist bump. Before the person on the other end, and Wandesu, could reply. For some reason, Jiang Yi remembered the text that kept popping up in the dialogue box when this guy was playing minigames. This guy was quite introverted but had an astonishingly vivid imagination. If he hadn't replied yet, could he be grumbling about it in his head? After all, Thundersy had just offered to go into a solo dungeon to hunt on demand. For most players, if they didn't know this guy's personality, they would definitely think he was just showing off. Jiang Yi watched with interest for a while. A few seconds later, Anwandesu's message popped up. Player Anwandesu, sorry. The performance of that is too strong. It might not be suitable. Seeing that familiar ellipsis at the beginning, Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Over the next minute, Anwandesu rejected several more sellers. Jiang Yi muttered to himself, could it be that his item was actually what the guy needed? Shaking the small glass tube in his hand, Jiang Yi first reached out to Thundersy. Melancholy little fry. I'm very interested in the monster list you have. Can we trade? After sending the message, Jiang Yi casually replied in the group chat, Melancholy little fry, I have special materials. DM me. The moment he clicked send, Jiang Yi felt as if he had overlooked something, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately clicked send. In that instant, the sky lit up before every player's eyes. Player unlucky guy who got kicked by a couple while being held and spun around on the street. F my life. My eyes. My eyes. Player Zhang Fuhai beside the world's #1 lord. Waking up with a question mark faces at dawn. Player Orange, it's little fry. The big shots entrance special effect. Seeing this message, Jiang Yi finally realized what had happened. He forgot. He forgot about that damn special effect. Jiang Yi's mouth hung open, his pupils constricted. On the main screen, a pair of luxurious, emo-style black wings spread out. The moment the wings unfurled, Jiang Yi even heard a sound Shao. Phoenix or sky strike. At the same time, in the center of the screen, the avatar of Little Fry wearing a crown completely dominated the display. Below the system interface, the prompt text and sound effect appeared simultaneously. High-level player Melancholy Little Fry is speaking in the group chat. Come and watch. Watch your grandfather. Jiang Yi howled in his heart. His entire face felt like it was burning up. Embarrassing. It was just too damn embarrassing. He hadn't seen this thing since middle school. Now that he was well into his 20s, seeing this gadget left him with an expression identical to that of an elderly person struggling to use a smartphone. Jiang Yi clutched his head, unwilling to face reality for a long time. Inside Jiang Yi's mind, Anvil was laughing hysterically. The constant ha-ha-ha echoes made Jiang Yi grit his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, in the group chat, on the side of the restless, Shizhou, who had long bangs and a gloomy expression, watched the full-screen special effects, his eyes lighting up. I really want to own that. Chapter 198, Transaction. Those black wings were practically blooming right in the center of Shizhou's heart. His gloomy eyes brightened for a fleeting moment, and immediately after, Shizhou saw a familiar avatar, a box of small French fries. In Sector 99. No player would feel unfamiliar with this avatar, especially after the dungeon ended. Everyone had originally thought that in this dungeon, Melancholy Little Fries would meet his downfall after all. Compared to big shots like Wild King or Thundersy, Little Fries hadn't revealed his true form in the anonymous group chat at all. Although the latter had taken first place during the mid-dungeon broadcasts, there had been no news of him afterward. In terms of real-time popularity, he was, in some respects, not even as relevant as the Green Onion broadcast post. However, just as everyone was whispering among themselves, at the familiar time of 10:00 p.m., the system began its broadcast. Good evening, players. This dungeon will now undergo its final summary. Player What's Wrong with Today said, It's here. It's here. Player Ain Says So said, Ain Says So too. Player Would It Kill You to Skip a Day of Gossip said, I've already pulled up my little stool waku waku. At this exciting moment, this system is about to announce the top 50 players of this dungeon. This ranking is based on a comprehensive evaluation of resources obtained, monsters killed, and map exploration within the dungeon. I believe you are all quite familiar with these rules by now. Let us guess. Who will take the top spot? Omega. Player What's Wrong with Today said, A blind guess. It's Big Shot Little Fries. Player I Was Once a Youth said, Not necessarily. Just as those words were spoken, a massive French fry avatar appeared before everyone's eyes. The reason it was massive was perhaps because the harvest in this dungeon had been so bountiful that the system's tone was exceptionally excited. Consequently, the top-ranked avatar was countless times larger than before. The main screen zoomed in close for everyone to see. Once that yellow fry avatar lit up, it was like Nez's Dharma manifestation technique. Watchtower Dungeon Top 1 Player, Melancholy Little Fries, Dungeon Performance, SSS Rank. The three S's lined up together, looking like Mount Rushmore. It was so overwhelming it made people gasp for air. And it didn't end there. After Melancholy Little Fries, the second place in the dungeon was Thundersea, but the dungeon rating dropped to S rank. The difference between a single S and three S's was obvious to anyone with eyes. The former was 3S only because the maximum rating was 3S. The remaining players appeared in order, but compared to that golden Dharma manifestation Little Fries avatar, they seemed insignificant. This big shot Little Fries was simply too authoritative. Thinking of the scene from yesterday, Chijo's eyes flickered. Even if he didn't want to pay attention, he would still intentionally or unintentionally end up knowing and understanding. After this battle, Melancholy Little Fries had become a topic in Sector 99 that could not be avoided. Chijo even suspected that even after leaving the game, most players would think of something whenever they saw French fries in their daily lives. But none of that was the most important thing. The most important thing was that Chijo knew this so-called nominal top 1 player was a total pervert who didn't care about gender and would ask for photos the moment a conversation started. And the reason he called it nominal and so-called was that Chijo believed there were other true high-level players in the sector hiding their real strength, such as Jiang Yi. The latter's face, young yet tinged with coldness, appeared in Chijo's mind. In an extremely short amount of time, he had solved a game of strategy that even he himself had no clue how to handle. Inside the dungeon, he had single-handedly infiltrated shounen technology, a force spanning several levels, and taken away core resources that only a few lead researchers knew about. Later, although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes because he was under house arrest, he learned from reports that the latter hadn't just played shounen technology for a fool, but had also hijacked a transport machine to ram into another major power, the Enforcers, and even blown up the teleportation channels from the 1st to the 9th floor. It was hard to imagine that this was something a single person could accomplish. All the players said this was a revolution sparked by the dungeon's internal NPCs. But only Chijo knew that Jiang Yi was no NPC. He was a player just like them. In Chijo's heart, Jiang Yi was the true top player of this sector. However, it had to be said that the latter's ability to hide was just as outstanding as his ability to think and destroy. Even now, Chijo still hadn't been able to decode which player Jiang Yi actually was. Compared to Jiang Yi's indisputable strength, Chijo naturally felt nothing for Melancholy Little Fries. Not only did he feel nothing, but because he had a younger sister, Chijo felt a deep disgust for such people. Seeing the Melancholy Little Fries avatar behind the special effects, Chijo's face grew long. Melancholy Little Fries, I have special materials. Private chat. Another private chat? Chijo skipped the message directly. In the private chat channel, he first replied to a few players who had poked him, but to Chijo's disappointment, none of these materials met his requirements. The material he needed didn't require high intensity, but it had to satisfy one characteristic. The properties had to be pure. Most of the slime obtained by players came with various attributes, such as pollution, corrosion, or toxicity. None of these met his requirements. After looking around, the group chat fell silent. Chijo had a bit of a headache. After hesitating for a few seconds, he clicked on the avatar of Melancholy Little Fry. There was no other way. This material was the core lubricating component for his mechanical power arm, and he had to obtain it. Clicking the avatar. You have removed Melancholy Little Fry from your blacklist. The system notification sounded. You have sent a friend request to player Melancholy Little Fry. Chijo sent the request, and about a minute later, player Melancholy Little Fry has accepted your friend request. You can now start chatting. Seeing this message, Chijo took a deep breath. Just as he was thinking about how to send a message, the other party had already taken the initiative and sent one first. Melancholy Little Fry. Screenshot of white chubby jellyfish introduction. A message came through. Devoid of any pleasantries or filler words, it was extremely concise. It was like a completely different person compared to the one who used to demand to see his face every time they messaged. Looking at the message, Chijo even suspected that the person on the other end had been replaced. Regardless, the other party didn't send anything strange, and Chijo was happy to see it that way. Chijo first clicked on the introduction of the white chubby jellyfish. After reading for a while, he confirmed that this was exactly the material he was looking for. To think that a natural slime material without any interfering attributes actually existed. He had only sent it to the group chat to test the waters. He hadn't expected Little Fry to actually have it. Chijo couldn't help but mutter to himself. No wonder most players said that melancholy Little Fry and his everlasting department store were the system shop of their District 99. If other players didn't have it, he did. If other players wanted to hoard it for profit, he supplied it in batches. Better items were more expensive than his. Cheaper items weren't as comprehensive as his. If this wasn't a system shop, then what was? Having found the material he wanted, Chijo's mood relaxed a bit. Chijo sent a message, anxiety, that works. Anxiety, 5 vehicle upgrade cards. 2 positioning cards. 1 special item draw roulette. Shall we trade? Chijo gave his offer. Jiang Yi only took a brief look before sending the slime in his hand over directly. He had always been swift and decisive when it came to trading. Although he could tell that Chijo seemed to really want this item, Jiang Yi didn't intend to gouge him with an exorbitant price. Returning a favor wasn't just empty talk. If it weren't for the map of tree heart technology provided by Chijo, things wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. A white light appeared, and the slime, contained in a bottle, was delivered into Chijo's hands. Jiang Yi's straightforward attitude toward the trade left Chijo deeply surprised. Could it be that he had really misunderstood something? Just as he was about to send the materials over, the pop-up window flickered, and Melancholy Little Fry sent a message. Melancholy Little Fry, by the way. Melancholy Little Fry, besides the slime, we can also trade for some other things. Chijo. Jiang Yi leaned against the side of the carriage, thinking while he sent the message. The Siskon brother had joined Tree Heart Technology as a researcher during the dungeon. To be able to become a researcher, there was a high probability that he was genuinely skilled in research. Jiang Yi calculated that his current item upgrade fragments, item upgrade cards, and car coins were already enough for him to upgrade his level 3 forklift to level 4. But upgrading to a level 4 vehicle required 1 key material, power-assisted mechanical arm. According to the description, this thing seemed to only be found in intermediate service areas. But the game's progress wasn't that fast at all. The probability of reaching an intermediate service area was simply too low. If he waited, he didn't know how long it would take. Therefore, Jiang Yi thought about looking for other channels. As a liberal arts student, Jiang Yi wasn't really good at this kind of thing, and coupled with the fact that his luck in opening items was mediocre, he set his sights on the Siskon brother. Jiang Yi earnestly typed into the chat box, "Melancholy Little Fry. Do you have any blueprints or technology related to mechanical power arms? We can cooperate." He clicked send. A red exclamation mark appeared, and Jiang Yi's expression went blank for a moment. "You have been blacklisted by player anxiety. Please maintain a civilized image within the game." Jiang Yi Chapter 199, Death is Imminent. What is wrong with this person? Jiang Yi stood frozen in place, feeling that the double cheese pickle bacon hot dog mega burger in his hand was no longer delicious. The red exclamation mark in the chat window was exceptionally glaring. If the supplies hadn't already been sent out via the white light, Jiang Yi would have started to suspect that the other party was trying to welch on the deal. If it wasn't to welch on the deal, it was hard to explain why he would blacklist him. He wasn't like Anvil, saying something brainless, was he? Seeing that Jiang Yi had also been blacklisted, Brother Anvil's voice sounded extremely excited. "Brother, I told you. It's not my problem. That person just likes to blacklist people." Jiang Yi. After being speechless for a few seconds, Jiang Yi gave a heavy grunt, no longer bothering with that blockhead. Jiang Yi clicked directly on Thunder Z's chat box. He asked Thunder Z to purchase the monster list. After clicking, Thunder Z had already sent the monster list over. It was such a long list that Jiang Yi almost couldn't scroll to the end. As he looked through it, Jiang Yi couldn't help but think that he might have poked a monster's nest. With so many, He could practically write a genealogy for the monsters. While he was skimming the list, Thunderzy sent a message. Fist bump, monster list, shared, strong upper arm strength son. The string of emojis gave Jiang Yi a bit of a headache, but he accurately grasped Thunderzy's meaning. Was this guy planning to share the monster list for free? Fine, that was still Thunderzy's style. Jiang Yi didn't waste words with the latter either. He directly sent one of his own hot dogs over. And along with it, he took from his food storage. That's right. Jiang Yi had so much food that he had even carved out a separate space within his space stone just to store it. He picked out a few items at random, some homemade braised beef, shrimp crackers, and some rice balls and instant meals that Jiang Yi himself wasn't particularly fond of. He then sent the supplies over directly. On the other side, when LitRPG saw the white light flash, he knew that Little Fries must have sent the supplies. He had intended to refuse. But as the white light dissipated, LitRPG's nostrils flared. A rich, indescribable aroma of braised meat wafted through the air. The moment he caught a whiff of it, LitRPG's Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed hard. So fragrant. LitRPG took the supplies and looked straight at the vacuum-sealed braised beef in the center, which bore no labels or text. The aroma was coming from this. LitRPG desperately wanted to tear his gaze away from the braised beef and send the supplies back. But at this very moment, he found he simply couldn't do it. That braised beef was more stimulating to his mind than the electric chair he used during training. Your mental state has experienced slight fluctuations. A cold, mechanical voice rang out. LitRPG froze for a moment, and then a wave of shame and embarrassment washed over him like a tide. Never take a single needle or thread from the masses, that was his principle, after all. But the masses had sent him beef. LitRPG's inner struggle lasted for a long time. Finally, he closed his eyes. He was about to make a decision that went against the ancestral teachings of the Yan family. LitRPG, I'm sorry. The beef is just too fragrant. I really want to keep it. LitRPG, I have already sent the other supplies back. Can I trade something else for the beef? I know that food is a precious resource at a time like this. Can I trade it for something else? I am truly sorry. Ashamed rose. Jiang Yi had just finished reading the message when a massive tremor shook the air. Jiang Yi felt a sense of foreboding, but it was already too late. The next second, Jiang Yi's world went dark. Above the forklift, a massive flash of white light appeared. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched violently. Using what was likely the fastest speed of his life, he yanked the door open, jumped into the driver's seat, and drove the forklift away. He floored the accelerator. The forklift instantly left the ground, and after the white light flashed behind him, a massive object came crashing down. It was the giant corpse of a creature that looked somewhat like a mushroom, likely some kind of jellyfish. Black tentacles were connected to a hideous head, and in the center of the head was an inward-opening mouthpart, surrounded by circles of fine, sharp teeth. No head, no tail, and no eyes. It looked incredibly sanity-draining. Most importantly, the thing was over 10 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide. When it slammed down, the standing water on the ground splashed high into the air. It must have weighed several tons. If this thing had fallen directly from the sky and hit the forklift, Jiang Yi would likely have met his end at the age of 21. At that point, who knows? LitRPG might have even earned an achievement reward for solo killing the top player. Melancholy Little Fries. Jiang Yi looked at the situation behind him through the rearview mirror with a face full of black lines. You have to admit, just looking at the results, this was much faster than any positioning card. Jiang Yi released the accelerator, hit the brakes, and jumped off the forklift. The massive, hideous corpse gave Jiang Yi a headache. This was surely another powerful monster killed by LitRPG. Jiang Yi tried his best to ignore the monster's sanity-draining appearance and poked the corpse with his long blade. You have obtained a special monster corpse. Deep-sea giant jellyfish description. A special monster native to the Land of Giants dungeon. Every deep-sea giant jellyfish is told 2 things at birth: hibernate during the summer, and never touch cucumbers, vinegar, minced garlic, minced ginger, or sesame oil. So, it's a cold-tossed jellyfish salad. Jiang Yi laughed. Good grief. The recipe was written in the description. Since the system had provided the recipe directly, this thing must be exceptionally delicious. Although Jiang Yi wasn't someone with a particular obsession with gourmet food, For a cook, it was impossible to pass up such ingredients. He would accept this jellyfish. Jiang Yi transferred the massive corpse into his space stone, intending to process it later. Returning to the chat box, Jiang Yi sent another bag of braised beef over. Melancholy little fries. Glad you like it. Melancholy little fries, I've accepted the item. You can come to me again if you have similar trades in the future. Upon seeing this message, the other party's status immediately changed to typing. At the same time, Jiang Yi felt the white light above his head begin to flicker again. Jiang Yi quickly sent, melancholy little fries, but not right now. The flickering white light stopped. On the other side, Lightingzy, who had been scavenging his own supplies, stopped in disappointment. He had been planning to send over the dozens of other corpses he had on hand as well. Jiang Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He hadn't even been this nervous when he was being chased through the pipes by Tree Heart Technology. Chapter 200 Game Part 1. Putting the monster corpse back into his space. Lightingzy thought for a moment before solemnly typing into the chat box, Lightingzy, if you have similar trades, please be sure to find me. Fist fist fist. Jiang Yi replied with 3 fist emojis as well. Closing the chat box, Jiang Yi stepped on the gas and drove forward for another stretch. As he drove, he felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't quite recall what it was. Perhaps it was due to the frequent use of his mental power within the dungeon. Jiang Yi felt that his memory wasn't as good as it used to be. He continued driving forward when he spotted a silver treasure chest and jumped out of the car to walk toward it. Suddenly, Jiang Yi felt a weight settle on his back. The feeling was incredibly eerie. It was as if someone had jumped onto his back. Jiang Yi's spine stiffened instantly. He was certain that no parallel highway had appeared. So it was unlikely to be a player from a parallel highway. If it wasn't a parallel highway, could another player have used some kind of special item card? But his mental senses hadn't reacted in the slightest. Only hesitating for half a second, Jiang Yi saw the narrow moon in his left hand radiate with brilliant light, and he thrust it directly backward. If he hadn't already used the Wild Witch's gloves inside the dungeon, using the flame or teleportation abilities within the gloves would have been the optimal solution for this situation. Unfortunately, the gloves were still in their cooldown period. Jiang Yi swung his blade backhanded, but the sensation of striking something he had anticipated did not occur. The long blade swung through empty air. As Jiang Yi turned around to swing his blade, he looked up, but no other players or monsters appeared in the surroundings. Jiang Yi paused for only a second before his back felt heavy once again. At the same time, this time, a cold, airy wind suddenly blew past his ears. The hair on Jiang Yi's arms stood on end. This is a ghost possessing his body. What person from the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't be superstitious about this? As Jiang Yi felt his scalp tingle, his dormant memories finally began to return. He realized that in the dungeon, he had only encountered pollution and monsters, not anything like spirits. As for things related to spirits, Jiang Yi had already recalled what they were. The weight on Jiang Yi's back grew heavier and heavier. At the same time, he felt a pair of invisible hands reaching over from behind, about to cover his eyes. The cold, chilling sensation gradually shifted toward his face, covering his eyes to plunge him into eternal darkness. It was definitely that wooden carving. Jiang Yi channeled his mental energy, attempting to use it to suppress the entity, or at least force it to stop its movements, but to his surprise, it seemed to have no effect. Jiang Yi's left eye had already begun to tear up, as if it had touched something spicy. Jiang Yi blinked instinctively, and a feeling of stiffness washed over him, besides covering his eyes. A phenomenon of turning into would seem to be occurring as well. The mental suppression was useless, and cold sweat broke out on Jiang Yi's forehead. Invisible and intangible, if an ordinary person encountered such a thing, they would have been scared half to death long ago. Jiang Yi tried his best to keep his voice calm and spoke, "Little wooden carving, is that you?" The moment his voice fell, Jiang Yi heard a faint, almost inaudible hum resonate from the void. HMPH. It really was that wooden carving, Jiang Yi thought to himself. Jiang Yi took a mirror out of his inventory and held it in his palm to look behind him. His back remained empty. It seemed the wooden carving had shifted into another form, making it invisible to him. Now, if a being with strong spiritual perception were present, they would see that at this very moment, a massive wooden carving was strapped to Jiang Yi's back. sitting cross-legged with its arms crossed over its chest. The face of that massive wooden carving was bound with a large piece of black cotton cloth, making it impossible to see the features or eyes beneath. The wooden carving was currently looking up at the sky, not at the struggling Jiang Yi below. Behind the wooden carving, two gray hands extended, slowly covering Jiang Yi's eyes. This scene looked incredibly eerie. Jiang Yi could not see the wooden carving, but since the carving could respond and communicate, there was still hope. Jiang Yi tried hard to calm his racing heart, starting with a quick sliding kneel to apologize. "I'm sorry, little wooden carving. It's my fault for not playing games with you in time." Jiang Yi's attitude was extremely sincere. Upon hearing this, the wooden carving hummed again and turned its head away. It would not let Jiang Yi off the hook because of such a clumsy apology. It had originally thought Jiang Yi was an interesting playmate. For that reason, after helping Jiang Yi, even though Jiang Yi didn't play games with it immediately, it had patiently waited for 3 days, it thought. What if Jiang Yi was thinking of a more interesting game? However, 3 days later, after Jiang Yi left the dungeon, he stepped directly onto a forklift and drove forward with a single-minded focus, showing no intention of looking for it at all. The little wooden carving was completely enraged. This foolish human had betrayed its trust. Thinking of this, the wooden carving's form grew larger, and the weight on his back increased continuously. Jiang Yi couldn't support it and fell to his knees. At the same time, the vision in both of Jiang Yi's eyes began to blur. Brother Anvil was nearly driven mad within his consciousness. A virtual iron block manifested in his mind and lunged toward the wooden carving on Jiang Yi's back. Unfortunately, the moment it lunged, the wooden carving reached out and swatted the anvil away as if it were a fly. The anvil rolled on the ground and tried to lunge again, but it was completely futile. "Brother, are you okay?" the anvil's voice rang out. Jiang Yi had already collapsed onto both knees, and his knee joints were beginning to creak. Without answering the anvil, Jiang Yi paused for a moment, then spoke to the anvil within his consciousness. "Will this work?" "Yeah." Jiang Yi gave a grunt of affirmation. The anvil glanced at Jiang Yi, then darted into the cabin of the forklift. The anvil's departure did not attract the wooden carving's attention. The wooden carving looked up at the sky, already beginning to zone out. It shouldn't have held such high hopes for humans. Humans were indeed all a bunch of liars. Just as this thought settled, the wooden carving heard an unusual sound coming from below. Asterisk clink asterisk. It was the sound of a metal coin spinning. Attracted by the sound, the wooden carving's head turned slightly, although it didn't turn all the way. Its peripheral vision could already see Jiang Yi's movements. He saw that a shiny arcade coin had appeared in Jiang Yi's hand. Jiang Yi's posture was somewhat disheveled, but his expression was not ferocious. Jiang Yi reached out, his fingers moving, and the metal coin danced rapidly between his fingertips following his movements. The golden coin appeared from his index finger, passed through his middle finger, was clamped between his ring finger and pinky, paused for a second, and then slid rapidly back to the position between his index and middle fingers. Jiang Yi's fingers were extremely nimble. The coin flipped and flew as if dancing on his fingertips. Watching this, the wooden carving's attention was involuntarily drawn, and the eyes beneath the cotton cloth followed the spinning coin. Chapter 201. Game Part 2. The weight on his back stopped increasing. Jiang Yi's thoughts stirred, and another coin appeared in his hand. The two coins intertwined between his fingertips, then began to weave back and forth simultaneously. At this moment, Jiang Yi heard the wooden carving behind him seem to let out a soft wow. "It's working." Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and a third coin appeared. Watching Jiang Yi's movements, the wooden carving couldn't help but turn around completely on Jiang Yi's back and lean over the top of his head to stare intently at the 3 coins in his fingers. "3 coins are possible too?" the wooden carving asked, full of curiosity. Jiang Yi's movements paused slightly, his expression appearing as if he were thinking about how to adjust the coins. But in reality, Jiang Yi wasn't thinking at all, let alone 3 coins. Even 4 or 5 would be absolutely no problem. Who hasn't had a Chunabu phase in their life? Although Jiang Yi didn't like those flashy avatars and special effects during his middle school syndrome days, he was obsessed with something else. Anime. I ask you, what anime fan hasn't tried the K-to-Kid style coin trick? Back then, in order to imitate it, Jiang Yi would lose some of his pocket money to the streets every week, and because of that, he was scolded by his mom more than once, after losing dozens of coins. Jiang Yi's coin-spinning technique was so good that even Kid himself would have approved. Therefore, Jiang Yi's thoughtful look right now was completely faked. Jiang Yi frowned and began to theatrically flex his wrist and left arm, looking as if they had been numbed by the weight. Seeing this, the wooden carving subconsciously withdrew some of its weight. As the weight on his left shoulder dissipated, the corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly, revitalized. He pinched the 3 coins between his fingertips, and they began to weave again, and the speed of the weaving kept increasing. In the void, another wah sounded. After spinning for a moment, Jiang Yi opened his palm, and the 3 coins stacked together, perfectly aligned, on his back. The wooden puppet, which had already turned around, stretched out its palms and clapped them together on Jiang Yi's head. Jiang Yi couldn't hear the sound of the clapping, but because of it, gusts of eerie wind blew past his ears, making it difficult for him to gauge the puppet's mood. Jiang Yi decided to strike while the iron was hot. After gathering the 3 coins into his palm, Jiang Yi extended his other hand. Jiang Yi placed both hands together and opened them simultaneously to display them. There are 3 coins on the left, and nothing on the right. In the air, came out. It's hooked. After hearing them, Jiang Yi even deliberately shook his palms backward to show the wooden carving that he wasn't pulling any tricks. At this moment, the wooden carving's figure gradually shrank until it was about 70 or 80 centimeters tall. Standing on Jiang Yi's shoulder, the little wooden carving with its cotton cloth face leaned earnestly toward Jiang Yi's palm. Jiang Yi could feel the wooden carving seemingly reach out and poke his fingers. Nothing there, the wooden carving repeated. With the weight on his back completely gone, Jiang Yi felt a sense of relief. A smile appeared on his face. Good. Jiang Yi closed his palms together. Then, with an asterisk snap asterisk, his hands clapped shut, and the crisp sound of coins colliding rang out. Jiang Yi blew a breath toward his closed fists. As Jiang Yi blew, the wooden carving mimicked his movements, grabbing Jiang Yi's hair with one hand, closing its other hand, and blowing a breath. Jiang Yi clenched his palms into fists, then separated them again, holding his left and right hands in front of his chest. Jiang Yi asked with a smile, "Want to guess how many coins are in the left hand?" The little wooden carving scratched its head, then said firmly, "No more than 3. Jiang Yi said, "Smart." The little wooden carving chuckled. Jiang Yi opened his palm, and there were 2 coins in the left hand, and the right, 1. The little wooden carving answered confidently. Jiang Yi smiled without a word, brought his right palm close, and opened it inside the palm. There was nothing. The little wooden carving was startled. Its figure shrank once more, turning back into the mini wooden carving from the beginning, and it hopped onto Jiang Yi's right hand. Now, Jiang Yi could finally see the little wooden carving. The little wooden carving sat in his palm, looking left and right. There really was nothing there. The little wooden carving scratched its head. No, that's not right. There were 3. -2. That makes 1. Double quotes. No, that's not right. Jiang Yi laughed out loud and stood up from the ground. He stood up too quickly, and Jiang Yi almost blacked out. Nearly sitting right back down. Jiang Yi stumbled, and likely Jing the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. He carried the little wooden carving as he walked toward the carriage. By now, the little wooden carving was no longer repulsed by Jiang Yi at all. Its heart was filled only with curiosity about where the other coin had gone. It sat obediently in Jiang Yi's palm as Jiang Yi took a leap and jumped onto the carriage. Seeing Jiang Yi return, the energy furnace brother first said to him, "Good morning." Jiang Yi nodded and said good morning back. The little wooden carving sat in Jiang Yi's palm, and as they approached the energy furnace, it became visibly nervous. The little wooden carving stood up and curled itself into the center of Jiang Yi's palm, completely devoid of the terrifying posture it had just displayed when it grew huge and nearly single-handedly killed the top player on the entire server. The energy furnace brother went, "Oh," above. Its massive red stones looked like 2 eyes, one large and one small. Squinting at the little wooden carving, the door of the energy furnace opened, and some sparks spilled out from inside, making the little wooden carving even more afraid. Seeing this, Jiang Yi said with amusement, "All right, brother, don't scare it." The energy furnace continued to stare with its big eyes. Jiang Yi asked in his consciousness, "Is the iron billet ready? brother, the anvil replied. Although it didn't know what had just happened, the anvil couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As expected of its brother, he had already subdued this little wooden carving, and a little while, he'll have this little wooden carving completely mesmerized. Seeing the anvil agree, Jiang Yi nodded, pressed the switch, took an iron billet out of the energy furnace, and then transferred it to the crafting table. With the help of the anvil, Jiang Yi quickly shaped the iron block to perfection, with a small iron plate and a few assembled components. He also crafted several miniature screws. Once everything was laid out, Jiang Yi bent down and began to assemble them. Before long, an exquisite little iron bed appeared in the sight of both Jiang Yi and the small wooden carving. After completing the main frame of the little iron bed, Jiang Yi first cut some velvet fabric to make a bedsheet. Then, he opened his Hello Kitty quilt, plucked a small tuft of yarn from inside, stitched it up with the velvet, and placed it onto the little bed. Just like that, the little bed now had a warm and comfortable quilt. Following that, Jiang Yi used the same method to make a pillow. It was a pillow. The small wooden carving seemed to realize something. It stood on the workbench, watching the little bed without blinking. After assembling the quilt and the pillow, Jiang Yi clapped his hands, looked at the small wooden carving, and smiled. Want to try it? It really was for him. The small wooden carving's hands clenched tightly. It stood there reservedly at first, looking up at Jiang Yi's smiling expression before slowly nodding and sitting down on the edge of the bed with great care. The little bed was, after all, a rush job and couldn't be considered perfectly refined, but even so, Jiang Yi could feel that the small wooden carving's mood had completely improved because its legs, which had been dangling in the air, had started to swing. Jiang Yi's mind stirred, and he decided to strike while the iron was hot. Why don't you try the quilt? The small wooden carving nodded and lifted the quilt. The soft texture made its movements even lighter and more cautious. The moment it opened the quilt, a flash of light flickered, and a card coin appeared on the velvet fabric. The small wooden carving's azure eyes beneath the cotton cloth slowly widened. It turned its head abruptly to look at Jiang Yi, as if to say, "How magical! How did you do that?" It had clearly been watching Jiang Yi's movements the entire time and hadn't seen him summon a new card coin from his palm, let alone transfer it into the carriage. Jiang Yi's eyes crinkled with a smile, but he didn't explain. He simply blinked. This is human magic, also known as a magic trick. A magic trick. Although the small wooden carving was very curious about what a magic trick was, after thinking about it, it decided to applaud for Jiang Yi first. This was truly an exquisite and magical technique. So fun, clap clap clap. The way the childlike figure applauded so solemnly made Jiang Yi touch his nose with a sense of guilt. What magic? He had simply asked the anvil to help transmit a message, telling window that won't close to teleport a card coin over. Every trade has its master. He could manage a simple coin flip to put on a show. But as for actual magic, he knew nothing. It was just enough to fool a childlike existence like the small wooden carving. After the wooden carving finished applauding, all the chilly winds Jiang Yi had been feeling dissipated, and the system's voice rang out. Your excellent gaming skills have earned the admiration of the small wooden carving. It is very fond of this coin flipping and coin transferring magic trick. The validity period of your use of all black domain will increase from an extra 10% to 20%. In addition, the small wooden carving has granted you a pardon. It agrees to delay the punishment mechanism when you are unable to play the game in time. As compensation, you must teach it human magic tricks. Chapter 202 Dave's Garden. As the system's broadcast ended, Jiang Yi finally felt at ease. After playing on the iron bed for a while, the small wooden carving seemed to enter a period of fatigue and fell asleep on the bed. Jiang Yi retreated from the carriage and let out a long sigh of relief. Above his head, the acid rain was still pouring down, but Jiang Yi was thinking about other matters. Jiang Yi looked at his status window. His health value had already dropped to 63. Health. 63. Your mental state has been in a long-term state of fatigue. You require deep-level treatment. At first, Jiang Yi hadn't taken it too seriously. After all, he had used too many mental-type items in the dungeon, and the mental consumption was bound to be enormous. Compared to obvious injuries like broken arms or legs, the negative effects brought on by a state of fatigue didn't seem very significant. But now, Jiang Yi realized the problem. If it were the version of himself from before entering the dungeon, he absolutely would not have forgotten about the wooden carvings game. At times, he could be reckless, but for the most part, Jiang Yi considered himself someone who cherished his life, liked to prepare in advance, and was cautious. The game related to the wooden carving was directly linked to life and death. How could he have forgotten it? Rather than forgetting, it seemed more like he had autonomously rejected mental investment in dangerous things after his mind became sluggish. Reduced mental investment in danger while inside a game. This was a highly dangerous signal. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and decided he could not leave this matter unattended. No sooner said than done. Jiang Yi opened the chat channel. After thinking for a moment, he found window that won't close. Jiang Yi first sent over the car coin from earlier along with a box of sushi. Then typed into the chat box, "Melancholy little fry. Can you help me ask in the group if anyone has ever entered a service area equipped with healing functions? Melancholy little fry. I need the name of the service area and its basic situation. The information reward is negotiable. Melancholy little fry. The sushi is your reward." Jiang Yi absolutely could not ask this directly in the group. After all, if people found out, there was no telling who might harbor ulterior motives and try to make a move on him. Jiang Yi didn't fully trust window that won't close either. So, he only mentioned healing rather than mental healing. This way, even if the information leaked and he was tracked, it wouldn't cause too much trouble. After all, he was only a little forgetful. But the blade in his hand was not slow in the slightest. The message was sent, and the other side replied in seconds. Window that won't close, terrified. Terrified and covering face. Big brother, you're hurt. Is it serious? Window that won't close. I still have some medicine here. Do you see if you need any? Seeing these two messages, a slight warmth stirred in Jiang Yi's heart. I have my own medicine. Still, please help me ask for information about the service areas. Upon seeing the message, on the other side, Guanbu Shangdi Chang, sitting in his truck, pressed his lips into a thin line, his expression anxious. It seemed the big shot was severely injured this time. Could it be that ordinary medicine was ineffective? Thinking of this, Guanbu Shangdi Chang hurriedly replied with an okay, and then immediately asked in the group chat if anyone had been to a service area capable of providing treatment. While waiting for Guanbu Shangdi Chang, Jiang Yi did not remain idle and continued driving forward. About 30 minutes later, a pop-up window flickered. Jiang Yi clicked on the private chat, quickly scanned the content of the previous few messages, and finally locked onto a few pieces of information. Low-level service area, community hospital description. Equipped with basic medical resources, capable of treating or alleviating most physical ailments. Note, the community hospital only accepts inpatient treatment mode, requiring a deposit, 10 vehicle coins. Note, in the community hospital, there is a low probability of encountering overworked, exhausted interns prone to mistakes, attending physicians with special inclinations who love pain, cleaning ladies who love collecting junk but like to pile it up in patients' rooms, etc. Players, please be extra careful. Interns prone to mistakes, attending physicians with special inclinations, cleaning ladies who collect junk. What on earth is all this? Jiang Yi was dumbfounded. Is this really a hospital? Long ago, when he first received the service area location card, Jiang Yi had seen the name Community Hospital, but he never expected it to be like this. As expected, a bit of a system. Jiang Yi shook his head and directly dismissed this service area. Not only was the danger level high, but it was only effective for physical ailments, which did not meet his requirements. Jiang Yi looked at the next entry, Intermediate Service Area, Dawn Hospital Description. Equipped with intermediate medical resources and intermediate medical research capabilities, capable of treating or alleviating 80% of ailments. There was no specific mention of physical ailments. So could it possibly include mental treatment? Jiang Yi's heart stirred, and he continued reading. Note, Dawn Hospital only accepts inpatient treatment mode, requiring a deposit, 15 vehicle coins. The inpatient mode was basically the same as the community hospital. Note, in Dawn Hospital, there is a certain probability of seeing things that shouldn't be seen and hearing things that shouldn't be heard. You must follow the hospital's rules and regulations to become a qualified, excellent patient. Seeing the last sentence, Jiang Yi decisively passed on this hospital as well. Entering Dawn Hospital in his current mental state, he reckoned that the moment he stepped in with one foot, he would lose his mind and depart from this world with the other. Jiang Yi stared at the chat box, unable to help but grit his back teeth. Is there not a single reliable hospital among these? Just as Jiang Yi was feeling frustrated, Guanbu Shangdi Chang waited a while before sending another message. Guanbu Shangdi Chang, big shot. There is one more place that can provide treatment. It's just a bit strange. Strange. Could there be a place even stranger than those two hospitals? Jiang Yi let out a scoff in his heart. On the other end, although Guanbu Shangdi Chang was a bit uncertain, he still sent over the information he had received. Guanbu Shangdi Chang. It's a service area called Dave's Shack. Dave's Shack. The name felt somewhat familiar to Jiang Yi, but he couldn't associate it with anything. He only thought that, following the logic of community hospital and Dawn Hospital, could Dave's Shack be some kind of private clinic? While Jiang Yi was speculating, Guanbu Shangdi Chang had already sent over the information for the Dave's Shack service area. Special service area, Dave's Shack description. In front is a vegetable garden. A red house appears. And then you come to a pool. This is Dave's Shack. Wahoo-hoo, wahoo-hoo. What is this? Chapter 203. He punched me. He punched me right in the face. Jiang Yi's mind went blank. He truly couldn't imagine why Dave's Shack would be related to medical treatment. No wonder Guanbu Shangdi Chang said it was a bit of a strange place. Just as Jiang Yi finished reading the description, Guanbu Shangdi Chang continued to send. Guanbu Shangdi Chang. This player said he hasn't been to this service area himself. He got the intel from somewhere else. Seeing this, Jiang Yi sent, melancholy little fry, reliable. Guanbu Shangdi Chang thought for a moment and relayed it truthfully. Anyway, the other party said that if he's lying to you, he'll be a Japanese person in this life, the next life, and the life after that. Jiang Yi, alright, that was quite vicious. Guanbu Shangdi Chang, in short, I think he's being quite sincere. According to him, the treatment provided by this service area seems very special and should be related to mental health. Related to mental health. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. This was the place he was looking for. Melancholy little fry, danger level. Guanbu Shangdi Chang. Comprehensive strength is not lower than 30. If it wasn't lower than 30, the requirement didn't seem very high for him. Jiang Yi rubbed his chin and directly sent a pile of gasoline, fruits, and instant food over. See if this is enough. Seeing this pile of supplies, Guanbu Shangdi Chang hurriedly sent back, enough, enough. This is already way more than enough. Melancholy little fry. Nods, the rest is your reward. Guanbu Shangdi Chang hadn't really considered the reward. He had been following the big shot for so long that he had never once come out at a loss. If it weren't for the big shot's reminders, he would have already kicked the bucket back in the dungeon. What Guanbu Shangdi Chang was worried about was what exactly happened to the goddess's injuries. Guanbu Shangdi Chang wanted to ask, but he realized with annoyance that he didn't seem to have the standing to inquire. After all, he couldn't be of much help. The big shot's medical resources seemed far more abundant than his own, and there was nothing useful in Red Fox Uerta's shop either. Guanbu Shangdi Chang let out a long sigh, realizing for the first time just how useless he was. The big shot had already helped him so much, from providing supplies and guiding him through instances to offering advice on managing his posts. He had gained so many benefits from all of this, yet his own usefulness to the big shot was practically negligible. Guanbu Shangdequan's gaze dimmed slightly. He was reminded once again of the system's assessment of his lack of ambition. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, wasn't overthinking things. After closing the chat box, he sat in the driver's seat, lost in thought. After a while, Jiang Yi decided to rule out the community hospital and the Dawn Hospital. The former lacked sufficient treatment capabilities, while the latter might resort to overtreatment. After weighing his options, it seemed only Dave's Shack, which explicitly offered mental health treatment, met his requirements. Fine, then that's the choice, Dave's Shack. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yi stopped agonizing over it. Of course, he didn't intend to rush in blindly right now. The requirement of a comprehensive strength rating of 30 indicated that Dave's Shack carried a certain level of danger. He would prepare himself thoroughly before heading in. For the remainder of the time, Jiang Yi continued driving and opening treasure chests. but his overall pace slowed down slightly. He didn't want to push himself too hard. His current mental state was quite fragile, and he needed to take things slow. As Jiang Yi drove, he chatted with his buddy, the anvil. Soon, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. On the highway, the sky had already turned dark, but thanks to the light strips, visibility remained decent. Jiang Yi hopped down from the forklift. After completing his usual set of exercises and washing up, he stepped into the carriage. He refreshed the nutrient solution for the little black egg and then set up the table inside. Tonight, he planned to have hot pot. The carriage door opened to the sound of drizzling rain outside. A gentle breeze blew past, and Jiang Yi squinted his eyes in contentment. He tossed the hot pot base provided by the system into a small pot. Once the base had melted, Jiang Yi added some marbled beef, meatballs, and enoki mushrooms. In addition to the hot pot, Jiang Yi had also prepared iced orange juice and a plate of cold jellyfish salad he had made himself. As for the raw material for the jellyfish, it was, naturally, a gift from Thunderzy. The aroma of hot pot and seafood wafted out from the carriage. As Jiang Yi rested his chin on his hand, waiting for the ingredients to cook, he saw a flash of white mist outside. Jiang Yi tilted his head and watched as the mist rolled to the sides, revealing a familiar figure. It was young Master Pig, standing about 1.7 meters tall, with a pig's head, ears, and tail, dressed in a robe and walking upright, in Jiang Yi's line of sight. This plump pig was currently looking up with an intoxicated expression, sniffing the fragrance in the air, its footsteps already carrying it toward his carriage. Seeing the bright yellow forklift, young Master Pig seemed to snap out of a dream and exclaimed, "It's you, Brother Jiang." Young Master Pig's tone was quite excited. Monster Merchant Young Master Pig's favorability come to. Monster Merchant Young Master Pig's current favorability. Adding to points of favorability right off the bat. Just how greedy could he be, truly? Fate loves a gluttonous pig. Young Master Pig rubbed its trotters together in front of its chest and gave Jiang Yi an awkward smile. But its two mung bean-sized eyes were fixed entirely on the delicacies on Jiang Yi's table. Of course, it wasn't looking at the hot pot. Food produced by the system held little attraction for it. What it was looking at was the plate of cold jellyfish salad in front of Jiang Yi. Although its eyes were small, it could see food with perfect clarity. The soft, slippery, and bouncy texture of the jellyfish surfaced in its mind. And young Master Pig's drool was practically turning into a river. Yet, it remained quite reserved, standing at the carriage entrance and looking at Jiang Yi with longing eyes. It knew very well that it had already been inspected once, and there was no more oil to be squeezed out of it for now. If Jiang Yi refused to let it in, it would be completely understandable. Watching young Master Pig's expectant and bashful demeanor, Jiang Yi couldn't help but be amused. He chuckled. "I recall I didn't close the door, did I?" As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Pig froze for a moment, then gave a silly grin. It lifted its robe. The little pig took flight, touched down, and landed nimbly inside the carriage. Jiang Yi shook his head with a smile and took out the bowl and chopsticks young Master Pig had used last time from his inventory. "Oh, my bowl and chopsticks. You didn't throw them away, MHM. Jiang Yi replied with an indifferent hum. What kind of decent Dragon Country person would throw away something that wasn't broken? Seeing Jiang Yi's matter-of-fact expression, young Master Pig was deeply moved. Monster Merchant Young Master Pig's favorability come 1. Monster Merchant Young Master Pig's current favorability. After the system announcement finished, young Master Pig leaned toward Jiang Yi in a cutesy manner. Jiang Yi reached out, pressed his hand directly against the pig's forehead, and pushed it away. Jiang Yi's brows shot up, and he thought to himself, *K, that's not right. That's going to cost extra. Just as Jiang Yi was about to say something, he looked at young Master Pig and suddenly noticed something amiss. Young Master Pig's face seemed uneven on both sides. The left side looked like it had been hit by someone. It was swollen. Who was it? Who was so blind as to beat up a monster merchant? Leaning against Jiang Yi's arm, young Master Pig whimpered pitifully, "Woo, Brother Jiang is the best. I'm never going to anyone else's carriage again. Woo. I just smelled the scent of braised beef and couldn't help but get closer. Then, he punched me right in the face. Woo, braised beef." Jiang Yi's mind skipped a beat. Damn it. Don't tell me he went looking for Thundersea. Chapter 204. A piece of stinky tofu. What did that player look like? Jiang Yi asked as if it were a casual inquiry. Young Master Pig thought for a moment. Short hair, wearing a combat uniform. And his vehicle seemed to be a bus. Woo-woo, I'm not entirely sure. His fist was too fast. I didn't get a good look. Upon hearing short hair, Jiang Yi was almost certain of the answer. Short hair, braised beef. The scent of good food with these elements combined, it was definitely thunder. However, after deducing who had hit him, Jiang Yi paused and said earnestly, "Then your physical constitution is actually quite impressive." Having taken a thunderous punch head-on, his face had merely swollen up, rather than suffering a hairline fracture or losing a few front teeth, not to mention. There was no sign of him losing consciousness. Instead, upon smelling a different aroma, he was still able to run back to his own carriage. Is this really young Master Pig? This is simply Zhuganglio. No, this is Piggy Man. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he first pushed young Master Pig's massive, clingy frame into an upright position. Then, he took out his chopsticks and fished out the fish balls, shrimp paste, and other ingredients from the hot pot. If they kept boiling, they would become overcooked. One by one, the hot pot ingredients were lifted out, but young Master Pig's gaze didn't drift toward them at all. Instead, it remained fixed on the cold jellyfish salad. Jiang Yi hadn't given the word, so even though it wanted to eat, it wouldn't touch its chopsticks. After Jiang Yi had fished out some of the hot pot ingredients, he noticed young Master Pig's spotlight-like gaze and chuckled. Go ahead and eat. The moment the word eat landed, young Master Pig had already used his chopsticks to pick up the jellyfish meat and shove it directly into his mouth. The fresh, slightly salty taste of the seafood dipping sauce made young Master Pig's eyes widen abruptly. Before he could even savor the flavor, his chopsticks were already reaching out again to grab the next piece. It's too delicious. It's too wonderful. How on earth did human hands so know? How did Brother Jiang's hands create such a delicacy? Young Master Pig ate with a look of pure intoxication, and the notification sound for an increase in favorability rang out occasionally. Jiang Yi, meanwhile, and hurriedly prepared two bowls of dipping sauce, one featuring sesame paste and cilantro, intended for dipping the beef slices, and another more generic one with a variety of flavors. Once the two bowls of dipping sauce were ready, Jiang Yi also set out a separate dry spice dish. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Yi swirled a slice of beef in the sesame paste and popped it into his mouth. The texture of the high-quality beef made him squint his eyes in satisfaction. Young Master Pig didn't care for items produced by the system, but Jiang Yi actually quite liked them. Compared to human technology and hardcore goods, the quality of food produced by the system was much higher. After finishing the beef, Jiang Yi picked up a fish ball. It was bouncy and chewy, bursting with juice in every bite. The shrimp in the shrimp paste were distinct and firm, and when dipped in the tangy sauce, it was exceptionally appetizing. Young Master Pig had originally been devouring the jellyfish, but seeing Jiang Yi's dipping sauce, he couldn't help but start drooling again. Seeing this, Jiang Yi quite generously prepared an identical dipping sauce for young Master Pig. And just like that, one man and one pig, with a hot pot and a jellyfish salad, ate until they were completely oblivious to the world around them. Just like that, the time reached 10 o'clock. Jiang Yi looked up at the main screen. As soon as it hit 10, he heard a bang, and a brilliant virtual firework bloomed in the air. At the same time, the system's voice rang out, "Hey, hey, hey, stupid players, good evening." After the system's message appeared, messages immediately popped up in the group chat. Player: a Chinese person who loves the hustle and bustle and never admits defeat. Is it time to announce the dungeon rankings? Player: what's wrong with today? Let me see. JPG let me see. JPG: I'll blindly guess the big shot melancholy little fries first. Player: tell me smartly. I'm following that guess. Player: your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Following. Player: what's wrong with today? Your wild king is infinitely arrogant. We're all just chasing stars online. Only you, Wild King, got to see the real-life flash mob. Woo woo. I also want to be a hanger-on by the big shot side. Woo woo. So envious. Wild King was sitting cross-legged on his skateboard. Seeing this message, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he sent, "Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant," sunglasses emoji. Your wild king is infinitely arrogant. It's only natural. Only natural. This palace thinks your skin is itching for a beating again. Inside the truck. Window that won't close sneered. For some reason, he was reminded of a phrase his older sister often kept on her lips when she was binge-watching *compresses in the palace *. Just because he had briefly met him once in the dungeon, he was acting so smug, hypocritical, shallow. Window that won't close let out a cold snort and silently sent a message as well. Player window that won't close following, waving colorful glow sticks.jpg, being frequently mentioned. Jiang Yi was already used to it. He didn't have any great obsession with being the so-called top one. In this dungeon, he had already gained enough. Contentment brings happiness. That way, he wouldn't lose himself to desire in this game. While watching, Jiang Yi silently picked up another fishball. As Jiang Yi was busy stuffing his face, the discussion about the rankings in the group chat grew more intense. There were those who had no reason to doubt that the top one player was still Little Fries. And there were also players who were displeased and expressed skepticism. Players striving life. The changes in this dungeon were so massive. It's hard to say who the top one is, right? Players striving life. I saw quite a few players who reached the 8th or even 9th floor. And there were players who killed level for fish corpses. Striving life was naturally referring to Thunderzy, although the group chat was anonymous, to a certain extent. It was almost the same as being public. Player striving life. Did the big shot Little Fries have any special performance? Player hand can pluck stars, pointed out. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Player hand can pluck stars, one by one. You're all like brain-dead fans. Fawning over him like this. Is there some benefit to be gained? Confused.emoji. Player your wild king is infinitely arrogant, only talking about others, not yourself. Targeting the big shot like this. Were you so crushed by the big shot that you're speaking like this? Confused.emoji. Just as Wild King finished sending the message, window that won't close, who was about to type a reply, pause. Damn it. The words I thought of aren't as precise as Wild King's. This round, I lost. Hand can pluck stars didn't seem to expect someone to pierce through his intentions so directly. His face flushed red with anger, and he quickly typed. Player hand can pluck stars. What does it have to do with you? Player your wild king is infinitely arrogant. So, what does it have to do with you what we say about the big shot? Mr. Triggered at this moment. The face of hand can pluck stars turned green. Just as he was about to send a message filled with insults about bootlickers, a powerful special effect suddenly struck. Hand can pluck stars was blinded by the glare. He let out a cry. And only after 2 or 3 seconds of adjusting did he slowly open his eyes. On the main screen, a simple and unadorned message popped up. High-level player Melancholy Little Fry has sent a password red packet. Everyone, come and grab it. A red packet. Before hand can pluck stars could even recover, his hand had already pressed the button. You have successfully sent the password. Boring. Hand can pluck stars looked at the group chat, which was already flooded with a stream of boring. Boring. Furthermore, because his reaction speed was quite fast, his boring was even among the first dozen. Hand can pluck stars. Boring. Looking at the message he had sent, Hand can pluck stars felt like he wanted to find a block of tofu and smash his head against it to end it all. Just then, the system broadcast sounded. You have received a red packet. A piece of stinky tofu. Hand can pluck stars chapter 205 being set up. Hand can pluck stars suspected that he had been set up. The group chat was flooded with a stream of boring, and Hand can pluck stars face was as black as charcoal. Anyone with eyes could see who the big shot's boring was directed at. For this group chat red packet, Jiang Yi had directly waved his hand and released 100 of them. And about 1/3 of those 100 red packets contained food. Of course, he wasn't doing pure charity. On one hand, it was to clear out some food that was nearing its expiration date and that he didn't particularly like. On the other hand, it could be considered a way to win people over. Among the red packets, the types of food varied. The larger items included convenience store ready-to-eat rice, bread, toast, and self-heating mini hot pots. The smaller ones included cream-flavored sunflower seeds, konjac nuts, spicy snacks, pickled chicken feet, corn sausages, and more. What everyone managed to grab depended entirely on their luck. Even so, the players were blown away and stunned. In the scenario of the acid rain border city, apart from Little Fry, other players wouldn't even dare to imagine having such a reserve of supplies. Player, if you are well, I shall assassinate. Holy crap. I grabbed the self-heating hot pot. Player Iron Horse Icy River. Holy crap, I grabbed one too. It's a bag of potato chips. Player 07-1. The big shot is awesome. This wave of red packets must be worth nearly 100. While a group of people was in ecstasy, the Wild King also noticed the familiar ID in the password red packet and went straight on the offensive. Player, your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Hand can pluck stars, I say buddy. Your hand speed is pretty fast. Oh, confused bean face emoji. Hand can pluck stars. Player, what's wrong with two-dimensional? TSK. Weren't you just saying that the big shot wouldn't give us any benefits? How come now that the big shot is sending red packets, you're grabbing them again? Hand can pluck stars face flushed red. And he was just about to be stubborn and claim he hadn't seen it clearly. But the next second, explosive special effects appeared again. This time, Little Fry himself sent a message. Melancholy Little Fry, by the way, there is some extra furniture. As soon as the message was sent, another group chat red packet popped up. The next second, the 5 red packets were snatched up instantly. The first one among them was, Player, hand can pluck stars received simple table and chairs 1. Player, your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. You have absolutely no shame, do you? Player, what's wrong with two-dimensional? Player, little pear sauce. Following a string of question marks. Although hand can pluck stars face was flushed red, he still stubbornly insisted. Player, hand can pluck stars. It's a group chat red packet. Anyone can grab it. What's this about having no shame? Player, your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Well. Player, chief of the retard bar. Interesting, truly interesting. After this wave of operations, hand can pluck stars was directly shut down, and the players couldn't be bothered to deal with this clown, returning to spamming the group while waiting for the system to announce the rankings. As they chatted, the topic of the group went off the rails. Player, do Fujoshis have a spring? Is it just me? Or is there something eerily cute about the way the big shot silently said boring? After she sent that, for a few seconds, the group chat went quiet, and then, it was frantically flooded with question marks. At the same time, after the system finished watching the show, it immediately began to announce the rankings for this dungeon. Dear players, please focus your attention. The rankings for this dungeon are about to be announced, based on the degree of dungeon unlocking, monster hunting progress, abundance of dungeon supplies obtained, and the degree of quest unlocking and completion. The rankings for the participating players in this dungeon are as follows. Top 1 player. Melancholy Little Fry dungeon unlocking rating S rank, monster hunting progress. S rank, abundance of dungeon supplies obtained. SS rank, quest unlocking and completion degree. SSS rank, comprehensive rating. SSCOM rank, top 2 player. Thunder Z dungeon unlocking rating rank, monster hunting progress. SS rank, abundance of dungeon supplies obtained. B rank, quest unlocking and completion degree rank, comprehensive rating. ACOM rank, top 3 player. Little Pear Sauce dungeon unlocking rating. SS rank, monster hunting progress. B rank, abundance of dungeon supplies obtained. Rank, quest unlocking and completion degree rank, comprehensive rating. Or rank, top 4 player. Anxiety dungeon unlocking rating. S rank, monster hunting progress. B rank, abundance of dungeon supplies obtained. Rank, quest unlocking and completion degree rank, comprehensive rating. Or rank, top 12 player. Enclosable window top 13 player. Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant top 18 player. Humanity's brick moving emperor top 42 player. Orange. After the individual announcements for the top 50 players concluded, the subsequent player rankings were released in a list format. However, no one cared anymore. Everyone's attention was fixated on the ID at the very top. It was the same familiar ID, the same familiar avatar. The only difference was that the evaluation had now changed to a terrifying super high. All S grade. If the gap between the big shots and them during the novice period was a river, then now, that river had turned into a vast, boundless ocean. All S grade. Even a fool could see that this was a gap of an entirely different nature, complete landslide victory. Whether it was the degree of dungeon completion, monster hunting, resource acquisition, or mission completion rate, the big shot had completely killed the competition. In the pitch black night, all the players stared at that simple ID and avatar at the top, feeling a sense of shock for a moment. Only those who had participated in the dungeons knew how difficult it was to survive inside and achieve a good performance. No wonder the big shot said, "Boring." The things the big shot had too busy themselves with were completely beyond the imagination of people like them. In the eyes of the big shot, perhaps the disputes and doubts of certain people were entirely meaningless. The group chat channel was silent for a few seconds, and then, "What's wrong with today?" couldn't hold back anymore and sent a message weekly. Player, "What's wrong with today? And all this great dungeon evaluation. That's really adorable." Closes eyes, gently kneels down. Player, "Do fangirls have a spring too?" Shivering, "Is it too late for me to retract my previous message?" The group chat started to go off topic again, and the messages scrolled by too fast for Jiang Yi to see what was being said. Unable to see clearly, Jiang Yi simply closed the group chat. He glanced at the private message channel, where notifications of friend requests kept popping up. This was quite common, so Jiang Yi ignored them and instead found the IDs that had been jumping around earlier, such as Ambitious Life and Hand Can Pluck Stars, and added them to his blacklist. After finishing, Jiang Yi saw that the top 1 reward had been issued. He didn't rush to claim it, but instead fished some hand-pulled noodles out of the hot pot and lowered his head to eat. Chapter 206, Snobbish. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yi stood by the roadside, holding a gift package of fresh fruits and vegetables, and so off Piggy. As he was leaving, the system broadcast sounded. Monster Merchant Piggy's favorability come to. Monster Merchant Piggy's current favorability was one thing, but on the other hand, as Jiang Yi carried the fruit package and watched Piggy disappear into the white fog, he pondered what Piggy had just said. "You said Dave's cottage. I think I've heard of it. Well, isn't there an old madman wearing an iron pot there, Jiang Yi? Shouldn't there be a doctor in a white coat or a nurse in a nurse's cap there? Why an old madman wearing an iron pot?" Piggy slumped in his chair, rubbing his belly, and tried hard to recall. "I don't remember too clearly. The service area supplied by the fruit and vegetable garden is too large. In any case, that old madman seems to always buy large quantities of fruits and vegetables in batches. I remember it was because," Piggy paused and snorted, "that old madman often babbles a bunch of things I don't understand, and then takes away my seeds. I suspect he just doesn't want to pay." Jiang Yi, wearing an iron pot, babbling nonsense, buying seeds. How did he seem to, possibly know who this old madman was? Jiang Yi put the fruit package into his space stone, returned to the carriage, washed up briefly, changed into a tank top, loose shorts, and flip-flops, and walked over to the quality inspection bed. Lying down in a spread eagle position, Jiang Yi yawned on the bed. He had originally intended to discuss with the anvil and the Big Brother energy furnace how to deal with Dave's cottage, but after that yawn, his eyelids drooped, and he fell into a deep sleep. The sound of rain pattered against the roof of the carriage, creating natural white noise. The LED strips inside the carriage had been turned off, and only a faint, warm orange glow remained outside, which wouldn't affect his sleep. The energy furnace retracted its red light to ensure it wouldn't make any unnecessary noise. The carriage was quiet, and before long, the sound of steady breathing emerged. Jiang Yi slept quite well. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Yi woke up on time. He stared blankly on the quality inspection bed for a while. At 6:05, the system announced the fog's forward speed for the day. Now, the fog's pursuit speed had reached 25 kilometers per hour, which was about 200 kilometers overnight. At this speed, coupled with the acid rain, most vehicles that didn't yet possess their own power systems would be eliminated. Moreover, attention, all rookie players. The first stage of acid rain border city has ended, and the second stage is coming. In addition to regular acid rain weather, players will have a chance to unlock weather such as storms, thunderstorms, and rainstorms. Please upgrade your vehicles as soon as possible because fragile vehicles are vulnerable in the face of raging storms. As soon as the system broadcast finished, the group chat went into complete chaos. The second stage of Acid Rain Border City, Rainstorms, for players who had just come out of a dungeon with little to show for it, or those who hadn't entered a dungeon at all and had been struggling to survive outside for 7 days. This was simply terrible news. Player, do you want to dance? Terrified dam, or rainstorm. Fragile vehicles are vulnerable in the face of raging storms. What does that mean? Does it mean we have to upgrade our vehicles? Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. What else? Player, do you want to dance? Terrified, I was planning to just scrape by with a level 1 vehicle. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Brothers, I can't hold on anymore. I'm upgrading my vehicle first. Player, will you dance? Crying loudly. Player, will you dance? Is anyone selling vehicle upgrade fragments and basic materials after sending the message? Will you dance? Pondered for a moment. At this point, everyone was likely trying to upgrade their vehicles, so there definitely wouldn't be many people selling upgrade fragments and basic materials. After thinking it over, will you dance? Added another sentence. Buying at a high price. For a time, players whose vehicles had not yet reached level to began to flood the group chat, begging to trade for vehicle upgrade fragments and basic materials. The price of basic materials skyrocketed, reaching a level almost comparable to food, but even so, there were still too many players stuck with level 1 vehicles. Soon, the inventory in the trading market was completely wiped out, and a large number of people poured back into the group chat to acquire basic materials and vehicle upgrade fragments. Seeing this, Jiang Yi casually took stock of his supplies and listed a batch of basic materials and about 300 vehicle upgrade fragments on the Yanwang department store. These basic materials and vehicle upgrade fragments were the overflow from his own upgrade from level 3 to level 4. He didn't even have a lead on the power arms needed for the level 4 upgrade yet, so he didn't feel any heartache about letting them go now. Many players had followed the Yanwang department store, and as soon as the new items were listed, these players received notifications immediately. Player Diligent Little B, Yanwang has new items. Player Diligent Little B, message retracted. Just after sending the message, Diligent Little B regretted it. Damn, my hands were too fast. I should have snatched them up quietly. Why did I send a message? Regret was useless now. With a look of remorse, Diligent Little B quickly clicked on the link. Relying on the hand speed of someone who had been single for 20 years, he quickly locked in an order. However, when it came time to pay, holy crap, so expensive, Diligent Little B blurted out. At the same time, in the group chat, another player sent a message, 20 vehicle coins, my god. It can only be traded with vehicle coins. Is this for real, Yanwang? The group chat messages kept refreshing. Wild King had originally been cruising around on his skateboard nonchalantly, but after seeing the messages, he was stunned for a moment, and then a voice echoed in his heart, impossible. The big shot isn't the type to be brainless. Wild King's eyes were clear as he also clicked on the link. A moment later, player, your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Can the person above finish their sentence? That's a bundle of 20 vehicle upgrade fragments, 15 basic materials for 20 vehicle coins. Okay, player Diligent Little B, isn't that still expensive? Player Blessed by the Emperor, yeah, isn't that still expensive? Picking nose. Player Blessed by the Emperor, before basic materials were all bartered. Since when do you use vehicle coins to trade for them? Seeing the message, Wild King rolled his eyes. Damn, it really is impossible to do business with poor people. This isn't about being a snob or worshipping wealth. It's just that sometimes the cognitive levels of both parties are simply not on the same plane. Before, basic materials were bartered, but look at what time it is now. The base price has been skyrocketing. To still trade 1 for 1 now would be idiotic. The big shot isn't running a charity. Chapter 207: Sincerely, Zombie. After rolling his eyes, Wild King couldn't be bothered to waste more breath on such people and simply sent. Player, your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. If you think it's expensive, just don't buy it. No one is forcing you. Player Diligent Little B. Do I even need to snatch at this price? Picking nose, holy crap. Why is it gone? Player diligent little b message retracted. It seemed that while typing the message, someone had defied their own words and opened the link. But they hadn't expected the items in the link to be sold out instantly. Unable to hold back, they had blurted out their true thoughts. After sending it, they realized what they had done and quickly retracted it. And fortunately, most people had already seen it. Seeing that the big shots listed items were sold out, there wasn't a hint of surprise on Wild King's face, to be honest. The price the big shot was selling at wasn't expensive at all. Everyone knew that with the system having already issued a warning, the prices of vehicle upgrade fragments and basic materials would only continue to rise. Wild King guessed that the big shot was likely just trying to avoid trouble by selling them now. I have to say, even though their contact had been brief, Wild King understood Jiang Yi quite well. Jiang Yi was indeed afraid of trouble. He couldn't be bothered to trade for supplies one by one. So, he simply listed 3 types of links. One was the bundle of 20 vehicle upgrade fragments cum 15 basic materials that those players were complaining about. And the other 2 were options for 10 vehicle upgrade fragments and 20 basic materials, respectively. Moreover, he accepted specific requests for the basic materials, just for this alone. Even if many players felt the big shot wasn't selling them cheaply, they would still trade with him directly. After all, in terms of variety and completeness, no other player or shop could compare to Yongwan. At this point, anyone still jumping out to complain about the price being high was a complete moron. They would learn their lesson once the big shop blocked them. The other players weren't fools either. With the cautionary tale of Born to be King as a precedent, they wouldn't easily jump out. And so, looking at the empty shop, diligent little b almost bit through his back teeth. Damn it. These people aren't united at all. How could they bring themselves to buy at such an expensive price? Scabs, idiots. If they had just united, there would still be room to drive the price down. After all, if no one bought them, those goods wouldn't sell. These brainless idiots, while cursing, diligent little b desperately searched for other players' supplies in the trading hall. But at this moment, what the ecchi, selling 1 vehicle upgrade fragment for 2 vehicle coins, holy *t. Jiang Yi no longer cared about the messages in the group chat. He was simply clearing out some inventory while he was at it. After all, what he needed for his vehicle to upgrade from level 3 to level 4 was no longer basic materials. Selling some off was perfectly acceptable. As for the vehicle upgrade fragments, they were merely overflow. The mechanical power arm was still a distant prospect. So Jiang Yi wasn't thinking about the materials needed for higher level upgrades for the time being. Jiang Yi washed up briefly inside the cabin and took the opportunity to shave. Once finished, he fried 2 eggs in a small pot and cooked some noodles using the leftover hot pot base from yesterday. After eating, he put on his combat suit and stepped out of the cabin. As soon as he opened the cabin door, the sky lit up. Jiang Yi looked up and saw a bolt of silver-white lightning streak across the horizon, emitting an unsettling aura amidst the dim, rainy mist. Lightning. It seemed this was the extreme weather the system had warned about. Thinking this, Jiang Yi stepped out of the cabin and, as per his routine, checked the forklift's protective devices. The cabin was reinforced with thick refined steel plates. The tops of the tires were coated with a special sealant, and the high defense glass in the front had been reinforced with 3 layers. From a distance, the forklift looked like a transformer, incredibly sturdy. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. A designated intermediate service area location card appeared in Jiang Yi's hand. He had asked the system, and Dave's house, being a special service area, required at least an intermediate location card to pinpoint. Looking at this intermediate location card, Jiang Yi felt a slight pang of regret. But after glancing at his health status, he dutifully focused his intent upon it. White light flickered. You are using a special intermediate service area location card. Which service area would you like to designate? Dave's house. Jiang Yi spoke. Understood. Location card is taking effect. 3 seconds after the system prompt sounded, the fog in front of him automatically parted. Jiang Yi was already familiar with this. So he hopped into the driver's seat and drove the forklift into the dispersing white mist. The mist swirled as Jiang Yi continued to drive forward. But strangely, unlike the previous service areas, Jiang Yi hadn't seen any parking signs. Jiang Yi let out a soft sound of surprise, kept one hand on the steering wheel, and looked ahead. Up ahead, the outline of an orange roof had already appeared. Could it be that he could drive right in? Jiang Yi pondered to himself. After driving for another 10 minutes, the surrounding white mist dissipated rapidly. The sound of rain gradually subsided, and a faint, fishy scent of soil mixed with turf began to spread. Strange sounds began to echo in the air. Wabi Wabo, are you ready? Brian's ready. Jiang Yi leaned out to look. At the edge of the road, a group of zombies in suits and ties appeared. These zombies had faces that were dull, greenish-black. Their eyes were wide and round, with small pupils either staring blankly ahead or looking at their companions. From time to time, they would open their toothless mouths and take a bite out of their companions, looking quite unintelligent. Jiang Yi, it really is Plants vs. Zombies. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched for a moment, although he had some suspicions. Seeing it for real was a different matter entirely. Why would it be related to mental therapy? Whose mind is being treated, Dave's or mine? Jiang Yi felt a headache coming on, just as he was about to drive the forklift away from the zombies at the edge of the road and toward the orange house. The front of the forklift was suddenly blocked by an invisible pillar of air. Unable to move forward even an inch, Jiang Yi was stunned. Can't move forward. The forklift still can't drive in. Just as Jiang Yi was speculating, a yellow piece of paper was instantly slapped onto his windshield by the wind. Hello. We are about to launch a full-scale attack on your house. Sincerely, the zombies. Any player who had played Plants vs. Zombies would be no stranger to this yellow note, but the problem was, the yellow note was first slapped onto Jiang Yi's windshield, and then, a second later, it flew straight in the opposite direction, toward where the orange house was located. And because of the perspective and the invisible air barrier, no matter how Jiang Yi looked, he could no longer see where the note had flown. With this opening, this perspective, and the fact that there was no lawn or lawnmower in his field of vision, but rather a highway and zombies, a bad premonition surfaced in Jiang Yi's mind. Damn it, am I the zombie? Chapter 208, Pea Shooter sitting in the vehicle. Jiang Yi instantly felt his mood sour. Having played Plants vs. Zombies so many times, this was the first time he had encountered a situation where he was the zombie. Jiang Yi scratched his head. A clanking sound came from the side of the cabin. Jiang Yi looked to the right and saw a mindless-looking zombie at the bottom of the door, hugging his tire and gnawing on it. However, the tire was too hard, and the zombie couldn't bite through it at all. So, it scratched its head and started gnawing on the zombie next to it instead. Jiang Yi wiped his face, his expression becoming even more weary. Just then, with a beep, a virtual clock appeared in front of Jiang Yi. This clock was different from a normal one. It wasn't a 12-hour timer. There were no markings on the clock, only a complete, glowing white circular line. And above the clock, 3 vertical virtual red guidelines were displayed. After the virtual clock appeared, white light flickered by Jiang Yi's hand. Once the light vanished, 3 flags with brains drawn on them appeared by his side. Jiang Yi picked up one of the flags, and just as he brought it closer to the circular clock, the sound of the zombies around him instantly grew louder. Warwick, is the doctor calling? Brian's, I don't know, Brian's, who cares, charge. Jiang Yi lowered the flag again, and his voice quieted down along with it. All right. He was now 100% certain which faction he belonged to. Jiang Yi's expression was a bit strange, having played Plants vs. Zombies so many times. This was his first time commanding the zombies. In other words, in a moment, he would have to lead this group of zombies to gnaw on Dave's brains. Could it be that eating Dave's brains had a mental healing effect? At this thought, Jiang Yi's face began to turn a bit green. Could the food in this game be a little more normal? In the previous dungeon, he had to eat fish carcasses. And in this service area, he had to eat Dave's brains. However, this thought only crossed his mind for a second before Jiang Yi dismissed it. Thinking about it, it didn't seem very likely after all. Dave only had one brain. It wasn't as if he could grow a new brain every time a player arrived. Forget it. He would just take things one step at a time. Jiang Yi rested his hands on the steering wheel, his expression slightly restless. At this moment, he began to understand why some people like to smoke. This kind of anxiety and waiting time really required something to distract one's attention. Jiang Yi tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. About 20 seconds later, he felt the virtual clock in front of him vibrate. The white tick marks above began to shorten at an extremely slow speed. This was it, the countdown had begun. Jiang Yi's spirit jolted, and he hurriedly looked ahead. Sure enough, the road in front was no longer obstructed, and a massive lawn appeared before him. Jiang Yi immediately activated True Sight. On the lawn, there were 5 neatly laid out lanes, and at the end of each lane sat a lawnmower. It really was Plants vs. Zombies. Jiang Yi observed from the car for a moment. Before long, the zombie that had been gnawing on his tire earlier scratched its head, seemingly having caught a scent, and turned toward the direction of the orange house. Brainy meat. After letting out a garbled cry, the zombie took its first stiff step onto the lawn. Jiang Yi watched without blinking. The moment the zombie stepped onto the lawn, Jiang Yi felt as if a virtual war drum sounded in his ears. Above the orange roof opposite, there was a clattering sound. Several tiles were flipped aside, and a guy wearing a white polo shirt and a pot on his head, sporting thick hair and a beard, popped out from the roof. "Who's out there?" A strange voice rang out, and as it reached Jiang Yi's ears, it was automatically translated into a language he could understand. The universal language pack was at work. "Oh, a bunch of little green things. They must be here to visit my garden and bring some fertilizer while they're at it," the old man muttered to himself. He sat down on the roof, scratched his head, and took out a fishing rod along with a giant burlap sack. Not long after, within Jiang Yi's line of sight, the old man pulled a big-headed creature out of the burlap sack, tied it to the fishing line, stood up, and with a swish cast the line down. Swoosh, the fishing line slid, and the old man precisely dropped this big-headed plant into the first lane of the lawn. As soon as the plant landed, Jiang Yi felt the surroundings brighten up significantly. At the same time, the plant began to sway from side to side, through the high defense glass. Jiang Yi saw that the swaying plant had a thick stalk and a huge yellow head, with a plump seed disc in the center of the yellow head. A creaking, swaying sound arose, and a phantom, childlike voice echoed in Jiang Yi's ears. "Soaking up the sun, getting nice and full. Soaking up the sun, getting nice and full. No way, a sunflower." After planting the sunflower, the zombie had walked about 1/3 of the way. Seeing the zombie, the sunflower seemed a bit nervous and swayed even faster. Soon, a phantom little sun condensed in the center of its large face. "Well done, my big baby," Dave laughed heartily. About 10 seconds passed, and the zombie had reached the halfway point. The sunflower condensed another little sun. Seeing this, Dave's eyes lit up, and he lowered the fishing rod this time. On the end of the line was a plant with a green tubular mouth. "Pea shooter. I'm ready, always ready for battle." The pea shooter seemed extremely excited. With a pop asterisk, Dave swung the pea shooter into the first lane where the zombie was. As the pea shooter landed, Jiang Yi focused his true sight. Green, plump energy condensed in the pea shooter's mouth, and then, with a a pea was shot out, slamming into the zombie's arm. "Brainy meat, ouch." The zombie let out a miserable cry. It touched its hit arm, looking a bit scared, but thinking of the delicious brains. The zombie's large eyes rolled around, and it continued to move forward. Before long, with snap the zombie's arm was knocked off by the peas. Then, the zombie reached the front of the pea shooter. The sunflower was terrified. "Soaking up the sun, getting nice and full. Soaking up the sun, getting nice and full. Don't come over here." It swayed frantically from side to side, and another little sun was tossed out. The zombie had already started reaching out to claw at the pea shooter. The pea shooter stood its ground, still firing peas. Back and forth they went, until with a final bang, the last pea shattered the zombie's empty skull. The pea shooter also disappeared from the garden. Jiang Yi saw it after the pea shooter vanished. A small cluster of green light remained on the lawn. Just by staring at it, Jiang Yi felt his spirit seem to become a bit more active. These light particles, they seem to have a healing effect on the mind. Chapter 209. A long-awaited opponent. Part 1. On the lawn, the first wave of zombies had been eliminated, and the first pea shooter deployed by Dave had also been devoured by the zombies. Dave sat on the roof of his small cabin, his expression still quite relaxed, humming a tune that made no sense. He reached into his burlap sack and pulled out another large-headed sunflower. With a whoosh, the sunflower was tossed down. At the same time, a zombie appeared in both the second and fourth lanes. Dave glanced at the zombies, waiting unhurriedly for the sun to finish condensing before placing two more pea shooters down. By now, 2 sunflowers and 2 pea shooters had appeared. Friends familiar with Plants vs. Zombies all know at this point, the game usually enters its proper rhythm. As long as no particularly abnormal mechanics or freakish zombies appear, one simply waits to collect sunlight and fill the lawn with plants. And the game is over. Dave chuckled, already beginning to fantasize about how much fertilizer this would bring to his precious garden this time. However, just then, a gust of wind blew Dave's hat tilted. He nearly rolled off the orange roof. "Shit," Dave cursed. He reached out with his chubby hand, just about to stand up and grab the brim of his hat, when the corner of his eye caught the sunflower he had just planted. Its swaying speed seemed to have accelerated. At the same time, the pea shooter in front of that sunflower also jolted, beginning to spit peas with even greater focus. The sound of bang, 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 bang rang out, but there was no sound of peas hitting flesh. Did the plants miscalculate? Dave thought to himself, lying on the roof. Dave squinted and looked over. At the end of the fourth lane, a figure had indeed appeared, which meant the plants hadn't miscalculated. However, just as the peas fired by the pea shooter were about to strike that figure, they were pierced by a blue light and split in two. Dave's eyes slowly widened. Opposite him, Jiang Yi had already jumped off the forklift. The time on the dial in front of him was decreasing, and at the same time, another indicator appeared. Jiang Yi guessed that until a certain amount of time had passed, his forklift would be unable to appear due to some restriction. Jiang Yi was somewhat familiar with this mechanic. Dr. Zombis, right? He wouldn't show up in the early stages, since the vehicle couldn't come out. Jiang Yi simply jumped down himself. With the charge flag present, the zombies would not be hostile toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi walked to the edge of the lawn with a look of wonder. The moment his feet touched the soft grass, he instantly felt something was wrong, as if he had stepped into some kind of locked attack range. Ahead, a pea shooter's muzzle tilted high, aiming directly at him. A pea shot out with a bang. Jiang Yi's eyebrows lifted slightly, and without a second thought, he drew his blade, Narrow Moon. The long sword slashed across, and the pea was split in two. This was the scene Dave had just witnessed. Dave's eyes slowly widened, his hand still gripping the long handle of his small pot. At gaze, usually so crazed, now appeared extremely serious. The zombie on the other side looked very powerful. "My God," Dave murmured, and immediately, intense excitement surged in his eyes. After so long, had his cabin and plants finally welcomed a guest who was actually strong? He had been bored out of his mind. Dave's mouth split into a grin, revealing a smile that was quite sincere and full of anticipation. He scrambled back to his original position, his 2 hands frantically digging into the burlap sack. Soon, he pulled out another sunflower and another pea shooter. Whoosh, whoosh, the plants landed. "Sunlight, eat your fill. I'm ready," 2 voices rang out. In front of Jiang Yi, 1 pea shooter instantly became 2. The bullets began to overlap. At the same time, the roar of a zombie came from behind Jiang Yi. A zombie with a crooked tie raised its arm, let out a cry, and charged forward. Just as it was about to pass Jiang Yi grabbed the zombie by the collar. Wabby wabbo. The zombie looked at Jiang Yi in confusion. Jiang Yi had no desire to converse with a zombie and simply placed it in the lane that lacked a pea shooter. He thought to himself, truly a brainless zombie. This lane is already locked down by 2 firepower points, and you're still charging into it. Placed in the other lane by Jiang Yi, the zombie scratched its head and decided to continue charging forward. Brains. Seeing this, Dave, sitting on the roof, bit his fingernails. This is a smart enemy. He even knows how to command. Dave's eyes rolled. He turned over, pried up a towel on the other side, and pulled out another burlap sack from within. Jiang Yi naturally noticed Dave's movements, but due to some rule restriction, attacks directed upward were blocked. He could not use Silverwing Assassin to strike directly at Dave. The rules of the game here were simple. One must first defeat the plants in a lane on the lawn before reaching the orange cabin in the back. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. He first switched to the title "I Beat the Elites" and fired a volley. Very well, nothing gained. Switching his title again to the lucky, hard-studying Demon King, Jiang Yi moved, intending to leap forward. However, after taking only one step, Jiang Yi discovered that his speed had been slowed significantly. A single step forward took a full 3 to 4 seconds to land, and the space he landed in seemed to have shrunk, as if the distance had been compressed into an inch. Is this also a restriction of the rules? Is this to keep his pace consistent with ordinary zombies? This thought flashed rapidly through Jiang Yi's mind. In a way, the entire lawn is a special domain that can debuff enemies. It truly lives up to being a special service area that requires a comprehensive strength of 30 to attempt. Vertical movement was restricted, but fortunately, horizontal movement was unaffected. Two peas crossed in front of Jiang Yi, which he easily dodged, and then they smashed the zombie following behind him into a pulp. Jiang Yi was speechless for a moment, then turned directly toward the back, intimidation activated. Under the influence of an invisible aura, the group of dazed zombies paused in their tracks and consciously veered toward other paths that lacked heavy firepower. Oh no, Dave thought to himself. With Jiang Yi as the center, zombies had appeared on the lanes above and below him. Dave stood up, the pulley on the boom rotating rapidly as two more sunflowers were lowered. Just as Dave was placing the sunflowers, whoosh, a short blade streaked through the air with extreme speed, instantly severing the stem of the pea shooter that was in the middle of spitting peas. The pea shooter's muzzle had just opened when the entire plant toppled over. Green light particles dissipated, and at the source of those particles stood Jiang Yi, still maintaining his throwing stance. Jiang Yi had sliced through the throat of the pea shooter with a single blade. Chapter 210 Go. You. Having successfully eliminated one pea shooter, Jiang Yi did not stop, continuing his advance while summarizing a new rule in his mind. Lock-on attacks only take effect on one plant at a time and cannot produce a piercing effect. This seemed to align with the rules of Plants vs. Zombies. After memorizing the rule, Jiang Yi moved forward with steady, measured steps. In the faint light of dawn, his lean figure and the sharp, cold glint of his blade looked incredibly intimidating. Dave glanced at the vanished pea shooter with a pained expression. Seeing that ordinary pea shooters seemed unable to stop this powerful enemy at all, Dave flipped over and pulled a glowing green bean from the burlap sack on his left. This is it, little guy. After muttering to himself, Dave tossed the green bean out, using the fishing rod to lock onto the sunflower below. The green bean and the sunflower soon overlapped. Under the green light, the large-headed flower expanded, every petal unfurling, and it began to sway left and right at a much faster speed. On the lawn, one virtual little sun after another was spat out. The lawn became as bright as day, nearly blinding Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi covered his eyes with his left-hand energy bean. After harvesting a large pile of suns in succession, Dave talked to himself. All right, Davey, we have it plenty of sunlight. Let me try some more powerful firepower. As he spoke, Dave took two plants, one large and one small, from the burlap sack on his right. The large one was a pitch-black tree stump that seemed to be covered in a viscous substance. The small one looked like a star, though its edges seemed to be condensing light. Whoosh, whoosh, the sounds rang out. The large stump was placed 2 tiles in front of the pea shooter on the lane where Jiang Yi was located, while the yellow star-shaped plant was placed on the lane next to Jiang Yi. As soon as the stump landed, the hidden flammable substances began to rub together violently, and soon, a large ball of flame appeared atop the stump. Then, when the peas fired from behind at Jiang Yi passed through the flames, their temperature rose sharply, and a layer of fire ignited along their edges. Next door, the star-shaped plant also began to expand, condensing yellow energy from 5 angles and starting to fire stars. Good grief! Torchwood and starfruit. A flaming pea grazed Jiang Yi's hair. Jiang Yi bent down. A flash appeared in his palm, and a thick steel plate appeared in front of him. The fireballs and 5 pointed stars slammed into the steel plate, making a clattering sound and even carrying a knockback effect. More importantly, in the few seconds Jiang Yi was being pushed back, the sunflowers in the rear produced new suns. Whoosh. A new plant was placed down. This time, it was a Gatling pea. At the same time, Dave, atop the orange roof, straightened his crooked hat and began to plant a seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat weak-looking yellow plant on one of the lane's kernel pole. Seeing the little yellow cutie being planted, Dave rubbed his hands together, already looking forward to everything that was about to happen. If one underestimated this little thing, they would definitely pay a heavy price. Dave's smile had barely appeared for a few seconds before it suddenly froze. On the lawn, "Go, you!" The young man's hoarse voice rang out, and a zombie wearing reading glasses and holding a newspaper in both hands was tossed onto the lane. Newspaper zombie. A zombie with a certain amount of defense that enters a berserk accelerated state once its newspaper is torn. "Oh no," Dave shrieked. But it was too late. The yellow kernel pult first stood dazed for a moment. Then, upon sensing an unfamiliar presence, its upper stem swayed gently. "WW, would you like some corn?" A timid and weak voice sounded, and a tiny kernel was launched. Dave slapped his own forehead. After a few kernel tosses, the newspaper zombie's paper was soon shredded. The newspaper zombie let out an angry howl and began to charge forward. The lane could not be lost. Dave gritted his teeth, rummaged through the burlap sack for a cheaper option, a walnut, and placed it down. Whoosh asterisk. The round, chubby walnut blocked the path of the newspaper zombie, and the zombie began gnawing on the nut without a second thought. Crunch. Crunch sounds echoed. Jiang Yi chuckled. He knew Dave's intentions all too well. The kernel pult looked unremarkable, but if it were upgraded to a cob cannon later on, it would be an entirely different beast. That thing could wreck a vehicle in just a few blasts. He absolutely could not let Dave get that thing out in the early stages, otherwise, once a formation was set, even a forklift would be in serious trouble. After using the newspaper zombie to quickly disrupt the rhythm, the firepower on Jiang Yi's side became fierce to the extreme, with a pea shooter, a torchwood, and a Gatling pea. The peas being fired were creating afterimages. Soon, the steel plate in Jiang Yi's palm began to twist and deform. The surface of the plate was covered in dents of all sizes, looking as if it would be broken through at any moment. Dave's eyes darted around, and he immediately realized this was a good opportunity. He extended his left hand, and a virtual shovel appeared in his grip. Dave locked the shovel onto the sunflower that was currently producing sunlight. Though he felt a bit reluctant, he shoveled it away. Where this powerful enemy was, he had to equip even more powerful firepower. The sunflower was uprooted. Dave gritted his teeth once more and planted a Gatling pea in the innermost position. The firepower doubled again, and the steel plate was shattered in an instant. Jiang Yi's reaction was fast to the extreme. He immediately mobilized a new steel plate, but at the same time, he was knocked back by one grid. This can't go on. Although the steel plate provided protection, and there was no immediate danger, if things continued like this, he would never be able to free up his hands to clear the plants. He had to think of a way to divert the firepower. Jiang Yi's thoughts raced as he looked behind him. His gaze swept across the area, and then, it suddenly locked onto something. There were 3 zombies. One wearing a bucket on its head, one with a traffic cone, and one holding a metal fence. The basic defense trio. Jiang Yi felt a surge of joy and waved directly at the 3 zombies. The buckethead zombie, feeling a bit cowardly upon seeing Jiang Yi, hesitated and didn't dare to move forward. Jiang Yi let out a sharp HM and unleashed his intimidation. The conehead zombie suddenly smacked the bucket on the buckethead zombie's head. Wobby Bobo. Don't want to live anymore. Not listening to the boss's orders. The bucket was knocked askew. The buckethead zombie straightened it, shrank its neck, and stepped onto the grass. The moment it stepped onto the lawn, the flaming peas came rolling over like a downpour. The pitter-patter sound was like firecrackers going off during the Lunar New Year. Seeing the 3 zombies wobbling toward him, Jiang Yi reached out and handed a steel plate to the conehead zombie in the lead. Conehead zombie. The conehead zombie looked up in confusion. Jiang Yi patted its shoulder and said with a straight face, "All right, from now on, you are the conehead steel plate zombie. WAWA-ROU. Sounds good." The conehead zombie carried the steel plate and marched forward. Jiang Yi followed the same method and gave the buckethead and screen door zombies an epic upgrade. The 3 zombies marched forward carrying heavy steel plates. Jiang Yi hid behind them, finally able to free his hands to focus on clearing the plants. Xiaoyu spun in Jiang Yi's palm, locking onto the starfruit that was looking at him curiously with its big eyes. Jiang Yi whispered an apology in his heart. The starfruit was split in 2. Yellow energy spilled out and was absorbed by Jiang Yi. You are absorbing energy from the special plant starfruit. Your health value is slowly increasing. Chapter 211. Attack. Warm energy flowed into his body, and Jiang Yi couldn't help but let out a satisfied groan. This kind of healing from a spiritual level was incomparable to any medicine. Jiang Yi's spirit was invigorated, pressing his advantage. He took a large wood-chopping axe from his inventory. He had obtained this axe from a silver treasure chest. Although it had no grade, its sharpness was quite decent. Most importantly, in this situation, the large axe was clearly more useful than a steel fork. Jiang Yi slammed the axe into the torchwood with *walk*. Instantly, a hideous gash appeared on the stump, which was covered in black gasoline. The torchwood shivered, but unfortunately, Jiang Yi, that devil, had no intention of stopping his rhythm. In fact, while chopping, Jiang Yi began to chant 80, 80. With every 80, he swung the axe. As he swung, Jiang Yi's forearms tensed up. His entire body looked like a drawn bowstring, appearing extremely ferocious. The 3 defensive zombies nearby were terrified. Before they could manage to get further away from Jiang Yi Pew, the hat of the conehead zombie in the front was pierced through, and the steel plate in its hand was shredded into a sieve. The conehead zombie poked Jiang Yi's arm nervously, but Jiang Yi was already immersed in the art of his 80 and didn't notice it at all. The conehead zombie scratched its head. The next second, a barrage of red peas tore through its head. The zombie let out a whimper, collapsed to the ground, and immediately turned into fertilizer for the garden. With 1 zombie less to share the firepower, a gap appeared in the defensive trio. Sparks splashed onto Jiang Yi's face. He looked up and saw that only the bucket hat and screen door zombies remained. Jiang Yi glanced back and saw a few more regular zombies stepping up. He handed each of them a yellow hard hat and had them carry steel plates forward again. The final 80. The torchwood collapsed with a boom. "Oh no!" Dave cried out in heartbreak. He looked at Jiang Yi's direction with annoyance, gritted his teeth, and placed his shovel against a sunflower. With the shovel at the ready, the sunflower's sun production speed increased. Soon, Dave gathered 3 suns. Now is the time. Dave reached into his burlap sack and pulled out a pair of bright, vibrant, and tempting cherries. The cherries began to expand in Dave's hand. As they grew, he shouted, "Blow them up! Blow them all to pieces!" Dave quickly flicked his wrist and threw the cherries. They landed perfectly in the grass grid centered on Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had been keeping an eye on Dave's movements. In his true sight, fiery red energy suddenly appeared above him. Jiang Yi looked up abruptly and saw the cherry bomb hurtling straight toward him. Holy crap! Jiang Yi almost cursed out loud. The 2 large cherries were already almost touching his face. It looked like this explosion was unavoidable. Just then clang. The sound of a bucket rang out. A figure in a suit lunged down, wrapping tightly around Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi instinctively raised his hand, but the moment his fingers touched the zombie, the sensation turned into a pile of fine powder. The buckethead zombie had actually blocked the cherry bomb in the final moment, taking the blast for him. The shockwave of the explosion spread out. A gust of scorching wind blew through Jiang Yi's hair, revealing his dark, heavy eyes. Jiang Yi blinked. The image of the buckethead zombie spreading its arms flashed through his mind, and he was momentarily stunned. 2 seconds later, Jiang Yi's constricted pupils returned to normal. A heavy sensation came from above his head. The bucket that the buckethead zombie had taken off was now firmly placed on Jiang Yi's head. At the same time, you have received a gift from the buckethead zombie, a bucket of remarkably high quality, possessing a special defensive attribute. Description: baby meat. Damn it. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth. He originally hadn't felt anything special toward these zombies. After all, as a player in the real world, his identity had always been on the side of the plants, to the point where Jiang Yi naturally felt no sense of empathy for the little zombies. After all, they were a group of zombies that looked dull and foolish, and from certain angles, even appeared somewhat terrifying. But Jiang Yi truly hadn't expected that these guys would actually protect him. After a low curse, a fire ignited in Jiang Yi's heart. He quickly absorbed the residual spiritual energy from the flame stump, and Jiang Yi felt his exhausted spirit finally receive some relief. Jiang Yi directly flipped his hand, and a blue crystal appeared in his palm. Sigh of the Bay symbiosis. Jiang Yi poured his spiritual energy directly into it. Dave, high above, didn't notice this action at all. He was still thinking that a gap had appeared in the defense and that it was time to strengthen his firepower and press the attack while he had the advantage. To that end, Dave immediately exchanged his newly accumulated sun for a jalapeno, which had high burst damage and could clear an entire lane. As soon as the little jalapeno was taken out of the burlap sack, it began to give Dave a look of disgust, the two staring each other down. Dave didn't mind this big treasure's disdain in the slightest if it weren't for the fact that the jalapeno was too hot-tempered. He would have wanted to kiss this cheap and useful treasure. He threw the jalapeno down toward Jiang Yi's position. At that precise moment, Jiang Yi also raised his head, his dark, heavy eyes locking onto Dave's. For no reason, Dave shivered. The jalapeno was thrown down, and just as it was about to look at Jiang Yi with the same disdainful expression, it saw the blue gem in the latter's hand emit a brilliant light. At the same time, the sound of crashing waves and the scent of seawater surged forth. The jalapeno shuddered uncomfortably. Its body exploded, but before the ball of intense fire could engulf Jiang Yi and the zombies on this path, the blue seawater surged over, instantly extinguishing the flames. That wasn't all. Jiang Yi's fingers lifted slightly on the lawn. A wave 5 or 6 meters high appeared out of thin air, rushing straight forward. With a splash sound, Dave nearly tumbled off the orange roof. How could a tsunami appear at his house? Had this group of zombies evolved to this extent? The massive wave surged forward, instantly washing away the Gatling pea, the regular pea shooter, and the cabbage bolt that had been planted in a panic. Ugh, I'm dead, help! A chaotic chorus of voices rang out. In the 3x3 grid space in front, all the plants were wiped out by Jiang Yi's wave. On the turf, only 2 rolling sunflowers, 1 walnut gnawed down to a tiny nub, and 1 dazed corn pulp remained. Waves of residual energy were absorbed by Jiang Yi. With a wave of his right hand, a flag imprinted with a brain appeared in his grasp, and Jiang Yi swung it down. Attack. Chapter 212. A horn sounded. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, behind Jiang Yi, rows of zombies wearing suits and ties stepped onto the lawn. Although the eyes of these zombies still looked quite dull, perhaps because the buckethead zombie had just saved him, Jiang Yi found them looking more and more pleasing to the eye. Humans, after all, are always selfish creatures. These poor zombies just hadn't tasted brains in too long. What was wrong with letting them have a good meal? Jiang Yi asked himself inwardly. He snapped his fingers, and a zombie wearing a red football uniform instantly charged to the front of Jiang Yi, quickly devouring the pea shooter that Dave had planted in a panic. Green energy dissipated across the ground, and Jiang Yi took a breath, feeling refreshed. Your health is slowly increasing. You have gained 1 additional spirit attribute. The system's voice rang out. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then felt a surge of joy. It had actually increased his spirit attribute. Row after row of zombies soon broke through the defensive line. The number of zombies in the first wave wasn't large, and in the past, the plants Dave had previously set up would have been enough to handle them. But now, the defensive line was completely empty. Dave struggled for a few seconds, only to futilely discover that the speed at which he could plant was nowhere near the speed at which the zombies were devouring them. Dave's eyes widened, and he began to gnaw on his fingers again. He looked at Jiang Yi's face, which was peaceful yet filled with killing intent, and bloodshot veins appeared in the corners of his eyes. No, no, Dave muttered. A few seconds later, Dave suddenly stood up. He no longer took new plants from his bag, but instead, he pulled 2 new power lilies out of his iron pot hat. Jiang Yi immediately became alert. The main plants left on the field were 2 cabbage bolts. The cabbage bolts had average attack power, but if they used power lilies, they would have a screen-clearing effect. So, he had to be careful. However, whoosh, another sound of a plant being placed. However, this plant wasn't planted in front of the lawnmowers, but instead, it circled around to a gap behind the zombies. Moreover, this plant was a precious twin sunflower. Jiang Yi thought for only a second before saying uncertainly, "Is this a sacrifice strategy?" Sure enough, as Dave completely ignored the zombies in front and frantically planted sunflowers in the back, using one of the power lilies on the twin sunflower, the football zombie was the first to break through the line and touch the lawnmower parked on the grass. Clang, 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 clang. A hair-raising mowing sound rang out. The 3 mowers started simultaneously, crushing toward the back. Zombie heads rolled all over the ground, in a sense. The mowers were a powerful rule kill. No matter how strong the zombie, they were like paper in front of them. Soon, the zombies on all 3 paths were crushed into nothingness. Jiang Yi happened to be on one of these paths. Watching the lawnmower barrel toward him, he felt no fear of a rule-based kill. It was simple. If a rule-based kill existed for players, this special service area would be a place of no return. That did not align with the purpose of the game. The game held malice toward the players, but it would not kill them purely without any benefit. With the underlying logic clear, some rules were easy to see through. The small zombie in front fell down. As it collapsed, it reached out toward Jiang Yi, seemingly trying to warn him to run. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Just as the small cart was about to touch him, he acted with precision and ruthlessness. A steel fork manifested in his left hand. With both hands, he braced, wedged, and shoved, using the fork to jam the gears beneath the lawnmower, locking it in place. The interior of the lawnmower rumbled loudly, and before long, black smoke began to billow from the top. Dave, watching from above, could not believe his eyes. To take on a lawnmower head-on, was this guy even human? After jamming the lawnmower in place, Jiang Yi tossed it aside like trash onto the empty road behind him. With a bang, the wrecked lawnmower hit the ground with a crisp sound. Veins bulged on Dave's forehead atop the roof. Meanwhile, the battlefield was left with nothing but a bare lawn and the young man standing on it, facing him from afar. Their gazes locked. Both sides knew clearly that the real battle was only just beginning. Time ticked by, and the sky gradually darkened. Rolling storm clouds gathered above. On the road, Yuan glanced at the time on the main screen and his status window. His fatigue had reached its limit. He could not continue moving forward. Yuan shoved his hands into his pockets, adjusted his center of gravity, and after a short sprint, brought his skateboard to a halt. He held the deep blue skateboard in his outstretched left palm, whistled, and pressed a button on the side of the board. Instantly the skateboard, which had been only a meter long, began to lengthen and widen, quickly extending into a platform. Yuan pulled a retractable composite unit from his pocket. With a thought, the square unit extended interlocking slots from its base, merging with the platform below to finally form a square space bordered by deep blue arcs of light. Yuan stepped into the not-so-large space and lay down on a folding sofa, swinging his legs leisurely while opening the group chat. As soon as he opened the chat channel, he saw countless messages refreshing rapidly. Player banana, damn. The system doesn't seem to be scaring us. There's lightning in the sky. Is it going to pour tonight? Player, what's wrong with Anim? Very likely. Player, flexible dog in the mountains. Oh my god. I don't know if my tricycle can hold up. With all this wind and rain, it might get blown away. Player, what's wrong with Anim? I suggest you reinforce it quickly. This is no joke. Player, hardworking little bee. Is anyone still selling basic materials and vehicle upgrade fragments? Seeing the familiar ID, Yuan let out an oh-ho. Isn't this the breakdown, bro? Why is he still buying basic materials and vehicle upgrade fragments now? Yuan opened the trading hall and clicked into the Tycoon's Yongwon trading firm. All the basic materials and vehicle upgrade fragments in the firm were already sold out. Yuan then randomly searched the trading hall for basic materials and vehicle upgrade fragments being sold by other players. Either the variety was pitifully small, or the price was shockingly expensive, almost 3 times that of Yongwon. This was true profiteering. Yuan clicked his tongue. No wonder Breakdown Bro was still collecting materials. He really, truly was desperate. In the group chat, most players were worried about the situation tonight and were trying every way to reinforce their vehicles. Hardly anyone was paying attention to hardworking Little B. Finding that no one was responding to his messages, hardworking Little B gritted his teeth and began tagging Little Fry in the group. Player, hardworking Little B, melancholy Little Fry, big boss. Help, you must have extra materials. List some more on Yangwang. Player, hardworking Little B. We're all companions. You don't need the extras. So, you might as well bring them out to save people. I'm willing to pay a high price. Player, hardworking Little B, big boss. You wouldn't just stand by and watch us die because I said the wrong thing before. Would you? Player, hardworking Little B, Melancholy little fry. The string of exclamation marks gave Yuan a headache. After reading the content, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, wishing he hadn't seen it. It really wasn't a lie. This person had absolutely no shame. It seemed he wasn't the only shameless one. Player Momotaro. Melancholy little fry. Big boss. Help. List some supplies again. You can't just stand by and watch us die. Player Symphony of Fate. Yeah, save the children. Pitiful, pitiful, pitiful player society's liege. We're all companions. We should lend a hand if we can. With hard-working Little B leading the charge. These players who had reached a dead end had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow suit, using moral kidnapping to pressure melancholy little fry. If it were an ordinary person, being begged by so many people in the name of companionship might have led them to make concessions due to the pressure. Jiang Yi wasn't even looking at the messages. He was damn busy. How could he care about these people? Chapter 213. The door opened Dave's cabin. Jiang Yi was now completely bloodthirsty. Every drop of vegetable juice rolling down his face represented a plant that Jiang Yi had sliced apart with his blade. Standing before Jiang Yi at this very moment was a shivering purple plant. This plant had green stems, a large purple head, and a mouthful of fangs that would make even some large beasts feel inferior. However, this plant, which would appear quite terrifying in the eyes of ordinary zombies, was currently standing before Jiang Yi, trembling all over. You have caused great intimidation to the Chomper. The Chomper is requesting to surrender to you. Surrender? No way. Jiang Yi's face remained cold. He swung his long, narrow blade upward from the lower right, carving a beautiful arc through the air. Instantly, the entire Chomper was split in two, then into four. Finally, purple slime splattered onto the grass, and the energy contained within was absorbed by Jiang Yi. Having eliminated the Chomper in front, Jiang Yi quickly looked up to assess the battlefield. On the field, only the very last lawnmower remained on this lane. The lane he was currently on was the core firepower point of the entire battle. Ice shroom, repeater, torchwood, and he even had spikeweeds installed under his feet. Just as he finished off the Chomper, Dave, positioned above, seized the opportunity to perform a triple action maneuver. He used a shovel to replace the spikeweeds beneath him with a tall nut. Then, behind the tall nut, he placed a big-headed mushroom. Jiang Yi was very familiar with this big-headed mushroom. It was a gloom shroom. Although its attack range was very short, its attack power was high, making it suitable for dealing with minor zombies. After placing the gloom shroom, Dave still placed a kernel pult on the lane. Seeing the kernel pult, Jiang Yi reacted instantly and threw a few more zombies onto the lane. And fortunately, having learned from the previous experience, Dave had become smarter. Dave pulled a brightly colored mushroom with a fantastical fragrance out of his burlap sack. Little baby, I'm counting on you, Dave muttered to himself before tossing the colorful little mushroom onto the lawn. It was a hypnoshroom, however. Just as the little mushroom was tossed down and about to land, its small eyes curiously looked at Jiang Yi in the center of the battlefield. Upon seeing the fluffy hair, puffed up by the cherry bomb, the large, dark, soulful eyes, and the fair skin that looked so different from other zombies, the hypnoshroom let out an O. It veered off in midair and threw itself straight toward where Jiang Yi was. Jiang Yi, Dave. The little mushroom swooped down from the air with a whoosh, extended phantom little hands from its sides to cover its mushroom face, and spoke in a shy voice. How annoying. Hurry up and catch me, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, and he caught the little mushroom with the hand wearing the wilderness witch glove, landing steadily in the center of his palm. The hypnoshroom looked even shyer, stubbornly refusing to look up at Jiang Yi. Omega, you have charmed the hypnoshroom. You have caused a certain degree of intimidation to Dave, and brought him deep suspicion. You have caused a certain negative mental impact on Dave, Dave declares. I must keep my plants far away from this demon, Jiang Yi. The colorful little mushroom vanished in Jiang Yi's palm, leaving behind colorful energy, which Jiang Yi absorbed. Congratulations. The hypnoshroom is a powerful mental attribute plant. You have gained come to mental attribute. Although he didn't know what had happened, judging by the results, it seemed pretty good. Jiang Yi shook his hand and began to use the defensive foundation to toss the small zombies around him onto a relatively safe lane. Soon, the kernel pult on the lane was eaten again. Furthermore, The very last lawnmower was triggered passively. Jiang Yi remained and hurried, amidst Dave's incredulous gaze. He activated the third assault flag. As the third assault flag was activated, Jiang Yi keenly sensed that an invisible restriction seemed to have been lifted. This is, my forklift can be started. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Sure enough, that feeling of being bound by the rules had vanished. Jiang Yi turned around immediately. The moment he turned, he saw giant-like zombies appearing on the lawn above the steps, massive minor zombies. Seeing Jiang Yi, these minor zombies nodded and waved at him, as if greeting him. Jiang Yi smiled, turned, and with a leap, stepped onto the arm extended by a minor zombie. He twisted and flipped, bolting through the open window into the driver's seat of the forklift. Vroom. Jiang Yi stepped on the gas, driving the forklift behind the minor zombies, heading straight for the orange cabin. Warning, your cabin is collapsing. Warning, your cabin is collapsing. Warning, your cabin is collapsing. A shrill alarm sounded in Dave's ears. Dave's eyes were bloodshot, and his fingernails had been bitten until they bled, watching the massive, bright yellow forklift drive into his garden. Dave pondered for a moment on the spot, then finally let out a hollow laugh. The plants available in his seed packet had almost all been used, leaving only one small black gadget. Once this gadget was used, his beloved lawn would be difficult to restore in a short time, leaving behind ugly craters. But compared to this, there was a struggle and reluctance in Dave's eyes. Yet in the next second, madness surged up again. Gardens could be regrown, but a battle like this would never happen again. The thought flashed and vanished. Dave stacked the last piece of plant food onto the black, expressionless mushroom and tossed it down. Whoosh! Black energy surged like a tidal wave, intending to destroy all the zombies on the lawn, including Jiang Yi and his massive vehicle. However, at this very moment, a soft chuckle rang out. Jiang Yi held the steering wheel with one hand and performed a 180-degree drift on the spot. Energy furnace. Buddy, it's up to you till the cabin door opened, and a massive energy furnace loaded with high-grade redstone energy slowly activated. A deep, mechanical voice echoed, "Everything, no." The doom shroom fell straight into the energy furnace, and the massive explosive energy detonated within. However, the energy furnace brother simply let out a burp. After burping, it even sounded slightly annoyed. "Apologies, I lost my composure." On the roof, the crazy smile on Dave's face slowly stiffened. The iron pot on his head slipped off, tumbled down from the roof, and crashed right at the entrance of the orange house. Clang! A giant minor zombie stepped on the iron pot, flattening it, its hand already reaching for the doorknob of the orange house. Creak! The door opened. Chapter 214. None of your business. The door to the orange house was opened. The minor zombie that opened it merely stared blankly inside for a moment, scratched its head, and retreated to the side. Amidst the dense crowd of zombies, a wide path was cleared by the zombies in the middle. Jiang Yi jumped down from the forklift and walked through the center as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Brain meat. The zombies crowded around Jiang Yi as he moved forward. The expressions on their faces were quite excited, and they kept shouting something at Jiang Yi, though unfortunately, he couldn't understand a single word. Jiang Yi gave a light cough, although the sound wasn't loud. The moment it fell, the zombies seemed to have been hit with a mute button. They became deathly silent, obediently waiting for Jiang Yi's instructions. Quite obedient, aren't they? Jiang Yi mused to himself, his favorability toward the little zombies increasing once again. What Jiang Yi didn't know was that these zombies weren't like this with everyone. One must know that even among zombie groups, they weren't exactly united. In fact, scenes of them grabbing and gnawing on each other were not uncommon. That they were so submissive to Jiang Yi now was naturally because Jiang Yi had conquered them with his overwhelming strength. The world of zombies is simple brains and fists. Now, Jiang Yi not only had the fists, but he was also about to lead them to obtain precious brains. The zombies naturally held a high level of loyalty toward Jiang Yi. After musing to himself, Jiang Yi looked toward the orange house with its door now open. It would be a lie to say he wasn't curious, after so many years. As a veteran player of Plants vs. Zombies, he had never actually seen the interior of this house. However, must be careful. Dave's crazed gaze flashed through his mind. Without saying a word, Jiang Yi pulled out the silver wing assassin. The silver-white pistol automatically chambered around, its trajectory automatically calibrated. While multiple battles hadn't turned Jiang Yi into a master marksman, his accuracy was still much better than the human outline artist he had been before. Holding the gun in his left hand, Jiang Yi held his breath and nodded at the minor zombie that had opened the door. Upon receiving Jiang Yi's signal, the big oaf grew excited, let out a silly chuckle, and pushed the door open again. Instantly, the unique, decaying stench of zombies wafted into the orange house. As the door opened, what came into view was a messy shack where everything was piled together. A chair was placed on top of a table, and a pot was placed on top of the chair. In the semi-open kitchen, there were no pots, bowls, or ladles, but rather one flower pot after another. Jiang Yi frowned and stepped further inside. An indescribable, sour, and foul odor hit him, almost making him doubt if something was wrong with his nose. This smell was even more pungent than a yard full of zombies. Dave lived in a place like this. No wonder he went that crazy. Just as he thought of this, a hoarse voice came from the roof. With a loud thud, a chubby figure landed. Dave was unsteady on his feet and slumped decadently beside the ladder. The hat on Dave's head had been flattened by the minor zombie's foot, so now it revealed a head of relatively thick, orange hair. Dave hung his head. "Take my brains I lost." Hearing Dave's voice at close range, Jiang Yi found it somewhat novel. The universal language pack translated Dave's words, so he could understand his meaning. Jiang Yi pursed his lips, just about to say something, when he saw Dave extend a finger and point to a spot in the living room. "I don't remember where I put the brains. Find them yourselves." Brains? A giant question mark appeared on Jiang Yi's forehead. The voice of the Anvil brother rang out. "Brother, did I hear that right? That crazy old man said brains." And he pointed to that spot. "That's not right, is it? Shouldn't you humans have your brains inside your heads?" "Is his brain an external peripheral, Jiang Yi?" "The brain is an external peripheral. Are you kidding me?" Jiang Yi touched his own ear, confirming that he shouldn't be suffering from any sudden, acute hearing impairment. After thinking for a few seconds, Jiang Yi still spoke up. "Brains." Hearing this, Dave let out a hollow laugh, rubbed his bloodshot eyes, and said, "Isn't that what you all want? Just find them yourselves." Jiang Yi watched for a while and determined that Dave seemed to have been too deeply traumatized by his defeat and was refusing to communicate. Mimicking the little zombies, Jiang Yi scratched his head, half-squatted on the ground, pondered for a few seconds, and waved the flag in his hand, pointing to the spot in the middle that Dave had indicated. There was a pile of moldy, mushroom-covered wooden boards, randomly discarded clothes, and socks there. Jiang Yi couldn't quite bring himself to touch them, so he thought it better to command the zombies to clean it up. "You." Jiang Yi pointed at the screen door zombie. The screen door zombie quickly stood at attention, the screen door in its hand clattering to the floor. "Go throw those clothes away." Jiang Yi made a gesture of picking something up and throwing it away. "Brain meat." "Understood." The screen door zombie excitedly accepted the order, picked up Dave's pile of clothes, and tossed them out onto the lawn. Dave, who had been cowering by the ladder watching this scene, saw his eyes grow even more bloodshot. This was simply humiliation, pure humiliation. After tossing away the eyesore clothes, Jiang Yi had the minor zombies throw out the messy wooden boards and the broken tables and chairs as well. A small clearing was soon cleared out in the room, though it remained dirty overall. Everywhere was covered in dust, stains, and mold, but it was at least better than before. More importantly, once the space was cleared, Jiang Yi finally saw what that pile of brains actually was. Hidden beneath wooden planks, broken tables, and other debris were bags of special, pink, tablet-like substances. "You have obtained Special Solid Extract Tablet, Blood Brain Description, a product from the Special Service Zone, Dave's Shack." Dave, a mad botanist and biologist, is obsessed with research into hybridization, fertilizers, and grafting. He uses a special plant called the blood brain fruit to create solid extract tablets known as blood brain. Blood brain can partially reactivate decaying bodies and holds an irresistible attraction for zombies. For certain reasons, Dave was not accepted by the townspeople and was driven out. He established Dave's shack in the outskirts. Yet the blood brain attracted the attention of the zombies. Seeing the long string of descriptions, Jiang Yi's eyes slowly widened. So that was it. No wonder. He had been wondering why so many zombies were fixated on Dave's brain alone. It didn't make scientific sense. It turned out it was because he had been exiled and lived far from the town. Furthermore, the zombies didn't actually want his brain after all. Once that thing was installed, it couldn't exactly function. So, it was all for the blood brain. Just as Jiang Yi was deep in thought, the zombies stared at the blood brain, drool pooling on the floor. If not for the fact that Jiang Yi hadn't given the order, they would have pounced on it long ago. Jiang Yi figured out the sequence of events and was momentarily left speechless, caught between laughter and tears. He looked at Dave with a sense of disbelief, and after a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a question. Since you have no use for the blood brain otherwise, you wouldn't have left these things buried in the ruins. Then, why not just give them to the zombies? Jiang Yi asked sincerely. However, Dave, with his orange hair, looked up and shouted directly at Jiang Yi, "Mind your own business, you dark-eyed, hypnoshroom charming demon." Jiang Yi chapter 215. He didn't. Don't spout nonsense. Jiang Yi silently defended himself in his heart, as if hearing his inner thoughts. Dave stood up from the ground, viciously pulled a hypnoshroom from his pocket, and shoved it right in front of Jiang Yi's face. Jiang Yi instinctively stepped back, his silver wing assassin cocked and ready. "Look for yourself. Look at what you've done to my little treasure." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yi saw the colorful little mushroom in Dave's hand take one look at him, and immediately, pink bubbles began to rise from its body. The pupils in its large eyes began to spin slowly, looking completely dazed and infatuated. Seeing Jiang Yi's gaze focused on it, the little mushroom reached out its hands again to cover its face. Jiang Yi, he really hadn't done anything. Is this pure, unprovoked framing? Seeing his plant's spineless behavior, Dave snorted, looking at Jiang Yi as if to say, "See, you really are a demon." Jiang Yi hadn't actually done anything, but being stared at by Dave like that, he started to feel as if he really had kidnapped someone else's child. Wait, he remembered he didn't have any talent for charming mushrooms. What on earth was going on? Jiang Yi didn't understand, but the system knew clearly. Special plant, hypnoshroom description. A plant skilled at hypnosis. Yet it is extremely susceptible to being hypnotized itself. In short, it is a total looker addict. The hypnoshroom had been hanging around Dave in his tattered clothes every day and had long since grown tired of it. Now that it saw the clearly different Jiang Yi, it was naturally charmed by him. Jiang Yi rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty. Just then, a small zombie sitting on the shoulder of a minor zombie poked Jiang Yi's shoulder. Jiang Yi turned around and saw the small zombie holding two blood brains, offering them to him as if asking if he wanted to eat. And like the large zombies whose eye sockets had already begun to sink, the small zombie, aside from having slightly bluish skin, didn't look much different from a human child. Seeing this, Jiang Yi smiled, patted the small zombie's head, and took the blood brains from its hands. He looked at them curiously. The blood brain was pinkish overall, similar to the color of brain tissue. Jiang Yi brought the blood brain close to his nose and sniffed. A dizzying, bloody stench wafted up. This scent was somewhat difficult for a human to handle. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Blood brain, a highly nourishing item. Consuming it grants strength Kung 2, speed Kung 2, constitution Kung 2. Before it could finish, Jiang Yi swallowed the entire solid extract tablet of blood brain. He even let out a burp that smelled of blood. System, the taste is actually not bad. Jiang Yi evaluated. The system was completely speechless at John the Skinflint and finished the consumption instructions for the blood brain. Consumption effects diminish over time. Excessive consumption may lead to other circulatory issues, with a certain probability of triggering cerebral hemorrhages or subcutaneous bleeding symptoms. After hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Yi nodded to himself. It was a good item, but unfortunately, it couldn't be eaten in large quantities. Regardless, he would store some away first, ignoring Dave, who had already retreated into his own world. Jiang Yi patted the small zombie's head and said with a gentle smile, "Well done." The small zombie looked back at the dazed and sluggish minor zombie. Was this his father? The minor zombie scratched his head, looked at Jiang Yi, and then extended his massive hand. He seemed to be trying to imitate Jiang Yi's action, to pat his own big son on the head. Seeing this, Jiang Yi's eyelid twitched, and he immediately scooped the big son off the minor zombie's shoulder. Judging by the minor zombie's strength, which could crush a plant with a single hammer blow, if he patted the child like that, the kid would probably be done for right here and now. After setting the child down, Jiang Yi thought for a moment, then handed the metal bucket that the bucket-head zombie had just placed on his head to the little zombie. Jiang Yi said, "Use this to help me collect the blood brains." Jiang Yi pointed at the blood brains and continued, "Once you fill this bucket, you can have all the rest. How about that?" The little zombie tilted its head, not quite understanding Jiang Yi's words. "Hell meat." Jiang Yi thought for a moment, flicked his finger, and two vehicle coins appeared in his palm. The little zombie was instantly captivated by the golden coins, staring at Jiang Yi without blinking. Jiang Yi held the 2 coins between his fingers, placed one into the bucket, and handed the other to the little zombie. "One for you, one for me. Understand?" "Dal meat, understand." The little zombie understood. It happily hugged the bucket and ran toward the pile of blood brains. The little zombie knew that with Jiang Yi's permission, the other zombies wouldn't fight it for the blood brains. It could be one for you, one for me. After arranging for his little labor, Jiang Yi took another turn around the room, finding nothing else. He simply moved a chair out and sat in the center of the hall to rest. In this battle, he had killed at least 30 plants. The mental healing he obtained had long since restored his health to a normal level. Not only that, but Jiang Yi's spirit attribute had also successfully broken through the 50-point mark. It seemed to be the most prominent among all his attributes. Adding in the blood brains, this trip to the service area was definitely worth it, as Jiang Yi pondered. The zombies finished gathering the blood brains. In Jiang Yi's metal bucket, the little zombie had piled the blood brains so high they were almost overflowing. Because the metal bucket was too heavy, the little zombie couldn't lift it at all. After wobbling in place for a long time, it plopped down onto the floor. Jiang Yi laughed out loud, and the other zombies, after looking at each other, followed suit with ha 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 sounds. For the first time, such laughter echoed in the silent cabin. Dave, huddled by the ladder, looked a bit dazed. In the center of the cabin, which had been cleaned up, the young man who resembled him looked so carefree. That smile was almost blinding. Dave's fingers gripped the ladder tightly. There were many similar marks on the ladder leading to the top floor. Dave took a long look at Jiang Yi. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Jiang Yi's ears. Crazy Scientist Dave's favorability come 1. Crazy Scientist Dave's favorability -2. Crazy Scientist Dave's favorability come 1. Dave's favorability began to fluctuate wildly. Jiang Yi gave a soft hada. Chapter 216 worth it. Ever since entering the orange cabin, Jiang Yi hadn't intended to farm Dave's favorability after all. You can't exactly trample someone's lawn, kill their plants, and break into their house, then shamelessly expect to farm their favorability, right? Unless the other party was a masochist. Such a thing was simply impossible. However, Jiang Yi's view of this world was still too shallow. After a series of fluctuations, Crazy Dave's current favorability, it had actually broken past 0, achieving a leap from 0 to 1. Jiang Yi was greatly shocked. He hadn't done anything. Not daring to dwell on it, the main system panel already displayed the game victory notification. Jiang Yi could now leave the service area. He stood up, put the blood brains collected by the little zombie and the metal bucket into his storage space, and said to the zombies, "Let's go." Although the zombies didn't understand Jiang Yi's language, they could roughly grasp what he wanted them to do. A large group of zombies shouted "Dal meat" in unison, then followed behind Jiang Yi, intending to leave the cabin. At this moment, Crazy Dave's favorability -5. Crazy Dave's current favorability -4. Jiang Yi's footsteps faltered slightly. Favorability dropped. Jiang Yi rubbed his chin, recalling the entire process. During the battle, the favorability hadn't increased or decreased, which meant the battle had nothing to do with it. The favorability changed when he brought the zombies in, and now, as he and the zombies were about to leave, the favorability had dropped significantly. What did this mean? As Jiang Yi pondered, he pulled up the previous system logs. Instantly, his gaze locked onto a nondescript sentence at the very bottom of the blood brains description. Due to certain reasons, Dave was not accepted by the people of the town and was expelled. He built Dave's cabin in the outskirts. Expelled. Not accepted by others. So, in the cabin, were the zombies the only visitors? So, even though Dave knew the blood brains had an indescribable attraction for zombies, he still kept them so that the zombies might visit the cabin, to keep his life from being so boring. As Jiang Yi thought about this, he asked, Anvil, brother is here, when bored. What does that big block do, HMM? Probably farm some zombies for fun. Good grief, it all matched up. Jiang Yi turned his head abruptly, just in time to lock eyes with Dave, who had been peeking at the group preparing to leave. Dave quickly lowered his head. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. So that was it. About 5 minutes later, with a creak, the door of the orange cabin was closed. The sound of a forklift starting up in the yard drifted in, and soon, the bright yellow forklift disappeared from sight. Dave's ears twitched, and then he let out a long sigh. His whole demeanor seemed to dim significantly. They were all gone again. It was always like this, but unlike before. The blood brains had been taken away, and that group of zombies would never return. Dave stood up from the ground. The one remaining hypnoshroom also drooped its head, looking listless. Forget it. I can't stay here anymore. Just as various thoughts flashed through Dave's mind and time ticked away, suddenly, knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Dave was stunned. Out here in the middle of the wilderness, how could there be a knock at the door? Could it be? Dave jumped up abruptly and ran over, throwing the door open. As soon as the door opened, he saw a yard full of zombies standing on the grass, and unlike before, these zombies were all holding flower pots in their hands. Hypnoshroom no. Theta. Dave was dumbfounded. The minor zombie in the lead walked up to Dave, and the little zombie on its back reached out its hands before Dave's dazed eyes. It placed a new little iron pot onto Dave's head. At the same time, a flag depicting a brain, capable of summoning zombies, was handed over. Wawaru, this is what our boss told us to bring you. The yard full of zombies wailed and howled, the Wawaru gibberish filling their in the past. Dave would have only found it noisy, but now on the highway, it was pitch black. Jiang Yi, who had fought a hard battle all day, was already fast asleep in bed when the system notification sounded. Crazy Dave's favorability come 10. Crazy Dave's favorability come 10. Crazy Dave's current favorability. Crazy Dave has sent you a friend request. Jiang Yi was already asleep, so Anvil thought for a moment and accepted the friend request. Crazy Dave sent you. Special plant a sunflower seed. A white light flashed, and a unique golden flower pot was teleported over, landing right by Jiang Yi's bedside. Jiang Yi turned over, completely undisturbed. After absorbing so much plant healing energy, this was the best sleep he had ever had. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Yi's internal clock woke him up right on time. He opened his eyes in bed, and the voices of Energy Furnace and Anvil sounded simultaneously. Good morning, brother. Morning. Jiang Yi sat dazed for a while before slowly muttering a good morning back. Sitting up from the bed, Jiang Yi looked around subconsciously, and that was when he noticed something different. On the small table next to the bed, there was a plant facing away from him that hadn't been there before. Jiang Yi. The plant had a huge head and a relatively slender stem, and it was currently swaying from side to side, looking like it was in a very good mood. A sunflower. Jiang Yi was confused. Anvil, the king of hell calls the roll. I'm here, brother. Anvil replied hurriedly. What's going on? That crazy old man sent it over yesterday. Brother Anvil said concisely. Crazy old man. Dave's face appeared in Jiang Yi's mind. Jiang Yi opened the system log, read through what had happened, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, the root cause of the increase or decrease in favorability was, in fact, just companionship. With that flag, Dave could actively summon zombies over, and his little cabin would never be lonely again. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up, and he looked at the sunflower on the table in a great mood. Special plant a sunflower description, originally from Dave's cabin. This is a kind, diligent, intelligent, and sun-loving plant. After placing the plant in a location, it will create a light domain with a radius of 1 ohm centered on its location. The light domain produces a small energy sun every 1 h. Once the small energy sun dissipates, it provides a certain mental healing effect. which is highly effective for reducing fatigue and increasing mental energy over the long term. In certain dark or similar special scenarios, the sunflower can resist negative emotions such as fear and depression caused by darkness. The sunflower must be exposed to sunlight, strong light, once every 7 days, otherwise, there is a high probability that the plant will die. Hint: this plant can be recycled by the system. The system will provide a reasonable offer based on the plant's comprehensive value. Report to the system: yes, no. If the player does not make a choice after 5s, the system will automatically make the corresponding choice for the player, before the system notification had even finished. Jiang Yi tapped directly on no. System. The smile on the corner of Jiang Yi's mouth was almost turning into venom. This trip was truly worth it. Chapter 217. You can try if you want to touch it in a great mood. He patted the sunflower's head. Jiang Yi finished washing up in the bathroom quickly. At 5 minutes past 6, the system notification sounded right on time. Ding! Good morning, rookie players. How was yesterday's storm? With the sound of the rain, was it easier to fall asleep? Hearing this, Jiang Yi had only one reaction: the storm. How come he didn't hear it? He opened the group chat channel. Player eating umbrellas lying in coffins. Player: my fate is mine but yours too. Player: do electronic butterflies have heartbeats? After a string of asterisks. System. Players eating umbrellas lying in coffins. My fate is mine but yours too. And do electronic butterflies have heartbeats have been muted for 3h. Please maintain civilized speech. Players. As soon as the mute message appeared, the group was silent for a second before Wild King sent a message. Player: your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Why? Why were they only muted for 3h? The system was silent for a moment, not intending to answer Wild King. After Wild King sent his message, other players began to stir again. Player: tears soaking the data cable, easier to fall asleep. System. Do you have any humanity? An entire afternoon and night of thunder, lightning, and gale force winds. It was like the end of the world. Player: tears soaking the data cable. I didn't sleep all night, terrified that the roof of my car would be blown off. Player: what's wrong with today? Same here, didn't sleep all night. All my steel plates were wiped out overnight. I'm truly impressed. Player: 800 marksmen. Are those guys who were buying materials yesterday still here? Player: 800 marksmen. They didn't all get wiped out, did they? Seeing the message, Jiang Yi subconsciously searched for Diligent Little Bee, and sure enough, the latter's avatar had turned gray. It seemed that since the Diligent Little Bee hadn't bought materials from him, they hadn't managed to find any from other players either. Player: your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Most of them are gone. Player: 800 marksmen. Lighting a candle. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I bought materials from the big boss in advance. Good heavens. You really can't catch the wolf without risking the cub. If I hadn't upgraded my vehicle yesterday, I reckon I'd be finished today too. Player: ask the heavens to distinguish loyal from treacherous. Come one. Thanks to the big boss, melancholy little fry. Player: old ox silently tilling the land. Thanks to the big boss, melancholy little fry. Player: holding hands. Thanks to the big boss, melancholy little fry. After a long string of come one south, Jiang Yi maintained his usual aloof demeanor and did not respond after all. If he were to respond now, the sky over the entire 99th subdivision would likely be set ablaze again. Jiang Yi glanced at his earnings for the day. In just one day, he had actually brought in nearly 800 vehicle coins. Although his surplus vehicle upgrade fragments and basic materials had been almost entirely exhausted, Jiang Yi still had to admit that this was simply exorbitant profit. Now, he was just waiting for an opportunity to encounter a monster merchant or reach another service area he wanted to visit, so he could spend these vehicle coins. John the Skinflint might be stingy, but he was also very clear that money must be converted into tangible assets to realize its true value. Upgrading his vehicle as quickly as possible and enhancing his own strength as quickly as possible, that was what mattered most. Jiang Yi opened the group chat list. The list now displayed vehicle levels. Aside from himself and a few others, most of the surviving players' vehicles were already at least level 2. Jiang Yi scrolled down, and a conspicuous level 1 vehicle appeared in the list. It was orange. Seeing the familiar ID, Jiang Yi wasn't surprised. Orange's vehicle was a special purpose truck. and the materials required for its upgrade were not something ordinary players could compare with. Moreover, from another perspective, even a level 1 special purpose truck had better defensive capabilities than some level 2 or even level 3 vehicles, so it wouldn't be affected for the time being. Jiang Yi closed the group chat player list and continued to listen to the system's broadcast. Alright. This system has already seen everyone's enthusiasm for the special weather. In short, amidst the storm, I believe you have all understood the necessity of upgrading your vehicles and enhancing your own strength to survive in this game. Becoming stronger is your only way out. As the system's voice faded, for once, there were no players retorting after all. Players had already paid with their lives last night, repeatedly verifying this point. The group chat was silent, and the system seemed quite satisfied, in view of the high degree of loss among players and vehicles in this subdivision. In order to further improve everyone's strength, this system has decided to open a new dungeon game in 3 days. At that time, all players are welcome to sign up and participate. The dungeon opening in 3 days will be Bumper Cars. Today's weather forecast: light rain, temperature 21 to 25 degrees centigrade, wind level to light breeze, humidity moderately humid. Please note, between 5 p.m. and 7:00 p.m. today, some areas will continue to experience thunder. Please take note, players. Today's fog erosion rate is to 5 km/h. Wishing all players good luck. The system broadcast ended, and Jiang Yi's eyes slowly widened. Good grief. Is the system a devil? It's not even pretending anymore. The loss of players and vehicles was high, so it opened a new game, Bumper Cars. Is it complaining that the players' vehicles aren't shattered thoroughly enough yet? It wasn't just Jiang Yi who had this thought. After the system finished broadcasting, the group chat exploded, and a long string of question marks was posted. Following the question marks: player interstellar travel. Confused emoji. Can you just say it straight if you want me to die? Player, what did two-dimensional ever do to you? Exactly, damn it. The previous wave ground down our vehicles, and 3 days later we're playing Bumper Cars. I don't even want to talk about what's on your mind, system. Player, what did two-dimensional ever do to you, pal? Player, honest man, can we choose not to participate in the game? Player, what did two-dimensional ever do to you? If we don't participate, what if it's like last time and they deduct our supplies? Player, honest man, can you stop bullying honest people? Woo. Player, salted fish with a dream. Fine, say no more. Let's open treasure chests and farm supplies. We have to upgrade our vehicles this round, otherwise, the game isn't playable. Player, thinking hard. Bull Demon King. Hiss, it might not necessarily be the rules of actual Bumper Cars, right? Would the system come up with such a simple game? Why do I feel like there's a trap? Player, 8-1. Who knows? Is the system's mind something we little losers can figure out? Player, thinking hard. Bull Demon King. Is there any knowledgeable big boss who can analyze this? Unfortunately, even after sending the message, no one replied to the Bull Demon King, just as 0821 said. The system's intentions were not something they, as players, could guess. Even if someone had obtained partial information, they wouldn't say it in the group. The group chat refreshed rapidly for a while, and suddenly, what did two-dimensional ever do to you? Tagged Wild King. Player, what did two-dimensional ever do to you? Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Brother Wild King, what about your skateboard? Player, what did two-dimensional ever do to you? Can this be used to bump? On the other side, the Wild King, who had already retrieved his small cabin and was walking forward with his skateboard on his back, paused his steps and quickly typed out a reply. Player, your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. If you want to bump, you can give it a try. Chapter 218. Golden Treasure Chest and the Clown Monster. Closing the chat box, Jiang Yi stroked the iron head of his buddy Anvil while muttering, Bumper Cars. Does it really mean we have to drive our vehicles and ram into each other? How is this any different from forcing players to slaughter one another? After all, vehicles are the only things bound to the players, and they are the very foundation that allows players to keep moving forward on this highway. Once a vehicle is smashed, it is effectively a declaration of game over. While lost in thought, Jiang Yi exhaled a breath of stale air. From the dungeon games to the rainstorms, and now to this Bumper Cars, The game's malice toward the players was becoming increasingly apparent. Even so, the players had no choice but to accept it. After all, nothing was more important than staying alive. What a disgusting game. Jiang Yi didn't have any particular feelings about this game. He operated on the principle of I won't offend unless I am offended. He would not take the initiative to attack other people's vehicles. To Jiang Yi, that really didn't seem to have any meaning. If one wanted to become strong, there were plenty of other paths to take without necessarily having to extinguish one's own humanity. But if someone else wanted to target him, Jiang Yi wouldn't mind sending them to an early grave. Having cleared his thoughts, Jiang Yi didn't dwell on it any further. He took 2 corn buns from his inventory and tossed them beside his buddy. The energy furnace. After letting the overflowing heat from the furnace steam them through, Jiang Yi clamped one large bun in his mouth and held the other in his hand. He moved from the interior of the carriage directly into the driver's seat and began today's journey. Yesterday, because of the detour to Dave's cabin, his progress had been slightly delayed. Today, he needed to make up for the mileage he hadn't covered. After driving for about an hour, Jiang Yi saw the first treasure chest of the day. It was actually a golden treasure chest. Jiang Yi slammed on the brakes and blinked his French fry eyes. It was actually gold. This was the first time he had ever seen this thing on the side of the road. His luck had exploded. Jiang Yi felt a surge of joy. A small wooden carving sat in front of the driver's side window. Its legs were spread, and it had originally been sitting obediently facing Jiang Yi. Seeing this, it curiously turned around and pressed itself against the window to look at the chest emitting a golden glow by the roadside. Jiang Yi flexed his wrists and stepped out of the car, holding Silverwing Assassin. To Jiang Yi, the golden treasure chest no longer posed much of a threat. But sticking to his principle of caution, he instantly switched to the Demon King title and activated True Sight. In his True Sight, the golden treasure chest radiated a rich, golden light. Looking tempting to the extreme, Jiang Yi raised his arm, aiming the pitch-black muzzle at the gap where the chest opened, and bang, fired a shot. The bullet flew right past the lid of the golden treasure chest. The chest remained completely unscathed. Jiang Yi Anvil. He missed again. His buddy Anvil's voice rang out gloomily. Didn't you say your aim had improved? Jiang Yi shut up. After firing a wasted shot, Jiang Yi gave a light cough and pretended to flex his wrists again. He sighed silently in his heart. It seemed he would need to undergo specialized training after all. As he thought this, Jiang Yi took a few more steps forward. Now, he was less than a meter away from the chest. At this distance, it would be a bit rude if he still couldn't hit it. Jiang Yi raised his gun once more. Bang. This time, the bullet still grazed the lid of the golden treasure chest. But at least it made contact. The golden treasure chest popped open with a bang, light flickering inside. Jiang Yi focused his mind intensely, his finger resting on the trigger once more, waiting for the light to dissipate so he could land a shot. The golden light slowly faded from his pupils, and the Silverwing Assassin was already cocked just then. Voila bibu. A half-bodied clown-like creature jumped out of the golden treasure chest. The clown's face was painted with red and yellow grace paint, and it had a long, colorful striped party blower in its mouth. The paper roll unfurled in front of Jiang Yi, and the clown appeared extremely excited and enthusiastic. Jiang Yi only hesitated for less than a second before he pulled the trigger. Bang. Fire flashed from the muzzle of the Silverwing Assassin. The bullet was fired and passed straight through the clown's face. The expected scene of flesh and blood exploding did not occur. The clown seemed to be made of paper. A crack appeared in the middle, and after the bullet passed through, the crack wobbled and returned to its original position. After being shot by Jiang Yi, the clown tilted its head, let out an manhwa sound, and extended its gloved, equally comical hand toward Jiang Yi, and then waving its hand. It looked as if it were saying, "Little kid, you're not being good." Seeing this, the danger threshold in Jiang Yi's heart was pushed to the maximum. Immune to physical attacks, it's a special monster. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted, and he immediately activated I specifically target elites. You are using the title I specifically target elites. Determining the mental attributes of both parties. Determination complete. And fortunately, your mental attribute strength is lower than the opponent's. The skill cannot take effect. Mental attributes lower than the opponent's. The opponent's mental attribute is over 50. Is it reasonable to find this kind of monster in a roadside treasure chest? Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Jiang Yi screamed in his heart. Even so, he didn't give up the struggle. He aimed the silver wing assassin at the clown's chest, arms, and the box connected beneath it, firing several more shots, but without exception, the bullets passed through as if they were going through paper, causing no damage to the clown at all. Since bullets didn't work, Jiang Yi took out a cooling spray and a lighter. After detonating them at close range, the smoke cleared. Jiang Yi coughed violently, but the clown inside the golden treasure chest remained completely unharmed. More importantly, as Jiang Yi backed away, the clown and the paper box connected beneath it jumped out as well. Maintaining a constant distance from Jiang Yi, physical attacks are ineffective. His mental attributes aren't as strong as the opponent's. And this thing even has auto-lock and tracking. How is he supposed to play this? Chapter 219. The Golden Treasure Chest Clown Monster. Part 2. Content adjusted. The clown in the paper box hopped in front of Jiang Yi. Seemingly sensing Jiang Yi's nervous state, the clown tilted its head. Its mouth, painted with thick, garish gray paint, stretched into a wide arc as it let out a hee-hee sound at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, does that do absolutely nothing to alleviate the tension, or what? If there were a child standing opposite, they would probably be crying in terror by now. Jiang Yi stared with dead fish eyes. Although 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind, he had no choice but to force himself to calm down at this very moment. Stay calm, Jiang Yi, stay calm. Even though it wasn't what he had imagined, even though he was a little, just a tiny bit unlucky, it wasn't a major problem. Brother, stop shaking, you're scaring me. The voice of the Anvil brother rang out. Jiang Yi who? Jiang Yi exhaled a breath of stale air and looked at the clown with a blank expression. This thing couldn't be hit. Mental locking was useless. And for the moment, it didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him. He could only take it one step at a time. Seeing that Jiang Yi was no longer making those dangerous moves that weren't suitable for a child, the clown nodded in satisfaction. The system broadcast sounded in Jiang Yi's mind. The monster. Paper box clown is satisfied with your well-behaved demeanor. In the eyes of the paper box clown, there are only two types of children in the world: well-behaved children, and children who need to receive an education. I hope you do not become the latter. Is this a hint? Jiang Yi immediately stopped his subtle attempts at probing and forced himself to focus on the clown, doing his best to play the part of a well-behaved child, although, at this very moment, the awkward yet polite smile on Jiang Yi's face made him look more like some unlucky soul who had happily picked up a 100-yuan bill on the street, only to open it and find it was from the Heaven and Earth Bank, with a picture of the King of Hell giving him the middle finger printed on the back. The monster. Paper box clown expresses great approval of your focus and curiosity. He generously decides that in the upcoming game, he will grant you an extra 0.5 seconds of thinking time. Jiang Yi almost doubted he had heard correctly. 0.5 seconds. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth were completely stiff. If he didn't have to play the part of a well-behaved child, the paper box clown's parents, friends, and 18 generations of ancestors would likely be receiving Jiang Yi's warm and friendly greetings right about now. However, upon seeing the blood-stained chainsaw inadvertently revealed inside the clown's paper box, Jiang Yi quickly calmed down. Okay. Jiang Yi smiled politely. He. The clown giggled aloud once more. With a bang, Jiang Yi jumped in fright. Paper confetti scattered everywhere, as if performing a magic trick. The clown pulled a banner from its clothes. Written on the banner in blood-red letters were the words, "Game Time." Although the characters looked comical and excited, seeing the word game made Jiang Yi's skin tighten slightly. The alarm bells in his heart were ringing at maximum volume. It was here, on the main screen. A dialogue box with a clown avatar appeared. Game 1 ball game. Game 2 rock paper scissors. 60.5's prepare time. Characters flashed rapidly in Jiang Yi's pupils. Ball game, rock paper scissors. Choose one within 60.5 seconds. Jiang Yi's fingers moved just a fraction, and he saw the clown extend its hand and wave it at him, while the chainsaw underneath began to hum. Jiang Yi had no opportunity to refuse the game. Cold sweat beaded on Jiang Yi's forehead, without any hints whatsoever. He had to make a decision within 60 seconds. Calm down, calm down. Jiang Yi hinted to himself again, his mind racing. Ball games and rock, paper, scissors were both very typical games, usually used to liven up the atmosphere in juggling acts, but combined with the clown's chainsaw. Jiang Yi didn't believe for a second that the other party was actually going to play a game with him. How was he supposed to choose? Looking at the options themselves, the ball game reminded Jiang Yi of certain magic and juggling techniques. Rock, paper, scissors was relatively simple, and the rules seemed very clear. Jiang Yi's pupils dilated slightly, and he subconsciously looked toward the direction of Game 2. When Jiang Yi's gaze fell on Option 2, the expression on the clown's face didn't change at all, but its hand, hidden behind its back, flicked with delight, showing an indescribable sense of excitement. Jiang Yi looked at the rock, paper, scissors option. Rock, paper, scissors was no stranger to anyone, but Jiang Yi knew very well that the simpler something was, the more deceptive it could be. This thing was nothing more than two types of play. One relied entirely on luck, but given that he had just opened a golden treasure chest and pulled out a monster of this caliber, Jiang Yi didn't think he would have much luck. The second possibility was that there were some special, hidden rules. Jiang Yi's eyes darted around. The simpler the game, the more uncontrollable the rules. The paper box clown definitely didn't want to play a real game with him. That chainsaw was the truth of the matter. If that was the case, the simple rock, paper, scissors might be the most deceptive and dangerous option of all. Countdown 0.5. I choose game 1. In the final 0.5 seconds, Jiang Yi made his choice. The moment Jiang Yi's words fell, he heard the clown opposite him let out a disappointed "oh." The paper box clown expresses slight regret at your choice. The system's voice sounded, but Jiang Yi felt a wave of relief in his heart. Slight regret. That meant he had chosen correctly. Under Jiang Yi's watchful gaze, the clown pursed his lips, reluctantly reached into his clothing, pulled out a massive mirror, and with a snap, tossed it aside. The mirror shattered into countless fragments, each shard reflecting Jiang Yi's stunned expression. A mirror. Option 2 is related to a mirror. Could it be that after choosing Game 2, I have to play rock, paper, scissors with my own reflection? Jiang Yi's expression was one of shock. He couldn't help but glance at the clown, whose expression remained somewhat dejected, even letting out a sigh toward Jiang Yi. Damn it. For some reason, Jiang Yi recalled a comment made by a player in the group chat. If you want me dead, just say so. Playing rock, paper, scissors with one's own reflection, how could anyone possibly win? This is just a way to wear me down until I die. Though he was cursing viciously in his heart, Jiang Yi still managed to force a smile onto his face and nodded at the clown. The clown was somewhat disappointed by Jiang Yi's choice, but since Jiang Yi was an obedient child, he was still willing to play games with him. Composing himself, the clown unfurled the paper scroll once more and extended both hands toward Jiang Yi. Two white-gloved hands waved and displayed themselves in front of Jiang Yi. From Jiang Yi's perspective, the clown's hands were now completely empty. There was nothing there. Jiang Yi immediately activated his true sight. However, perhaps the small ball wasn't a supernatural force, as there were no corresponding traces to be found. Cheating with true sight was not going to work. Jiang Yi exhaled a breath of stale air, his gaze turning grave. Jiang Yi focused intently on the clown's hands. After waving them around for a moment, the clown extended his right hand toward Jiang Yi, watching that large hand strike toward his face. Jiang Yi suppressed the urge to resist or flee, his gaze remaining calm. The white glove neared Jiang Yi's face, forming the shape of a hollow fist. The clown puffed out his cheeks and blew a breath into the air as a gesture. Whoosh! Like this, Jiang Yi followed suit. His face tensed as he puffed out his cheeks and blew a breath into the hollow fist. Almost the instant Jiang Yi blew, the clown opened his fist, and a small blue ball, appearing from nowhere, lay in the center of his palm. Chapter 220. The Golden Treasure Chest Clown Monster Part 3. Jiang Yi's eyes slowly widened. No way. Since when? Jiang Yi's mental power now completely surpassed that of an ordinary person, and his level of focus was several times higher than a normal human's. Even with such perception, Jiang Yi had no idea when that little ball had appeared. Jiang Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. He vaguely remembered that a few days ago, he had seemingly, perhaps possibly, performed something similar for the small wooden carving, but unlike the clown, his was fake. The clown, however, seemed to be the real deal. Oh no, I've run into the master. Jiang Yi's slightly shocked expression greatly satisfied the clown. The clown let out another he laugh, stepped back a few paces, and extended his other hand. The other hand rotated back and forth, still empty, but the next second, after a few flicks of his fingers, two small blue balls appeared between them as if breaking through the constraints of space. Now, there were 3 small blue balls in the clown's hands. Jiang Yi's focused gaze greatly pleased the clown. He even generously performed a juggling act for Jiang Yi again. The 3 balls were tossed high into the air, tracing marks through the sky, and as they fell one by one, they somehow maintained their balance and stacked on top of each other. In all fairness, judging by the fundamentals technique and the effortless posture, this performance was truly spectacular. But the more spectacular the performance, the darker Jiang Yi's heart felt. Damn it! How is this even playable, as expected? There is a difference between the original and the knockoff. With my half-baked level, even if I turned the speed up 10 times, I wouldn't be able to see where he pulled the balls from. Just as this thought crossed Jiang Yi's mind, suddenly, in a flash of inspiration, wait. Jiang Yi suddenly realized something in his consciousness. He muttered, "It doesn't necessarily have to be me watching, right?" Brother Anvil was already stressed to the point of collapse. Hearing Jiang Yi's muttering, his brain couldn't process it at all. It wasn't his fault. Following Jiang Yi around meant being scared to death 9 times in 3 days. He had already lost the ability to think. Just as Jiang Yi's idea flashed, the text on the banner held by the clown changed ready. Before the characters had even finished displaying, the clown looked up with a grin, only to see Jiang Yi's back as he turned and sprinted away. The clown paused, blinked, unable to believe that someone would just run away right in front of him. After only a second of hesitation, the clown's expression darkened. He pulled the chainsaw from the paper box, which emitted a hair-raising buzzing sound. The clown held the box with both hands and took a leap forward. That single step covered 2 meters. In his consciousness, Brother Anvil's voice was trembling with fear. It's coming. The clown is catching up. Brother, run faster. Okay, he's on us. Brother, drive the car and hit him, brother. Why are you getting out again, brother? Anvil's roar echoed in Jiang Yi's ears. Jiang Yi rubbed his ear and whispered, "Stop making noise." Brother Anvil's voice stuck in his throat as he watched Jiang Yi pull something out from the driver's cabin, open the car door again, and, under the clown's clearly stunned gaze, calmly walk back. The clown already had the chainsaw hoisted onto his shoulder, never expecting that Jiang Yi would actually walk back. The clown, wasn't he running away? Seeing the clown's stunned expression, Jiang Yi stared with dead fish eyes and once again revealed an awkward but polite smile. "Oh, just warming up," thought the clown, even with the thick gray paint. At this moment, Jiang Yi seemed to read the clown's incredulous expression. It seemed to be saying, "Are you sick in the head?" Jiang Yi chuckled. After obtaining the item, he was no longer as nervous. "Hey, go tell that to my little friend." After Jiang Yi's fingers touched the hard object in his pocket, his posture relaxed completely. He looked at the clown and said, "Let's begin. I'm ready." The clown's expression as he looked at Jiang Yi became even more incredulous. The guy who had been shaking like a sieve just a moment ago seemed to have been a hallucination. He even wondered, if the guy in front of him had a tail, it would be wagging high in the air right now. What happened in this short amount of time? Although he was puzzled, the clown remained very confident in his own skills. He believed that no matter what little tricks Jiang Yi used, relying on his hand speed, there could only be one result for this game. He would once again use an interesting and ingenious game to elicit screams, shouts, and ultimate joy from a child. The clown withdrew his gaze. Since Jiang Yi wasn't running away, the game could begin. He was also quite curious about how exactly Jiang Yi would respond. Thinking of this, the clown pulled back slightly to increase the distance between him and Jiang Yi. The clown extended his hands once more. His white gloves were empty, and the 3 small blue balls from earlier had been hidden by the clown again. The clown demonstrated them to Jiang Yi, and Jiang Yi nodded. The clown kept his eyes on Jiang Yi, but the latter still didn't show much of a reaction. The clown's curiosity was piqued instead. With a slight flick of his fingers, the 3 small blue balls were tossed into the sky once more. The game he wanted to play with Jiang Yi was simple. Guess the number of balls in his left and right hands. And no matter what Jiang Yi guessed, it would never be the correct answer. because he would swap the positions of the balls the very instant Jiang Yi gave his answer, ultimately making Jiang Yi lose the game. The system's evaluation of him was correct in his eyes. There were indeed only two types of children in the world: well-behaved children and children who needed to be educated. However, what it forgot to mention was he didn't like children. The corners of the clown's mouth curled up slightly, looking quite comical. At the moment he tossed the small balls, Jiang Yi's fingers twitched inside his pocket. This movement naturally could not escape the clown, whose spirit attribute was as high as 90. The clown's pupils reflected Jiang Yi's feigned calm face, and the curve of his mouth deepened. A piece of cotton cloth fell gently from his palm. Invisible darkness shrouded the area. However, the clown's hee-hee laughter rang out again, and a word appeared on the main screen: darkness. The question mark looked somewhat mocking. In the darkness, Jiang Yi's black pupils radiated light. At the same time, the clown merely glanced at Jiang Yi with a hint of pity before closing his eyes. Darkness would not affect his movements at all. If he thought he could win just by relying on this, he could only say that the child before him didn't seem that smart after all. Seeing the clown's relaxed performance, Jiang Yi didn't take it too hard at all. That wasn't his plan to begin with. Chapter 221. What amazing output. The clown kept his eyes closed, the small balls moving nimbly between his fingertips. Even with his eyes shut, he felt a sense of intense scrutiny. The smile on the clown's face became even more pronounced. Scrutiny is useless. There will only be one result to this game. Relying entirely on his practice skills, the clown randomly distributed the 3 balls between his hands, then opened his eyes with a smirk. Light surged back from the darkness. In the clown's line of sight, that bright yellow forklift appeared at the edge of his vision, but for some reason, a shadow had fallen over his head. The clown looked up instinctively in the clown's dark, sunken eyes. A massive, half-crouching wooden carving, its face covered in a black cotton cloth with mysterious patterns, was staring at him without blinking, or more accurately, it was staring at his hands. The clown's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks in an instant. His high spirit attribute allowed him to see that all around this wooden carving were drifting white spirits. These white spirits were weaving through the body of the wooden carving, roaring and wailing. Yet the wooden carving ignored them, focusing solely on his hands. Because of the obstruction of the cotton cloth, the clown couldn't see the wooden carving's eyes, but even so, he felt an intense gaze even through the darkness from earlier. The clown's Adam's apple bobbed. In front of this massive wooden carving, he and his paper boxes seemed so insignificant, as if in the next second, he would be completely devoured by the carving before him. Opposite him, Jiang Yi, who had been watching the situation nervously, saw the drastic change in the clown's expression and knew that the little wooden carving must have successfully started its game. Using the all-black domain was not Jiang Yi's goal at all. Jiang Yi's true goal was to play a game with the little wooden carving after using the all-black domain last time, in order to to quickly finish the game. Jiang Yi had been forced to perform a fake magic trick, and thus learned that the little wooden carving seemed very interested in such things. Seeing the clown perform actions similar to his own, Jiang Yi instantly recalled the scene from that day. He couldn't guess where the balls were. Moreover, Jiang Yi didn't believe the clown would be honest enough to actually let him guess which hand held the balls or how many were in each. With the clown's hand speed, he could easily adjust the position of the balls the moment Jiang Yi gave his answer. So, Jiang Yi simply abandoned that part of the process. If he couldn't guess it himself, then he would let the one who was truly interested do it. Based on that possessed performance from the other day, the little wooden carving's spiritual perception was definitely superior to his own. Anyway, this game wasn't meant to let him live, so it was perfectly reasonable for him to hire a pro booster, right? Jiang Yi's eyes darted around, and able to see where the little wooden carving was within the game state. He could only call out tentatively, "Little wooden carving, in the air." An innocent and ethereal voice responded slowly. Hearing the reply, Jiang Yi adjusted his direction and reached out, introducing with a straight face, "This Mr. Clown is my game assistant. Didn't you want to learn magic last time? So, I invited him here to demonstrate the process of the magic trick." Upon hearing the word assistant, the clown gave Jiang Yi a stiff, sidelong glance. Jiang Yi completely ignored the clown's gaze, paused, and continued shamelessly. "Although his skills aren't as good as mine, he's still pretty decent. Hearing this, the buzzing sound of the chainsaw inside the clown's cardboard box erupted once again. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat, but the next second, the little wooden carving's voice sounded again noisy. Can't hear. As soon as it finished speaking, within a field of vision Jiang Yi could not see, the massive wooden carving reached its hand directly toward the cardboard clown. This movement was shockingly identical to the scene where the clown had reached out toward Jiang Yi, asking him to blow on his hand in the clown's pupils. The fingers were constantly enlarging. The wooden texture seemed as if it were about to be imprinted directly onto the clown's eyes. The paper scroll in the clown's mouth trembled slightly. At such an extreme proximity, he could feel a bone-chilling cold that seeped deep into his soul. Like Jiang Yi had been back then, the clown was too terrified to move a muscle. The cardboard clown stood rigid and motionless. The massive wooden carving extended its palm and plucked the tiny chainsaw right out of the cardboard box. The chainsaw was still vibrating. Seeing this, a white spirit slithered down from the wooden carving's arm and coiled around the chainsaw, instantly causing it to lose all sound and go completely dead. A mere companion spirit by its side was enough to make his chainsaw completely lose its voice. Just what level of monster was this? How could such an existence be by the side of this weak human? The clown's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Having dealt with the noisy chainsaw, the little wooden carving rested its chin on its hand and spoke with anticipation. Game, start. As the voice fell, even though he was extremely reluctant, the clown had no choice but to bite the bullet once the game began. He tossed the small ball, caught it, and then closed his hands together. Above, new text appeared on the banner guess, compared to the exclamation mark from before. These characters looked utterly listless. Seeing this change, a smile finally appeared on Jiang Yi's face. The little wooden carving stared at the clown's hands without blinking, seemingly deep in thought. A minute passed, and the air remained silent. Why hasn't it made a choice yet? Could it be that the little wooden carving didn't see it clearly either? Jiang Yi muttered to himself. He pointed his finger at the banner, signaling for the little wooden carving to guess according to the game rules. The little wooden carving's gaze followed Jiang Yi's movement, and only after seeing the banner did it let out an "oh." A few seconds later, I don't understand. Jiang Yi, oh, right, I forgot. The little wooden carving doesn't understand English. Jiang Yi hurriedly translated the meaning. This time, the little wooden carving understood. While listening, it asked, guess the small ball. Yes. Having clarified the meaning, the little wooden carving spoke slowly again, once more comedy ID in single quotes D-C- clearly. The clown, PFFT. Jiang Yi couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. The clown glared at Jiang Yi. Seeing this, the little wooden carving's movement stalled slightly. The next second, a massive hand suddenly clamped onto the clown's throat. The ghostly wailing in the air stopped abruptly. Jiang Yi keenly sensed the shift. He felt a bit bewildered. Within his line of sight, even through the thick gray paint, he could see the clown's face rapidly turning red, as if he were enduring immense pain. Did the little wooden carving do something to the clown? A few seconds later, the sound of the cardboard box hitting the ground lightly echoed. The clown began to gasp for air, touching his own throat. Through his tie, a deep purple mark had already appeared. It was only by a hair's breadth. He had almost seen the Grim Reaper swinging his scythe. The little wooden carving expressionlessly set the clown down, returned to a half-crouched position, and focused intently on the clown. Game start. Having learned his lesson, the clown didn't make any unnecessary movements this time. He tossed the small ball again and closed his hands. The moment he closed them, the clown shifted all the balls from the left to the right, meaning there were no balls on the left and 3 on the right. The little wooden carving's face was still covered by cotton cloth. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been able to see anything. However, the moment the balls landed in the palm, the little wooden carving spoke firmly. Left, none, right. The clown's fingers trembled. It guessed correctly. Seeing the clown's reaction, Jiang Yi also spoke the same answer directly, standing in place. The clown hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to swap the positions of the balls again. But under the wooden carving's gaze, the clown ultimately lacked the courage. If he swapped them now, the latter would definitely notice. And once discovered, a stinging sensation seemed to return to his throat. Finally, the clown took a deep breath. Bang! Colorful paper confetti exploded once more. At the same time, A pale success appeared on the main screen. The system broadcast sounded, "Congratulations, game cleared. You have dealt 20 points of true damage to the cardboard clown." The cardboard clown's face turned pale, as if struck by a heavy blow. After a pause, the broadcast continued. "The cardboard clown will depart in 5 minutes. During the remaining time, he will not cause any obstruction to your actions." As the broadcast ended, Jiang Yi let out a long sigh of relief. The alarm bells in his heart finally quieted down before he could speak. The little wooden carving's voice sounded first. The little wooden carving turned its head and looked at Jiang Yi very earnestly. "Game." Hearing this, the pale-faced clown's mouth twitched, but the next second, his technique is poor. The clown's movements froze in place, his already pale face turning even paler. In Jiang Yi's ear, the system's announcement sounded once again. "You have dealt 20 points of true damage to the cardboard clown." It wasn't over yet. The small wooden carving continued to speak. "He too poor. You good." As the words fell, the cardboard clown spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was as if he had been struck by a giant hammer. His fingers trembled as he pointed at the innocent-looking Jiang Yi, stumbling backward repeatedly, the paper scroll in his mouth falling to the ground. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. He hadn't said anything, really. This was all the small wooden carving's own opinion. The system's announcement sounded again. "You have dealt a heavy blow to the cardboard clown, causing 40 points of true damage." The small wooden carving couldn't hear the system's voice at all. After thinking for a moment, it added one final remark. "Next time, don't let him play HMPH, the clown. Go to hell." Snap. Jiang Yi seemed to hear something shattering. "The cardboard clown has been completely broken. You have dealt a total of 100 points of damage." What an astonishing output. 100 points of true damage. Jiang Yi swallowed hard. After swaying for a moment, the cardboard clown finally couldn't hold on any longer. He stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 222, Miniature Cardboard Box. "You have killed the quasi-special grade monster, cardboard clown." Jiang Yi's mouth opened slightly. It actually just died like that. Jiang Yi couldn't help but glance in the direction from which the small wooden carving's voice had come. The game had ended, and the carving had returned to its normal size. The palm-sized wooden carving tilted its head, seemingly unable to understand why the clown in front of them had just laid down. "He asleep?" Jiang Yi for a moment. Jiang Yi didn't know what to say. Jiang Yi scratched his head. "I suppose so." The small wooden carving let out an "oh," climbed back up Jiang Yi's pant leg onto his shoulder, and let out a yawn. After returning to its normal size, the small wooden carving's speech speeded up a little. Sitting on Jiang Yi's shoulder, it said earnestly once more, "Your magic is still more powerful." The small wooden carving shook its head to slow. As the words fell, Jiang Yi subconsciously glanced at the corpse of the cardboard clown. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Good grief. It's a good thing this guy was angered to death early. Otherwise he would have been dealt another blow just now." As for his magic being more powerful, could it be that, to some extent, what he was using really was magic? After all, the forklift coins were transmitted directly by the window that won't close, whereas the clown, that was genuine, hard-earned skill. Feeling a small sense of pity for the clown, Jiang Yi made the sign of the cross over his chest. Immediately, the system's announcement continued. "First kill of a quasi-special grade monster. You have received the following rewards. Intermediate Washroom Upgrade Pack." Please note, configuring the Intermediate Washroom Upgrade Pack requires at least a 2*2* to space. Otherwise the material pack cannot be deployed. Description: after using the Intermediate Washroom Upgrade Pack, you will receive Smart Thermostatic Toilet, allowing you to experience warmth like spring even in the middle of winter. There was really no need to explain it so clearly. Jiang Yi muttered silently in his heart. The system ignored his grumbling and continued. "You will receive Smart Temperature-Controlled Water Tank *1, LED Square Vanity Mirror, 360-degree high-pressure adjustable modular shower head, Smart KTV accompaniment sound system for the shower stall. It even comes with a sound system. Is it implying that my forklift isn't noisy enough already?" Although features like the LED vanity mirror and KTV were a bit flashy for Jiang Yi, the smart thermostatic toilet and the upgraded shower head were actually quite nice. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Just when Jiang Yi thought the rewards were over, suddenly, a glimmer of white light emanated from the cardboard clown's body. The white box beneath the clown began to shrink continuously and slowly floated upward. You have obtained the special item, Miniature Cardboard Box. Description: Miniature Cardboard Box. A special carrier type item originally from the Origami Paradise instance. Place paper over the item you wish to load, and after focusing your intent, you can shrink the item and place it into the box. Please note, the item must not exceed 20*20*20 meters in length, width, and height. The state of objects inside the miniature cardboard box remains consistent with the real world, meaning natural wear and tear will still occur. You will occasionally need to unfold the box back into its original origami form and follow the pattern prompts on the paper to fold it back into the corresponding shape. Seeing the description on the main screen, Jiang Yi looked at the cardboard box with curiosity. He hadn't expected this box to be able to hold such large things. Wait a minute, 20*20*20. This size? Jiang Yi suddenly turned his head to look at the bright yellow forklift parked behind him. The length of the forklift was at most no more than 15 meters, and its width and height were far from reaching the limit. Logically speaking, couldn't the forklift be put directly inside? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Thinking it. He did it. Jiang Yi held the cardboard box in his hand, focused his intent, and covered the entire forklift with it. 2 seconds later, white light flickered, and the massive forklift rapidly shrank in Jiang Yi's line of sight, eventually becoming the size of half a palm and being loaded into the cardboard box. It really worked. Jiang Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. Pulling the cardboard box closer, Jiang Yi stared intently at the front, because his gaze was so focused. He went a little cross-eyed, but Jiang Yi didn't care about that at all. Jiang Yi curiously examined the perfectly scaled-down forklift. Poking it gently with his finger, the mini forklift slid slightly inside the box. Exactly like a toy car in the real world. It was impossible to imagine that just 2 seconds ago, it had been a massive behemoth. No one could resist such an exquisitely delicate miniature model. In fact, when looking closely, Jiang Yi could even see the sunflower he had placed on the table by the window through the tiny vehicle windows. The space of the forklift had been shrunk as a whole, and the objects within it had also shrunk based on their relative proportions. This was simply, absolutely magical. As Jiang Yi examined it, and able to put it down, he couldn't help but wonder, could it get even smaller? The paper box in his hand was still too large a target. Moreover, he had already tried earlier, and putting the paper box into his backpack or the space stone didn't work. Spaces could not overlap with one another. There was no loophole to exploit, since he couldn't store it in the space stone or his backpack. The current paper box felt fragile. If it were smaller, he could place it inside a sturdier protective container and carry it with him. The moment the thought flashed through his mind, the paper box containing the miniature forklift shrank by half in Jiang Yi's palm. This time, it was barely 1/3 the size of his palm. After shrinking to 1/3, the paper box stopped changing. It seemed it had reached its limit. That's enough. That's enough. The current size is just right. A smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face. He snapped his fingers, and a miniature iron box appeared on his palm. This was the box that Brother Anvil used to store the small trinkets he forged. With a click, Jiang Yi opened the box and took out the iron golem puppy and lamb trinkets inside. Before Brother Anvil could say anything, Jiang Yi said in an irresistible tone, "I'll make it up to you. I'll definitely make it up to you. I'll forge you a display house tonight." "Well, that settles it. The iron box is yours." Although the anvil didn't speak, Jiang Yi could sense that Brother Anvil's mood had become jubilant. Problem solved. Jiang Yi smiled as he placed the paper box into the small iron box. He had to admit, the size of the small iron box was just perfect. He placed the paper box inside, and with a snap, Jiang Yi closed the iron box. It was the perfect shell. The moment Jiang Yi closed the iron box, a magnetic and majestic voice sounding somewhat puzzled. It was Brother Energy Furnace. "Jiang Yi, has it turned dark outside?" Chapter 223. Pet Gene Upgrade Card and Enhancement Card. The sky was gradually turning dark. Jiang Yi rubbed his empty, grueling stomach, clicked his tongue, and stepped on the brake, bringing the forklift to a stop. He had to admit, The big baby sunflower that Dave spoke of was truly authoritative. Jiang Yi had driven the forklift for a full 8 hours without feeling tired. In fact, he felt more energetic the longer he drove. If it weren't for his hunger, Jiang Yi felt he could have driven until 10 o'clock at night. Thinking this, Jiang Yi turned from the driver's seat back into the cabin. Inside the cabin, because there was no more sunlight, the big baby had already turned its head away from the window and toward the interior. At this very moment, it was twisting its head, frantically reaching toward Brother Energy Furnace. As it reached, it spoke in a dazed manner. Hot, shiny sun. The big head lunged forward, about to dive right into the furnace. Jiang Yi, holy crap! No sooner said than done. Jiang Yi lunged forward, crossing nearly half the cabin, and grabbed the big baby by the scruff of its neck. Son! The sunflower exclaimed, holding the big baby in his hand. Jiang Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. Son, my foot, if you jump in there, you're going to be burned to ashes, you idiot. What a blockhead. Jiang Yi curled his lips, greeted Brother Energy Furnace, who was clearly startled, and placed the big baby on the other side of the long table. The sunflower still looked dazed, so Jiang Yi gave it a headbutt. With a thud, the anvil on the other side subconsciously shrank its neck. Although Jiang Yi's fist hadn't hit its head, it still felt a sense of phantom pain. After that punch, the big baby's eyes cleared up. The sunflower looked at Jiang Yi as if waking from a dream, seeing the familiar face. A look of obvious joy appeared on the sunflower's face, and it began to sway left and right again, spitting out a tiny sun. Hearing the child's silly laughter, Jiang Yi swallowed the curse words he was about to utter. Forget it. Why should he take things seriously with a plant? Jiang Yi sighed silently and moved the table a little further away. After moving the table, the big baby began to entertain itself again. Only then did Jiang Yi curl his lips and take a bag of frozen boneless fried chicken out of his backpack. Logically speaking, eating fried chicken at 10 o'clock at night wasn't good for digestion. But right now, after driving for 8 hours, Jiang Yi felt he was hungry enough to eat an elephant and was in urgent need of high-calorie food. Leaving the boneless chicken to thaw, Jiang Yi took out an air fryer. This thing had naturally been opened from today's Joker golden treasure chest. Compared to ordinary kitchenware, the air fryer was undoubtedly more practical and saved more oil. While waiting for the chicken to thaw, Jiang Yi opened the group chat and began to silently lurk. Just then, 2 little red dots suddenly appeared on Jiang Yi's private chat channel. One of them was from Crazy Dave. Jiang Yi clicked on the message. Above, Dave's original avatar flickered, changing from the orange hut to. Jiang Yi zoomed in on the image. It had changed into a photo of himself and a small zombie. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly as he looked back at the dialogue box. Crazy Dave, image Crazy Dave. Those stupid things trampled my lawn. Jiang Yi clicked on the image. The perspective of the photo seemed to be taken from the roof looking down. The content of the photo was naturally the lawn in front of the hut. On the lawn, a giant miner zombie was dazed, touching its own head. Next to it was a large rock that had been dug out, and scattered around the rock was a mess of dirt. Seeing the content of the image, Jiang Yi laughed out loud and replied to the message, melancholy little French fry. This guy is a bit slow. Just after sending the message, the system's notification sound rang out. Crazy Dave's favorability come 1. Crazy Dave's current favorability. Favorability increased by another 1. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh and cry. Dave really is a lonely old man. Just replying to a message actually increased his favorability. Jiang Yi shook his head, and as if suddenly remembering something, Jiang Yi opened his storage space and took out the giant fruit package that Piggy Prince had given him earlier. There were too many fruits in the giant package, and Jiang Yi's consumption rate was limited. After thinking about it, he decided it would be better to pick some out and send them to Dave. In his hands, the fruits were at most used to fill his stomach. In Dave's hands, who knows what kind of strange and wondrous functions he might research out of them. Consider it a long-term investment. After picking out some fruits, Jiang Yi sent them directly to Dave. On the other side, in the middle of the night, Dave was sitting on the roof of his small cabin, wearing his hat, smiling as he watched the noisy zombies below. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and some items were spat out. Looking closely, he saw it was a variety of fruits. Dave was stunned for a moment. In front of him, on the main screen, the only chat box flickered. Melancholy little French fry, by the way. These are for you, melancholy little French fry. Consider it an apology for trampling your lawn today. Grinning, Crazy Dave. This little bit of stuff can't compare to my lawn at all. The cold text was sent over. And at the same time, Crazy Dave's favorability come 5 Crazy Dave's current favorability. This little old man. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue, directly ignoring the old man's insincere words. The transmission channel closed, and Jiang Yi exited the chat box to look at another private message. It was actually ThunderZ. ThunderZ, are you there? ThunderZ, sorry. Disturbing you late at night. 5th salute, 5th salute, 5th salute. The transmission time was 9 o'clock in the evening, which was far from being late at night. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, and he replied, melancholy little French fry, I'm here, what's up? Just after sending it, Jiang Yi saw that the message above the chat box had already changed to typing. Jiang Yi was startled. Is he guarding my messages? Thinking of this, Jiang Yi quickly replied, melancholy little French fry, I don't need any monster corpses for the time being. After sending it, the other party's typing status disappeared. Jiang Yi wiped away the cold sweat that had popped up, feeling lucky that his typing speed was fast enough. Otherwise, if monster corpses fell from the sky at 10 o'clock at night, he would really be doomed. After waiting for a few seconds, the other party's status changed back to typing. Then, a message was sent out. ThunderZ understood. On the other side, standing next to a bus with a giant squid lying at his feet, ThunderZ sighed and glanced at the squid corpse with a frown. That look seemed to say, useless thing. Looking at the dry, 2-word reply, Jiang Yi scratched his head. He could almost imagine the disappointed tone of the other party. Is ThunderZ short on food? After thinking about it, Jiang Yi sent a message over. Melancholy little French fry. If you have power-assisted mechanical arms, special item cards, or pet-related items, you can trade them with me. Just after sending the message, the other side showed typing again. After waiting a few seconds, ThunderZ, I don't have any information on power-assisted mechanical arms for now, but for pet-related items, would pet-specific gene upgrade cards and enhancement cards work? Chapter 224, Late Night Poisoning. Pet-specific gene upgrade cards and enhancement cards. There are such good things. How come I've never opened any of those? Jiang Yi muttered to himself. After muttering, Jiang Yi sent a message directly. Melancholy little French fry. That works. Seeing the message, ThunderZ silently deleted the level description he was about to send. He had originally thought that the pet-specific items he opened wouldn't be of any use to little French fry. After all, surviving in this game is already difficult enough. Generally speaking, who would have the energy to raise a pet? ThunderZ realized he was still too narrow-minded. One can only say, as expected of melancholy little French fry, ThunderZ had always held a respectful attitude toward the strong. ThunderZ understood. After typing those two dry words again, ThunderZ's expression was a bit conflicted. He was hesitating on how to bring up trading for food with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, who had already seen through ThunderZ's thoughts, didn't want to let the other party stay in such an awkward state. So, he sent a message directly. I'm frying chicken right now, want some? Although it was late at night, ThunderZ felt as if his future had suddenly brightened. ThunderZ, fried chicken. Melancholy little French fry. You don't like it? Jiang Yi scratched his head. And sure, if special personnel like ThunderZ like this kind of thing. A second after Jiang Yi sent the message, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and a small stack of cards was sent over directly. Jiang Yi, good grief. It's not that he doesn't like it. Jiang Yi shook his head with a smile. I have to say, either ThunderZ has already built a certain level of trust in him, or he has great confidence in his own strength. He sent such a stack of cards over so brazenly, not even afraid that Jiang Yi would turn his back on him. Pushing those thoughts out of his head, Jiang Yi reached out to take the cards and sent a message. Melancholy little French fry, 20 minutes. ThunderZ replied instantly. Understood. Still the same robotic 2 words. Jiang Yi nodded to himself and began to examine the newly acquired cards. They were for special blue cards with dog paws printed on them. Dog paws. Suddenly, Jiang Yi remembered that husky he had encountered at the watchtower, Aurelius. He wondered what that world had ultimately become after the players left the dungeon. Jiang Yi's eyes dimmed slightly. He flipped over the first card. Primary Pet Exclusive Gene Upgrade Card Description. A special item card from the high-tier service area, Paw Paradise. The Primary Pet Exclusive Gene Upgrade card has an 80% chance to activate a pet's inherited genes and increase their gene level. The level increase will not exceed 2. Note: gene upgrade cards can only be used before the pet is born. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. An 80% chance. This thing required gambling. He flipped over the other cards. Intermediate Pet Exclusive Gene Upgrade Card Description. A special item card from the high-tier service area, Paw Paradise. The Intermediate Pet Exclusive Gene Upgrade card has a 90% chance to activate a pet's inherited genes and increase their gene level. The minimum level increases 2, and the maximum does not exceed 5. Note: gene upgrade cards can only be used before the pet is born. The probability for the intermediate upgrade card had risen to 90%, but in Jiang Yi's view, whether it was 80% or 90%, it was essentially no different from 50%. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue. The other two cards were a primary gene upgrade card and an enhancement card, respectively. Primary Pet Exclusive Enhancement Card Description. A special item card from the high-tier service area, Paw Paradise. After using the Primary Pet Exclusive Enhancement card, the pet gains Strength 1, Stamina 1, and Agility 1, with a very small chance to unlock a primary pet skill. Note: gene enhancement cards can only be used after the pet is born. The effect will not take hold before birth. Seeing the description of the enhancement card, Jiang Yi's brow finally relaxed slightly. Compared to the gene upgrade cards, the enhancement card provided a tangible, solid improvement. Furthermore, through the description, Jiang Yi learned a piece of crucial information. Pets also possessed various attributes and skills. In other words, the pets in the game could be transformed into viable combat power. Although Jiang Yi would have raised the little guy even if it were just an ordinary pet, knowing now that it shared the same growth potential as himself made him even happier. After storing the 2 primary gene upgrade cards, 1 intermediate gene upgrade card, and 1 gene enhancement card into his inventory, Jiang Yi took half of the thawed chicken nuggets, sprinkled them with seasoning, and placed them into the air fryer. Beyond that, after a moment of thought, he took 2 packs of spicy fire noodles out of his space stone. Jiang Yi sent a message: "Melancholy little fry, can you handle spicy food?" Thunder Z replied instantly: "Thunder Z, I'm from Sichuan." Melancholy little fry yellow hand OK emoji. Jiang Yi felt relieved as he tore open the fire noodles, took out the noodle cakes, added water, and placed them into a small pot. There were 100 ways to cook instant noodles, but Jiang Yi's favorite was to slowly boil the water away until it was dry, which allowed the sauce to soak in more thoroughly. The chee noodles slowly unfurled in the small pot. Jiang Yi poured in the fire noodle sauce, and the entire batch of noodles was stained a mouth-watering, vibrant red. At the same time, a rich, savory aroma began to waft from the air fryer. In the dead of night, Jiang Yi's spiritual perception sensed that various inexplicable entities seemed to have become more active. The rustling whispers in the air started up again, but this time, besides the whispers, there seemed to be a rather distinct sound of someone swallowing saliva. Jiang Yi looked outside the carriage with a strange expression. Did the horrors of the night get hungry too? 10 minutes passed, and Jiang Yi divided the fire noodles into 2 portions on the plates. The color of the 2 portions of fire noodles was perfect, and what was even more incredible were the soft-boiled eggs on top. These 2 soft-boiled eggs were the most perfect ones in terms of appearance and aroma that Jiang Yi had ever made. After all, the 30% increase in operational precision from the Wilderness Witch's gloves was no exaggeration. In addition to the soft-boiled eggs, Jiang Yi also added octopus balls and mini sausages to the fire noodles. After finishing the noodles, Jiang Yi opened the air fryer, and the rich aroma nearly made him stumble from the sheer intensity. Good heavens! It was truly worthy of being a system-produced product. No artificial additives, just top-tier, high-quality chicken nuggets. Jiang Yi swallowed his saliva and poured the chicken nuggets out of the fryer. Half of the nuggets were already sprinkled with spicy and cumin powder, and Jiang Yi added a bit more seasoning to that portion. As for the other half, Jiang Yi took out sweet chili sauce, plum powder, and honey mustard. The goal was to have one chicken dish with multiple flavors. A true explosion for the taste buds. After portioning out half of the chicken nuggets, Jiang Yi drew a large glass of ice cola from the water condenser and sent the chicken nuggets, ice cola, and fire noodles over together. Chapter 225, A Special Day on the Other Side. On the bus, the door had been welded shut by Thunderzy. The last time he ate braised beef, a pig had shown up outside the door. Thunderzy swore that when that pig turned its gaze toward his braised beef, he had unleashed the most intense killing intent of his life and punched the pig directly in the face. Originally, he thought that punch would end the creature's life instantly. Unexpectedly, when Thunderzy pulled his fist back at that time, his brow had slowly furrowed. After that punch, the pig's head in front of him had merely grown a bit larger. There wasn't even a bruise. Although Thunderzy hadn't shown much on his face at the time, he was quite shocked internally. His punch could have dented refined steel plating. Yet this pig head had taken it head-on, not only suffering no damage to its bones or anything else, but it had even lifted its head and continued to look at him and the food in his hands provocatively. In the end, the pig left before Thunderzy could take out his weapon. But Thunderzy remained on high alert. This time, I must make sure the door is locked tight. I absolutely cannot let any more of those troublesome things be attracted here. Welding the bus door shut, Lightingzy sat bolt upright on one of the bus seats, his expression so serious it was as if he were waiting for orders from a superior. Before his eyes, a white light appeared abruptly. Lightingzy stood up in a flash, the tray in his hands moving at a speed of 0.1 seconds to be placed directly beneath the white light. With a soft sound, all the food was caught perfectly. At the same time, an indescribable, mixed aroma began to permeate the air. The scent of fried chicken, the unique spiciness of fire noodle sauce, the slight tartness of plum powder, and the sweet yet spicy aroma of honey mustard. Lightingzy took a deep breath before he began to cautiously look at what food had been transmitted over. Fried chicken, fire noodles, and ice cola. A soft-boiled egg rested atop the fire noodles. Lightingzy swallowed hard, suddenly glancing back toward the bus door to ensure that nothing else with no eyes to see had come over this time, before letting out a sigh of relief. With a visible smile on his face, he placed all the food onto the table inside the bus. After setting the food down, Lightingzy didn't start eating immediately, but instead opened his private chat channel with focus. Lightingzy, thank you for the food and the cola. Fist salute, fist salute, fist salute, melancholy little fry. Fist salute, fist salute, fist salute. Jiang Yi's reply was very simple. He was busy eating fried chicken and couldn't spare his hands for the moment. After reading Little Fry's reply, Lightingzy closed the chat box and sat down, looking at the abundant food on the table. Lightingzy actually felt a sense of not knowing where to start in the past. The food was so terrible it was impossible to eat. Now, the food was so delicious he didn't know which one to start with. This, truly, was a happy problem, Lightingzy thought silently. After struggling for a while, Lightingzy chose to eat the fire noodles first. Noodles were the kind of thing subconsciously considered to be more suited to the palate of a Dragon Country citizen. Although he had never eaten this type of noodle while in the military, unlike hand-pulled noodles or other varieties, the flavor of these was uniquely indescribable, even though he hadn't tasted them yet. Just by looking and smelling, Lightingzy could feel the heat. Lightingzy curiously examined the noodles in the bowl, then picked up a mouthful with his chopsticks. As soon as the chewy, thick noodles entered his mouth, Lightingzy felt as if his oral cavity were on fire. His tongue had barely tasted the spice before the entire strand of noodle was slurped down. The rich cheese coated the noodles. The texture was a bit strange at first, but the more he ate, the more addictive it became. Before long, Lightingzy was sweating profusely. Oh! Lightingzy exhaled a hot breath and picked up the ice cola beside him to take a drink. As soon as the ice cola went down, Lightingzy's eyes widened abruptly. Lightingzy tilted his head to look. The ice cola not only contained large ice cubes but also two slices of lime. The refreshing scent neutralized the cloying sweetness of the cola to a certain degree, making it just right for soothing the spiciness of the fire noodles. Lightingzy couldn't help but take a large gulp. After finishing 2/3 of the noodles, Lightingzy began to eat the fried chicken. The fried chicken was cooked to perfection. The chicken had been thawed and marinated beforehand. resulting in a texture that was tender and smooth without losing its chewiness. Even though it was the simplest original flavor, Lightingzy felt like he could swallow his own tongue along with it. After eating to pieces, Lightingzy tried that powder that looked like lime. The powder smelled sour, a bit like plums. Lightingzy didn't particularly like such sweet and sour flavors, but at this moment, he didn't hesitate at all and sprinkled the plum powder over the chicken. The sweet and sour powder clung to the crispy, light batter, and every bite burst with juice inside the bus. There was no sound of talking, only the sound of chewing as he devoutly savored the meal. As the night grew deeper, this was the happiest evening Lightingzy had spent since entering the game. On the other side, after Jiang Yi finished his dinner and let out a satisfied burp, he washed up briefly and lay down on the bed. Day after day, he was exhausted. Better to rest early. There were things to do tomorrow. After making his plans in his mind, Jiang Yi closed his eyes directly, perhaps because of the presence of his sunflower baby. Jiang Yi always felt the night air was much purer, and the carriage felt warmer and more comfortable. Soon, Jiang Yi fell into a deep sleep. The next day, 6:0-5 in the morning, Jiang Yi was lying on the bed. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the main screen almost pressed against his face. Good morning. With a faint white light flickering, Jiang Yi turned his head and buried his entire face under the pillow. System. Burying his head under the pillow, Jiang Yi ignored the system's thoughts entirely. He was sleeping soundly. Who had the energy to listen to your nagging? The system choked for a moment, but it was used to it. It let out two awkward laughs as if nothing had happened and continued with the district-wide broadcast. Good morning, players, or perhaps not. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Could it be? Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant has been muted for 30 minutes. Seeing the wild king get muted, other players who had intended to chime in with mockery quickly lost their nerve, curled their lips, and waited for the system's daily broadcast. Having muted the wild king, the system snorted and returned to its sarcastic tone. Today is the second to last day for registration for the Bumper Cars Dungeon. Capable players, don't forget to sign up at the dungeon registration point at the bottom of the main screen. Today's weather report: moderate rain, temperature 21 to 25 C, wind speed, to light breeze, humidity, moderately humid. Today's fog erosion speed is to 5 km/h. Just when Jiang Yi thought there was nothing new in today's broadcast, the system suddenly gave a light cough, as if it had suddenly remembered something. By the way, I forgot to remind you all yesterday. Today, that is, from now until 10 o'clock tonight, will be a special day. A special day. Under his pillow, Jiang Yi's ears twitched, and he lifted his head. Today, the refresh rate for all service areas will be significantly increased. In other words, if you see a mysterious fork in the road while on the highway, do not hesitate, please. Head down that path. Alright, today's broadcast is over. Good luck to you all. Chapter 226, The Toad. The refresh rate for all service areas will be significantly increased. Lying on the bed, Jiang Yi suddenly spoke up. What? Does your world celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival too? System, HMPH. The system refused to answer Jiang Yi. Receiving no response, Jiang Yi didn't mind. After lingering in bed for another 5 minutes and feeling his consciousness clear up, he flipped over and jumped out of bed. He got up, relieved himself, and washed up. His movements were smooth and practiced. In front of the mirror, while brushing his teeth, Jiang Yi unconsciously looked at his own body. Now, the muscle definition on Jiang Yi's body was much more pronounced. Although he still couldn't compare to those big guys who lived in the gym, he could at least say he was well built and had a decent physique. More importantly, although the muscles weren't bulky, each one concealed an explosive power far beyond that of an ordinary person, which was undoubtedly more important for real combat. Jiang Yi admired himself, letting out a satisfied chuckle. After finishing his wash, Jiang Yi put on his combat suit, patted the big head of his shy sunflower baby, and walked straight to the driver's seat. He took a hand-grabbed pancake and a bottle of mineral water from his inventory. This was his breakfast for the day. Sitting in the driver's seat, Jiang Yi ate while taking a card out of his inventory. This was the location card for the forest shop he had obtained during a previous dungeon mission. His vehicle card had been stuck at the stage between level 3 and level 4 for a long time, and there had been no news about mechanical arms. So Jiang Yi had no choice but to pin his hopes on the service areas. However, before that, he still had to finish his mileage for the day, quickly finishing his breakfast. Jiang Yi slammed his foot on the accelerator. Vroom. The forklift started up like a beast from the wilderness. The current forklift, while large, always gave a feeling of being cumbersome. There should still be plenty of room for improvement, Jiang Yi mused to himself. He was chatting idly with Iron Anvil when, suddenly, Brother Iron Anvil exclaimed, "Brother, is there a fork in the road ahead?" "No way, right?" Jiang Yi glanced forward nonchalantly, thinking to himself, "No way." Even though the system said the refresh rate for service areas would increase significantly today. I haven't even been on the road for half an hour, and I've already encountered one. It's real, Brother Iron Anvil shouted. Jiang Yi let out an eye and looked toward the side. Sure enough, a fork in the road had appeared. However, this fork was so narrow that Jiang Yi had almost missed it. Jiang Yi subconsciously eased off the accelerator, and the forklift's speed gradually slowed down. He focused his eyes to look, and it was a good thing he did. What he saw gave him a start. In the direction of the fork, there was something strange. Jiang Yi squinted and immediately activated True Sight. Under True Sight, his senses extended, and his vision sharpened. The strange colors Jiang Yi saw became clear in his line of sight. Those large, blocky patches of color were actually balloons. The balloons were stacked in layers, which was why they looked so blurry from a distance. Following the strings of the balloons downward, he saw that beneath them was a tall, green monster, a big head, big eyes, a big mouth, skin with deep green patterns like a watermelon, and a neck and torso that were almost fused together. It was even wearing a neckerchief identical to the Monkey King's. "Isn't this a toad?" Jiang Yi saw the monster's appearance clearly, and caught off guard. He locked eyes with it. The toad looked at Jiang Yi, its hand, which had been scratching its butt, freezing in place. Jiang Yi toad. The toad stayed dazed for a second. Then its two eyes burst with intense brilliance. It raised both hands and waved them wildly at Jiang Yi. As it moved, the balloons swayed in the wind. Jiang Yi took one look and didn't really want to go over. The toad in front of him didn't seem to have a very high IQ, and that fork in the road looked even more dilapidated than the one leading to Manager Brown Bear's honey sanitarium. What kind of good loot could possibly come out of this service area? Jiang Yi muttered in his heart. His foot hovered over the brake. Hesitating for a moment, he wondered if he should just head straight to the forest shop to save time. However, just as Jiang Yi was hesitating, the toad seemed to read his mind. Seeing the forklift showing signs of leaving, its big eyes rolled around for a moment, and suddenly, it charged toward Jiang Yi's forklift. Jiang Yi slammed on the brakes, stopping less than 50 centimeters away from the toad. The two forks at the front of the forklift trapped the toad right in the middle. Seeing the sharp parts above the forklift, the toad couldn't help but shrink its neck, but it still stubbornly stood its ground. As it moved, Jiang Yi could only see the balloons flying about in front of him. Jiang Yi. Damn it. Is this a pure touch and extort scam? Are you so desperate for customers that you don't care about your life? Jiang Yi was completely dumbfounded by this maneuver. After thinking for a few seconds, he grabbed Narrow Moon and jumped down from the driver's seat. Clap. The door was slammed shut, and Jiang Yi walked over with an expressionless face. Seeing Jiang Yi approach, the toad retreated a step, looking very timid, croaked out because of the tension. It even let out a croak. Jiang Yi stopped in front of the forklift. He first glanced at the balloons in the toad's hand, then looked at the toad itself. After a few seconds, his cold, deep voice sounded. "Are you trying to pull a scam?" Although there was no threatening tone, the toad subconsciously shook its head in a hurry. Seeing the toad shake its head, Jiang Yi nodded. "Then, move away from the front of my vehicle now." The toad swallowed dryly, looking dazed. Just as it was about to speak, it saw the completely emotionless look in Jiang Yi's eyes and closed its open mouth again. A few seconds later, the toad lowered its head and slowly moved away from the front of the vehicle. As it passed by Jiang Yi, its shoulders and the balloons slumped down, making it look extremely dejected. "I messed up again. Master will definitely be disappointed. I even bought so many balloons to attract customers. But when customers see the state of the service area, they won't come in at all. All my hard work has gone to waste. And the vehicle coins were wasted too." The more the toad thought about it, the sadder it felt. Seeing Jiang Yi return to the driver's seat, close the door, and prepare to leave, the toad couldn't hold it back anymore. Its mouth curled, and it began to wail loudly. Chapter 227. The scheming frog keeps rubbing its belly. The toad's crying was enough to make any listener sad and any witness weep. After crying for a while, it grew tired and used its hand to rub its belly. The scheming frog keeps rubbing its belly, for no apparent reason. This phrase flashed through the mind of Jiang Yi, who was leaning against the vehicle and observing silently. Brother, that frog is crying so sadly. The voice of Brother Anvil sounded. It was clear that Brother Anvil was somewhat moved. If it tries to swindle me out of a single vehicle coin, I'll be crying even more sadly than it is, Jiang Yi said earnestly. Anvil. After saying that, Jiang Yi thought for a few seconds, but in the end, he didn't drive away. He sighed slightly and turned the steering wheel. The forklift turned right, startling the still crying toad so much that it twitched. Thinking Jiang Yi was going to run it over, it hurriedly hugged its head and crouched down. Jiang Yi, no, seriously. If you were actually going to get hit, shouldn't you run? What's the point of crouching down? Are you worried that standing up won't send you flying as far as crouching would? He shouldn't have suspected this frog of trying to pull a scam earlier. Logically speaking, with this level of intelligence, it couldn't possibly pull off a job as technically demanding as a staged accident. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, feeling utterly speechless inside. After turning the forklift around for a while, Jiang Yi discovered a problem. His forklift was too wide and couldn't fit into this side road at all. Jiang Yi had a more intuitive experience of how poor this service area was. Sighing, he opened the driver's door again and jumped down from the forklift. A slender shadow covered the toad, feeling a patch of darkness over its head. The toad hugged itself even tighter in fear. Above its head, the young man's helpless voice sounded. Get up? Not getting up, the toad replied subconsciously. As soon as the words left its mouth, it seemed to realize something, blinked its eyes, and let out an "ee." The toad looked up and saw Jiang Yi's expression of extreme helplessness. The toad's eyes slowly widened. Isn't this the person who just told it to leave? He came back. Before its brain could process the turn of events, the toad let out a joyful croak. That loud croak nearly shattered Jiang Yi's eardrums. Jiang Yi rubbed his ear and took a step back. The toad stood up and excitedly reached out to grab Jiang Yi's arm. Jiang Yi tilted his head slightly and gave the toad a warning look. The toad, her. The green-skinned frog chuckled and whispered, I was just too excited. Don't glare at me. Yo-ho, a toad from Hunan. Jiang Yi nodded and pointed at the forklift. The vehicle can't fit in. Hearing this, the toad looked at the behemoth behind Jiang Yi, then looked at its own side road. The forklift was 7 or 8 meters wide, while its own side road was 5 meters at most. The forklift could only press one wheel onto it while tilted, which was why it had thought Jiang Yi was going to hit it earlier. The toad looked back and forth repeatedly. The corners of its mouth, which had just been happy, dropped again. There was absolutely no way to drive it up. It was unlikely that a customer would leave their forklift on the public road and enter the service area alone. According to what that system said, vehicles were the most important things for players. What should I do now? After examining it repeatedly for a while and finding that there was no way to get the forklift through, the toad tilted its head back, ready to start crying again. Seeing this, Jiang Yi felt a headache coming on and spoke directly. All right, stop crying. Hiccup. The toad couldn't hold it back and let out a hiccup. Looking at Jiang Yi in fear, sigh. This was the third time Jiang Yi had sighed today. Resigned to his fate, Jiang Yi walked to the front of the forklift. With a flip of his palm, an iron box containing origami appeared in his hand. With a thought, a white light covered the forklift. In the toad's line of sight, the mountain-like forklift rapidly shrank, and soon, it was only the size of a palm. The toad's eyes widened bit by bit, and its mouth kept hanging open. Clatter. The balloon stick held in the toad's other hand clattered to the ground. An incredibly expensive, rare space-type item. A big customer. At this very moment, this was the only thought left in the toad's mind. After putting the forklift into the iron box, Jiang Yi turned to look at the toad. Seeing the latter's dazed expression, Jiang Yi found it somewhat amusing. Shall we go? Oh, okay. The toad hurriedly agreed, walking quickly to keep up with Jiang Yi. The toad thought about its master's teachings. One must be enthusiastic and attentive to customers. One must let the customer see their service and serious attitude. Thinking of this, the toad happily said, "Do you want a balloon, Jiang Yi?" "Why would I want a balloon? Is there anything special about your balloons?" Jiang Yi changed his approach. "No, I can't afford the balloons with special functions." Jiang Yi, "Then never mind. Thank you, all right." Bao scratched his head, and after a few seconds, he asked, "Are you really not going to take one?" As he spoke, Bao looked at Jiang Yi pitifully, his large eyes beginning to well up with tears again. "Jiang Yi." Jiang Yi reached out and took the small Bao balloon, a replica of the creature himself that was being offered to him. "Thank you." Seeing Jiang Yi accept it, Bao was so happy he looked like he was about to take flight on the spot. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth lifted slightly as he asked, "How many vehicle coins does it cost to enter the service area?" As the words fell, Bao's expression became visibly nervous, though Jiang Yi's reaction remained calm. If this fellow tried to swindle him, he wouldn't mind using his status as a quality inspector later to make him spit out everything he had swallowed. Bit by bit, Jiang Yi watched the nervous Bao with a calm expression. Bao scrutinized Jiang Yi anxiously, hesitated for a long time, and finally held up two fingers, saying, "Key to vehicle coins." The air grew quiet for a moment. Bao's uneasy feelings amplified instantly. He was so anxious he almost wanted to cry again, but remembering the warning look Jiang Yi had given him earlier, he forced himself to hold it back. Recalling his master's teachings and thinking that this might be the only customer for the day, he couldn't help but say urgently, "If that's too expensive, one vehicle coin is also." Click. A crisp sound rang out. Bao subconsciously fell silent, his eyes following the coins flying through the air. Amidst the mist, the two coins shimmered with a faint light, making it impossible to look away. The two vehicle coins flipped in the air, collided with each other, and landed steadily in the palm of Jiang Yi's outstretched hand. Bao looked at Jiang Yi, who reached out with a relaxed smile on his face. Here, in Jiang Yi's ears, the system notifications rang out continuously. Favorability of the green-skinned frog. Bao come 3. Current favorability of the green-skinned frog. Bao. Favorability of the green-skinned frog. Bao come 8. Current favorability of the green-skinned frog. Bao. Favorability of the green-skinned frog. Bao come 5. Current favorability of the green-skinned frog. Bao. Chapter 228. Shocking. It's open for business. Bao looked at the two vehicle coins in his palm, feeling a bit dizzy. "Master, Bao has brought in a customer." Jiang Yi handed the vehicle coins to Bao, thinking to himself that two vehicle coins were actually cheaper than the honey sanitarium run by the brown bear manager, although he didn't know exactly what the service area sold. Judging by this entrance fee, there shouldn't be any possibility of being scammed. In a good mood, Jiang Yi took the initiative to speak. "Your name is Bao." The green-skinned frog treasured the two vehicle coins and tucked them into his little leopard print pocket. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded. "Yes, my name is Bao, and my younger brother is Bao." "These are the names Master gave us, Master?" Jiang Yi asked curiously. "Yes, Master. It was Master who adopted us and gave us our names. Master's cooking is so delicious. You'll be able to eat it in a moment." A restaurant. A thought flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. "By the way, how should I address you, customer?" Bao looked at Jiang Yi with sparkling eyes. "Just call me Jiang Yi," Jiang Yi said casually. "All right, Mr. Xiaojian." Bao said happily, "Mr. Xiaojian, please follow me." "Sure," Jiang Yi nodded. After walking for about 3 minutes, 2 rows of single-story houses appeared in Jiang Yi's sight. These 2 rows of houses, much like the crossroads, were so rustic it was almost heartbreaking. Above the houses, there were even red tiles, looking a bit like Jiang Yi's hometown. Jiang Yi looked around. Bao had already taken a step ahead, walked to the door of one of the houses, and shouted, "Xiao Bao, come out. I've brought a customer." Bao's tone was quite excited, and as he shouted, he looked at Jiang Yi with a shy expression. Jiang Yi smiled as well. Soon, a little frog wearing a white chef's uniform appeared at the door of the house. The little frog was so small that the chef's uniform covered his legs completely. Looking from a distance, One might mistake him for a bar of soap that had walked out on its own. Brother. Seeing his brother return with a customer, a smile appeared on Xiao Dibao's face. But compared to Da Dibao's fluctuating emotions, Xiao Dibao was clearly much more reserved. After calling out to his brother, Xiao Dibao looked at the customer his brother had mentioned with a smile. It was a human youth. His skin was very fair. The smile on his face was faint, but enough to make one feel gentle and at ease. Seeing that it was indeed a customer, Xiao Dibao also happily called out, "Hello, hello, hello tilde." The two brothers led Jiang Yi into the house, one on each side. As soon as they stepped inside, the word poverty seemed to crawl right out of the cement floor. What met his eyes were two rows of large tables. Each table had a compartment carved out underneath, which had been wiped so clean it shone. Above each compartment was a baffle. Through the baffle, the faint aroma of food wafted out. Behind the two rows of large tables were two upright barrels. Jiang Yi saw one barrel labeled white rice, while the other was mixed grain rice. The brothers watched Jiang Yi's scrutinizing gaze and looked at each other. Da Dibao rubbed his stomach in a slightly awkward manner, while Xiao Dibao whispered to Jiang Yi, "Customer, what would you like to eat? I'll serve it for you." Jiang Yi walked around the tables without answering immediately. He simply pointed to one of the compartments with the richest aroma and asked, "Can I open this?" "Of course, feel free." Jiang Yi opened one of the compartments. As the lid was lifted, inside was actually sliced white-cut chicken. Even to Jiang Yi's discerning eye, the poached chicken looked exceptionally beautiful. At a single glance, one could tell it was a high-quality free-range chicken. The skin was thin and the meat tender, with a fine, smooth texture and a faint, golden hue on the surface. "How much does this cost?" Jiang Yi asked. On hearing this, little brother Bao scratched his head. Instead of answering immediately, he looked toward his older brother. "Brother, didn't you charge the guest?" "I did," big brother Bao said hurriedly. As he spoke, he fished 2 card coins out of his pocket to show little brother Bao. "Look, Mr. Zhang just gave them to me." "Then why is Mr. Zhang asking about the cost?" Little brother Bao was puzzled. Big brother Bao scratched his head, looking blankly at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was also bewildered. What was going on? Seeing Jiang Yi's expression, little brother Bao quickly said, "Did you not explain it clearly to Zhang? The entrance fee includes the cost of the meal." Jiang Yi fell silent. After a few seconds, he parted his lips slightly. "Are you saying that as long as I paid the 2 car coins, I can eat all of this?" Little brother Bao nodded, then shook his head. "Jiang Yi, it's not just these. There's also..." Little brother Bao trotted over to Jiang Yi's side. Because he was running too fast, he nearly tripped over his chef's robe. Jiang Yi grabbed him by the collar, and after little brother Bao's legs dangled in the air for a moment, Jiang Yi set him back down. Little brother Bao mumbled a shy thank you and pointed behind Jiang Yi. There, a row of slightly smaller tables held not square trays, but round clay pots. Little brother Bao opened one of them, and the aroma of meatball soup wafted out, nearly knocking Jiang Yi off his feet. These are all included in the entrance fee." Jiang Yi's heart was struck with profound shock. "I can eat all of this?" Jiang Yi asked, feeling a bit dazed. If there's anything else you want to eat." Little brother Bao's eyes darted around, and he said quite cleverly, "Just tell me, Mr. Zhang, and I'll make it for you. Mr. Zhang is our first guest. We will definitely make sure you are satisfied." Jiang Yi's shock. Absolute, utter shock. Jiang Yi didn't speak. Little brother Bao wasn't as nervous as his older brother, but he still pursed his lips, looking at Jiang Yi with cautious anticipation. After processing the shock, Jiang Yi finally managed to add, with some difficulty, "Unlimited time, unlimited quantity." Little brother Bao quickly replied, "Unlimited quantity. But, master said there should be a time limit." Glancing at Jiang Yi, little brother Bao steeled his heart and made a decision that went against his master's wishes. "But if it's Zhang, then there's no time limit." Jiang Yi. Shock. The mother of all shocks. It was shocking to the core. Although he had already eaten a hand-grabbed pancake that morning, at this very moment, upon hearing those words, Jiang Yi's stomach let out a very honest growl. Damn it, who could resist this? Chapter 229, Blocking the Service Area. Jiang Yi sat at a small table. He had intended to fetch his own food, but perhaps because he was the first guest. Big Brother Bao and Little Brother Bao wouldn't let him lift a finger. After asking what he wanted to eat, they both busied themselves, bringing everything directly to his table. Jiang Yi felt a bit embarrassed at first, but after taking a bite of the poached chicken, he completely lost his composure once he started eating. He became lost in the experience, devouring it with fervor, oblivious to the world around him. Some say that a chef's palate is the most demanding, the better one is at cooking, the higher their standards for the freshness and quality of a dish. Jiang Yi was somewhat like that. He had assumed that a buffet costing only 2 card coins would, at best, be decent, with perhaps 1 or 2 standout dishes. But he hadn't expected that most of the dishes would be of an above-average standard, with the poached chicken being particularly delicious. Jiang Yi squinted his eyes in enjoyment as he tasted the food. While Jiang Yi ate, Big Brother Bao and Little Brother Bao watched from the side. Big Brother Bao's expression remained tense, and while Little Brother Bao didn't show it on his face, he had unknowingly grabbed the hem of his brother's shirt. As Jiang Yi popped a piece of preserved vegetable pork belly into his mouth, he paused slightly. Little Brother Bao suddenly grabbed his brother's stomach. His eyes widening, Jiang Yi paused, finished the pork belly, looked up, and raised a thumb to the 2 brothers. The taste is excellent. Both brothers' eyes lit up. They looked at each other, appearing very excited. That's great. Mr. Jiang likes the food we made. Jiang Yi had been eating for about 10 minutes and was already nearly stuffed, mostly because he had already had a snack that morning, and because Big Brother Bao and Little Brother Bao, perhaps encouraged by his approval, kept adding more food to his plate. Before long, Jiang Yi was eating until he felt almost dazed. Even so, Little Brother Bao brought over a stool and added a final, large pig trotter to the mountain of food in Jiang Yi's bowl. It's enough. Jiang Yi quickly spoke up. Little Brother Bao whispered, "No time limit. No time limit. Please keep eating, Mr. Jiang." He knew there was no time limit, but his stomach had a limit. Seeing that Little Brother Bao was about to add even more, Jiang Yi was just about to refuse when he heard asterisk gurgle. Asterisk. The sound was loud and long. The air went quiet. Little Brother Bao didn't stop his movements, but his face slowly turned red. As he continued to serve the food, he tried to bury his head in the sand, saying, "Eat the vegetables, Mr. Jiang. Eat the vegetables." Seeing the mountain in his bowl threatening to overflow, Jiang Yi could no longer hold back. He grabbed Little Brother Bao by the collar and lifted him up. As he was hoisted into the air, Little Brother Bao covered his face with both hands, thinking that his stomach must have growled too loudly, ruining Jiang's appetite. Jiang Yi pulled the younger brother, Xiao Daibao, to the side. The older brother, Daibao, and Xiao Daibao stood side by side, looking as if they had committed some sort of wrongdoing. Jiang Yi sized the 2 of them up, but before he could speak, he let out a loud burp. He couldn't help it. He was stuffed to the point of bursting. After the burp, Jiang Yi spoke directly. "Did you 2 not eat yourselves?" Daibao and Xiao Daibao lowered their heads awkwardly. They were truly brothers, as their guilty reactions were identical. "No." Daibao spoke first, and Xiao Daibao quickly explained, "Mr. Xiaojiang, it's not that we didn't dare to eat the food we made, but Master instructed that these were for the guests. We aren't allowed to sneak any." Hearing this, Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Is there some rule that says a cook can't sneak a bite?" Xiao Daibao let out not knowing how to answer. Jiang Yi scanned the room. There were at least 20 or 30 different dishes, along with rice and soup. In a place like this, for the 2 brothers to still be hungry, one could only say they were truly honest kids. No wonder they were capable of throwing themselves in front of his forklift, fearlessly soliciting customers. Jiang Yi paused and asked, "You really can't eat it?" "We can't," the 2 brothers said in unison. When it came to obeying their master, they were unexpectedly firm. Jiang Yi rubbed his head, looked at the mountain of food piled up in front of him, and decided to change his approach. Then, "Besides telling you not to sneak food, did your master ever tell you not to waste food?" "Yes," the 2 brothers said in unison once again. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded, patiently saying, "Then can I ask you for a favor now, Mr. Xiaojiang? Just say the word. Can you help me finish what I haven't really touched?" Xiao Daibao let out instinctively wanting to refuse, but the next second, Jiang Yi said gloomily, If you don't eat it, I'll have no choice but to throw it all away. Xiaojiang, can't you eat a little more, just a little? Jiang Yi refused quite firmly. Seeing Jiang Yi's resolute expression, Xiao Daibao didn't know what to do for a moment and instinctively looked at his older brother. However, his brother's expression was even more blank. So blank that he reached out and scratched his butt again. Xiao Daibao, forget it. Xiao Daibao struggled internally for a moment, and after a few seconds, he finally said, Mr. Xiaojiang, please don't throw it away. It's our fault for not gauging the portions right. We'll take care of it. Jiang Yi gave an and before he could even lift the corners of his mouth, Xiao Daibao took one of the 2 vehicle coins he had just received from Jiang Yi out of his brother's leopard print pouch and solemnly handed it back to Jiang Yi. Mr. Xiaojiang, since you didn't eat that much, you can have 1 vehicle coin back. Looking at the single vehicle coin in front of him, Jiang Yi fell silent. In his consciousness, Brother Anvil started making roar noises. Brother. This is truly a pair of kind and simple-hearted brothers. Were so touching. So touching. Jiang Yi rubbed his ear, pondered for a moment, and accepted the return vehicle coin. After he took the coin, the 2 brothers looked much more relaxed. Jiang Yi pushed the bowls over. Looking at the meat in the bowls, the 2 brothers swallowed hard, whispered a thank you, and began to feast. While eating, in order not to disturb the guest, the 2 brothers even silently squatted in the corner of the wall to eat with their heads down. From a certain perspective, they had indeed been well educated by the master they spoke of. Jiang Yi rested his chin on his hand, waiting for them to finish. While waiting, Jiang Yi carelessly removed the Daydreaming Museum badge that was covering his Quality Inspector work ID, revealing the bright, clear badge level to Quality Inspector Jiang Yi in his consciousness. Jiang Yi said, System. Request to upload the Quality Inspection Report. This was likely one of the rare occasions where Jiang Yi decided to award a high-quality rating to a service area without receiving any benefits first. However, these 2 brothers were worth it. About a second later, the system's voice rang out. Understood. Respected Quality Inspector, you are currently requesting a Quality Inspection Report for the blocked service area, Delicious Private Kitchen. Please provide your quality rating. Wait a minute. Blocked Service Area, Chapter 230, the best quality inspector in the world. Blocked Service Area. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, suspecting he had misheard. Jiang Yi focused his mind and pulled up the main screen. The log at the top of the screen clearly displayed, Delicious Private Kitchen, Primary Service Area, Current Status, Forcefully Locked by Quality Inspector Evolution, Poor Food Quality, and Reasonable Pricing. Quality Inspector Rating, D grade. Fails to meet service area launch standards. Launch denied. Note: the rating system is divided into 2 categories: ABCD, excellent - good - qualified - substandard - poor. The quality inspector may choose either category. Jiang Yi glanced at the time of the evaluation. It was around the time the game first started. Poor food quality here. Jiang Yi looked at the steaming white-cut chicken, the large pig trotters, as well as the handmade brown sugar glutinous rice cakes and corn buns. And reasonable pricing here. In Jiang Yi's pocket, the single vehicle coin the brothers had returned was still resting there. Quality Inspector Rating, D grade. Did the previous inspector eat too much and eat their own brain into a mush? Jiang Yi couldn't help but kindly greet them in his heart. As Jiang Yi was thinking while looking at the system log, the 2 brothers squatting in the corner had already finished their meal. Da Daibao wiped Xiao Daibao's mouth, and Xiao Daibao stood up with a clear smile on his face. Mr. Xiaojiang, we've finished eating. Not bad, Jiang Yi replied while looking at the main screen. Xiao Daibao looked happily at his brother, and then he saw his brother's eyes widen abruptly. Clatter. The bowl in Da Daibao's hand dropped to the ground, making a crisp sound. The bowl shattered into 3 pieces in an instant. Little Daibao was startled. Before he could even call out brother, he heard Big Daibao's voice trembling. Mr. Jiang, are you a quality inspector? Hearing this, Little Daibao was also stunned. He instinctively looked at Jiang Yi. On the latter's chest, a work badge had appeared out of nowhere, and the words Quality Inspector on it were glowing with a golden light. Little Daibao gasped, seeing the look of sheer terror on both Big Daibao and Little Daibao's faces. Jiang Yi felt as if he understood something. The rating given by a quality inspector directly determined whether a service area could go online. And delicious private kitchen, in terms of price, quality, and service, had already reached an excellent level. If it couldn't go online and remained in a locked state, there could only be one reason. They had likely offended the quality inspector, that group of elephants. The expression on Jiang Yi's face slowly leveled out, making it impossible to read his emotions. After a few seconds, Jiang Yi said in a steady voice, "The rating you received before was a D grade." Hearing this, Little Daibao's eyes turned red instantly. Little Daibao opened his mouth, instinctively explaining, "My brother and I have already improved our methods. We get up at 3 o'clock now to prepare the ingredients. And we bought new thermal equipment. There are no issues with the ingredients anymore. As for the pricing, we calculated it, and to vehicle coins is the absolute minimum. Any lower end." Little Daibao slowly lowered his head. The rest of his words were swallowed by the lump in his throat. Any lower, and he and his brother wouldn't be able to survive. Hearing this, Jiang Yi nodded expressionlessly and continued to ask, "During the previous inspection, which ingredients did they sample?" "White-cut chicken." Little Daibao's voice trembled slightly. 50 portions. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth lifted, devoid of any real warmth. 50 portions of white-cut chicken. When these two brothers were preparing that, they probably almost stewed themselves in the process. Anything else besides the white-cut chicken? Jiang Yi's voice grew colder. There were also pig trotters, braised pork, chicken legs, and fruit. Little Daibao counted on his fingers, answering honestly and in detail. He paused, as if remembering something, and glanced at Jiang Yi. "And because the dishes didn't pass the inspection, the quality inspector said we had to undergo a week of intensive follow-up inspections. So we also had to provide a week of free delivery." Jiang Yi had. As the words fell, Jiang Yi couldn't even hold back a laugh. Hearing Jiang Yi's slightly mocking laughter, Little Daibao grabbed the corner of his chef's robe in despair. Green-skinned frog. Little Daibao favorability -2. Green-skinned frog. Little Daibao current favorability. Even at this point, Little Daibao's favorability was still at 5. He really didn't know whether to call these two children simple-minded or just plain foolish. Jiang Yi felt his back molars itching. The two Toad brothers before him were both hanging their heads. Only Jiang Yi, with his palm pressed against the table, already had 100 ways to cook an elephant flashing through his mind. He wondered if Thunderzy accepted small, grassroots orders. He wanted to tell Thunderzy that his little French fry desperately wanted to eat roasted elephant. Jiang Yi stood where he was, taking a few deep breaths to suppress his anger before sitting back down. It took him a long time to keep his voice steady. "I have already issued a new quality inspection rating." Both Little Daibao and Big Daibao jerked their heads up. As Jiang Yi finished speaking, a white light flashed in the void, and an oval green badge emerged. A dazzling light instantly filled the vision of Big Daibao and Little Daibao. The badge descended gently, having already prepared for the worst. Little Daibao took a deep breath and, with trembling hands, caught the badge. He only dared to squint half-closed to glance at the rating on it. Excellent. A beautiful, square character appeared a few seconds later. Little Daibao's mouth opened slightly, and he tugged hard on Big Daibao's sleeve. "Be our brother. Look at that. What is it?" "Brother doesn't know how to read," Big Daibao said nervously, his eyes wider than a cow's. Little Daibao choked for a moment, then acted as if nothing had happened and shouted happily, "It's excellent. The excellent for high quality. Mr. Zhang gave us an excellent rating." Big Daibao quickly leaned in, rubbing his eyes as he examined the badge, which looked different from the last one. Although he couldn't read, he remembered that the last badge was gray, but this time, the gray had turned into green, and there were many exquisite, beautiful patterns on it. "Excellent." Little Daibao said it was excellent. Their delicious private kitchen had received an excellent rating. That meant, the system's voice suddenly rang out, "Congratulations to the primary service area, Delicious Private Kitchen, for regaining its qualification to go online." Delicious Private Kitchen. Primary service area. Current status. Evaluation. Shockingly delicious. Highly recommended. Quality inspector rating. Excellent S grade. Far exceeds the standard for service area activation. Recommended for online status so other service areas can learn from it. Note: Excellent grade service areas will enjoy benefits such as half-price rent, free utilities, and reduced system commission. Please ensure the relevant service area personnel claim these rewards. At the same time, on the main interface that only Jiang Yi could see. Additionally, considering the significant discrepancy between the two quality inspection ratings, would you like to report this to the main system for a comprehensive assessment of both inspections? The system will provide corresponding handling methods and rewards after the assessment. Seeing the last line of text, Jiang Yi struggled internally for a moment. After reporting to the main system, although the previous quality inspector would likely face appropriate punishment, he would also risk exposing himself. Was it worth it? Jiang Yi pursed his lips. Just then, he felt a hard texture in his palm. Jiang Yi looked down. The last vehicle coin he had handed over had been placed back into his palm. Little brother Bao also didn't know when he had tearfully hugged Jiang Yi's thigh. And finally, unable to hold it back any longer, he burst into tears. Little brother Bao's voice was choked with sobs. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you. We can finally cook delicious meals for guests again, just like Master used to. This is the deducted car coins. Once we earn enough, we will pay Mr. Jiang back. Mr. Jiang, you are the best quality inspector in the whole world. Jiang Yi Chapter 231, Top-Ranked Online Recommendation. I heard it. The echo of sanity collapsing. For some reason, this sentence rang out in Anvil Brother's mind. Because he shared a mental connection with Jiang Yi, Anvil Brother clearly sensed that after little brother Bao finished his last sentence, a string in Jiang Yi's heart called sanity had snapped. Jiang Yi closed his eyes silently, and when he opened them again, there was no hesitation left. Jiang Yi's system, present, the system's voice sounded, and at the same time, it had already begun generating the reporting procedure. Reporting party. Level to quality inspector of Jiang Yi had been generated. Jiang Yi continued. I want to report the previous quality inspector who inspected delicious private kitchen. System understood. Generating for you. In the name of the Daydreaming Pavilion. System. In that instant, the system felt as if it had experienced an auditory hallucination. Daydreaming Pavilion. The static sound cut off abruptly. After a few seconds, a large appeared on the main screen. At the same time, a pair of virtual eyes that had suddenly widened appeared on the right side, looking at Jiang Yi as if asking, do you even hear what you are saying? In the name of the Daydreaming Pavilion, what kind of relationship do you have with the Daydreaming Pavilion? The system's thoughts had just flashed by when the eyes shifted downward and saw the identity information on Jiang Yi's status window. Lifetime honorary member of Daydreaming Pavilion. Cooperative craftsman of Daydreaming Pavilion system. Lifetime honorary member represented permanent authority within the Daydreaming Pavilion. Cooperative craftsman proved a working relationship within the Daydreaming Pavilion. From a certain perspective, it was indeed possible to do things in the name of the Daydreaming Pavilion. The system felt its brain go a bit numb, but it still subconsciously reminded him. But the focus of this quality inspection dispute is the quality evaluation of delicious private kitchen. Who said that? Jiang Yi interrupted the system directly. Jiang Yi's expression was solemn. I have doubts regarding this inspector's inspection of the Daydreaming Pavilion, as well as his character. Therefore, I am simply applying for a review of all the inspections he has conducted previously. What does this have to do with delicious private kitchen? Sitting in the center of delicious private kitchen, with little brother Bao hugging his leg and big brother Bao fanning him, the Daydreaming Pavilion representative Jiang Yi said as much. System. When it comes to being shameless, it really has to be you humans. Is there a problem? Jiang Yi asked again. System. Theoretically, there's no problem, but to file a report, you need corresponding materials. Jiang Yi. Fine. You can ask Quality Inspector Jiang Yi to provide them. He is the new inspector commissioned by the Daydreaming Pavilion. After saying this, Jiang Yi made a gesture of handing something over in the air. Here you go. System. Fine. Generating reporting procedure for you. Reporting party. Daydreaming Pavilion reported party. Quality Inspector Simon. Content of report. A comprehensive review of the inspections conducted by Quality Inspector Simon, specifically those targeting the Daydreaming Pavilion. A long string of report content appeared on the main screen, and Jiang Yi nodded with satisfaction. After the generation was complete, The system did not speak again. It was possible it was running the review procedure, or perhaps it was suppressing the urge to kill Jiang Yi. In any case, the problem was solved. Jiang Yi felt a sense of relief in his heart. Although he didn't know what the system's final result would be, even if it only managed to discuss that so-called quality inspector Simon, it would still count as venting some anger for Big Brother Bao and Little Brother Bao. Big Brother Bao and Little Brother Bao were still happily talking about receiving a high-quality evaluation and were telling Jiang Yi about some of their cooking methods. They didn't know what Jiang Yi had just done, and Jiang Yi didn't intend to tell them. The favorability of these two little guys was rising incredibly fast, but Jiang Yi didn't want to use that to fish for more favorability. It wasn't necessary. After listening for a while, once his stomach didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore, Jiang Yi stood up. "All right, I'm leaving." Big Brother Bao stopped fanning. "So soon?" Jiang Yi gave a hum of affirmation. Big Brother Bao and Little Brother Bao exchanged a look, their eyes filled with reluctance. Although the two brothers had each other's company and couldn't be considered lonely, they occasionally felt bored. Mr. Jiang was their first guest and the first person to patiently listen to them, so they were very reluctant to see him go. "All right," Little Brother Bao said, feeling a bit down. Jiang Yi patted Little Brother Bao's head and asked one last question before leaving. "How long is your time limit again?" 30 minutes. Little Brother Bao answered truthfully. Jiang Yi nodded. He calculated the area of the bungalow and the stock of ingredients, thought for a moment, and said, "If you were to host a relatively large number of guests at once." Jiang Yi thought about it and gave a relatively conservative number. 50, perhaps. "Can you handle that?" 50. Little Brother Bao held up both hands, his mouth wide open. "It's just a hypothetical." Jiang Yi wasn't entirely sure either. "I suppose so." Little Brother Bao scratched his head. "Assuming they all had the same appetite as Jiang?" "Good," Jiang Yi nodded. "Then that's settled. I'm ready to go." Jiang Yi finished speaking and stood up. "Okay." Little Brother Bao nodded obediently. After a moment of thought, he glanced at his older brother. Big Brother Bao understood immediately and hurried to the back kitchen to find a clean thermal container. Taking the thermal container, Little Brother Bao quickly ran to the dining table and scooped up a generous amount of food. Especially the white-cut chicken. He poured nearly half a box into it, filling the thermal container to the brim. Little Brother Bao handed it to Jiang Yi. "Mr. Jiang, this is for you to take away. You can keep the thermal container. Mr. Jiang, you can use it again next time you come." In principle, takeout was not allowed, but unfortunately, these two little fellows had completely abandoned all principles when it came to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi did not decline. After taking the thermal container, he didn't linger any longer. He waved at the two little ones and walked straight out of the service area. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he stepped out of the service area, the sound of rain began to roar. Carrying the thermal container, Jiang Yi opened his main screen while on the road and accessed the group chat channel. He typed quickly and sent a message, "Melancholy little fry recommending a service area. Delicious home-cooked meals. Entrance fee. To vehicle coins. After paying the entrance fee, you can enjoy a 30-minute buffet in the service area, no extra charges." After sending the message, Jiang Yi closed the main screen directly. Even so, he felt the surroundings brighten up suddenly, and the sound of black wings snapping open echoed. Jiang Yi closed his eyes for a moment, clutched the thermal container, and quickened his pace as he walked out of the service area. Chapter 232 Encounter. Dragon Kingdom District 189, Subdistrict 99 76,345 100,000. Player, what happened to your two-dimensional world? Holy crap. A service area recommended by the Big Shot. Player Little Fries #1 Fanatic. The Big Shot spoke again. Player Foodie Life. A buffet service area for 2 vehicle coins. Am I dreaming? Player Foodie Life. I must not be awake yet, right? Player Little Fries #1 Fanatic. I was too busy looking at the special effects of the Big Shot's message. Player Little Fries #1 Fanatic. 30 minutes of unlimited buffet. Holy crap, this. The group chat refreshed frantically. Some people were still typing, while others had already vanished from their spots, vehicle, and all. 30 minutes later, wearing a tank top, camouflage pants, and a buzz cut, Thunder Z appeared in front of the familiar fork in the road. At this moment, Big Brother Bao had just finished talking to Little Brother Bao and walked out of the fork. Seeing the figure of a new player, Big Brother Bao's eyes lit up. He waved the balloon in his hand and was just about to speak. But Thunderzy walked straight past Big Brother Bao. Big Brother Bao let out an A, staring blankly at the player who had bypassed him and headed straight inside. The expression on this player's face was terrifyingly determined. Big Brother Bao scratched his head. And just as he was about to say something, he saw the guest seem to remember something and turn back. Yo. Before the word hello could even be uttered, Thunderzy stepped onto the bus in a few strides, adjusted the direction of the bus, and slammed on the gas. The bus drove right past Big Brother Bao. Big Brother Bao. Big Brother Bao looked at the rear of the bus, his mouth agape. Not knowing how to react for a moment, the bus stopped at the entrance of the bungalow. Little Brother Bao walked out, looking at the expressionless new guest at the door with some nervousness and tension. Yahello. Welcome to Delicious Home Cooked Meals. Delicious Home Cooked Meals. Ma'am. The name was correct. Thunderzy nodded and lifted his leg. Little Brother Bao's heart skipped a beat. The next second, 2 vehicle coins were placed on the table at the entrance, and Thunderzy said, "Entrance fee, oh." Little Brother Bao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Okay. Although the other party didn't make any major moves, Little Brother Bao instinctively felt a sense of dread. Collecting the 2 vehicle coins, Little Brother Bao spoke at a rapid pace. Everything inside is available to eat. The time limit is 30 minutes, no takeout allowed. Please come in. Okay. Thunderzy nodded slightly. Afterward, just as he took a step inside, Thunderzy paused slightly. The aroma of the food made his Adam's apple bob violently. Seeing the white rice closest to him, Thunderzy didn't hesitate at all. He glanced at the tableware nearby, grabbed a deep basin meant for dishes, and scooped up a large bowl of rice. Holding the rice, Thunderzy began to scoop up the dishes. After serving the food, Thunderzy gave a slight nod to the nervous Little Brother Bao standing to the side and sat down with a rigid posture. And then, the great wind rises and the clouds fly. The big eater devours everything in sight. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the small mountain in front of Thunderzy had disappeared. The shock on Little Brother Bao's face was indescribable. Compared to John, this guest's eating speed was nothing short of terrifying, especially since the latter had no expression while eating, making him look absolutely frightening. Little Brother Bao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Seeming to sense the gaze, Thunderzy looked up and glanced at Little Brother Bao. Little Brother Bao subconsciously stood up straight and stammered, "Guest, please take your time. I'll go to the kitchen to make some more." Thunderzy nodded, "Thanks." Little Brother Bao didn't want to keep standing there, although he was happy to have a new guest. This new guest was a bit too scary compared to John. Little Brother Bao had just moved a step when he saw his brother running in a hurry, shouting excitedly as he ran, "There's another new guest, really, don't tease me. It's true." Big Brother Bao shouted happily. Behind Big Brother Bao, 2 more figures appeared. One of these figures looked unruly and defiant, while the other had eyes that looked somewhat world-weary. More importantly, the way these 2 looked at each other seemed a bit hostile. "Yo, we meet again, Jiang Yi. Also known as your Wild King, is infinitely arrogant. Let out a yo. You're still alive. That's truly surprising." Human race brick-moving emperor took a puff of his cigarette and smiled. The Wild King gave a middle finger, and the other party returned the gesture without the slightest hesitation. The distance between the 2 widened as they simultaneously looked toward Big Brother Bao and Little Brother Bao. Both brothers abruptly retracted their gazes, acting as if they hadn't seen or heard a thing. "Welcome, guests. Welcome to Delicious Private Kitchen. We require 2 card coins, 30-minute time limit. Right?" The Wild King cut in directly. "Yes." Big Brother Bao nodded while scratching his head, muttering to himself, "How did they know?" Handing over the 2 car coins, the Wild King bypassed the human brick-moving emperor standing nearby and entered the bungalow. As soon as he stepped inside, the Wild King saw a man eating. Although the man didn't speak and merely looked up at him, the Wild King instinctively sensed a wave of pressure. The person opposite him, whether in height, build, hairstyle, or temperament, gave off a vibe that he was someone not to be trifled with. The Wild King paused slightly, then turned and walked toward a different table. Behind him, the human brick-moving emperor entered. saw the scene before him, and consciously moved to the third table. Perhaps this was the unspoken understanding between men. They couldn't be in the same pot, and they couldn't sit at the same table. After the three separated, they each began to devour their food. Big Brother Bao and Little Brother Bao stood to the side, feeling nervous and awkward, while unable to stop themselves from counting on their fingers. They had already earned 6 car coins today, far more than what they made working part-time at other service stations. Just as Big Brother Bao and Little Brother Bao were calculating, another figure came sprinting in. It was a guy with curly golden hair. As he ran, he kept muttering something. "Goddess, your dog has arrived." As soon as he entered, Window That Won't Close looked up and spotted the 3 guys already sitting inside eating. Window That Won't Close scanned the room, but didn't see the shadow of his goddess at all. His expression immediately fell. He still hadn't made it in time. Chapter 233, "You're the damn homewrecker, aren't you?" Window That Won't Close looked around. 1 suspected cop, 2 suspected street thugs, but absolutely no sign of his beloved goddess Little French Fry. Window That Won't Close, his footsteps slowed down. He was a step too late after all. Window That Won't Close let out a gloomy sigh. Beside him, Big Brother Bao and Little Brother Bao were just about to greet him when Window That Won't Close spoke up directly. "2 car coins, 30-minute time limit, right?" Big Brother Bao, Little Brother Bao. Were they on some kind of wanted list? Why did every guest who arrived know their pricing? Big Brother Bao touched his head in confusion, while Little Brother Bao wore a thoughtful expression. Window That Won't Close fished 2 car coins, still warm from his body heat, out of his sleeve. After looking at the coins with a pained expression, he handed them to Big Brother Bao. Big Brother Bao reached out and took them. "Guest, please sit wherever you like, and help yourself to the food." Window That Won't Close grunted. After a pause, he suddenly leaned in toward Big Brother Bao and beckoned him over. "Boss." Window That Won't Close blinked. "Can you come over here for a second? I have a question to ask." Big Brother Bao thought Window That Won't Close wanted to ask where the food was, so he trotted over. "Coming, what is it?" Window That Won't Close looked left and right, and after confirming no one was paying attention, he whispered in a breathy voice, "Boss, that guest you hosted earlier, the one who was there." Window That Won't Close, his mind suddenly went blank. He didn't seem to know the big shot's appearance or features very well. After thinking for a moment, he gestured, about this thin, very pale skin, fingers about this long." Although Window That Won't Close's description was extremely vague, Big Brother Bao and Little Brother Bao immediately identified who he was talking about. So thin, pale skin, fingers that long, it was definitely Jiang. Their service station had only hosted 5 guests in total. They definitely wouldn't mistake him. Little Brother Bao's expression turned alert, and he looked at Window That Won't Close with suspicion. Window That Won't Close finished gesturing, not noticing the increasingly unfriendly looks the 2 brothers were giving him, and asked, "Where was that guest sitting earlier, sir?" "What business do you have with that guest?" Little Brother Bao asked, his brows furrowed. "Nothing much." Window That Won't Close scratched his head sheepishly, his face beginning to flush. "I just wanted to get close to her, even though I didn't get a chance to meet her. Sitting in the spot she sat in counts as getting close." Window That Won't Close spoke quieter and quieter, terrified that someone else might hear and think he was a pervert. Little did he know, after hearing Window That Won't Close's words, Little Brother Bao's pupils were already shaking. "Get close. You want to get close to John, yeah?" Window That Won't Close chuckled. Little Brother Bao was even more shocked. "Does that guest know?" "Probably not. I was hoping for a chance encounter," Window That Won't Close said honestly. Little Brother Bao fell silent. Big Brother Bao also fell silent. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. No wonder Mr. Jiang had to run so fast. Having never encountered such a thing before, he looked at the slightly blushing Window That Won't Close. Little Brother Bao remembered how his master looked when he occasionally gazed at photos of his mistress. It was much the same as this. Little Brother Bao felt conflicted inside. After a moment of thought, he pointed toward the seat where Jiang Yi had previously sat there. That spot was exactly where the Wild King was currently sitting. The bungalow wasn't large at all. There were only 4 empty tables in the room. Window That Won't Close, his eyes lit up. "All right, thanks, boss." Xiao Dibao saw the excited look on Guanbu Shangdi Chuang's face and couldn't help but speak up. That guest is the most gentle guest I have ever seen. Don't go chasing after Xiaozhang. Guanbu Shangdi Chang froze for a moment. Seeing Xiao Dibao's serious expression, his own expression softened. Guanbu Shangdi Chang couldn't help but purse his lips, as expected of the little French fries goddess. Even the monsters in the service area could feel the tenderness beneath that cold exterior. Yeah. Guanbu Shangdi Chang nodded heavily. After grabbing some food at random, Guanbu Shangdi Chang walked toward the table where Yuan was sitting. Hey, brother. Mind if I share the table? Guanbu Shangdi Chang spoke naturally, as a kid from the northeast. He was generous and open when out and about, never acting like a stranger. Sure, take a seat. Yuan naturally had no objection and even proactively smiled as he pulled out a stool for Guanbu Shangdi Chang. Thanks, brother. Guanbu Shangdi Chang happily sat in the spot where the goddess had sat before. His butt, it felt warm. Guanbu Shangdi Chang let out a couple of weird chuckles. Noticing Yuan's movements pause, Guanbu Shangdi Chang restrained himself a bit. While breaking apart his chopsticks, he chatted familiarly, brother. Did you also come here after seeing the message posted by the big shot in the group? Yeah, Yuan grunted in affirmation. The big shot recommended it personally. The entry fee is only 2 car coins. And it's all you can eat within the time limit. Who wouldn't come to a deal like this? Exactly. The brother in front of him spoke in a way that suited his taste. Guanbu Shangdi Chang agreed readily. As he separated his chopsticks, Guanbu Shangdi Chang hadn't originally cared about the taste of the food in this service area. He thought the goddess was just being merciful, introducing a relatively cheap service area to players who were still short on food. So, he didn't hold much hope for the flavor, but he didn't expect. After one bite of a meatball, Guanbu Shangdi Chuang's eyebrows twitched. The taste was actually quite good. Guanbu Shangdi Chang stuffed a mouthful of dry pot potatoes into his mouth. Similarly, the texture was crisp and delicious. Guanbu Shangdi Chang took several bites in a row, shoveling down a few large mouthfuls of rice. After eating for a while, he squinted his eyes in happiness and said, as expected of a service area recommended by the big shot, Yuan laughed loudly. Brother, what, are you a fan of the big shot too? Guanbu Shangdi Chang urgently wanted to say, I'm the big shot's #1 senpai, no, assistant. But thinking that he shouldn't expose the big shot's information outside, Guanbu Shangdi Chang said reservedly, a hardcore fan. The big shot helped me in a dungeon before. Oh, Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. What a coincidence. All right, brother. I think the two of us get along pretty well. How about we add each other as friends? Before he could finish his sentence, clatter clatter. The sound of a chair being pulled back rang out. Several people looked toward the source of the sound together. It was Lei Tingzi. Lei Tingzi had already finished eating. He gave a slight nod toward Dao Dibao and Xiao Dibao, then strode directly toward the exit. That pace, that guy is definitely a cop. Guanbu Shangdi Chang muttered. Yuan nodded in deep agreement. After Lei Tingzi left, the originally somewhat tense atmosphere immediately relaxed a bit. Yuan tugged at his collar and smiled. Right. We were just talking about adding friends, brother. I think we chat pretty well. Want to add me? Sure. Guanbu Shangdi Chang took a sip of soup. Brother, what's your nickname? I'll add you. Your Yuan is infinitely arrogant. PFFT with a spray. The meatball soup erupted from Guanbu Shangdi Chuan's mouth, giving Yuan a fright. Fortunately, Yuan's reaction speed was fast. The moment the meatballs in the soup showed signs of splashing, he had already stood up. Yuan cursed. Man, if you can't drink it, don't spit it out. You're that damn homewrecker. Aren't you? Chapter 234 High Training Center. Sitting on the forklift, Jiang Yi suddenly sneezed. Jiang Yi rubbed his nose and subconsciously glanced at the sky outside the window. It was still raining. Could it be that he caught a cold when he walked over just now? Forget it. Let's drive. By now, Da Dibao and Xiao Dibao should be getting busy. After Jiang Yi finished thinking to himself, he saw on the main screen that the favorability levels of Da Dibao and Xiao Dibao were still slowly rising. Jiang Yi smiled, let out a burp, and stepped on the gas. After driving for about half an hour and picking up a silver treasure chest, a new fork in the road appeared in front of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi tilted his head this drop rate, flowing down the forklift. No mysterious giant frog appeared outside the fork this time. The fork in the road was built very wide, compared to the highway full of mud pits. The asphalt road at the fork was paved smooth and comfortable. At a glance, it looked like they weren't short on money. Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds before driving the forklift straight through. The moment the forklift entered the fork, a mechanical broadcast voice sounded. "Welcome to the Higher Comprehensive Training Center." Although it was a mechanical broadcast, the voice was powerful and resonant, sounding full of strength. Higher Comprehensive Training Center. It sounded like an upgraded version of a gym. Is this a middle-level service area? Jiang Yi wondered to himself. The forklift drove in, and soon, a building that was pale blue overall appeared in his line of sight. The first impression this building gave was simple and grand. The building itself didn't have much decoration. A completely different style from the magnificent Daydream Pavilion. Through the windshield, Jiang Yi saw that the building had 2 floors. It was impossible to see the inside of the first floor, but the front of the second floor had semi-transparent glass. Through the glass, it seemed he could see people exercising on treadmills and weight machines. It was somewhat similar to the large-scale fitness centers in his previous real-life fitness training. Although it wasn't the most urgent need right now, Jiang Yi naturally wouldn't pass up an opportunity to make himself stronger. Screech. The forklift came to a halt in front of the building. There was no valet service at the entrance like the white cat at the Daydreaming Pavilion. Jiang Yi hopped off the forklift with a relatively relaxed expression. The moment his feet touched the ground, the mechanical broadcast sounded once again. "Please pay the entrance fee, 5 vehicle coins. Please pay the parking fee." Jiang Yi's face dropped instantly. He hadn't even seen a single monster yet, and they were already charging him 8 vehicle coins. If this had happened before, he might have let it slide, but having just come from the self-service area where Big Brother Bao and Little Brother Bao only charged 2 vehicle coins, the disparity was far from insignificant. After muttering a few complaints to himself, Jiang Yi took out the iron box and shrunk the forklift to store it inside. Regardless of anything else, he was definitely going to save that parking fee. With the forklift stowed away, Jiang Yi took out the storage card from the Daydreaming Pavilion. 2 seconds passed. Deduction successful. 5 vehicle coins. We look forward to your next visit. Jiang Yi retrieved the card and took a deep breath. As usual, he hid his quality inspector work badge, and at the same time, he equipped a new title, Self-Discipline Superman Description. Equipping this title grants a bonus of Cum-3 Strength, Cum-3 Stamina, and Cum-3 Agility. Equipping this title to enter a gym service area has a chance to increase the gym owner's favorability. Although he wasn't entirely sure if the comprehensive training hall counted as a gym, trying it out wouldn't cost him anything. Confident, he equipped the title and walked straight toward the main entrance of the Tiger Fang Training Hall. Before he even reached the door, Jiang Yi heard a series of sounds, hn until huo. Well, it was indeed the very philosophical sound commonly heard in gyms. Jiang Yi pushed the door open. A slightly blinding white light bloomed before him, and immediately, a booming voice resonated above his head. Jiang Yi looked up and was almost knocked backward by a pair of massive pectoral muscles. "Customer, hello, welcome to the Tiger Fang Training Hall." Jiang Yi instinctively leaned back, barely managing to see the person's appearance over the chest muscles. It was a white tiger, wearing blue athletic shorts, bare-chested, and covered in muscles. At this moment, this white tiger brother was holding a barbell while smiling at Jiang Yi. The iron plates on that barbell were stacked like a millfuel pastry. It looked absolutely terrifying. Jiang Yi instinctively took a step back. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the white tiger brother's eyes light up. Self-disciplined Superman, with a huo sound. The white tiger lowered the barbell. When the massive barbell was set down, it made almost no sound. As it touched the ground, the muscles on the white tiger brother's shoulders, neck, arms, and abdomen rippled and relaxed in unison, he had to admit. While the display was a bit intimidating, looking at his physique alone, he was no different from a statue of an ancient Roman berserker. Jiang Yi couldn't help but steal a glance. After setting the barbell down, the shop owner, the white tiger, reached out and patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder with a paw. Walk. Jiang Yi's shoulder twitched instantly. and his entire body tilted to the side. Damn it. Jiang Yi winced in pain, and the white tiger quickly retracted his hand. Sorry, customer, before he could finish. Another booming voice rang out, shop owner. You forgot to control your strength again. The speaker was a panther, pitch black all over, with eyes of a pure, piercing green that looked quite wild. Forgot. I got too excited seeing a customer with a title. The white tiger chuckled and scratched his head. The panther shook his head in disapproval and walked toward Jiang Yi, who was still leaning to one side. At the same time, the commotion at the door had attracted the attention of many monsters training in the shop, and they began to gather round. By the time the pain in Jiang Yi's shoulder subsided and he wanted to stand up, he was already surrounded by sweaty men, with men on his left and right, the white tiger, the panther, a lion, a brown bear. They all crowded around Jiang Yi, peering at him with curious eyes, or more accurately, peering at the badge on Jiang Yi's chest, Self-Discipline Superman. This human self-discipline had actually been recognized by the system. What an honor, what perseverance. Although this human looked so thin and small that he could be crushed with a single slap. With this badge, no one could look down on him. Tiger Fang Training Hall. Tiger Fang's favorability Come 5. Tiger Fang Training Hall. Tiger Fang's current favorability. Chapter 235, Strength Training. Surrounded by sweaty men, with men on his left and right. Looking up, men seeing pectoral muscles, abdominal muscles, and biceps. The air was thick with a scorching intensity. Jiang Yi rolled away on the spot, his movements as agile as a black cat. Before the brothers nearby could finish speaking, a light chuckle sounded from upstairs. Not bad agility. The voice was incredibly magnetic, making it hard to tell if it belonged to a man or a woman. Jiang Yi looked up and saw only two long, slender legs, spread out long white feathers, and a graceful neck. It was a crane. Noticing Jiang Yi's gaze, the crane nodded slightly at him. Jiang Yi stood up, and the owner, Tiger Fang, rubbed his head in embarrassment. Sorry, I used too much strength just now. It's fine. Jiang Yi shook his head. Hearing this, Tiger Fang reached out to pat him again, but after being glared at by the panther nearby, he sheepishly pulled his arm back. Right, customer. What would you like to train first, arms, legs, core, or cardio? As the words fell, Jiang Yi thought for a moment and decided to leave the question to the other party. What do you think I am suited to train? The use of the honorific you clearly boosted Tiger Fang's favorability significantly. This person was so disciplined and so polite. Tiger Fang Training Hall. Tiger Fang's favorability Come 1. High Training Hall. High's current favorability, judging by your physique, guessed. You need to strengthen your power training to develop greater explosive force. As expected of the training hall's owner, he immediately identified exactly what Jiang Yi was currently lacking, because he had previously learned Muay Thai from Xiaowei. Jiang Yi's combat techniques were decent, however. Every time he fought, he always felt a sense of powerlessness. Ultimately, it was because his strength was too weak and his explosive power was insufficient. Jiang Yi nodded. Seeing Jiang Yi nod, Hai continued his enthusiastic introduction. For power training, I recommend the Smith machine, the cable crossover machine, the seated chest press, and the leg press. Using them in combination will provide a comprehensive workout for your entire body. Jiang Yi was somewhat familiar with these machines. Just as he was about to say, let's start with the Smith machine, Hai continued. The usage fee for the Smith machine is 10 Che coins per 30 minutes. The cable crossover, seated chest press, and leg press are all 15 Che coins per 30 minutes. Other machines also range between 10 to 15 Che coins if you require assistance. There is an additional fee of 5 Che coins per 30 minutes. What would you like to use? I need to leave. Jiang Yi added silently in his heart. Wait, hadn't he already paid the entrance fee? Why did he have to pay extra to use this equipment? Is this a rip-off joint? Jiang Yi's expression shifted instantly. The words rip-off joint were brewing on the tip of his tongue. But upon seeing Hai's pectorals, which were large enough to crush him to death, Jiang Yi decided to let it go. Forget it. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. There must be something cheaper. He couldn't be a sucker who spent money without seeing any results. Jiang Yi looked around until he finally spotted a pair of dumbbells lying lonely on the floor in the corner. Ignored by everyone, How much for this? Jiang Yi asked. Haya followed Jiang Yi's gaze toward the dumbbells, looking somewhat surprised that Jiang Yi would choose them in their training hall. These were things no one ever bothered with. Whatever. Everyone had their own training habits. After a moment of thought, Haya said, that is 5 che coins per 30 minutes. This thing costs 5 che coins too. Jiang Yi nearly lost his composure. What was the difference between lifting this and lifting an anvil? Why on earth did this cost money too? 5 che coins, that was the equivalent of 5 level 1 rotten-eyed fish corpses. Could it be that this was what it meant to be a mid-level service area? The essence of burning money was already beginning to show. Jiang Yi wrestled with himself internally for a moment before finally smiling and saying, all right, I'll take this one. He was genuinely curious now. What made this different from ordinary gym equipment? Why did it cost so many che coins? Very well. Would you like to open a membership card? If you open a membership card, you can preload it and use it for payments, Haya said, flashing a bright, hearty grin. Is this one acceptable? Jiang Yi asked, pulling out the white storage card from the Daydream Museum. The moment the white card appeared, Jiang Yi clearly saw Haya's eyes light up. A storage card from the Daydream Museum. Of course, distinguished guest, good grief. Even his form of address had changed. The Daydream Museum was truly useful. He handed the card to Haya, who took it and pre-deducted 5 che coins, with the balance to be adjusted later. With a beep, another 5 che coins vanished. In just a brief encounter, he had already spent 10 che coins. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and tucked the storage card back into his inventory. For the time that followed, Haya personally led Jiang Yi to the power training area. After introducing the types and weights of the dumbbells, he patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Although he had been on guard, Jiang Yi's speed still couldn't match Haya's, and his shoulder was hit by a few pats. Jiang Yi gritted his back teeth, thinking to himself that his shoulder would probably be swollen by the time he got back. Seeing Jiang Yi's expression, Haya realized he had made a mistake again. He gave a sheepish laugh and said, sorry. I'll be careful next time. You go ahead and train on your own, guest. I'm going to prepare some fitness supplies for you as a welcome gift for your first visit to our training hall. My apologies. Jiang Yi had no choice but to nod, indicating he understood. The white tiger Haya left the area, and the other monsters went off to their own training. Jiang Yi had experience with fitness, so he understood the basic methods and techniques. Jiang Yi picked out an adjustable dumbbell in the real world. The standard for an adjustable dumbbell was 30 kilograms, which Jiang Yi usually couldn't max out. But in the game, Jiang Yi checked his status window. His strength attribute had already broken through 36 points, several times that of an ordinary person. Logically speaking, 30 kilograms should no longer be an obstacle for him. After doing a quick set of warm-up exercises to activate his muscles, Jiang Yi gripped the middle of the dumbbell and engaged his muscles the next second. The expected scene of him lifting the dumbbell with ease did not happen. Instead, Jiang Yi's face slowly began to turn red. It's so damn heavy. Jiang Yi looked at the dumbbell in his hand with a look of disbelief. He even suspected that this thing was welded to the floor, which was why he couldn't lift it at all. Chapter 236, Squeezed It Up. Refusing to believe it, Jiang Yi glared at the dumbbell. This time, he mobilized almost all his strength and switched to using both hands to grab it. Finally, the dumbbell shifted a fraction of an inch on the floor. Jiang Yi's face turned even redder. He stared at the dumbbell, beginning to question reality. This thing looked completely ordinary, but in terms of the physical sensation of its weight, it felt as if a tank was attached to it. It was simply impossible to lift. Forget it. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and prepared to remove some of the iron plates from the top. As soon as he touched it, Jiang Yi realized something was wrong. Jiang Yi bent down and screwed the locking knob, and as he removed the iron plate, his wrists were already trembling. Jiang Yi made a quick estimate. Good grief. The weight of this single iron plate was nearly several dozen kilograms. Jiang Yi. No wonder. Jiang Yi silently removed the iron plates one by one. As they rolled onto the floor, they only made dull thuds, which was quite unsettling. Only the final set of iron plates remained on the dumbbell. Jiang Yi performed another set of warm-up movements, mobilizing all the muscles in his body. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and lifted the dumbbell. The dumbbell moved from his waist and abdomen toward his shoulders and neck. It took no more than 2 seconds, but Jiang Yi's neck, face, and forehead were already flushed bright red dot at this very moment. A mechanical broadcast suddenly sounded. Detected that you are performing specialized strength training. Auxiliary equipment. Primary strength training tool, a dumbbell. Your strength attribute is slowly increasing. Jiang Yi's pupils widened slightly. The strength attribute is increasing this fast. Although Jiang Yi's strength attribute would slowly rise during previous workouts and battles, compared to the attribute points rewarded for completing quests, that speed was agonizingly slow. However, right now on the main screen, strength 36,000, strength 36,000. The strength points were slowly rising at a rate of 0. The visualization of the attribute increase meant that specialized training through this method had a significantly more noticeable effect on improving the strength attribute. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, however. 15 seconds later, his arms were shaking like a sieve, and he couldn't continue any longer. Jiang Yi had no choice but to adjust his breathing and muscles again and slowly lower the dumbbell. Detected that you have ended this session of specialized strength training. Duration of this training. Training evaluation. A bit short, don't you think? Soybean-face-confused.emoj closing parenthesis. Jiang Yi, screw you. Just as Jiang Yi was about to offer a brief greeting regarding the system's well-being, the next second, training results settled. You have gained 0.1 strength attribute. Jiang Yi watched as his strength attribute turned into 3.6. This effect, this speed. Jiang Yi stood in place, staring at the status window for a few seconds. Just then, Huya had already brought over the gift intended for Jiang Yi. Seeing Jiang Yi seemingly in a daze, Huya asked curiously, "Respected guest, what are you?" "Hello, I'd like to apply for assistance." Huya. Jiang Yi's face still retained the crimson flush from his recent workout, but his expression was quite firm. The storage card for the White Dream Pavilion, which had been shining in Huya's eyes, was held out once again. 5 chech coins, right? Jiang Yi asked. Yes. Huya scratched his head, not knowing what had happened in such a short time to make Jiang Yi suddenly change his mind. Jiang Yi nodded and handed over the card. By the way, what did you say was for training leg strength? Leg press machine. 15 chech coins per 30 minutes. It can also simultaneously train waist and abdominal strength. Fine, charge it all together. Jiang Yi's tone was quite flat. All right. Although he didn't know what had happened, Huya still smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, as expected of a guest who had earned the title of self-disciplined Superman. Not only did he have great enthusiasm for fitness, but he was also quite generous with his spending. If the system could hear Huya's thoughts at this very moment, it would probably just spit and say in an incredulous tone, "Jiang the Skinflint, generous. You must be dreaming. That guy, he clutches his chech coins all day long. Taking even a little bit from him is like taking his life." With a beep, another 20 chech coins were deducted. Jiang Yi turned around, not daring to look at this cruel scene. "All right, guess, the payment is complete. For the strength zone, I recommend Coach Brown Bear." As he spoke, Huya waved at the brown bear who was lifting a barbell. Seeing this, the brown bear nodded and set down the lasagna-layered barbell. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yi's brow twitched. He subconsciously glanced out of the corner of his eye at his own dumbbell, which was tiny compared to the barbell, and the single iron plate that looked as lonely as a cracker. If this brown bear brother landed a single punch, he would probably be driven into the wall along with his car, unable to be pried out. Jiang Yi swallowed hard. The brown bear walked toward Jiang Yi. In an instant, Jiang Yi was covered by a shadow. From Jiang Yi's perspective, he could only see the brother's well-developed pectoral muscles and the soft, brown curly hair on them, which looked somewhat contrasting. "Pavilion Master." The brown bear's voice was quite resonant. When he spoke, his entire chest cavity vibrated. Huya smiled and patted the brown bear's shoulder. Unlike Jiang Yi, the brown bear's physique was quite stable, not even swaying in the slightest. Slap, slap, slap. "This guest has applied for assisted training. You are quite skilled in this area, so you must help the guest train well. All right." The brown bear nodded steadily, and incidentally, looked down at Jiang Yi from his towering height. Jiang Yi swallowed hard again. Nervously, Huya placed the gift and left. leaving Jiang Yi and the brown bear staring at each other. The brown bear was the first to speak. "Hello, guest. What should I call you, Jiang Yi?" Jiang Yi said concisely. "All right, Jiang Yi. Let's first take a look at your exertion state," the brown bear said, then looked at the dumbbell at Jiang Yi's feet. The dumbbell had been dismantled until only a thin, single plate remained. The brown bear paused for a moment, silently adjusting its plan in its mind before extending its bare paw. After a brief thought, it extended only to fingers and pinched the dumbbell right up. Jiang Yi's face turned even redder in an instant. Damn it! Although the brown bear hadn't said a word, Jiang Yi couldn't shake the feeling that he was being mocked. Chapter 237. Alpha Special Functional Beverage. After pinching the dumbbell up, the brown bear had Jiang Yi adjust his posture. "Don't tense your muscles too much. Otherwise you won't be able to exert force." The steady voice reached him, and Jiang Yi subconsciously relaxed his muscles a little. Once he wasn't so tense, the brown bear extended its other paw to demonstrate the movements of clenching a fist and rotating the wrist. Jiang Yi followed suit and adjusted his posture. Although Jiang Yi's strength wasn't particularly outstanding, his comprehension was quite good. After one demonstration, he was basically able to grasp the essentials. The brown bear nodded in satisfaction and then signaled for Jiang Yi to take the dumbbell. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and lifted the dumbbell once more. "Detected that you are performing specialized strength training. Auxiliary equipment. Primary strength training tool, a dumbbell. Your strength attribute is slowly increasing." The familiar broadcast sounded again, and Jiang Yi's face flushed red once more due to the accelerated blood circulation. Just then, adjust your breathing. Focus your mind more on each individual muscle and the points of tension and linkage between them. Put your attention on your body, not on your perception of the external object's weight. Jiang Yi, okay. Jiang Yi's voice trembled slightly, but he still followed the brown bear's guidance, focusing his attention more on his own body. However, thinking and doing are often two different things. Even though Jiang Yi kept giving himself mental suggestions, the immense pressure on his shoulders, neck, and wrists still caused him to subconsciously feel a sense of fear. This was entirely an instinctive human reaction to a dangerous state, and it was very difficult to control. Jiang Yi's wrist began to tremble again. The brown bear on the side glanced at the pocket watch in its hand. It had been 12 seconds since he lifted it. This result was probably considered decent for a human, but for most people in the training hall, it was far from impressive. However, training must be done step by step, otherwise, it would cause irreversible danger to the body. Thinking of this, the brown bear was already preparing to speak, telling Jiang Yi to slowly put the dumbbell down. Just at that moment, suddenly, within the brown bear's line of sight, Jiang Yi suddenly closed his eyes. The brown bear tilted its head slightly. The next second, Jiang Yi opened his eyes, and a mysterious halo flashed and vanished within his pupils. Jiang Yi had activated True Vision. Under True Vision, his senses were extended to the extreme. Jiang Yi's breathing slowed slightly. In his consciousness, the sensation of his muscles heating up became even clearer. Jiang Yi tried to move his arms slowly. The contraction and coordination between the muscle groups in that area, as well as the sensation of his blood vessels expanding, made Jiang Yi subconsciously slow his breathing even further. He began to adjust the points of force exertion bit by bit, like a newborn baby, curiously moving its hands and feet, using the most primitive way to feel the existence of its body. His attention was completely diverted, and that fear of reaching his limit was greatly reduced. Jiang Yi's breathing actually steadied. The brown bear glanced at the pocket watch. It had been 17 seconds. Tiger Fang Training Hall, Big Bear's favorability Kung 5. Tiger Fang Training Hall, Big Bear's current favorability. After the broadcast sounded, Jiang Yi subconsciously looked at the brown bear. So, this bear's name was Big Bear. The feeling of his arm strength collapsing set in. Jiang Yi didn't insist blindly. He took a deep breath and adjusted his position. Just as he was about to put the dumbbell down, straighten your arms, rotate them slightly inward, and adjust the dumbbell to a neutral grip. Okay, Jiang Yi replied, quickly adjusting his position. After slowly putting the dumbbell down, Jiang Yi let out a long sigh of relief. This time, although he had held it for longer, the soreness in his shoulders and neck was actually much better. Detected that you have finished this specialized strength training session. This training time was. Training results calculated. You have gained strength attribute con 0. Current strength attribute. The time had increased by 7 seconds, but the effect had tripled. Professional auxiliary training is the way to go. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he became visibly excited. Big Bear, standing to the side, also revealed a smile on his face. He looked at Jiang Yi, smiled, and nodded. Not bad, Jiang Yi chuckled. For the next set, you can try using the dumbbell bench. It has a better effect on full body training. Okay, Jiang Yi agreed immediately. Now, do some stretching first to avoid muscle strain, Big Bear instructed. Jiang Yi followed Big Bear through a few sets of stretches. It had to be said that the 5 chech coins per 30 minutes were not spent in vain, even for simple stretching movements. Big Bear made corrections and modifications based on Jiang Yi's physical state. After a few sets of stretches, Jiang Yi didn't feel exhausted. Instead, he felt as if his entire body's muscles had been activated, leaving him feeling refreshed. About 15 minutes later, the clothes on Jiang Yi's body were completely soaked with sweat. Although the combat suit was very conducive to movement, it was clear that its moisture-wicking performance wasn't great. Jiang Yi sat on a chair, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his forehead, running down from his hair tips. If this were the real world, Jiang Yi would surely have earned the nickname Gym-Level Disaster. Jiang Yi gave a bitter smile. During the break, Tiger Fang walked over again and spoke a few words to Big Bear. After hearing some of Big Bear's descriptions, Tiger Fang's expression toward Jiang Yi became even more cordial. He had initiative, he had financial resources, and he had astonishing comprehension. Which training hall manager wouldn't like a customer like this? After the favorability rating increased by another 2 points, Huya thought for a moment, walked back to the counter, and took out a sports functional beverage that he and the other fitness instructors often drank from beneath the counter. With a whoosh, the pale blue bottle flew toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi didn't even look up. He simply reached out and caught it. A towel for wiping sweat was draped over Jiang Yi's head. Jiang Yi looked up, and Huya wanted to pat Jiang Yi's shoulder again, but seeing the engorged muscles of Jiang Yi's shoulder and neck, he held back and didn't pat down. Little John, have some water. You must be thirsty. Jiang Yi didn't speak. He was indeed thirsty. He glanced at the blue drink in his hand, and without much hesitation, he opened the cap and took a sip. The drink itself had only a faint sweetness, similar to the taste of pulse from the real world. Jiang Yi drank nearly half the bottle in one go. After the gulping sound in his throat subsided, you are drinking Alpha Special Functional Beverage. A description: Alpha Special Functional Beverage, a sports functional drink exclusive to Huya Training Hall. After consumption, you will gain a certain increase in attributes such as strength and constitution based on your current physical state. Combined with your current physical state, you have gained Com1 strength and Com1 constitution attribute bonuses. Jiang Yi's movements paused slightly, and he looked at the drink in his hand with a hint of surprise. Beside him, Huya watched Jiang Yi with a beaming smile. How is it? Not bad, right? Yeah, it's not bad. A smile also appeared on Jiang Yi's face. This feeling of watching one's attribute points constantly rise is simply intoxicating. Chapter 238. Then let me ask you. It's 10 che coins a bottle. Jiang Yi. The words "give it back to you" almost slipped out of Jiang Yi's mouth. But the next second, Huya smiled and reached out his hand. This time, Jiang Yi reacted very quickly, moving 2 steps to the side. Huya's attempt to pat his shoulder missed, but Huya didn't mind at all, laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. That wasn't funny at all. Jiang Yi silently muttered in his heart. Since he didn't manage to pat Jiang Yi's shoulder, Huya let his hand land on Jiang Yi's arm instead. For regular customers, we generally don't provide drinks for free, but little John is different. Huya winked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi accepted the goodwill offered by the other party quite naturally and smiled, confirming that this thing didn't cost money. Jiang Yi took a few more sips. It had to be said, the effect of this stuff was truly quite good. In addition to the attribute increase, Jiang Yi felt that the soreness and swelling accumulated in his muscles had dissipated significantly, and his previously fatigued muscles had regained their vitality. Jiang Yi looked at the drink in his hand, and after a long while, he couldn't help but ask, What if I want to purchase some? Huyo wasn't running a charity. Giving one bottle as a gesture was fine. But if he really wanted to drink it in large quantities, he would probably have to buy it. This was similar to the logic of free samples. Start by generously letting the customer try it. And if the customer feels the effect and taste are good, they will naturally purchase it in larger quantities. Hearing this, the smile on Huyo's face became even more pronounced. If you want to purchase some, Little John, I can give you a 20% discount. 8 cheche coins will do. But I must remind you, this is a functional beverage, not a daily drink. I suggest you only drink it after you have activated your entire body's muscles through exercise. Otherwise, you might become overly stimulated and cause some problems. After Huyo finished speaking, Jiang Yi nodded, not saying he would buy it immediately. Hey, after he finished working out, he would quality check a bit more, and then decide about the rest. Jiang Yi rested for 10 minutes. After feeling that his heart rate and state had returned to normal, Jiang Yi opened the gift Huyo had given him. Inside was a set of light gray short-sleeve compression quick-dry clothes and shorts, as well as a gym bag. This was quite similar to the real world, where you get clothes and a bag when you sign up for a gym membership. After asking where the lounge was, Jiang Yi quickly changed his combat uniform into the sportswear. After putting it on, the original feeling of restriction disappeared, replaced by a sense of lightness. Jiang Yi felt as if his muscles could breathe again. After changing, Jiang Yi didn't waste any time. After completing another set of strength training with Big Bear, he moved to the leg press machine. As Jiang Yi expected, the weight of the leg press here was not on the same level as in the real world. Even using the lowest specification of barbell plates, Jiang Yi's legs were trembling uncontrollably. If it weren't for Big Bear occasionally stepping in to help Jiang Yi share the weight, he would likely have been easily injured training on his own like this. Soon, an hour passed. During this time, Jiang Yi renewed his auxiliary training session once more. Putting the dumbbells down again, Big Bear's voice sounded, "All right, you can stop now." As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Yi let his hands hang down and sprawled out on the dumbbell bench like a pancake. Jiang Yi exhaled a breath of turbid air. For a few seconds, white light even began to flash in front of his vision. Just as Jiang Yi lay down, Big Bear's voice sounded again, "Don't lie down. It's easy to cause insufficient blood supply to the heart." Jiang Yi struggled for a few seconds, but resigned himself to his fate and got up, laboriously moving his legs off the dumbbell bench. Standing up again, Jiang Yi once again followed Big Bear's previous instructions to rhythmically adjust his breathing. During this time, Jiang Yi felt the fatigue deep in his body surging up several times, and he wanted to just close his eyes and sleep. But he held on with astonishing willpower. No, he couldn't sleep. Damn it. The auxiliary training was charged by the hour. If he just fell asleep like this, how many cheche coins would that cost? He couldn't sleep even if it killed him. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi shook his head violently and slapped his own upper arm, with a slap sound. The sound was so loud that the other monsters in the training hall couldn't help but look over. After that slap, Jiang Yi was wide awake. The Big Bear opposite him was shocked. Big Bear subconsciously gripped the timer on his bare paw tighter. He hadn't expected Jiang Yi to have such abundant perseverance for training. Huyo Training Hall. Big Bear's favorability Kung 5. Tiger Tooth Training Center. Dazhong's current favorability. Hearing the notification of the favorability increase, Jiang Yi wasn't too surprised. But the next second, your self-discipline is truly eye-catching. Although your motives are questionable, congratulations on obtaining a new title, Self-Discipline Maniac. Title, Self-Discipline Maniac. Description. For a self-discipline maniac, self-discipline is not a habit, but a character trait. But if you ask me why the top of your head is pointy, then I ask you, Jiang Yi. Description. Equipping the Self-Discipline Maniac title grants a stat bonus of Kung for strength, Kung for stamina, and Kung for agility. Equipping this title while entering gyms, training centers, and similar service areas has a high probability of increasing the favorability of the staff inside. Equipping this title during training will activate the specialization field. In the specialization field, your mind will be more focused, your control and perception of your body will be enhanced, and you will become a true specialist obsessed with tempering your body. Note: It is not recommended to equip this title if your mental power is below 10. Otherwise, there is a chance of causing adverse consequences such as cerebellum elbowing the brain. Pointy tips replacing thoughts. After the system finished broadcasting, Jiang Yi saw that his title of Self-Disciplined Superman in his status window had automatically changed to Self-Disciplined Maniac. With the title changed, Jiang Yi instantly felt a new surge of power injected into his limbs and bones, and in his heart. The desire to become stronger intensified even further. Jiang Yi moved his mind and activated the specialization field. With true vision superimposed on the specialization field, Jiang Yi had never been able to feel his own breathing and the rhythm of his muscles as clearly as he did at this moment. The feeling of fatigue vanished. Jiang Yi took out the alpha functional drink again, took a sip, and then looked at De Zhong, saying, "We can train the waist and abdomen a bit more." De Zhong. De Zhong squeezed the timer in his hand with such force that the back cover cracked slightly. Seeing Jiang Yi's focused and dark eyes, De Zhong paused for a moment before saying, "All right." Chapter 239, Comprehensive Combat. Tiger Tooth Training Center. First floor. How long has he been training? A chimpanzee leaned back against the railing, tilted his head slightly, and asked the Black Panther beside him. The Black Panther pondered for a moment. Almost 3 hours now. Hearing 3 hours, the chimpanzee was visibly shocked and couldn't help but turn around, looking at the two people below with glowing eyes. The two people below were, of course, Jiang Yi and De Zhong. He is worthy of being someone who could obtain the Self-Disciplined Superman title. The chimpanzee couldn't help but sigh. No coach would complain about their student being too diligent. Although the human on the first floor had slightly inferior innate conditions, this perseverance could not be underestimated. The Black Panther nodded casually, but his gaze did not move away from Jiang Yi. As the Black Panther watched, his whiskers twitched. Perhaps, for most coaches, what moved them about Jiang Yi was his astonishing perseverance, but for him, he saw something else, and that was astonishing growth potential. The Black Panther had taken note. The first time Jiang Yi lifted the dumbbells, it definitely didn't exceed 20 seconds, however. After about an hour and a half, the latter's time lifting the dumbbells was already approaching 1 minute. This was almost 3 times what it was before, and that wasn't all. The Black Panther's expression became increasingly focused. In his line of sight, Jiang Yi was performing leg press training. At the beginning, Jiang Yi's movements were still a long way from the standard, but now, in addition to the movements being standard, he had even proactively adjusted his points of force to better suit his physical state. Error correction, imitation, practice, improvement. Jiang Yi had completed these 4 stages in just an hour and a half. This kind of comprehension was simply astonishing. The Black Panther's pupils contracted slightly, and he couldn't help but recall a sentence the system had said to them during their training. Humans are the spirits of all things. Although they had scoffed at this statement at the time, now, seeing Jiang Yi's performance, he seemed to have gained a new understanding of it. The Black Panther's claws opened and closed, and he couldn't help but think to himself, "Are humans all this smart?" First floor. Another set of strength training was completed. The clothes on Jiang Yi's body were wet and then dried and then wet again. With a grunt, he pushed up the barbell plates. A burning sensation came from his waist and abdomen, and Jiang Yi's body was shaking like a sieve. He was reaching his limit, silently counting down 3 seconds. "All right. You can stop now." De Zhong's voice sounded again. "Jiang Yi." Jiang Yi took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing and muscle tension, moved the leg press machine back to its original position, and then flipped off the machine, standing still. This time Jiang Yi didn't rush to rest, but silently stood straight and began to stretch his muscles, moving his thighs, calves, and ankles. Jiang Yi adjusted his breathing, gradually calming his heart rate. Seeing this, De Zhong nodded in satisfaction. Favorability increased once again. While stretching, Jiang Yi looked at the main screen. On the main screen, his strength stat had broken through the 40-point mark, and his physique stat had been pulled directly to 50. The comprehensive compatibility at the bottom had even broken through 60 and was moving towards 70. The effect of these short 3 hours of training was worth the sum of all the growth Jiang Yi had gained in the instances and service areas before. Of course, the price was also very obvious. Jiang Yi's gaze involuntarily slid from the status window to his balance of ecchi coins. During the 3 hours of training, he had spent half an hour on the leg press machine for 15 ecchi coins, 1 hour with dumbbells for 10 ecchi coins, half an hour on the smith machine for 10 ecchi coins, and about 10 minutes with the exercise ball for 2 ecchi coins. Then there was the 3 hours of full course assisted training, which cost a full 30 ecchi coins, adding in the initial entrance fee. Jiang Yi had now spent a total of 72 ecchi coins at the Haya training hall. 72 ecchi coins. That was enough for him to eat until he looked like a bloated corpse at the restaurant owned by Big Brother Bao and Little Brother Bao. John the Skinflint looked at his remaining balance with a pained heart. Sigh. It seemed that whether in the real world or the game world, a gym was always a place that burned through money. Jiang Yi's heart rate gradually calmed down. Just as he was about to speak, Big Bear beat him to it. All right, Jiang Yi. That's enough strength training for today. Too much is as bad as too little. Jiang Yi had been thinking the same thing, so he nodded upon hearing this. Seeing Jiang Yi nod, Big Bear couldn't help but smile. He handed a sheet of paper from the clipboard in his hand to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi took it. It contained the records of his training for the day, including many points to note and tips on how to handle certain exercises. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up slightly. This is today's training report. According to the wishes of Hall Master Haya, training reports seem to be subject to a fee as well. Jiang Yi looked up. Big Bear's expression remained unchanged. So, see if you can just take a picture of it first. That way, it shouldn't be charged, right? Although you might not be short on ecchi coins, and necessary expenses should be avoided whenever possible. Jiang Yi, what a great bear. Jiang Yi whispered a word of thanks and hurriedly imported the report into his system. After Jiang Yi finished importing it, Big Bear acted as if nothing had happened and took the report back. Alright, that's it for today's training. I'm going to train now. 2. You can look for me again next time you do strength training. You got it. Jiang Yi grinned and laughed heartily. Big Bear waved at Jiang Yi and walked over to the exclusive strength training area. Then, Jiang Yi watched as Big Bear let out a loud thud and hoisted a barbell as thick as a small mountain onto his shoulders. Jiang Yi silently turned around, pretending he hadn't seen anything, and continued to work out his sore waist, abdomen, and legs. About 5 minutes later, Haya walked over toward Jiang Yi again. How is it, John? Was the training okay? It was all right, Jiang Yi laughed. That's good. Haya nodded with a smile. Then, Haya looked Jiang Yi over thoughtfully. After a few seconds, Haya spoke up. By the way, John, I wonder if you'd be interested in experiencing the new training area we've opened on the 2nd floor. Jiang Yi didn't rush to refuse and let out an. Haya draped an arm over Jiang Yi's shoulder, gesturing for him to look toward the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, in addition to the standard training equipment, a space similar to a boxing ring had indeed been partitioned off in the center. A boxing ring. Jiang Yi didn't even have to think about it before saying, if it's boxing, I'm not really interested for the time being. Competing in boxing against the monsters in this training hall, he was afraid that if one of them threw a punch, he'd be holding his own funeral 7 days later. It's not boxing. Haya hurriedly shook his head. It's comprehensive combat. Chapter 240. Take out your weapon. Comprehensive combat. That was a bit interesting. Jiang Yi had urgently wanted to refuse, but upon hearing the word combat, he couldn't help but feel a spark of interest. Seeing the look of interest on Jiang Yi's face, Haya pressed his advantage. Yes, comprehensive combat. Come with me. As he spoke, Haya laughed and draped his arm over Jiang Yi's shoulder, leading him up to the 2nd floor. Soon, the layout of the 2nd floor became clear to Jiang Yi. The outer perimeter was the training area, and the central part was likely the comprehensive combat zone Haya had mentioned. Beyond that, Jiang Yi saw something that made his breath hitch: a shooting range. In the innermost part of the 2nd floor, there was a fully enclosed shooting range with glass windows. Jiang Yi's heart began to thump. Could it be that his human outline artist skills could finally be saved? Walking onto the 2nd floor, Haya waved at the Black Panther, who was leaning against the railing and watching them closely. Black Panther, come over here. Jiang Yi had seen this Black Panther when he first walked in. Compared to monsters like the White Tiger or the Brown Bear, the Black Panther's physique wasn't as bulky. but it still possessed smooth muscle lines, as if astonishing power was hidden beneath every single muscle. The Black Panther's tail curled slightly as it walked toward Haya and Jiang Yi. It stood still. Black Panther, aren't we planning to launch a new comprehensive combat training course? Since it's in the planning stages, I was thinking we could let guest Jiang experience it first. Firstly, it can help guest Jiang with combat training. Secondly, it can also trouble Mr. Jiang to provide feedback on the direction for course improvement. As Haya spoke, he looked at Jiang Yi, seemingly seeking his opinion. One had to admit, Haya knew how to do business. Contrary to the stereotype brought on by his well-developed muscles, Haya's business acumen was actually quite impressive. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and nodded. A smile immediately appeared on Haya's face. All right, then guest Jiang, how does this sound? For the time being, you only need to pay the second floor facility fee and the fee for Black Panther's assisted training. The facility fee is 10 chech coins. And since the practical training course is still in the experimental stage, Black Panther's assisted training fee will only be 5 chech coins per half hour. Same as Big Bear, of course. If you feel that the combat training hasn't achieved the desired effect, the assisted training fee can be credited toward other services. Jiang Yi. They even charged a separate facility fee for the second floor. Jiang Yi glanced at the big tiger, who looked like he was smiling very heartily. The latter's heart was not as white as his skin. Compared to the easily swindled system, this is a true capitalist. One procedure for every step, a fee for every move. Although he was complaining in his heart, Jiang Yi didn't think about refusing. There was no helping it. The training effects on the first floor were just too good. After seeing the shooting range and the comprehensive training area, Jiang Yi completely lost his ability to resist. It seems today is going to be a massive bloodletting of his wallet. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Jiang Yi said with a hint of melancholy, "No problem." The smile on White Tiger's face widened even further. Just as he was about to pat Jiang Yi on the shoulder, he received a warning glare from his own coach, a look that seemed to say, "Try patting the god of wealth one more time and see what happens." White Tiger gave a sheepish laugh, redirected his arm, and instead gently pushed Jiang Yi toward Black Panther. "Then I'll leave him to you." Black Panther nodded. After the handover was complete, White Tiger happily left with Jiang Yi's storage card to process the payment. Jiang Yi looked up at Black Panther and asked, "Coach, what are we doing now?" The moment Jiang Yi's voice fell beep, the system's notification sounded. Tiger Tooth Training Halls you Bao's favorability come 3. Tiger Tooth Training Halls you Bao's current favorability. Jiang Yi, what did he do? Why did the favorability increase? In Black Panther's mind, the words coach, coach, coach kept echoing. Black Panther's tail flicked upward slightly once again. If Jiang Yi knew anything about felines, he would understand that this was a sign of a cat being in a pleasant mood. Black Panther narrowed his eyes. Instead of immediately answering what they were going to do, he asked, "What weapons are you proficient in?" "A blade." Jiang Yi blurted it out without a second thought. A few seconds later, he added to more with some uncertainty, "And a steel fork, and a gun." "Brother, you're proficient with a gun." Anvil's voice suddenly rang out, his tone filled with skepticism. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes in his mind. "If I can pull the trigger, that means I can use it. If it fires, that means I'm proficient." "Anvil." Black Panther looked at Jiang Yi in surprise, not expecting the latter to know quite a few things. "Good." Black Panther nodded, then extended a paw toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was confused. He looked left and right, not seeing anything that needed to be picked up. Jiang Yi. Black Panther tilted his head slightly and beckoned with his paw again. Asterisk his asterisk. Jiang Yi hissed in his mind, "What does this mean?" After thinking for a few seconds, Jiang Yi stepped forward and grabbed Black Panther's paw. Jiang Yi looked up, his expression quite sincere. Black Panther. Seeing that Black Panther didn't seem to react, Jiang Yi thought for a moment perhaps he wanted to test his strength. Jiang Yi squeezed the paw pad hard. "I have to say, the texture of the paw pad was quite good." Black Panther. A look of confusion appeared on Black Panther's face. Immediately after, he unceremoniously pulled his paw back and pointed toward the training platform. "I meant, get on the platform with your weapon." Jiang Yi, still maintaining his hand-out posture, realized what that paw beckoning gesture meant only after hearing those words. "Oh, right." Jiang Yi scratched his head in embarrassment, took a step back, turned around, and walked toward the entrance of the training platform. Black Panther. Why is he so different from the cleverness he showed just a moment ago? About a minute later, both Jiang Yi and Black Panther stood on the training platform. Standing on the platform, his field of vision suddenly opened up. This platform seemed to possess a kind of magic. Jiang Yi slowly raised his head. Under the lights, his vision became even clearer. The Black Panther opposite him was stretching his body, and like how he looked off the platform, at this moment, Black Panther's body seemed like a work of art. Under the soft white light, light flowed across the surface of his black fur like water. His near-perfect pectoral muscles, abdominals, biceps, thighs, and calves, even the simplest movements, when performed by this body, had a magic that made it impossible to look away. Even the tail at the very end of his body was filled with the beauty of pure power the moment it flicked upward.